Chapter 750. You can cause additional damage to the shield under puncture damage. But in this case, it is surprising that the red arrow still failed to break the defense of the magic puppet. The magic puppet quickly locked Link, and soon the joints of his body made a sound of gear clicking and twisting, and suddenly accelerated to wave a heavy hammer at Link. The power of the heavy hammer is extremely strong. A burst of real thunder broke out on the ground and split in all directions. The effect is terrible and exaggerated. Link stood where he was and was smashed. For a moment, he was disillusioned and integrated with the air. The magic puppet looked at the disappearing Link, and the brain defense mechanism immediately responded. Undefined after detecting the disappearance of the enemy's residual shadow, it is determined that the enemy is a martial arts department. The Link entity stood behind the magic puppet, speechless for a while. Although the defense mechanism of this magic puppet is very good, it is a mess in terms of human-computer interaction or intelligent AI. Where is there a way to analyze data directly in front of the enemy? This is a simple man, which is far from Helen's battle robot. After Lin Ke just dodged in an instant, because he was so fast, he left a residual image in the capture of the magic puppet, which made the other party mistakenly think it was the real body. The result was also very clear. The detection mechanism and intelligent AI of the magic puppet in front of him were very poor. Link is only in a few layers of blood rage state. Without using any other speed bonus effect, he can easily avoid the detection of magic puppets. Intelligence says that the accuracy is too low. Link can even tear down this big guy with ordinary attacks without using any extra skills. After the magic puppet lost his target, he locked Link's position again. Immediately, he twisted and two strong metal forearms popped out. The middle was connected by a special rope chain and came straight to Link. In the face of the sudden attack, Link just made a slight mistake and avoided two giant claws. The giant claw that passed by the wrong body twisted in the middle and wanted to entangle Link. Link easily avoided it again. The two attacks missed, and the magic puppet threw his claws into the air and hit the ground. He saw that the giant claws firmly hooked the ground and dragged the body by the traction rope. In the face of this series of multi-stage attacks, Link couldn't help but look with approval. This design is quite innovative. If the enemy is careless, he may lose his way in this Link. After that, Link dodged and tested the skills of the magic puppet for a while. He found that except for a few highlights in steampunk and mechanical operation, the response in other places was flat and uninteresting. Since there are no new tricks, you can have a rest in advance. Link rushed up and made a few general attacks at the limbs of the magic puppet he had just found. Because the body also has the skill Dragon Sting LV10 obtained from the 9-striped dragon before, coupled with the weakness attack, the magic puppet body lost control of the body after 2 breaths, and its limbs twisted and fell to the ground. The gears in the trunk made a creaking sound, but there was no movement in the body, just repeated one sentence: serious physical damage, serious physical damage. Link doesn't intend to kill the magic puppet, which is not good for him. He may also provoke Julian and destroy the next castle investigation. Moreover, he is ready to wait until he has solved this A-level task. Before leaving, he will see if he has a chance to take away the magic puppet, or the magic driving core and power system in his chest, which may inspire Helen's inspiration in the magic fusion machine. Link continued to check the books, looked for a while, found that he still had nothing, was greatly discouraged, shook his head and simply left here. His purpose this time is to complete the task. The library is just a small episode. We must not lose big things for small things. As for the collection room, Link vaguely found a residual breath through the Emperor's Qi watching technique. He found that the airflow on one wall was slightly different from that on the side, but at the same time, Link also found other subtle things. Originally, I was going to enter the collection room to check the collection of Kalina Castle. My mind suddenly dissipated. I simply didn't pay attention to this unique wall and continued to go up the rotating stairs. When walking up the spiral ladder, Link suddenly noticed that the breath was different from before. The devil's breath here is stronger and the devil's whisper is clearer. At the same time, every time the scorching air is inhaled into the lungs, it will start thinking uncontrollably and distract the energy. The air is filled with strong strangeness, your spirit is affected, negative emotion +5. Your energy attribute has 325 points, exempt from this negative emotion. As soon as he reached the 4th floor through the spiral ladder, Link saw many more extreme pollutants with stronger residual consciousness. The appearance is ferocious and terrible, and the spirit and body are double distorted, so that the primitive creatures cannot be recognized. A bloody mouth opened and flew towards Link. The extremely strong rotten smell in his mouth was disgusting. These pollutants are all gathered in a pile. They dare not approach the gate in the distance. Now they see fresh blood and meat and rush up like crazy. Link suddenly burst out a dark purple energy flow from his whole body, surging around. In an instant, the evil thoughts that rushed to Link were all in place and confused. For these pollutants that can provide the breath of the dead, Link has no mercy. His hands rise and fall, and each one has become the red blood anger around Link. Level 21 Blood Rage. At this time, there is a prototype of the Death Spirit armor. Link was curious about what was in the front door that could frighten the hungry pollutants like tigers. What makes Link cry and laugh is that these guys feel that they don't dare to go up inside the gate. How can they fly over directly when they see themselves, and lose their fear? Doesn't this mean that his Link is weaker than the deterrent behind the gate? Proud as Link, you must not be weaker than others in pretending to force. Just as he opened the first gate in the rooftop area, Link smiled. In front of me is a group of unspeakable things, familiar and strange. Familiar with the face of this alien creature, it can be seen that it is Julian, but at the moment, the body has completely collapsed, and the body part is full of sarcomas, various tentacles, and malignant energy braving black gas. Julian gradually raised his head. A pair of black pupils stared at Link. A strange smile could not help but be raised at the corners of his mouth. A long bright red tongue came out of his mouth and twisted like a snake. I didn't expect you to come here. It's interesting, and delicious parasitic flesh. Bank of China repaid 7,590 yuan on September 24 and China Construction Bank repaid 9,800 yuan on October 4. Chapter 751. Link was also surprised to see Julian here. If this is Julian, what is the smell of the place he passed before? Link carefully observed Julian, who had been corroded by negative energy, and all over his body was malignant energy. After a short hesitation, Link probably knew that the so-called Julian in front of him should be a negative energy body extracted from Julian's noumenon. Link glanced at Julian and saw his attribute data. Undefined name, Julian, black. Race, negative energy polymer. Level, LV65+, legend. HP, 90,000/90,000. Energy value, 0/0. Skills, Chaos Aura, Void Realm, Frenzy Bash, Mental Pollution, Other Unknown. Evaluation, this is an unprecedented negative energy aggregate with strong energy. After reading the data, Link became more and more sure of his conjecture. I don't know whether Julian was afraid of the energy of distorting the void to affect him, or whether he simply improved his strength and didn't let himself blacken, so he completely pulled out the negative and dark part of his personality and imprisoned in the rooftop area of Karina Castle. Because this negative personality absorbs the energy that distorts the void all day, its strength improves faster than Julian's body. It has reached LV65+, legend, exceeding the version limit. Julian was black, with some terrible expressions looming all over him. His face was ferocious, roaring, ferocious, hysterical, or sneering. Various emotions are stirring around the body, setting off the noumenon. Link looked at the excited Julian with a lot of sympathy in his eyes and said, "You must feel bad here." Link's words were unexpected and broke the next idea of Julian for a time. Poor him? Someone said he was pathetic? Julian smiled angrily. He really didn't know where he was poor. In the rooftop area of the ancient castle, he could absorb energy from the distorted void, as well as resentment and various negative emotions floating in the air every day. His strength had exceeded his own. Even if Julian came to the rooftop area, he had to find a way to avoid it. What pity he could have is really ridiculous. Unexpectedly, Link's next sentence directly let the Julian break the defense. Link stared at Julian for a long time and said, he was abandoned by the Numenon and then trapped here. Although he absorbed enough energy and his strength is stronger than the Numenon, he can't die. He must be gnashing his teeth. Julian was like a lighted powder keg, suddenly angry, as if this sentence had poked his weakness. I chose to break away. I wanted to kill him easily, but this guy hid from me every time. He was so obscene that I couldn't find a chance. Julian said with deep regret, and the anger in his eyes was almost real. After saying that, he was suddenly stunned, and then looked that Link had succeeded in his treachery, grinning. He didn't say anything, but he seemed to say everything again. Link just wanted to cheat. Unexpectedly, this negative energy polymer said everything. You lied to me. Julian flew into a rage, rolled a piece of intestines out of his bloated belly, and quickly grabbed Link. Link easily jumped away from the slow attack. The wall behind him collided violently, bricks and stones collapsed and debris splashed everywhere. That's it again. Even if the magic puppet grabs people with his double claws, you dead fat house has to copy it. Haven't you learned real skills from Julian? Link's Tuko make complaints about the sharp, steady, and effective, far more effective than his skill. Skills can only be aimed at the body, but mouth evasion can break the psychological defense and directly lose combat effectiveness. Julian became angry with shame, and the attack frequency became more and more intense. The black gas with various negative emotions wandered from the ground to Link's feet like a snake in a dark shadow, trying to weaken Link with mental pollution, so as to absorb his strength and delicious flesh and blood. Link flickered. After checking the information just now, he was very determined. Because the energy value of Julian is only 0. Although his level is LV65+, Legend, most of his skills are group influence or aimed at spirit. As long as his energy attribute is high enough, the other party can't help him. Looking at the incompetent and furious Julian, Link added, "Oh, I'm sorry to forget. After all, you are a negative energy polymer separated from Julian's body. You have nothing to do with your brain. How can you have IQ?" Julian, hidden in the dark, couldn't help laughing when he heard Link's verbal attack. But he couldn't laugh when he smiled. After all, Link scolded him for his negative emotions. How different is it from scolding him? Julian had no choice but to take out stronger attack means against Link, and a green energy wave spread rapidly under his feet. Linkton felt that the surrounding air cooled rapidly, and a mood called despair grew from the bottom of his heart. At the same time, a shadow appeared under his feet and began to move towards Julian. This kind of fighting is totally different from the style that Link met in the Wasteland and Pandora. Although his mouth was unforgiving, Link didn't underestimate the enemy at all. After all, it's LV65+, Legend. At least there should be respect, which is different from those elites and leaders who dealt with before. Earlier today, Link just fought with the nether projection of alien number 2 Saffron. One day later, he fought with Julian's negative energy body. Link is the only person in the Vatican galaxy who dares to be so big. Link accelerated to avoid, first distancing himself from Julian. Julian laughs wildly. Although Link's body is far away, the black line under his feet will soon be connected with himself. At that time, if he sucks his negative emotions, he can absorb part of the strength of the other party. It's no use where he hides. After Link landed, his slightly nervous expression suddenly changed and was replaced by a successful smile. Julian thought he was sure, but he had already fallen into Link's trap. Link's pupils flashed a light, then stood in place and began to imitate Julian's skill, Chaos Aura. A green energy spread from under Link's feet and spread rapidly. Man in the Mirror. One of the 3 S-level skills that Link has mastered. You can remake target skills. The strength of remake skills is linked to the strength of your own energy attributes. At the same time, you can also enjoy the bonus of skill types. Link has 325 energy attributes. Each point of energy increases damage by 0.5%, which is equivalent to a 162.5% bonus. In addition, Link now has an intermediate mastery level in the mystery department. The damage bonus is 100%. After linear superposition, the effect is equivalent to 262.5% of the original. Classic genuine can't beat piracy. After the green light, a black line also appeared at the foot of Julian. If the black line before Link can be described as cutting and bleeding, the black line at the foot of Julian seems to have cut the main artery. The black line, which is much wider and thicker than his body, is pulled out from his feet. Julian has a cracked canthus on his face, leaving only horror. Chapter 752. Julian was shocked. He never expected that Link would have the same skills, and both damage and effect were stronger than him. The effect of Chaos Aura is to absorb the enemy's negative emotions. While extracting, it will absorb the target's attribute points, health, and energy. Julian is a negative energy polymer, a creature born under the influence of Julian's whole negative energy and distorted void chaos energy. To put it more simply, Julian's body contains strong negative energy. Under the influence of Link's more powerful halo of chaos, the energy in the body is like a collapsing dam. Undefined Julian took the lead in absorbing Link's negative energy, but this energy was a drop in the bucket and didn't reply much at all. Link everything goes well, and Afu will accompany him. Basically, there are not many things that go against his wishes. The road of growth and expansion is also very smooth. Although we fought with many strong enemies, the final result always ended in Link's victory. So up to now, there is not much negative energy in Link's body. Even under the influence of Chaos Aura, there is not much attribute energy taken. In contrast to Julian, I never thought that someone would use the same skills as him. This move has a strong effect on the enemy, but it has a stronger effect on yourself. In the face of the essence of Kuroshio, Link stood in the same place. The next second, a huge energy poured into Link's body. You get the negative energy essence, your 6-dimensional attributes increase 50 points, restore the life value 17,000 points, the energy value 5,000 points. Rao was Link himself, and he couldn't help being startled. With this big mouth, Link's health and energy values will be directly filled to restore his heyday. It's really hospitable to give me such a big gift when I know I'm in a bad state. Link's mouth is not forgiving when he takes up his stool, just like his character. If you don't make a move, you will be furious. Take advantage of the victory and pursue the attack. A wave will kill you and don't give the other party any breathing room. Julian forced to eat such a record and looked at Link with a trace of fear in his eyes. The man in front of me was too mysterious, as if he was covered with a layer of clouds. Although he still has many abilities, he is afraid of being caught by Link when he wants to use them at the moment. Every minute counts. When Julian hesitates in a trance, it is the best time for Link to take action. This kind of negative energy has a common weakness, that is, the rejection of the energy of justice healing. This kind of energy often has an additional damage bonus against negative energy. Facing the dark and evil Julian, Link did not hesitate to throw out a confession. The next second, Julian fell into the regret and mistake of his past, and his thought broke down involuntarily. The confession skill at level 15 has the attributes of light and judgment. It hits the dark and evil creature Julian and gives him no room to resist. Just when Julian was out of control, Link took Kolar's dagger and Tuochi energy knife and cut them repeatedly. The targeted parts were the weakest parts of Julian. Black and dark green dirty blood splashed indiscriminately, and a large amount of black gas overflowed from the wound, like an air-leaking balloon. Combined with the damage of Dragon Sting LV10, it will cause tons of damage to Julian in the blink of an eye. The blood volume of 90,000 will soon become 50,000, almost more than half. Julian was even more frightened. His understanding of Link was still too young. As soon as the confession effect disappears, Julian immediately starts to save his life. The space where the rooftop area is located begins to condense and collapse, and all colors and material scenery are crazy swallowed by darkness. In the darkness spreading around, Link saw some chaotic distortions and distorted void energy everywhere. Void Realm. Julian used this move not to drag Link into the Twisted Void to defeat, but to open the Twisted Void and escape by himself. If you have to summarize it in 4 words, it's slip away. Just as Julian had just used his front foot, Link imitated it with his back foot. Man in the mirror. 10% of the energy cost of the skill is not a big problem for Link. Link's energy value is only 5,300 points, and 10% is only 530 points. It is very cost-effective to deal with this single boss. Link has read a lot. At present, the mastery level of the 4 series super power system is intermediate, and the damage bonus ranges from 60% to 100%. Coupled with the huge energy attributes, Link has a better effect than the original no matter what skills he copies. Julian is just a mass of energy, and most of his skills are related to distorting void or energy, which can be reproduced. But as a legend, there must be 1 or 2 unique skills that can't be reproduced. As long as Link is careful of these, there's no problem. However, Julian was still distracted by Link successfully in the battle, especially after seeing the man in the mirror skill. He was directly stunned, fell into a tangle for a moment, and Link seized the opportunity to come up with a set of combos. Under the condition of worrying blood volume, life has become the primary problem, and it is completely impossible to do rational battle analysis. Link kept all Julian's movements and energy movements in mind. The next second, yours will become mine. The same distorted void energy overflowed from Link, tearing the space apart, and expanding much faster than Julian. In this way, Julian will be dragged into the empty field created by Link and slaughtered by others. Julian was frightened and disoriented at the moment. He directly abandoned the void field and hurriedly fled to the upper layer of Tiantai district. Now, only by bringing disaster to the east can you save your life. In the whole rooftop area, the only one who can pull the wrist with the man in front of him is that one. Looking at the Julian fleeing in a hurry and in an awkward posture, Link opened his mouth and looked stunned. What about the legendary integrity? But he ran away directly. Link suspected that the legendary level of Julian was bought by bribing game developers. It was a fake legend. But in fact, this is not to blame for Link's idea. Legendary level only means that you have unique housekeeping skills. If you make top achievements in a certain field, you are basically S level. Julian is the legendary Julian's negative energy, which is affected by the energy that distorts the void. The level and quality must be higher. But this does not mean personal strength. How can a simple negative energy polymer have more on-the-spot combat experience than Link's fighting with the strong all the way? When a set of skill cards is played, only those who are ignorant are faced with all kinds of combo and combination skills. Don't go. I just learned so many skills from you. Now I'll show you my unique skills. Death Pointed. Chapter 753. A scarlet lightning shot out of Link's fingertips, and the void was roughly pierced and torn. This lightning is like crossing the boundless starry sky and rushing hundreds of millions of miles to Julian. When the scarlet lightning came into contact with the sarcoma and black gas on Julian, the solid tissue turned into fragments and disintegrated. When the black gas touches the violent death force, it is as afraid as a tiger. It dissipates wildly around and is afraid of any entanglement with this energy. With the scream of Julian, the whole body and tissue were completely torn apart. Julian had a huge number on his head, and even Link was startled. Undefined 51200. Julian, who had little blood left, was directly wiped out by this death finger. Link looked at the disappearance of Julian and fell into depression. Before fighting with the shadow demon Saffron, he died 3 or 4 times in a row, but failed to make a critical hit, and failed to pursue his dream. As a result, facing the Julian who fled half-blood, he successfully entered the soul as soon as he made a shot. You successfully kill Julian, Black, get experience 2,300,000, potential 30 points, get negative energy essence x1. There are few rewards for tasks, only 3. LV65+, Legend, has brought 2.3 million experience to Link. Link would be happy if he had 2.3 million experience in the past, but now Link has 140 million experience in the experience pool, and 2.3 million is really not even a fraction. 30 potential points are also good things. Normal players may not get so many points in a few years, but Link gets hundreds of potential points either on the way to completing A-level tasks or S-level tasks. But who would have too many such good things? Link didn't add these potential points to the lucky attribute at one fell swoop, but stayed. Today's battle also gave him a wake-up call. The battle and environment encountered in the future are complex. Some monsters and hostile targets have very biased settings. Once an attribute falls below the standard, it may be seriously damaged. So now he must save some points for a rainy day. As for the battle, with the verification of Julian, Black, and Saffron's void projection, Link's damage ability has exploded, which is enough to deal with various bosses in version 2.0. As for the last negative energy essence, when Link saw the introduction of the item information, he couldn't help but brighten his eyes. Negative energy essence. Quality, gold. Description: a strong negative energy polymer that condenses Julian's negative energy and the distorted void energy absorbed for a long time. Golden legend. Killing Julian, Black, did not explode any unnecessary equipment and objects, except for experience and potential. Only this legendary material is negative energy essence. The materials are not introduced too much, and the gold quality is enough to explain everything. Link has been in the game for so long, which is the second legendary material he has obtained. The first Keel successfully made the 9-striped dragon the first legendary pet under the throne. At the same time, it also has the form of Black Throne. It is the biggest reliance and capital for Lin K to gallop the Vatican Galaxy. Now we have got the essence of negative energy. Although no synthetic route has yet been found, Link is sure that this material will definitely make him a powerful assistant. This reward is much better than giving him powerful weapons and equipment or design blueprint. After all, pets are his biggest capital to enter the universe. Link stopped for a moment and immediately continued to walk to the roof. Up till now, Link has gained a lot of money. The secret of Karina's castle has not yet been uncovered. He has got legendary material, and a negative energy essence has reached the psychological expectation. At the same time, Julian, hiding in the dark, the black smell in his eyes had completely disappeared, and his eyes were full of fear and shock. As Link said, because he had been in the castle for a long time, he was affected by the power of distorting the void, fought with demons many times, and found that his negative emotions could easily be used by the other party. So after thinking over and over again, Julian used the secret method to completely separate all his negative emotions, and set up a border to trap him in the rooftop area. But unexpectedly, this negative energy seemed to give birth to wisdom. After absorbing the power of distorting the void, it became corrupt and distorted, from a complete human form to what it is now, and its power is becoming stronger and stronger. Even Julian had to avoid the edge for the time being. Although the positive lord is dead and the negative energy can't live, every time he encounters the negative energy, Blackened Julian always wants to occupy the positive lord's body, complete the transformation from abandoned products to the positive lord, and grasp the real destiny. It's a pity that he met Link and was restrained by the other party, completely eliminated and invisible. Julian is now more and more curious about Link's strength. Just now he repeatedly engraved Julian's ability to blacken, and even showed stronger rolling strength than the original. Finally, this scarlet death ray once made Julian feel suffocated. To be fair, if he stands in the perspective of blackening Julian, the possibility of avoiding this skill is almost zero. The guy who looks a little annoying at present has extraordinary strength. Actual combat experience is also first class. Although Julian already knows the disadvantages of Death Finger, he doesn't think he can be safe under Link's ultra-high fighting consciousness. Death Finger, although it is a bloody lightning, there are many ways to avoid entering the legendary level in terms of speed. However, Lin Keqiang will not use this skill without brains for the first time, but through the combination of other skills, including mouth evasion, provoke the opponent's mind, just like a top chess player, lure you step by step in the direction he expected through the battle layout, and finally expose your flaws. Keen observation, precise and clear thinking, strong strength, and resourceful routine. All these are just the display of Link's personal strength. The thought that this man also had a fleet of fortresses across the galaxy and countless powerful or strange pets made Julian cold all over. I hope you really come for Victoria's well-being this time, otherwise we will inevitably have to face each other. Julian muttered to himself. Then the black air in his eyes rose and dissipated, his eyes were clear, and his mental state was much higher. The negative energy polymer was completely wiped out, and he no longer had to be affected by the evil idea of distorting the void. His strength was also improved, and he went straight after Julian in the blackened state. This time, with the blessing of Torlink, he solved the long-standing problem. Looking at Link's back disappeared in the rooftop area, Julian's eyes and eyebrows flowed brilliantly. I didn't know what he was thinking. Link continued to move forward. After the negative polymer, there were no evil spirits in Tiantai district all the way. This also shows that he is not far from the truth of Karina Castle. Chapter 754. The more he went up, the more he could feel a cold breath /b. The air exhaled through the lungs and came out of the mouth with a strong white mist. Just like the middle section of Karina Castle, the color of the castle turns grey again, and life disappears here, as if it had become a restricted area. Soon Link went up the last steps of the castle and came to the roof. The roof was extremely grey. The ancient boulders paved and stacked roof looked very old. At the same time, Link felt a cold surge under his feet, as if he were walking on solid ice without an inch on his feet. Undefined, the dark clouds in the sky condensed into vortices and gathered at the summit within the reach of the eyes, like an ancient fierce beast trying to sweep away all the vitality and pleasure of the ancient castle /b. At the end, the energy in the distorted void can be seen to be wild with the naked eye, showing green and purple, or intertwined, or cross into a competition in the void. Link opened the State of the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill, looked around and observed, and did not find any trace of demon activity. The central ground is a Dharma array shining with purple energy, interwoven with light and darkness, just like the breathing of living creatures. Several candles were hung at the 6 corners of the array, and the candles were burning for a long time. But what attracted Link's attention most was the wanton blood outside the Dharma array. If others see the jet of blood, 80% will think that there has been a fierce battle here, even Link thought at first sight. But after a moment of concentration, Link suddenly felt that in the messy patterns formed by these jet blood, a regular track became clearer and more memorable. The mark of Dharma array in his mind flashed by, and soon Link found the pattern in his memory. Just for a moment, Link was stunned, and the whole person seemed to be impacted. If he remembers correctly, the pattern painted by spraying blood on the roof is actually a Dharma array. However, this Dharma array is really scrawly and well covered up. People's first impression will only focus on the purple energy Dharma array, and subconsciously regard the array written by blood as a battle trace. This kind of array also appeared in the time of the Slavenian star before, but the array written by the king of the Slavenian star and the sect servants at that time was really shallow, and finally did not work under the leadership of the players and the rebel army. At present, this array is much more advanced, and some experts cover it up a little. Ordinary people can't see the real pattern of the array. This real array is combined with the purple condensed twisted void energy to form a complete array. Link also dabbled in the array. After analysis, he got an extremely shocking result. The purple array absorbs the distorted void energy, while the blood-drawn array sacrifices the absorbed distorted void energy to another god. This god is Zhuge, the blood god who promised His Majesty the King of Sri Lanka immortality. Link has also seen many sacrifices, but it is the first time to see such sacrifices as tearing down east walls to make up west walls and offering flowers to Buddha. Extract energy from the distorted void, and then give it to the blood god Zhuge to obtain the power given by the evil god. If Penny saw this, he would be absolutely ashamed. This is called taking capitalists. You can get the power given by God without paying anything. Is there such a good thing in the world? Only after confirming the efficacy of the Dharma array, a larger vortex lingered around Link. According to Julian's words, his mother, Mrs. Karina, fought with the devil distorting the void here. Then he inherited the mantle, showed himself as a prophet and became the guardian of Victoria. I fought with the devil on the rooftop for several times, but my temperament changed greatly because I couldn't kill the devil. But now Link came to the roof and didn't find any demon smell. Most of the energy that distorts the void is also absorbed by the Dharma array, and a small amount of overflow will affect the valley and ancient castle. Link's observation of the current situation of the scene is quite different from what Julian and housekeeper Alfred said before. So either he's hallucinating or Julian's lying. For now, Link prefers to believe. Although the state of mind was vast, Link didn't show any appearance. After all, it is an old film emperor, which still exists in expression management. Link looked down at the sacrificial array. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing behind Victoria's protagonist, even if no one had excavated this plot in his previous life / B. What's more, Victoria, a small planet, had a connection with Zhuge, the blood god, one of the bosses in version 4.0. Has the forbidden area of evil gods been laid out since now? If the fact is the same as Link's guess, it can only be said that the design is too successful. You know, in previous lives, even if the evil god forbidden area was jointly eradicated by players in the Pan-Deep Space Interstellar Development Alliance, Julian's details were not exposed, which means that at a certain point in the future, evil gods will spring up and sweep the universe again. Players in previous lives attacked the rooftop. Because of lack of knowledge, they couldn't see through the hidden Dharma array. They subconsciously believed Julian's words, and finally pushed down the demon distorting the void to win. Now it seems that Julian killed with a knife, got rid of the devil through the player's hand, and then hid all the way to version 6.0 before Link crossing, without revealing his feet. It's wonderful to plan strategies and hide yourself. By distorting the power of the void and then obtaining power from the evil god, I really don't know whether to call you a two-faced person or a good dancer. Link stood on the rooftop and talked to himself. His words were light, but slowly spread like waves on the rooftop. Without any response, the whole Kalina castle was silent. If you don't come out again, I'll destroy the Dharma array for Zhuge's sacrifice. The red arrow in Link's sleeve suddenly flew out. In addition, Link's hand was also filled with a halo. When I punch down, the plan you have prepared for a long time is gone, but you think clearly. As soon as Link's voice fell, he didn't give Julian time to react. His powerful fist blasted down fiercely, because it was too fast, and even wrapped a layer of flame on his fist, breaking through the sonic boom. Between the lightning and flint, the space was distorted, and a black shadow wrapped in a crow robe appeared. The blood-red energy surged, completely wrapped the Dharma array, and a spear exposed with lightning flew towards Link. Evil God Blood Spear. Link's eyes flashed a killing intention, which had completely confirmed his conjecture. The truth came out. Link leaped back, his strength surged around him, and the force field scepter in his hand suddenly appeared, forming a force field air wall in front of his body. The blood spear was inserted into the invisible force field, and the space immediately cracked countless small lines, followed by black and blood lightning /B pa. Such is the crisp sound of the silver bottle, the invisible force field is broken into countless fragments, and the evil god blood spear is also broken. Link and Julian took a step back and stood at each other. I think I already know the secret of Karina Castle, Link said slightly. Chapter 755. Julian also had a smile on his face. He glanced at the intact Dharma array on the ground and was determined. Mr. Lin, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Link SA ran a smile. If the simple mouth escape, in the face of such a shameless guy, it must be invalid. The most useful way is to destroy what he cares about, such as the hidden Dharma array on the ground. Link raised his hand without saying a word. The blood element condensed into a ball in his hand, wrapped in violent lightning, turned into a blood spear at the moment of throwing, and flew to Julian /B. Undefined Devil Spear. Julian dared not be careless in the face of the move he had just used. He had seen Link's ability to reproduce skills before, which was more powerful than the original. Now he was not too surprised to see the evil god spear he had just cast. The morbid white hands made a few empty points in the air, leaving 5 blood marks, and the blood diffused to form a big net /B. The same big net appeared one after another, overlapping again and again, forming extremely complex multiple runes to cover Julian's whole body. The evil god spear went straight into the blood net and snapped. The spearhead and seal of the evil god spear broke at the same time, and the blood splashed and bloomed like flowers. A touch of demonic red was added to the grey rooftop area, just like a fireworks. Click, click. There were 3 crisp sounds in succession. The evil god's spear was completely destroyed and broken, and there was only one blood snare seal left, which protected Julian's whole body. Link's horse didn't stop, and he broke in immediately. He now has 30 layers of blood anger effect, but after killing the last negative energy polymer, he went all the way to the roof and analyzed a wave of ground chain array, which consumed a lot of time. Now the duration is only 4 minutes. He must seize these 4 minutes and play the highest output possible before he has a chance to win Julian. In one day, he fought with the nether projection of the alien number 2 Saffron, LV65+, legend, and now another legend. Link can only describe it in a sentence at the end of his primary school composition: what a full and happy day. Link glanced at Julian in front of him and saw some clues from his data. Name, Julian. Race, Blood God Believers /Humans /Demons. Level, LV66+, Legend. HP, 110,000 120,000. Energy value, 70,000 90,000. Skills, Evil Spirit Spear, Blood Snare, Spreading Evil Thoughts, Chaotic Whisper, Nether Blood River, /B Other Unknown. Evaluation, Fanatical Blood God Believers, Super Individuals with 3 kinds of energy, Blood God, Devil, and Secret Law. Link took a breath after reading Julian's information. As he guessed, this guy got 3 different kinds of energy because of reselling power. The fanatical blood god power comes from the demon energy that distorts the void, the rich collection of books in Karina Castle, and the mysterious power of inheriting the mother. And because he killed Julian, Black, the strength of Julian in front of him was greatly improved. He jumped from level 60 to level 66, breaking the legendary highest level record of Link again. Link jumped up, and the red arrow in his sleeve jumped strangely, moving in a complex trajectory. And Link Benzun, holding Kolar's dagger, the breath of the dead spirit on his body has a rudimentary appearance of the blood armor, just like a detached arrow, rushed towards Julian. The Blood Rage state on level 30 brings Link 300% attack, movement speed, and resistance. The speed is amazing. Julian saw Link's performance through the secret method before, so he didn't have any trust. Blood beads burn in the air and turn into means of attack, or beasts with big mouths open, or plagues composed of blood droplets. In short, the purpose is to stop Link. In addition to stopping Link, Julian had to be distracted by the haunting red arrow. Although the speed of this thing is not as fast as that of Link, the track is tricky. If you are careless, you don't know when to approach from the missing place and get caught off guard. Julian whispered, built a shield with the blood of his fingertips, hung on the outside of his body, and kept an eye on the sneak attack of the red arrow. Link did not dodge, abandoned his previous superb combat wisdom and adopted a simple and rough attack. In the face of a constant number of blood illusions, with Kolar's dagger and fist in his hand, Link forcibly blasted the enemy, blocking the road to pieces. /B. 300% resistance makes Link rough and fleshy. The damage of these blood illusions is only in the poor double digits. Julian was obviously unprepared in the face of the unstoppable Link, who suddenly changed his tactics. He thought he was hiding in the dark, watching Link's many battles, and had a certain understanding of his style, techniques, and tactics, but now he encountered it, and it was still difficult to adapt. Julian's eyes flashed a red fire on. He also did not dodge and stood where he was and began to cast the spell. Although the power drawn from the Twisted Void is not enough to complete the ceremony, he can cast a lot of blood skills at this stage. Yuming Blood River. The sky turned into a churning sea of blood without warning. There were countless complaining spirits and dead spirits in the sea of blood. They struggled to reach out from the river of blood, opened their mouths and cried for help, but they were pulled back by the running sea of blood and drowned again. Such a monstrous resentment of the dead, like the river of heaven toppling, with tens of thousands of resentments of the dead, wants to pull Link into the netherworld blood river. Lin Kuei smiled and his figure was faster. Don't you know that these dead spirit grievances are my best energy? As soon as the voice fell, countless dead spirit grievances in the dark blood river turned into a wisp of red light and poured into Lin Kuei's body. /B. Hundreds of dead spirits' breath added to his body, Link's strength soared, and his body was full of unprecedented strength. Facing the vast dark blood river, Link raised his hand. Split the sky. With one palm, the blood river in the sky was divided into two parts, and the sky made a loud noise, accompanied by the dark clouds behind the blood river and the distorted void at the top. They were shocked by this unprecedented majestic energy. The void fissure in the sky twisted, could no longer be maintained under the intervention of rough energy, and began to collapse. The demons in the twisted void also felt the soaring blood and chopping energy, and their faces couldn't help showing panic. This kind of power that can easily chop up space is really terrible. When it is placed in the distorted void, it is also the power that even the Lord can touch. Julian's mouth was raised high to his ears. His scheme succeeded. /B. Now, these destructive forces belong to me. With this force, he can successfully complete the ceremony. Chapter 756. Scarlet Grab. Julian opened his arms. Link's gain state condensed into a string of blood beads and flew to each other. The dense blood armor around Link disappeared instantly, and his powerful and threatening momentum was also transferred. When the blood beads surrounded Julian like their mother, his pale face rarely showed a trace of crimson, and even his breathing became urgent. /B. This kind of power. Julian's voice was trembling. At this moment, his heart expanded. He felt that the blood god Zhuge, who gave power through the Dharma array, only had this level of power. Undefined with the blessing of superpower, self-confidence began to expand wildly, as if the world was just playing between the fingers. Julian played down a few drops of blood. This time, every drop of blood condensed into a powerful enemy. From a blood beast to an evil spirit subordinate, each one almost had a legendary realm. At present, more than a dozen legends are called out by the blood. They wake up like a dream and even look around with amazement. Who on earth summoned us here? He looked carefully and found that more than a dozen people around him had arrived here. What, even you are here? The blood servant stared at everything around him in disbelief. /B. They are the closest servants of the blood god. They need extraordinary power to summon them. They usually summon some ordinary servants to the sky, but today they summoned all their 12 generals at one breath. I'm afraid only the Master Zhuge has this strength. Looking at Julian, who was full of evil spirits, blood gods, demons, and strange energy, the blood god servant easily felt that he had enough energy to destroy the whole planet. Kill him! Julian raised his hand slowly. At the moment of being pointed, Link seemed to be sentenced to death and turned into a dead man. In order to ensure that the blood anger effect will not be stolen back or dispersed by Link, Julian waved and put multiple protective barriers on himself to deal with the later move. Link's expression was very relaxed, as if these evil god servants were minions. Xiaozhu, the water of this power is too deep for you to control. Let me come. Link's tone took great pains and coaxed him. In exchange, only 12 evil god servants rushed at him. In the face of every evil servant with legendary strength, Link stood still and smiled. Link recited the purification spell in his mouth. Julian, as the guardian, knew this spell very well. He couldn't help laughing. What's the use of the purification spell? It works on at most one opponent at a time. Even if it has a double effect on the summoned object, it can only eliminate one person at most, but also face the remaining 11 people. Give in to your destiny. Your flesh and blood will be the most perfect feast. I will sacrifice you to the blood god, and you will witness Victoria's new future. When the final casting of the purification spell is completed, the magic between heaven and earth is like a silk net, and the overwhelming magic energy begins to resonate with Link's spell. The magic net hidden in the air is now clearly visible, and the purple net wire is like a huge fishing net pocket, covering the whole sky. Sorry, I forgot to tell you that there is a mage tower equipped with an enchanted pivot core in my warship. My purification spell is not single. As soon as the voice fell, a huge current began to spread upward from the underground of Karina Castle, and even the current began to spread around the valley along the castle. Where the current passes, countless evil, strange and evil people howl and scream. Then they are thoroughly purified, condensed into a particle of resentment and poison, and dissipate completely. The nether blood river in the valley rose and evaporated under the influence of this purification force. The evil creatures in Kalina Castle made a sound of electric current, and then the spirit of resentment was completely purified, leaving only a particle the size of a fingernail on the ground. At the top of the roof, the 12 servants of evil gods summoned by Julian could not escape the fate of being purified. When the power of purification flows through the body, the 12 servants who fly to Link dissipate in the air, struggling to leave no trace of existence in the world. Rao is Julian with all kinds of protection, but he can't resist this overwhelming purification energy /B. In an instant, the blood anger state just obtained completely disappeared. The powerful power was instantly pulled away from the body. The strong sense of emptiness brought by this feeling made Julian's mentality collapse. He did not expect that Link had a mage tower with the core of the magic pivot, and the scope of the magic net had covered Karina Castle. The goal and scope of conventional spells are indeed limited, but with the support of magic net, any mediocre spell can be played to the legendary level. Lin Kei's first-hand purification has been divorced from the scope of conventional purification. This purification will purify and burn Kalina Castle and evil creatures in the whole valley. The twisted void completely collapsed under Link's palm, cutting the sky just now, and the blood anger state was purified and disappeared. Now Julian has cut off all additional ways of sacrifice. Under the normal state, it is definitely not the opponent of Link with the blessing of Mage Tower. Then there is only one way to deal with Link. Julian's eyes are firmly fixed on the sacrificial array on the ground /B. Under normal conditions, he is not Link's opponent. Now Link has the blessing of the majestic energy and rules of the Mage Tower, and his strength is more than legend. There is only one way to deal with Link now, please God. Julian took a deep breath. The conversion of offensive and defensive advantages just a moment ago did not give him more space and room to think. Link's fighting style is oppressive, and any hesitation will become a flaw that will ruin his life. Julian cut his wrist with his fingertip, and the blood in the artery gushed out and sprinkled on the sacrificial array. Julian's one eye was flashing the evil green that twisted the void, and the other eye was a wild sea of scarlet blood, with strange energy rising behind his body. /B At this juncture, Julian still embodies his ambition. Want to use a sacrifice to summon the two beings of the great demon and the blood god Zhuge who distort the void. I would like to offer my blood, knowledge, and strength, just for a response and gift. I, Julian, the guardian of Victoria, will become your loyal servant. As Julian recited his prayer, two energies covered it in an instant, a faint green and a scarlet red. Above the sky, there is a high demon overlooking the world. The other half of the sky was reflected into blood red, and a vague face came with great authority. Although I don't know who will come successfully, Link can be sure of one thing. Victoria will have no legend after today. Link entered the mode of the Son of Heaven's Chi watching technique and devoted himself to induction. After the large-scale purification just now, the breath of countless dead souls remained in the whole valley. /B Link raised his hand, and the breath of the dead in the valley was called to condense on the roof of the ancient castle tower. Chapter 757. The breath of the dead gathered this time is only a lot more than last time. Blood rage state, add body layers by layers, and the blood armor is lifelike. /B. Link's whole body is covered under the breath of the dead armor. Facing the void projection of the two inspired people in the sky, he turns his palm into a knife. The armor covered by the breath of the dead turns into a magic knife several meters long in his hand and rises with Link. High-dimensional creatures cannot directly come to the space of lower civilization, but can only appear through special channels such as calling and sacrifice. However, whether it is the great devil who distorts the void or the blood god Zhuge, their void projection is stronger than the shadow demon Saffron. Undefined once they are given enough time to project, their 50% strength can also change Victoria. In the previous battle with Julian, everything was under Link's control. It was carried out according to his prediction. Link even expected Julian to sacrifice and summon him after he was forced into a desperate situation. But what Link didn't expect was that this guy had such ambition that he summoned the distorted void demon and the blood god Zhuge once. /B. Link originally planned to use Julian's powerful blood anger state to fight a wave of void projection Zhuge and white whoring experience and reward while Julian called Zhuge. But now he had to admit that the car overturned. Although Julian's previous settings and stories were full of lies, he didn't cheat one thing. This guy really didn't act according to common sense. In a sense, he and Link are actually the same kind of people. Like to take a small and broad sword. Link has 55 levels of blood rage state. The attack, movement speed, and resistance of the whole person have been increased by 5.5 times. /B. Link glanced at his own attribute panel and temporarily reached level B in energy level evaluation. Looking at the whole universe, the B level is also the mainstay and strong combat power of various galaxies and organizations. Link's first goal is the great demon that distorts the void. /B. Compared with the blood god Zhuge, he is still in the sealed state. Even if the void projection is completed, his strength will not exceed the great devil that distorts the void. /B. So Link decided to take advantage of his strongest strength to solve the problem first. The great devil found that there was a sealed evil god besides him. Before he could figure out what had happened, he saw a mortal attacking him wrapped in blood armor. /B. It's humiliating for a mortal to try to defeat me. A pair of flesh wings of the great demon distorting the void block out the sky and the sun, and his pupils erupt strong green evil energy. He just raises a palm, and the whole Kalina castle falls into the shadow again, just like a plaything in his hand. /B. The big devil's palm is under the cover of Link. /B. In his opinion, crushing Link is just crushing an ant. Link held the supporting chi energy knife in his hand, and the length of the blood blade demon knife covered on the supporting chi energy knife sword, nearly doubling from 2 or 3 meters. The hand-waist knife is one of the three, and the power is consistent. A scarlet demon light flashes away. Blood rage increases the damage by 5.5 times, the additional damage of Keel LV10, and the high basic damage of the supporting chi energy knife itself. When these data are superimposed together, a knife cuts up to 180,000 damage. The great demon twisted the void, gave a wail, and his palm was cut by Link. The projection was not completely successful, and now it was caused huge damage by Link. The projection of the great devil can no longer support it. It is on the verge of disintegration in the void, and the color is getting lighter and lighter. The great devil was driven away by the power of Victoria's original world, and the whole person regressed rapidly. Before leaving, he stared at Link, his eyes filled with rage and murderous intent, and the voice of resentment echoed throughout the valley, "Mole ants, I remember you. Then remember, because you will find that when we meet next time, you are still not my opponent." Link stared at the big devil without fear. "I'm kidding. The version about distorting the void is in 4.0. At that time, his strength must be improved by leaps and bounds. Can we play again? First of all, we can't lose momentum." The huge void projection completely disintegrated, and then Link's goal was only the blood god Zur. As the projection of the blood god Zhuge gradually solidified, the blood in Julian's body responsible for sacrifice was madly extracted and turned into the energy of Zhuge's coming. Julian knelt powerlessly on the ground, his face was pale, his eyes were listless, the thick and thin blood of an arm was virtually connected with the sacrificial Dharma array, and his strength was also weakened to the extreme. Link's confidence increased greatly. He looked at Zhuge, who was projecting into the void. He grinned and said, "You may not be able to stop this knife." There was a panic in the eyes of the blood god Zhuge. There were few blood with such high purity and energy, but the man in front cut the big demon, distorting the void away from the space with a knife. The strength can be described as soul-stirring. Now he couldn't wait for the complete void projection. Zul immediately made a decision. All the energy turned into a streamer and disappeared into Julian's body. This body has strong physical quality and contains great energy in the body. Relying on this body, we can maximize the power of the current projection /B. The majestic energy of the blood god poured into Julian's body, and Julian's 7 orifices spewed out red energy, which looked particularly ferocious. "Now, your opponent is me." Julian stared at Link, and his strength improved again, which brought about the expansion of confidence. Julian stretched out his arm, and soon the blood vessels burst. Countless fascia blood vessels were intertwined, spread and grew wildly with the flesh and blood, and twisted into a ball at the top to form a flesh and blood pointed gun. Julian speeded up quickly and separated several blood souls in the gallop, each holding a sharp gun and encircling Link in 3 ways. Link has blood anger blessing and is very fast. But when Zhuge and Julian got together, this guy's speed increased a lot, only a bit weaker than him. But because of the separation of blood and soul, it seems to be a lot of trouble. However, Link knew a lot about the blood god Zhuge in his previous life. Today, he also keenly found that Zhuge and Julian are both spell-casting units. It's time to use this move that has never been used. Link felt the fluctuation of the magic net and soon had a strong connection with the magic net. The arcane eye at the top of the mage tower hundreds of kilometers away twisted to the north, and the magic light surged. The energy of the whole magic net diffuses and surges rapidly, and the magic pivot core in the center of the mage tower emits surging energy. Gamish opened his mouth slightly. He felt the call of the real master of the mage tower. Although he didn't know what to happen, it was definitely a storm. Arcane torrent. The magic net energy gathered rapidly above the valley, and a magic flood centered on Link suddenly set off /B. The strong energy even blew away the clouds hundreds of miles above the valley. For a time, Julian and Zul all felt their strength suppressed. Especially Zhuge, his face was frightened and extremely flustered. He controlled Julian's body and shouted, "Evil! You didn't say that this guy has a mage tower." Chapter 758. What the evil god Zhuge fears most is his ability to ban demons and seal. He and other evil gods were sealed. After waiting for planning for thousands of years, the seal finally loosened, which immediately began to try to save energy and intend to make a comeback. It is the Supreme Mage Council, the famous mage church in the universe, that seals the blood god Zhuge and other evil gods. In the past, the Supreme Mage Council noticed the hidden threat in the universe, and several evil gods accumulated power with the intention of infecting the whole universe. With the efforts of the Supreme Mage Council, the strongest evil gods were killed, and the remaining unformed evil gods were sealed in the Pillar of Creation Nebula. After this war, the Supreme Mage Council suffered heavy losses. Some of these top spellcasters from various planets or galaxies run out of oil, some can't shut down, and more are killed on the spot. The bones with huge magic attract dust and matter in the universe, condense into small stars with high density, and float in the universe. At the sight of such a large-scale magic prohibition effect, the fear of the Supreme Mage Council once again surged into his mind after thousands of years, and Zhuge was completely flustered /b. Undefined the magical energy in the air began to make new rules, which was soon reflected in Zhuge and Julian. Arcane Torrent set off a magic turbulence within the influence range of the magic net, enhance their own magic effect by 100%, deduct 50% of the total magic of all spells in the magic net, extend the casting time by 30%, and reduce all spell effects by 20%. This skill is only exclusive to the Master of the Mage Tower. When the Arcane Flood effect takes effect, Link has an additional buff, the Master of the Mage Tower, which increases all his magic effects by 100%. When Link saw this skill, his eyes lit up. The effect of Blood Rage cannot be superimposed on Death Finger, but the effect of Master of Mage Tower is okay. In this regard, Link can only say that it is worthy of S-level skills, and the compatibility between them is so high /b. Both Zhuge and Julian are within the scope of the magic net, and they are magic enemies. They are directly forcibly deducted 50% of the total magic by the rules of the magic net. Julian didn't have much magic after a sacrifice, and Zhuge brought a lot of bonus behind him. However, after this arcane torrent, the blood soul split that rushed to Link also disintegrated into several pools of blood because of the loss of magic guidance. Julian after the fit, the magic in his body was plundered, and he immediately felt empty /b. What's more terrible is the last two effects of arcane torrent. The casting effect is prolonged by 30%, and all spell effects are reduced by 20%. It has an all-round impact on the enemies of the spell department. Seeing several blood souls attacking himself disappear together, Link grinned. The smile was so gloomy in Zhuge's eyes, as if all this was expected by the other party. Death. Link has no nonsense and is in the state of Master of Mage Tower. This Death Finger can cause 50,000 points of damage even if there is no critical hit /b. As long as a few more shots, Joel doesn't have to get out of Victoria. When Zhuge and Julian were in a state of mind, Link was not idle and immediately seized the opportunity to use a Death Finger. After Zhuge noticed, he wanted to cast a spell to avoid, but found that the casting time was limited by the rules and forcibly extended, so that the root could not escape and was directly hit by Scarlet Lightning. 45600. Although there was no critical hit, this hit still caused huge damage with the blessing of Master of Mage Tower. The place where Julian's body was hit suddenly disintegrated, and the crow robe and the place where he was hit split into pieces, revealing the scarlet blood inside, bursting out like scarlet roses. When Zoe dodged out, the landing position was not far from the place where he had been hit before. The S-level Arcane Torrent skill directly affects the rules. It is the projection of the void, and it is in the sealed state. The superposition of several situations leads to the weak strength of Zhuge. Zhuge was stunned when he found that he didn't even escape from the roof. At this time, Link's second shot Death Finger had followed. With a burst of lightning and sparks, Julian's back was directly chiseled through, and more blood and black gas surged out of it, even staggering. Half of Zhuge's empty projection was even pulled out of Julian's body and half hung in the air. His teeth and claws were very ferocious. There were also 2 hollow holes in his waist and chest, surrounded by the erosion of electric light containing the power of death. Rao Shizu Yir, an evil god sealed for thousands of years, couldn't help taking a breath after seeing Link's two skills. At that time, the Supreme Mage Council sealed him. Among them, the Star Dome level mages only mastered an S-level skill and had their own strengths. But in front of him, he has mastered the power of death and magic and arcane powers, which is really shocking. At a short age of more than 20 years, he has completed the pace of hundreds or even thousands of years of research by other Star Dome masters. It can only be said that Tianzong wizards have unlimited future. Although the believer attached to him can be compared in some aspects, he is really not at the same level in combat effectiveness. Joel looked at Julian's body. Although it is not too much to call this body the top in low civilization, the enemy in front of him is too strong. His idea of occupying Link has been disillusioned. What he has to do now is to escape as soon as possible. As long as he can control the body to escape, he has the hope of making a comeback. It's just that Joel's little 99 can't escape Link's eyes. 4.0 version of the blood god Zhuge, but a guy who can make trouble. Link has experienced it in previous battles with aliens, on Slavan, and even now Victoria. The temptation and resistance of blood god are everywhere, slowly breeding and developing in remote places such as the Vatican system. Now, knowing that he was defeated, Zhuge's idea must be to control Julian's container to escape and wait for the opportunity. But Link wants to complete the task and want to get a reward. How can Zul and Julian escape? At the time of Zuer's casting, Link's third death finger has been brewing red lightning. Boss, keep someone under your hand. This person is destined for me. Just as Link was ready to start, a silver figure suddenly appeared in the distance, galloping forward on a silver skateboard /B. When they arrived over Karina Castle, the silver figure somersaulted, and the skateboard under their feet changed into a stick /B. The man who shouted to stop Link was King Kong. Boss, slow down. This man has a terrible bloodsin and black evil spirit. He is really a heinous crime. Heaven and earth can't tolerate him. This man should be handed over to me and let me spend it and return a bright future for Victoria. King Kong threw a loud voice and glittered all over. Link was stunned. Link never thought that this monkey could have fate on him one day. Chapter 759. Link's heart moved. This wave of King Kong said he had a hunch that he would have an opportunity in Victoria, so Link allowed it to act on its own. Unexpectedly, it came to Kalina Castle. It can only be said that King Kong's opportunity is really here. As it happens, Link also wants to see what the chance King Kong said this time is and how it will change after getting it. Link glanced at Julian, who was controlled by Zhuge, and found that this guy's life value was only over 60,000. He was about to enter the killing range. He was determined. Okay, I'll leave it to you next. Undefined Link stood aside and let go of the opening, but he didn't relax his carelessness. He still mobilized his energy and prepared at all times /B. Once Zhuge shows any signs of escape, he will stop him and pull him back at the first time. King Kong and Link have a tacit understanding. They understand each other's ideas at a glance. King Kong took a stick flower, carried the earthquake sky on his shoulder, and a pair of dazzling golden pupils stared at Zhuge /B. Zhuge looked at the monkey head, which was covered with metal and covered with Buddha light, like a great enemy. The golden light on the monkey head has a hint of holiness, which makes it feel extremely uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhuge also found that the golden light had a restraint against its power and blood, and even the dark power of Julian. There is also a Link eyeing, and the current situation is not optimistic. Every drop of blood on your body is full of cause and effect blood debt. I can see the monstrous wronged souls and bewitched ignorant souls in your blood. If you really speak so well, you won't be sealed. It's very sad that you can't save yourself and try to deceive others to give power. If Link's words are sharp swords, then King Kong's words are even sharper. After all, Link is human, and King Kong is just an animal. Being looked down upon by an animal and making comments, Zhuge suddenly burst into an unknown fire in his abdomen. It's hard to deal with a link. Now there's another metal monkey head. It's impossible to escape directly. But from the conversation between Link and King Kong just now, the relationship between them is not general. Maybe they can use encircling Wei and saving Zhao to get out of trouble. It seems that we must show some cards. Otherwise it's hard to escape. Zhuge's eyes flaunted across the line, then mobilized the remaining energy in the body after being banned from the devil to prepare for a fight. As soon as King Kong's voice fell, he didn't give Zhuge a chance to speak. The shaking sky in his hand suddenly became thicker and bigger, and a stick exploded, mixed with the sound of wind and thunder. Zhuge cast a spell to avoid again. Although he avoided the attack, he was limited by the rules of the arcane torrent. It was like a layer of shackles on his body, and his action was very difficult. The wind, thunder, and tiger roar of the Vajra stick sounded like murky thunder on the roof below the ancient castle. Originally, the strength of King Kong was not as good as that of Julian possessed by Zhuge, but Zhuge had fought with Link before. Julian's body also left 2 traces of death and 1 finger. He was also hit by the arcane torrent, and his strength decreased sharply. Now together with King Kong Do, it seems that they are even equal. Link watched with great interest. It's amazing that King Kong's strength has increased again during this period of time. Among all of Link's pets, the ones that don't bother him most are Afu and King Kong. Afu is born with unparalleled luck. He can avert danger in case of anything. He is simply the son favored by fate. King Kong didn't let Link worry too much. Since the synthesis, King Kong has shown a strong understanding and self-character. He knows that he works hard and can seize the opportunity. In the fight with Link, the progress speed has been declining. Now Link has entered the legend, and King Kong has also improved step by step from blue to dark purple. The 9 Tathagata Divine Palm has learned its 8. There are also weapons that change at will, shaking the sky and outstanding personal strength. The golden light above Kalina Castle is flashing, accompanied by bursts of Sanskrit. Julian's black breath kept coming out, and there was rotten blood. The soul inside was also neighing, trying to get away from the body. Vajra's Buddha light has a restraining effect on these evil and filthy forces. Zhuge and Vajra fight hard. Although they seem to be equal, he can feel the strength of his body every time he fights, as if he had self-consciousness and extremely repels contact with the golden light. As a result, the skills and effects he uses are greatly discounted, and he can't even follow his heart. And every time he fought, Zhuge could feel that no matter he or Julian as a container, there was a partial loss of strength in his body, which was obviously stimulated by the golden light. Zhuge knew that he would have no chance if he didn't use real means. Zhuge released huge blood gas from his body, which formed a blood pool and surrounded Julian in the center. Julian's crow robes disintegrated and fell off one by one, revealing his morbid and pale body skin. The capillaries on his body were clearly visible, giving people a feeling of weakness. The blood in the blood pool, like octopus tentacles, climbed up Julian's skin little by little. His thin body swelled at a speed visible to the naked eye, his muscles propped up and his bones clicked. The whole person was like an inflatable balloon /B. When all the blood is absorbed, Julian's body has grown to tens of meters. His whole body can't touch an inch. He looks very hot. Link can feel the expansion of Julian's strength and understand that this is not just to increase his body size, but also his strength. King Kong, be careful. /B just 5 words, King Kong's eyebrows are a little more cautious /B you'll get bigger, won't you? King Kong clapped his hands and opened his dharma, heaven and earth, and the metal muscles of Zhuge made a creaking sound, and then grew bigger quickly. The body size increased by 20 times and the strength increased by 10 times. The body shape of King Kong soared to 30 meters, and the smell emitted from his body also had a bit of the smell of ancient giants. Originally, Zhuge thought that he could press the other party to play a wave after getting bigger, but most of his blood gas increase and body size change were used. He didn't expect that the other party would also grow in size, and his strength would become stronger. The two giants collided and the air shook. Even Link was affected by the two men's battle. He quickly jumped to some places in the distance and watched the two sides struggle. The roof of Karina Castle roared and vibrated. Even with seals and borders, some places began to collapse due to the action of giant force. Hundreds of years of ancient castle stones collapsed and fell to the ground. When King Kong and Zhuge collided with each other again, Julian's body skin suddenly burst, and countless blood souls poured out from inside. One by one, his face was ferocious and he wanted to control King Kong firmly. Julian's eye sockets, mouth, and nose all disintegrated, and his skin and flesh completely melted into his blood. Zhuge in the blood showed a ferocious face, like a blood snake winding up King Kong. "Link, I want you to watch him die with your own eyes." Zhuge's laughter spread all over the roof. Zhuge's blood began to boil, and a blood-light energy seemed to break through the blood. King Kong looked at the countless terrible blood souls in the blood, the Buddha light in his eyes gradually dissipated, and even the resistance stopped. It seemed that he suddenly thought of something. If he realized. Link also saw the terrible energy contained in the blood and understood Zhuge's plan. Once he rescues King Kong, Zhuge can find a chance to escape. But if you don't save yourself, then King Kong will. Just when Link is ready to do it, the Sanskrit sound in King Kong's mouth suddenly rises. 10,000. Buddha. Chapter 760. Originally, the Buddha light in King Kong's eyes dissipated, and Link was ready to help. But when the Vajra Sanskrit began to rise, Link suddenly stopped /B. When the Sanskrit sound of these two words floated in the sky, Link knew that the overall situation had been decided. King Kong saw Julian's body disintegrated, and countless blood souls were ferocious in the sea of blood. Among them, Zhuge's big face was particularly clear, and suddenly there was a feeling of enlightenment. The sea of blood turns into a spirit mountain, thousands of blood souls turn into Buddha Arhats, and the central Zhuge is the great sun Tathagata. Undefined King Kong has been thinking about the Tathagata God's palm. According to the Buddhist scriptures, only when you step into Lingshan and Laiyin temple can you see all the time and understand the true meaning of the supreme truth. But there is no Lingshan and Laiyin temple in this world. King Kong even found Augustine, who converted to my Buddha, and Zhuge Dragon in the coffin palace. As a result, the three looked at each other and didn't think of a reason in the end. King Kong understands that the last Tathagata divine palm must be difficult. Its strength and realm have reached the peak. Only by understanding the last Tathagata, can it be perfect and enter a new realm /B. When he came to Victoria this time, he felt the strange smell of evil in the air after landing. King Kong moved his heart. He had a hunch that he was likely to find an answer in Victoria this time, so he and Link applied to go alone to find this opportunity. Feeling the ferocity of the valley where Karina Castle is located, he searched all the way. But who knows, after wandering around, he joined up with Boss Link again. When he saw Julian's resentment, dark breath, and blood soul, King Kong knew that his chance had come, and this was the scene now. When Julian's flesh and blood collapsed and his blood bondage was ready to explode with supreme energy to take away King Kong suddenly thought of the Buddha Lingshan and thousands of Buddhas /B. The shackles that trapped King Kong were loosened at this moment. The potential accumulated for a long time gave full play to its powerful power at this moment, smashed the shackles of the realm of King Kong, and suddenly opened the door of realm and vision. Every cell of King Kong's body felt earth-shaking changes, and a pair of clear eyes seemed to be on fire at this moment, and a vast picture of the coming of 10,000 Buddhas appeared in the depths of his pupils. Golden light and fire are intertwined, just like rebirth. Combat effectiveness, 5,000. 6,000. 9,000. 15,000. 30,000. 50,000. King Kong himself /B monitored the change of his combat effectiveness. When the data on the combat eyepiece reached 50,000, it no longer changed and reached the peak. 50,000 combat power, converted into energy level, that is, level C/B. Link's current energy level index is only C+. Looking at the whole Waste Soil expedition, it can reach only a handful of C-level indexes. Silver Hand, 9-striped dragon, Gamish, now there is another King Kong. Link is now more curious about the whole picture of the last move of the Tathagata palm after King Kong realized it. Just don't wait for Link's doubts to linger in his mind. King Kong seems to have a soul/B. When the word Chaozong stirred in the sky, a burst of golden light suddenly erupted from King Kong's head. The dazzling golden light directly shrouded the valley. Even tens of kilometers away, you can clearly see this dazzling strong light, as if another round of sun suddenly rose in the sky. At the center of this storm, King Kong has been completely wrapped in golden light/B. Raoshi Link also had to cover his eyes, so that he could vaguely see the picture in the golden light. In the golden light, the Sanskrit sound is diffuse, and the sound of the avenue is surging. Thousands of God Buddhas in the heavens stand behind King Kong and recite the Buddha's name silently. In the depths of King Kong's head, there is a smiling Buddha with squinting eyes and fingering flowers. Jin Gang is angry and sweeps away the demons. In addition to this great harm, he has boundless merit and virtue, and we should help him. When he said this, Jin Guangzhong's supernatural powers were fully displayed, 10,000 Buddhas showed their strengths, and a mighty force fell into the sky/B. Thousands of blood souls twining King Kong turned into fly ash under the light of boundless Buddha light. The screams and bursts of Sanskrit in the air gradually dissipated. The blood of his real body, his body dozens of meters high, evaporated and decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his accumulated momentum and strength also decreased rapidly. Zhuge was terrified. The pure Buddha light was the most violent and fiery poison for it. It could turn its power into sin and eliminate it in an instant, and the upper limit was deducted directly. The birth of a link has shocked it. It's just been sealed for thousands of years. It's not easy to show up once. I actually encounter this enemy with unlimited potential. It just entangled King Kong, but unexpectedly, the monkey had an epiphany on the spot, and the combat power level soared sharply, which was totally unreasonable. Zhuge has now given up the idea of running away. He is watched by these two demons, and the chance of running away is 0. However, it did not want to be caught without a hand. Once this strong enemy is laissez-faire, the growth rate is amazing. The next time we meet each other, it will never be at this level/B. Anyway, just because the plan of one planet failed, it doesn't mean Zul can't find the preparation to make a comeback again. But if this kind of genius demon can kill one, there will be less threat in the future. /B Julian's physical strength is very high, especially his own flesh and blood strength. Although the body was damaged a lot in the expansion just now, the power condensed into blood essence still exists. If detonated, it can cause powerful damage. It is hoped to take one of Link or King Kong. Lost a good puppet body, but it can sweep away a strong enemy on the road in the future. In Zhuge's view, although there are shortcomings in the short term, it is a sure business in the long term. Zhuge made a quick decision. All the burned blood was turned into small blood beads, which were scattered in the whole space of 10,000 Buddhas and Emperors, almost integrated with the golden light/B. The blood color is diffuse, which makes the Buddha light a dark color. The blood color golden light looks very evil, both positive and evil. Link had a bad feeling. He was just ready to do it, but King Kong stopped him. "Boss, don't worry, I can cope with /B evil and feudal struggle." Listening to King Kong's confident and indifferent tone, Link suddenly felt that King Kong after promotion had the style of a great general who failed to change his face. Everything is empty, life and death always. When King Kong quietly said the 8-character truth, all the spaces shrouded in the light of the Buddha suddenly stood still. The creatures shrouded in the Buddha light gather the small stars formed by life and the power of the Buddha on the palm of King Kong. Originally, life disappeared and everything was silent. The valley was cursed, the dead trees were in spring and the grass was growing / all the evil spirits and evil souls that have been destroyed before, and the crystals on the earth, also emit the power of light. The scattered souls condense again and offer their own strength in the light of the Buddha. Even Link felt a pure energy in his body and was attracted by the golden light. Link sent it out of the body, and all the light gathered into King Kong's hands. At this moment, Link had a feeling of great enlightenment. All living beings can become Buddhas. This is the Emperor of 10,000 Buddhas. Boom! All the energy is gathered at King Kong's fingertips. With King Kong's smile, all the energy erupts completely. All the blood beads containing explosive energy in the air dissipate with the wind. Zhuge was completely wiped out by this powerful energy, while Julian's blood fascia bones were wiped out and dissipated under the scouring of the Buddha's light. When the golden light dissipated completely, only a pure shadow black bead lay quietly on the ground. Link glanced and saw the title of Black Shadow Pearl, Black Relic. Chapter 761. Link picked up the bead. When he saw the introduction of the bead, his heart couldn't help pumping gently / b. Black Relic, that's an interesting name. As we all know, King Kong was just a King Kong gorilla at first, and he didn't speak quickly. However, he was more interested in Buddhist classics. Under the guidance of the macaw, he learned to read and understand words. After receiving the Buddhist niche relic given by Link, he kept it day and night. Finally, he became a monkey to the Buddha and embarked on the road of understanding the Buddha. After that, the Savior was reborn after many times of crisis. He got the weapon that changed at his heart and shook the sky. His body was quenched by high temperature and high pressure fire, which gave him his present appearance. Black Relic. Undefined quality, gold. Description: the remains of Julian's body under the pure energy of 10,000 Buddhas. Golden legend again. But this time, Link was not surprised, but felt very reasonable. Julian himself is a legend. After blessing the power of the blood god Zhuge, he was washed countless times by the pure energy of the 10,000 Buddhas. Finally, the left black relic contains the indelible energy crystallization of Julian and Zhuge. Link felt it. The black relic contained Julian's magical energy, dark energy, and Zhuge's blood curse power, which was extremely complex. Under the scouring of pure energy, three distinct forces are continuously compressed and finally completely integrated to form a high-density black relic. Thinking of King Kong's continuous understanding and improvement after getting the niche relic, Link knew that this black relic belonged to King Kong. Before that, Link might have worried that King Kong was corrupted by the energy in the black relic, but now King Kong has made a breakthrough in the battle, mastered the complete Tathagata palm, and its quality has also been improved to legend. It can directly eliminate Julian and Zhuge, and naturally suppress the terrible energy. Link turned his head and glanced at King Kong, who was still feeling with his eyes closed, and checked its information. Monster attribute. Name: King Kong. Quality: light orange. Race: Buddha, Arhat. Attributes: Shnik affinity /B, light affinity. Level: 60+, legend. Comprehension skill 1, Tathagata divine palm LV9, 9 movements Tathagata divine palm, Vajra fully understood, complete merit and virtue. Comprehension skill 2, Dharma, heaven and earth LV2, King Kong opens the divine power Dharma, heaven and earth, increases body shape by 30 times, strength by 15 times, lasts for 2 hours and cooldown time by 5 days. Comprehension skill 3, golden eyes with fire, the burning of King Kong's eyes can break the illusion and burn the evil soul. Comprehension skill 4, combat mode, Vajra is made of metal, and the end yan armor covers the whole body and provides various defense bonus effects. Comprehension skill 5, Arhat mode, Vajra enters Arhat mode, turns gold all over and adds merit and virtue. Comprehension Skill 6, Ever-changing, the sky shaking has a variety of battle modes, which can be changed according to the King Kong's mind. Comprehension Skill 7, Buddha Kingdom in the palm, there is Buddha Kingdom in King Kong's palm, you can gain status of all Buddhas randomly. Initial Skill 8, Promote Buddhism, Vajra is well versed in Buddhist scriptures, and all Buddhist items can improve Vajra's cultivation speed. Evaluation, Subdue demons, and obtain the position of Luhangu. Vajra's evolution is in common sense. After reading the skills, Link had to say that the number of skills of Vajra's self-perception and evolution is a qualitative leap compared with synthetic evolution. The 9 movements of the Tathagata Divine Palm are fully understood, but the level of the Tathagata Divine Palm is only LV9. Don't think about it. There must be a more powerful skill on the 10,000 Buddhas Chao Zone. When you learn this skill, the Tathagata Divine Palm will be truly perfect. Dharma, Heaven, Earth. The skill has not changed much. The skill level has been increased by 1 level, and the body shape, strength, and duration have been improved. Flaming Eyes and Golden Eyes is a new ability obtained. It is used to break the illusion and burn the evil soul. According to the situation against Zhuge and Julian just now, the effect is good. The Luohan mode is the second mode of Jinggong after the battle mode. According to the instructions, it can be transformed into the golden body and the Luohan mode. The Buddhist Kingdom in Palm skill is a re-evolution of the original citing scriptures skill. Originally, it was the ability to quote scriptures. Now it is directly the ability of the gods and Buddhas. The effect must be stronger, and there are more in the random pool. King Kong's enhancement is all-round. After Link saw all the skills, King Kong also adapted from his promotion just now, slowly opened his eyes and accepted his advanced and higher level and opened his vision. Link threw the black relic to King Kong and said, "This thing should be useful for your cultivation. Take it." When King Kong took over the black relic, a burst of black breath suddenly appeared in the palm of his hand. Therefore, King Kong's palm was excited into a golden state, which suppressed the black relic town. King Kong didn't have any nostalgia. He threw the black relic to Lin Ke and said, "Boss, I have now obtained the position of Luhangu and become a Buddha. I don't need these things anymore. You can leave them to people who need them more." Seeing that King Kong has become extremely mature and no longer pursues such Buddhist materials, Link smiled calmly. Think about it. King Kong is the real body of Arhat now. What can be stronger than the Buddha power contained in a Arhat? These trivial materials and articles have become a thing of the past /b. However, the legendary material is still a black relic containing huge dark and blood curse energy, which may not be controllable by others. Thinking of this, Link's mind suddenly flashed an inspiration. "King Kong, do you want to experience the transformation of Zhuge Dragon?" Link asked Zhuge Dragon in the same words, and Zhuge Dragon agreed directly. After all, Zhuge Dragon's Buddhism is to experience all things. At that time, he also wanted to let King Kong transform first, but he was rejected by King Kong once, so he found Zhuge Dragon. Now that King Kong has evolved again, Link asked again. King Kong thought for a while and suddenly nodded. "However, now that I have preached and know that my Buddhism is to subdue demons, foreign objects have no impact on me." Seeing the successful transformation of Zhuge Dragon and Mechanical Fortress, I am also curious about what it feels like. Different from the previous categorical refusal, King Kong readily agreed this time, which made Link overjoyed. Although the transformation requirements are extremely harsh, King Kong was certified last time and is suitable for transformation, so Link now only cares about King Kong and what machinery is most suitable for transformation. In view of the transformation of Zhuge Dragon and a giant-like mechanical fortress, the transformation route of King Kong should be a smaller mechanical unit. After thinking for a moment, Link focused on his commonly used mechanical equipment. Finally, he focused on a weapon and murmured, "King Kong has a strong temperament and an aggressive type. It's too wasteful not to transform an offensive weapon. Chapter 762. The weapon Linkman is looking at is one of his main offensive weapons, Force Field Scepter. Force Field Scepter is a mechanical structure unit, which is very suitable for transformation like supporting gas energy knife, nano combat suit and multifunctional combat equipment. The reason for choosing the Force Field Scepter is that it is the highest level weapon of Link at present. Its quality is epic. It has the greatest transformation potential and is the most suitable. Link immediately chose to include these materials and units in the transformation formula. Vajra plus Force Field Scepter, / Black Relic equals. Success rate 98%. Undefined Rausha Link prepared in advance, but he didn't expect that the success rate among the three was so high. It is reasonable to say that King Kong and Black Relic, a pure bright energy and a pure evil energy, are extremely restrained in both nature and attribute, but unexpectedly, the success rate of transformation is as high as 98%, which is almost completely consistent. The success rate of the last transformation of Zhuge Dragon, Mechanical Fortress, and Pseudo Metal was 99%. This time, the success rate was only 1% lower. It is reasonable to say that the problem is not big and it is worth a try. Unlike synthesis, transformation does not have a long incubation cycle. As long as the transformation formula is determined and enabled, it can take effect and see the results. Now King Kong agrees that with such a high success rate, Link will work immediately. Then I'll start. If there's any discomfort, bite your teeth and be patient. King Kong's face is dignified and like a great enemy. It has never experienced transformation, and does not know what it will face or what it will become. Just looking at the transformation of the giant creature Zhuge Dragon and the Mechanical Fortress, we know that the changes are quite complex. Now the boss is ready to transform himself and the Force Field Scepter. Such a half-meter-long mechanical scepter should be transformed together with himself. Rao Shikang has now achieved the position of Luhangu, and there is a little tension. Link saw the transformation formula and directly chose synthesis /B. The black relic in Link's hand soon disintegrated and dissipated. Instead, King Kong had a close relationship with the Force Field Scepter. This change is not a physiological change, but a simple psychological change. Before King Kong could taste it carefully, the connection suddenly dissipated, as if it had melted into his blood and become his own instinct. Is it over? King Kong asked. It didn't even feel the beginning, and the whole transformation process was over. Link checked the system and found that in addition to the Black Throne, there is another label option, Black Scepter on the transformation interface. Can't I get along with the black word? Link couldn't help laughing. He was also a Black Throne and a Black Scepter. Where was he black? Black Scepter, Vajra merges with the Scepter of the Force Field to form a Black Scepter. The Black Scepter will upgrade and transform the effect of the Scepter skill in the Force Field, and has more Shinik attack means. In terms of appearance, it inherits the King Kong weapon to shake the sky, and can be changed many times to adapt to a variety of combat situations. In addition to the weapon state, the Black Scepter can also make King Kong incarnate Black Goku state, greatly increase combat effectiveness and combat will, and envy evil as hatred. The introduction of Black Scepter is not much. Link also knows a few points after reading it. First, the Black Scepter has a strong effect. Second, it has two forms, weapon and noumenon. In the noumenon form, Vajra will change to the Black Goku state. It seems that the effect and strength have been greatly improved. Simply from the introduction, this enhancement should be attributed to the blood curse in the Black Relic and Julian's dark energy. Link can't wait to see the effect of the Black Scepter. Just give King Kong a look in the eyes, and they have the same heart. When King Kong jumped up, Link felt the Force Field Scepter in his hand. He saw that the body of King Kong condensed, leaving only a golden relic and a circle of pure metal around, and then fully integrated with the Force Field Scepter. The appearance was slightly thicker than the original. At the handle of the scepter was a ferocious and fine roaring giant beast statue, while the pupil on the left was gold and the pupil on the right was black. It looks very artistic. As soon as the black scepter changed the metal smell of the previous force field scepter, the whole body was shrouded in black smell. Link held his hands on the top of the roaring beast, looking deep, dignified and domineering. Look at the attribute of black scepter. It has a qualitative improvement compared with the scepter of force field. It is worthy of investing in the transformation of legendary materials, together with the black scepter, which is now orange quality /B. Black scepter. Quality, legend, orange. Parameters, length 70 cm, weight 10 kg, mechanical life after fusion of Vajra and force field scepter. Equipment requirements, LV70 or above, strength 300, agility 300, energy 300. Attribute bonus, plus 200 strength, plus 200 agility, plus 200 intelligence, plus 30 charm, plus 20 luck. Special effect, dark impact, use dark energy to make an impact, causing 2000 points of damage to the enemy and additional damage to light attribute units. If the target's energy attribute is low, it will cause a chaotic effect. Consumption, 150 energy points. Bright impact, use the bright energy to make an impact, causing 2000 damage to the enemy or 1000 healing effects to friends, causing additional damage to dark attribute units. If the target's energy attribute is low, it will cause conversion effect consumption, 200 energy value king space. Black power staff can create a king space force field. In the force field, it can suppress and hinder the enemy. The dark space transforms a 5 km radius into a dark space, which is full of darkness and blood curse, causing random curse and abnormal state subspace transfer to all enemies. Performs small-scale subspace transfer to the target. The consumption depends on the target and quantity transferred. The battle form. Black Scepter can change its appearance form with the Master's combat environment. It consumes 50 energy points each time. Black Goku King Kong enters the Black Goku state and changes to the consumed anger state. The attack power is increased by 100% and the defense power is reduced by 20%. Each kill that can gain experience will restore 1% of its HP, lasting for 1 hour. Note: the frightening Black Scepter will certainly become one of your most eye-catching signs. Link can't help spitting out turbidity when he sees the data of the Black Scepter. Even Link has not seen too many legendary weapons in previous lives, and players who get legendary weapons are very secretive about the effect attributes of weapons, so everyone can only guess the attribute status and effect of legendary weapons. But now in version 2.0, Link has got the first legendary weapon. Although it is obtained through the transformation of Golden Finger, the effect is not weak. Simple attribute bonus, increased by 650 points in total. Before, the Force Field Scepter was at least an epic weapon, but compared with the legendary weapon, it was a small witch, and the attribute difference was almost double. Besides skills, it is even more dazzling, which fully shows the bright power of King Kong and the terrible effect of Black Relic. A weapon can reach thousands of troops. Chapter 763. Soon Link recovered from the new transformation. This trip to Karina Castle was fruitful. He not only got legendary materials, but also took the hardest step to promote legend. At the same time, he also obtained the transformed legendary weapon. By the way, look at the task. Link patronized the equipment and data, and almost forgot the first task of coming to Karina Castle. After entering the task page, Link was shocked to find that Victoria's A-level task He Comes from Distorted Void showed unfinished status. Undefined. It is reasonable to say that whether it is the Great Devil, Julian, or the Blood God Zhuge, he has eliminated and driven out of Victoria. Why is there no movement at all? Lin Kaduan looked at it for a long time. It didn't look like a system codon. It should be that the task has not been completed. Link combed through the task of He Comes from Twisted Void. The mission says it needs to enter Karina Castle, discover the mystery, and finally face the demons from the distorted void. It is dangerous and will cause some accidents. Link extracted the key points in the task. Enter Kalina Castle. Face the demons that distort the void. If it caused an accident, it was really an accident to learn that Julian actually fanatically believed in the blood god Zhuge, so that Zhuge finally came to Victoria with a void projection. This should also be checked. In this way, Link focused on digging the mystery of the ancient castle. Is there any mystery that hasn't been solved yet? Link thought carefully. Although he revealed Julian's true face and broke his conspiracy, some of his tricks have not been fully explained. It seems that this task can be really completed only after all the mysteries are revealed. Link stared at the place where Julian had just disappeared and asked, King Kong, since you are Arhat now, can you find Julian's soul? I have something to ask him. King Kong shrugged helplessly and said, there's no way. At that time, he didn't leave his hand when he was killed. Julian has lost his form and spirit under the glory of the 10,000 Buddhas, and his soul has completely dissipated. Even if Afu comes, he can't find it back. Link was speechless for a while. He didn't expect King Kong to make such a simple move. However, in such a crisis at that time, King Kong just realized that he had entered a new realm. He certainly could not control his own strength subtly, and it was understandable that there were some mistakes. Link thought so. It seems that he sensed Link's idea. King Kong turned his head and said faintly, in fact, it's because there are too many merits and virtues in this guy. If I don't go all out, I doubt that I will be eaten by the heart devil and shaken the Buddha's heart in the future. Now Julian is dead and the clue is broken. Link bowed his head and hesitated, thinking about where else to get the clue. Maybe you can try the bell, King Kong reminded. King Kong and Link have the same mind. Now they have achieved the body of Arhat. They are even more unusual in perception. Just glancing at the boss, they found a bell with contract effect in his arms. Link took out the bell from Alfred in his clothes, not to wonder, just now I used a wide range of decontamination techniques. The evil and dark creatures in the entire Karina castle were all empty. The housekeeper Alfred is also an undead creature. It will surely be purified. Now I'm afraid it's gone. Vajra now has the Tao, especially the other Buddhist theory is to kill demons and demons to obtain merit and virtue. He must be better than Link in feeling demons and demons. I see that the contract bell still works, so Alfred, the housekeeper, must still be alive. The boss might as well try. Since King Kong said so, Link couldn't help wondering how Alfred could escape his purification even if he was resurrected as a zombie by Julie after his death. But since King Kong said that the contract bell was still in effect, Link decided to try. Jingling bell. As Link shook the bell, the faint sound spread from the rooftop to the whole castle. After a while, Link saw a light on the ladder below the roof, rising slowly and rising in front of him. It was Alfred, the housekeeper, who held the lamp. When he boarded the roof, he looked surprised and showed an unbelievable expression. Link was equally surprised to see Alfred's expression, as much as learning that Julian secretly took refuge in the blood god Zhuge. Alfred, the sins of Karina Castle have been eliminated. Now I want to know what you haven't told me, Link said slowly. Alfred flashed a lonely look in his eyes. Instead of directly answering Link's question, he whispered to himself, so, has the master completely disappeared? Alfred looked around and could not see Julian and feel his breath. You mean, you already know Julian's series of actions? Link keenly grasped the key point in the housekeeper's words. Alfred nodded softly, since I was resurrected by the master, I have known all his actions. Other people are just a simple soul state and have given me a certain ability to materialize. I use contracts and dharma arrays to return to reality, both flesh and soul. However, because the flesh was burned in the explosion, the master can only reassemble the flesh, which is now similar to a zombie. Link knew that he thought Alfred was a zombie, but he didn't expect to be a real resurrected adult. No one knows more about the difficulty than Link, which shows Alfred's position in Julian's mind. Alfred knows everything. It is likely that Julian sacrificed part of his soul in exchange for Alfred's return. Would you mind telling me the truth you know? Alfred nodded and said, just now, the dead of the whole Kalina castle disappeared in an instant. At that time, I had a bad hunch. I didn't expect it to happen in the end. If you don't mind, you can go to the reception hall of the castle and I'll tell you slowly. There were no waves and no reversals. Alfred talked about everything. After hearing all the stories, Link and King Kong lamented. Julian did not deliberately go astray, but Karina left too much trauma to Victoria. If Julian did not use external evil forces to make a false compromise among various forces, perhaps Victoria would have perished long ago. However, in the process of long-term contact, Julian found that human beings were not worth saving. They were greedy and suspicious. What appeared in front of him was war and all kinds of negativity, which made him doubt his responsibility for a time. In this case, Julian was gradually bewitched and heard the voice of evil gods from outside the universe. Although the first Julian killed by Link was behind his name, there was a black, but it was really good Julian. Julian abandoned his good side, which strengthened his heart, and embarked on an irreversible road. The good side finally turned into an evil and corrupt state under the influence of dark energy all day. Alfred, now there is no one in the whole castle. What are your plans next? The largest human trafficking leader in the Vatican system is on the stage again. Chapter 764. The purpose of Link's question is self-evident. Now all the creatures, evil spirits, ghosts, and evil spirits in Kalina Castle have disappeared from top to bottom. Alfred is the only housekeeper left alone. Link has the idea of winning over. It was not Alfred's strength, but his loyalty to his master, which made Link seem to see Afu. Instead of letting Alfred stay in Karina Castle and be a lonely ghost, it's better to take him outside to see the world. Of course, this is only Link's wishful thinking. Whether Alfred is willing or not depends on his own will after all. Undefined Alfred pondered for a moment and took a nostalgic look at Karina Castle. Without the blessing and maintenance of Julian's mana, the previously gorgeous castle suddenly became decadent and depressed. The original elegant gold and silverware is now covered with a layer of silence, as if no one had paid attention to it for a long time. The sofa seats carefully maintained everyday decay at a rate visible to the naked eye. /B. Julian is dead, Karina Castle has lost its last blood heir, and the castle well maintained by magic and energy has completely dissipated, and everything is unsustainable. Alfred's eyes were blank. The great Kalina Castle has maintained its blood for hundreds of years. Unexpectedly, it was completely cut off on this day. Where will he go from now on? Alfred thought for a long time and said, before making a decision, I need to go to the rooftop area again. There is something left by the master. Alfred went to the place that happened to be the cleverness that Link found in the stage of the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill. The multiple seals in the wall have disappeared. Now only the naked eye can see an invisible door inlaid with the wall. Alfred opened the door like a pilgrim, looked curiously at everything in the secret room, and explained to Link and King Kong, this is the master's secret room. I've never been allowed to enter before. He just said that if he disappeared completely one day, he would leave instructions for me here. /B. The secret room pattern is not big, everything is very simple. The ancient bookshelves are full of all kinds of books and manuscripts, which are scrawled and messy. /B. The books here are not the collection of Kalina Castle. They are all written with a quill pen on a narrow wooden table. This is Julian's own creation. There are not only his feelings, but also his changes and doubts in his state of mind. Alfred saw the envelope on the table with the words Alfred's kiss. Trembling, the housekeeper picked up the envelope and pulled out the letter. Dear Afu, please allow me to call you that for the last time. The celestial phenomena have brought changes. My fate, which was originally chaotic, has finally led to an end after struggling for decades. Get rid of the fog of fate, and you can see my fate at a glance. My tired soul will rest in the castle. I was born Karina's child and carried the fate left by my mother. Except for the 5-year-old spring outing, after you dissuaded me again and again, I still chose to jump into the water to play. That was the first time I violated my mother and jumped out of the established good rules. That kind of free and easy feeling makes me unforgettable and makes me feel that I am really alive. My mother's research had an accident and fell into madness. Everyone in Karina Castle was buried with me. When my mother died, she told me to shoulder the responsibility of protecting Victoria, just like maintaining Karina Castle. /B. In the face of sudden power, I fell into a maze of difficulties where I couldn't find an exit. /B. I keep telling myself that this is my destiny and the reason for my existence. Afu, my most loyal servant, is also the person who has been with me for the longest time. In my heart, I am even closer than my mother. I sacrifice my soul, cut through thorns and thorns, redeem you from the sticks, reshape my flesh and bring you back to life. Your return filled my heart with emptiness and found a harbor of sustenance, just as you used to hold an umbrella behind me when I was a child to shelter me from the wind and rain. When I was the guardian of Victoria, I saw demons distorting the void and evil gods dormant in the dark and ready for restoration. My mother asked me to protect Victoria, but I found that I couldn't protect anyone. War, disease, greed, intrigue, what I see is nothing good, but endless negativity. I began to doubt my responsibility and whether it was worth guarding mankind and Victoria. /B. Finally, I deviated from my original intention and wanted to use a new method to create a Victoria worthy of protection. /B. This path is not understood, even with the dark forces. Your eyes became strange and did not understand what I did. There was confusion, sympathy, and pity in your eyes. But I know that even if I embark on an incorrect path, you will indulge what I did as a child. I call myself a prophet, but I never see my destiny clearly. Maybe I went astray too deeply, the tone of fate has been set, and I saw my future this night. An unreal and powerful figure appeared on the roof of Karina Castle. Everything was as predicted. I personally welcomed him into the castle to witness my destiny. Now, he has killed part of my soul. Facts have proved that he is indeed the one who can save the world and turn the tide for Victoria. Victoria no longer needs a prophet. My responsibility and burden can finally be relieved. The wrong castle, the wrong research, the wrong person and the wrong responsibility, I have no way back. After today, everything will dissipate with the wind. You will face the decadent castle and become a walking corpse without emotion. Your destiny shouldn't be like this. You protect my life is the bottom line to maintain my consciousness and last human nature. Now, let me guard you, Afu. Go with the real savior. I've seen his future. Very wonderful. Follow him, take my hope, blessing, and protection, live well, live a step I have never taken, and live brilliantly. Alfred looked at the whole letter and suddenly shed crystal tears in his dead eyes. Tears of golden brilliance rolled down his cheeks. Alfred's necrotic and atrophic skin and muscles began to return to normal at a visible speed and become full of flesh and blood. Julian! Julian! Alfred kept whispering Julian's name and wailing, his eyes moist and his vision blurred. Everything seems to go back to the spring of the outing decades ago. He protected the young master from the wind and rain. Perhaps since then, Julian regarded Alfred as his closest relative rather than a housekeeper slave. This feeling even surpassed his mother Karina. Alfred knelt on the ground with the letter in his arms, filled with regret. Maybe Julian has been waiting for a doubt or admonition from him. Maybe as long as he says that, Julian can go astray /B just now, there's no possibility. The King Kong Road aside sounded the Buddha's horn. Alfred's body change is a blessing guided by life. And this blessing, along with love, will always take effect on Alfred. In a sense, Julian is not a heinous man. He just went astray too far and had no chance to turn back. There is the most dark energy in the black relic, but Julian can still release the blessings beyond time with the love of light. At this moment, King Kong had a deeper understanding of light and darkness. Link, 2. Even if my whole body falls into darkness, there is still a light and softness at the bottom of my heart. Chapter 765. In the previous generation, Link didn't wait for Julian's ending until version 6.0. Even in the 5.0 Evil God Forbidden Area version, Julian never exposed many evil gods who broke away from the seal and set off huge waves in the universe. He successfully hid behind it and was still regarded by the players as the guardian of Victoria, but the dragon saw the first and did not see the end. If this momentum continues, I'm afraid Julian may come out to do more things and become a villain in later versions. But now, Julian has been completely eliminated, and his story has come to a complete end here. His arrival has brought great changes to Victoria. Julian's fate has been completely rewritten, which will change the fate of many people or things. Alfred wiped away his tears, got up and solemnly put away the letter, since Julian said, "I'll follow Mr. Lin after you. I hope you don't refuse." Undefined Link was overjoyed and hurriedly held Alfred in his hands. Julian's greatest wish was to protect Victoria. Our ultimate goal is to maintain the peace and stability of the Vatican system so that all civilized planets can thrive. You join the Wasteland expedition with Julian's wishes. How can we refuse before it's too late? Although Alfred's personal strength is average, he has worked as a housekeeper all his life. He can manage the mechanical fortress in an orderly manner. Alfred nodded and bowed to Link. "Please wait a minute. All the objects here are Julian's relics. I want to tidy them up and take them away." "Of course, no problem. We'll wait in the reception hall. When you're ready, we can leave at any time." While Link and King Kong were waiting for Alfred in the reception hall, on the other side. Cast Magic Camp. After Link and Zhuge Dragon left, there were many alien demons in the whole camp. These people all became the object of Silver Hand to vent their depression. The Silver Hand is killing on the battlefield. These army pioneers, banshees, and terrorist tacticians are simply vulnerable in front of the Silver Hand. Although the Silver Hand is not as terrible as John's Wing's talent, the Silver Hand's talent Invisible Threat is obviously more useful on this occasion. If there are no friendly units within 50 meters of the enemy, the damage will be increased by 50% and the trigger frequency will be faster. The Silver Hand moves quickly and mysteriously. It is difficult for the alien legion to capture each other's whereabouts. A silver metallic luster often passes before their eyes and they lose consciousness the next second. Under this unilateral slaughter, the members of the alien legion have to flee in all directions and can't afford to resist. After a terrible Link, another terrible Silver Hand came. The high-end combat power of the Wasteland Expedition Army is too strong. Blood flowed on the battlefield, and the spilled blood droplets reflected a silver lightning. Killing was like a dance. A glance was a moment. Although the alien legion fled in all directions, the escape speed of these legion members was not the opponent of the Silver Hand at all, and they were easily caught up. Although Silver Hand has only one group damage skill, single damage skills are many and powerful, which is the opposite of Link. Silver Hand stood in the center, watching the fleeing alien legion, couldn't help sighing. The mechanical force of the mechanical arm surged, and the electric light was like a snake winding and crackling. The Silver Hand stood in place, squatted, and the mechanical arm crashed down. The smoke and dust from the ground crack rock are surging, and the dense cracks crack and explode, spewing out white and rich pressure steam. The ground burst very fast, and there were also circles of electric light ripples. After spreading to the feet of alien members, these alien legions were all wrapped by electric snakes, stiff and twitching. Rao is an alien shadow dog with high resistance. After eating electric light, it still slowed down and became dull. The alien legion had fled everywhere. Who was stared at by the Silver Hand completely looked at his life, but now everyone's action was hindered, and there was a sudden sadness and panic at the bottom of their hearts. Now, maybe their last chance to escape is gone. The silver hand shuttles through the casting magic camp like an electric light. Half of the camp here was reduced to ruins by Link's split empty cut, and the other half did not feel the hope of life, but became a hell on earth and was slaughtered. Link didn't assign a task to the silver hand this time, but in order to block the macaw's mouth, the silver hand must take 12 points of seriousness and strive to complete the task standard set by himself. Macaw acts as the center in the mechanical fortress and plays an indispensable role as a signal and intelligence bridge between aliens and fortress. He has only solved half of the alien legion in the casting magic camp, and this achievement is far from enough. Silverhand quickly killed Red Eyes, and did not rely on vision to find the enemy, but all on combat instinct. The assassin is most sensitive to the fear of spilling in the air. The mechanical arm, supporting gas knife and a tokamak energy assault rifle wreak havoc on the battlefield and set off a killing storm. Silverhand's fighting style is different from Link. Link's style is open and close, biased towards group skills, and the battle is extremely tough. In one word, it is reasonable and unforgiving. The Silverhand's style is simple, keeping the killer instinct. All moves and skills strive to cause the greatest damage with the least consumption, so it looks sassy and handsome, just like dancing in the wind. When the silver hand didn't leave the hand, the number of alien legions in the casting magic camp decreased rapidly. Now only some of the fastest wandering soldiers were left. They collapsed and fled into the forest. No one wanted a sudden smell of killing behind. But just when he was worried about the sudden appearance of the god of killing behind him, the gunfire and spell were sounded again in the front. The players who had witnessed an epic war in the distance before, after seeing Link driving the landing ship to leave, like groups of hyenas on the grassland, swarmed up, ready to look for delicious rotten meat on the battlefield. Gods fight, mortals suffer. Rao is a few kilometers away. Players are overwhelmed by strong shock waves, not to mention the alien demons in the casting camp. When Link left this time, the players were ready to pick up the leak. Not dead, or lost the fighting spirit of the wandering soldiers, or even injured by the shock wave, are the players' goals this time. As soon as they came up, they saw that the alien legions were far away from the center of the war as if they had seen a ghost, and their expressions were very frightened. The player didn't know why, but looking at the alien legion who fled with residual blood, he greeted his face with various skills without saying a word. Some time ago, they were greeted by all kinds of alien stars. The battle was limited to resistance, and each time they were defeated and retreated. Depressed emotions have been accumulated for 2 months. Now it's not easy to find an outlet to express them. They have to shoot. Without saying a word, the players greeted the members of the Alien Legion like they didn't want money. The members of the Alien Legion, who didn't have much blood, ate a wave of damage and were stunned. Then he fixed his eyes and saw the strange figure they had needed arbitrarily before. In the past, these strange people didn't have the courage to provoke. They must fight back immediately and kill them. But now there is a murderer behind him. If he is slow, he may be caught up by the other party. Where is he still in the mood to fight with these strange people? Ants, get out! Shouted a terrorist tactician. Other alien demons and legion pioneers also chose to eat the harm of aliens, and then ran away without looking back. They had no desire to fight back. Players are completely stunned. The Alien Legion, which used to kill people like hemp, now doesn't even return in order to escape. This is not their previous style. Soon another doubt arose in the bottom of the player's heart, who made such a big difference to these murderous alien legions. Just waiting for players to analyze, they ushered in the answer to the question. A silver lightning quickly shuttled through the crowd. At each point of the lightning, the alien members didn't even have time to cry, so they fell to the ground with a plop, and there was no response. Silver lightning is so fast that players can't see clearly. They can only see a dazzling trail. Such a fast speed, is it Link? The player didn't expect that there was such a powerful master here. He was stunned. Did Link not leave before, but stay and continue to sweep away the aftersins of the alien world? This extraordinary speed is definitely Link's right. A player said firmly. At that time, they saw the battle in the distance. Only Link and Zhuge Dragon did not see the third person. Zhuge Dragon has obvious characteristics. Its green energy is wrapped in keel armor, which is very domineering. In front of him, there is no such fancy thing at all, just a crisp and neat one. Silverhand was brushing his military skills. Suddenly, he heard the discussion of different people and mistook him for Link. Suddenly, a word well was squeezed out of his forehead and the corners of his mouth twitched. His greatest goal in life is to surpass Link and John. What he is proud of is that he and Link have embarked on a different path. Now his clean killing skill was mistaken for Link's fancy juggling, and the confidence built by the silver hand collapsed in an instant. You're Link, your whole family is Link. The silver hand couldn't help but stop and yelled at the players who were whispering just now. A pair of scarlet eyes matched with the ferocious face, just like a bloodthirsty beast, which filled the air in an instant and suppressed the players present. Although the silver hand is not different from the level of the players present, the silver hand is a legendary level after all. The suppression of this level of life appears directly in front of everyone. I can't move. Legend. This man is also a legend. Except legend, the data are all question marks. Who is this? I see. This is the silver hand. One of the 4 legends of waste soil. Look at the silver manipulator. Players are scrambling to be the first. But soon the excitement on the player's face was replaced by panic, because during their discussion, Chi received a system data. You have been successfully marked by the other party, Silver Hand, Legend, 10 if the NPC's popularity represents the future development relationship with the NPC, and even the development relationship of the forces behind it. Then the popularity of the legendary NPC means the advantage of the next version. Players try to get close to legendary NPCs just for a little favor. I hope they can take advantage of their communication with legendary NPCs in the future. Pro, who didn't see the wind chasing, joined Link's gang in the internal test stage and got a small position. After the official public test, she was elated, drove a sports car and wore luxury clothes, and became the most popular cub in Destiny. Qianglong's Hixiang has a good relationship with Antonidas, the protagonist of Pandora. He has learned class skills and even become a link between players and protagonists. It plays a prominent role and is irreplaceable. Victoria's players are already oppressed. Julian, the protagonist of their planet, the Prophet, is lonely, does not engage in power or organization, and rarely walks with others. So even if players want to get close, they have no way to find their way. Now it's not easy to meet a legendary NPC, but before they say anything, they were sentenced to death by the other party, and their favor was deducted by as much as 10 points. If the popularity of legendary NPC is improved a little, the efforts behind it can't be measured. In addition to paying favors, you also need extraordinary luck and opportunity to get high-level tasks from legendary NPCs. But these players never expected that it would be so easy to lose their favor. They just said a few words, but they were not liked by the other party. They all deducted 10 points of favor, which also means that their chances of getting rewards and benefits from the legendary NPC are infinite, about 0. Fuck, if you slip away, you'll lose your favor. I expect to join the Wasteland Expedition Army in the future, which will offend the number 2 leader. I also slip away first. I'm afraid I'm not crazy to rob experience under the legendary men. Isn't there any room for rescue? Players also have several attitudes, some of which slip away directly, for fear of giving a discount. He completely cut off the opportunity to mix with the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army. Some players are in place, thinking about whether there are any remedial measures. But soon these players will find that the popularity of staying here will continue to decline. The next players with lucky attempts turned crazy and didn't dare to stay here. They all ran away in the blink of an eye. The Silver Hand looked at these strange people who fled and couldn't help laughing. He just showed a little unhappiness, and these strange people ran away with crazy faces. It's really too cowardly. But just after the Silver Hand used Stare who is pregnant, he was stunned to find that the remaining members of the Alien Legion have all run away, and the dispersion is getting larger and larger. It seems impossible to want a complete annihilation without leakage. The Silver Hand was full of complaints. He glanced around and was stunned to find that there was a strange person who stayed in place. The Silver Hand lit up. All right, the pot man found it. Chapter 766. The Silver Hand came to the player, picked his eyebrow and asked, "Why don't you go?" The player hasn't responded yet. He is still dull and ignores the problem of the Silver Hand. The Silver Hand shook his hand in front of the other party. The player was shocked when he saw the legendary NPC standing in front of him. "I said, why don't you go?" The Silver Hand repeated again. The player's lips trembled slightly and said with great effort, "It's not that I don't want to go, but that your suppression is too strong. I can't go at all." Undefined. This player is not beautified. His level is already low. The reason why he appears here is that he privately hired several high players to take him to the front line to perform tasks. After all, investigating, sneaking into and killing the alien demons in the casting camp is the fastest way to reward and improve at present. However, after encountering the Silver Hand, seeing the plummeting friendliness of legendary NPCs, these hired thugs didn't even want money. They completely ignored the employment agreement and ran away, leaving only the lower-level gold owners. Silver Hand knows this kind of employment relationship between strangers, but he didn't expect that he was just staring at this plot. It's really funny. Now all the other strangers have run away, and only this one is left. In addition, this guy is low-level and looks naive. He looks like carrying a pot. Because you disturbed here, all the remaining alien demons ran away. These alien demons are fleeing to all parts of Victoria and endangering the safety of people's lives and property. Who can afford it if something happens? These are all your questions. You must give me a satisfactory answer. The Silver Hand imitated Link's tone, and a mouth is a hat. The player opened his mouth several times, but looking at the prompt of favor one constantly prompted by the system, he wanted to cry without tears. He was only 2 months late in the game, so he asked someone to take him to upgrade his task. As a result, he encountered such a thing. What's wrong with him? He still knows something about the Silver Hand. Destiny is in full swing, and the most popular is the abolition of Saturn. After all, this is a planet with Link, in sharp contrast to other novice planets. He originally wanted to choose the waste Saturn, but he joined the game relatively late. When he entered the game to choose the planet, he knew that Link had left the waste Saturn with the elite, and the goal was the Sea of Stars. So the player had no choice but to choose Victoria, exchanged a lot of game coins, hired someone to take him to upgrade the task, and wanted to narrow the gap with the public beta players as soon as possible. But whoever wanted to meet the legendary NPC of Waste Soil, his friendliness fell like an oil spill. Now the friendliness, not to mention joining the Waste Soil expedition, I'm afraid the whole Waste Soil expedition will use a knife and a gun when it sees him. This one is useless. I don't know what to do. Players want to cry without tears. It's a small matter to invest money. After all, they can afford to spend this money. It was in this role that a lot of thought and time were spent, all in vain. The most important thing is that we can't catch the free ride of the wasteland, let alone shorten the distance with the public beta players and miss this wave. I'm afraid the whole version 2.0 can only be a clapping audience for Edge OB. Silverhand's face was cold, but his heart was already happy. I don't know what to do, that's just right. I like such a passive person. Come on, I'll teach you what to do. Silver Hand continues to maintain its cold and arrogant killer image. The scattered hair adds a bit of natural and unrestrained. The mechanical arm shines in the sun. Black sunglasses completely cover the eyes and make people completely invisible. This image immediately bluffed the players. What's your name? Silver Hand asked faintly. It seemed that he wanted to hold the principle of injustice has a head and debt has a owner and completely buckle the pot of the alien demon family's escape on his head. However, the player is now in a state of being slaughtered by others. He has been suppressed by the life level of the Silver Hand and has completely lost his action power. If this pot does not answer truthfully, there may be more terrible results. My name is Wuxia Pot. Even the name fits so well, it seems that this is your destiny. Silver Hand smiled and blossomed at the bottom of his heart. This man even fits so well with his name. It seems that he is really the chosen person in the backpot world. If I say, you are the one who caused this situation. Do you agree? After taking a look around Wuxia Qiazi, all the other players fled. Now they can't find anyone except him. In other words, it was originally the pot of all players performing tasks, but now it's all on him. Before Xia Qiazi sighed, he simply broke the pot and nodded, I agree, so. You made such a bad result and exposed the life safety and property of the Victorian people to unstable factors, but your strength is not enough to solve the problem. At this time, the handsome, brave and helpful Johnny Silverhand appeared to help you clean up the rest of your sins. Is that right? Silverhand went around and finally led the topic back to killing alien demons. In this way, it was not his problem for the alien demon family to escape. On the contrary, he was happy to help the alien and help him fulfill his obligations. What a fearless spirit! Before summer, the corners of the pot's mouth twitched slightly, and his heart scoffed at the statement of Silver Hand. The image of the tall, powerful, and legendary NPC created by the Silver Hand collapsed and was replaced by the image of dizzy officials who hurriedly pulled strong men to throw the pot. But at the same time, there are some doubts about the pot before summer. What good will Silver Hand do to him by throwing the pot like this? It will not be pure narcissism, or Virgo. Don't you want to be contaminated with any imperfections? The Silver Hand successfully threw the pot that let the alien demon family slip away to the Wuxia pot. He was secretly happy that his logic had no loopholes. Even the spiked macaw couldn't find any problems. Now I'm light without a pot. It's time to embark on the journey again. What means of transportation do you have? Asked the Silver Hand. Landing ships are suitable for driving in the air, but if they take off and land frequently, they will certainly waste more time. If there are ground mobile equipment, it will be more convenient to pursue. Before summer, the pot didn't keep up with the brain circuit of the Silver Hand. It was stunned for a moment. It met the pressing atmosphere of the Silver Hand. All the sour words and nonsense were swallowed back to the stomach and said, there is a mechanical road bully, right there. Before summer, the voice of the pot did not fall, and the Silver Hand disappeared from its place. A moment later, there was an engine buzzing in the nearby woods, followed by a series of dust, like a ground dragon coming from a distance. The Silver Hand drove the mechanical road bully to stop in front of the summer pot. Wearing black sunglasses and a horizontal knife, he immediately had a kind of Western rock style. He turned his head and motioned, get in the car. I'll help you kill all the alien cubs. With a click, the tokamak assault rifle was reloaded, and the electromagnetic ring emitted bursts of blue energy, ready to go. Before summer, Qiazi was ready to delete the number and rebuild, but now the system suddenly received a level B serial task message. Boy, you're on a big deal. Wuxia Qiazi took a rough look at the task and immediately opened his mouth. Your friendliness has fallen to a negative number. How can you get a task from the Silver Hand? And it's a Class B serial mission. Although Qiazi has just opened version 2.0 to join the game, Destiny is in full swing on Blue Star. Even passers-by who don't play know many settings, which has almost formed a national trend. Quasar naturally knows the awesome part of Level B serial mission. Normal Level B tasks are those involving big forces. The reward and value of serial tasks are the highest and will be superimposed layer by layer. After a B-level serial task is completed, hundreds of C-level tasks can be handed over. Quasar was ecstatic. What's his name? It's called Mountains and Rivers. There's no way to doubt. There's another village with a bright future. I thought the friendliness fell to a negative number, and this number was abandoned. I didn't expect that it was a blessing in disguise that I actually received a Class B task. This wave can make a lot of money. The first part of the task is well rewarded. It starts with 100,000 experience. It can be described as a rich occasion. Moreover, the task only states to kill the enemy with the silver hand, and there are no other requirements. How difficult can it be to follow the legendary NPC to kill the enemy? Sorry, Pot didn't think of it at all. To say that danger is certainly dangerous, but there is no psychological burden for a Pot with only 30 levels. It's just death. The cheapest thing for players is to die. More than 50 times a week. Without a word, the Pot stepped onto the back seat of the mechanical road bully. With the crazy virtual area of the engine, a smoke and dust rose. The mood of the Pot fluctuated like bungee jumping, falling to the bottom of the valley and rising again. But he doesn't know how much impact this trip will have on his future, almost to the point of changing his original intention and game direction. Helen, Dave, and Gamish control the warship back to the mechanical fortress. The mechanical fortress stops on a wide plain outside Ander. Its huge body is located on the plain, just like another steel city. After the mechanical fortress landed, the land mode was enabled. As the name suggests, it can only be used on land. The main feature is that the underground city inside the mechanical fortress is turned to the surface. Row upon row of steel high-rise buildings, and the signal lights on the high-rise buildings keep flashing. It looks like a punk sense of heavy industrial clusters, which looks very spectacular. Such a male city is parked next to it as a neighbor. In addition, the mechanical fortress in the front battlefield has played a role. Although the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army is here to help them, the residents of Ander City still have a layer of tension in their hearts. The people of the Waste Soil Expedition Army did not contact them, so they camped next to them. Seeing the return of pirate ships, medium-sized transport ships and Mage Tower, the people in Ander were even more nervous. They didn't know what kind of attitude to face the Expeditionary Army. When Helen returned to the camp, she rushed to the control room with tension on her face. All the way, everyone dared not stop. Rao was the closest Afu to Link, and they could only avoid the edge and make way for Helen. Troy, send me the coordinates of the place where the Führer disappeared last. Lao Jin, after the data comes out, you issue orders to strangers on the spiritual network to let strangers nearby search for the target place. Helen released the task neatly. Only Link made her so nervous and angry. Dave heard that when his granddaughter came back, he went directly to the control room and rushed over with Max. Helen, don't worry. Maybe there's something wrong with the Führer. It's inconvenient to answer. Dave said with relief. Helen frowned slightly and had no joy of exterminating the casting demon camp. Because after the suppression, Helen contacted Link, but heard the news of disconnection from the messenger in the air. When Link left before, Helen told him to keep his communication unobstructed and to tell the Macaw any problems. But Lao Jin stared at the mental network to gather intelligence and didn't see any news from Link. Now the disconnection happened again, and Helen's heart hung up. Link went to find Victoria's protagonist Prophet Julian, and then lost contact. On her way home, Helen also detected strong energy fluctuations in the Victorian air, which made her feel worse. Gamish was also nervous. He manipulated the Mage Tower and found the trace of Link mobilizing the Mage Tower and the Mage Pivot energy to release large-scale purification spells in the Magic Pivot Center. This is definitely not good news. However, because Link is the real master of the Mage Tower, Gamish's permission is limited to viewing the transfer records of the magic pivot, but he can't reverse lock Link's position. Helen, the last signal location of the Führer landing ship has been uploaded. You can check it. Unfortunately, there are no strangers around to perform the task, and no one can investigate. Helen waved her small hand, and the blue light of the holographic screen reflected on her face, reflecting a deep and serious face. Helen's momentum is cold and powerful. Max and Helen often discuss mechanical and electrical problems, but he has never seen Helen in such a state, which is suffocating. Helen checked the location of the lost signal, hundreds of miles away. Just when she decided whether to wave an army, all the attack weapons of the mechanical fortress were triggered and aimed at the sky. Helen saw all the triggered weapon defense systems and the steel building overturned and submerged underground again. A red warning message was also lit on the holographic screen, indicating that there were foreign objects approaching outside the atmosphere. Troy, what's going on? Helen's brain hummed, which could start all the passive defense firepower of the mechanical fortress. The strength of this foreign object should not be underestimated. They have just solved Victoria's magic casting camp, and the head of state has also solved Saffron's projection. At this time, there are foreign objects. It's a coincidence that Helen can't help thinking in a worse direction. Troy's data consciousness fluid appears, and data energy flows all over her body. It is detected that we are locked by extraterrestrial signals. Now the target is outside the atmosphere and is approaching rapidly. I have sent a warning message to the target, and the status of the enemy and ourselves is temporarily unknown. Just as Troy and Helen were discussing, an aircraft appeared in the thick clouds in the sky. Chapter 767. Although we haven't seen the full picture of the aircraft yet, the mechanical fortress has monitored the dense fire lock on the aircraft. In a short moment, up to 50 fire points locked the mechanical fortress, covering all key nodes, hubs, and channels of the mechanical fortress. The aircraft broke through the clouds and appeared slowly. When the whole picture appeared after Victoria, everyone in Undercity and the mechanical fortress saw the unknown aircraft. It looks like a huge brown mushroom, one end of which is huge and open to form a semicircular bulge. The whole ship body is slender, and various indicator lights are flashing on the body surface. This strange shape completely subverts people's cognition, and they don't even understand what power such a ship depends on to balance flight and internal structure. However, the aircraft is about the size of 3 medium-sized transport ships and is a standard large ship body. Undefined, but compared with the mechanical fortress, it is nothing, that is, the size of the port of call of the mechanical fortress. Although Link was not there, there was no chaos inside the mechanical fortress. Command was naturally taken over by Helen and assisted by others. Troy, hasn't the other party responded yet? Yes, after the news was sent, there was no response. Helen looked a little serious and simply ordered, send a warning message to the other party. If we don't respond and move forward, we will open the threat and infinite counterattack. Helen controls the mechanical fortress, and all the guns have been aimed at the aircraft in the sky in passive defense mode. 9-striped dragon, you are ready to open the Black Throne form at any time. The other party's firepower is dense. It is obviously a pure attack ship with good damage ability. Helen looked at the data analysis on the holographic screen and found that many firepower of the big mushroom are a line higher than the theory she has mastered now, that is to say, the level of the ship's body, higher than the mercenary regiment they met before. Zhuge Dragon condensed his body and appeared in the control room. At Helen's instruction, he was always ready to transform with the mechanical fortress. Gamish, the defense field of the mechanical fortress itself is not enough. You use the Mage Tower to create a defense barrier. Make sure we don't lose in the first wave of bombardment. Because of playing the role of a pig and eating a tiger, the attack means of the mechanical fortress are poor. In addition to more than a dozen railguns, there are only 2 internal tokamak accelerated particle launchers, commonly known as electromagnetic laser guns. In addition, there is no offensive means. Although the attack means of the mechanical fortress are few, the good thing is that there are legendary powers such as Zhuge Dragon and Gamish, and Helen still has a lot of cards. Helen knows that the alien demon family has no ship manufacturing ability. All their science and technology trees are focused on alchemy. It all depends on the magic box and bewitching holders scattered around by the shadow demon Saffron to open the transmission door, which is commonly known as internal and external cooperation. However, Link once told Helen that there are countless forces in the universe, such as those crossing the river. You never know what cosmic forces you encounter in navigation or mission. At present, this large aircraft with unknown origin is already the strongest opponent encountered by the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, far more than the Star Pirates and Mercenary Battle Regiment we met before. 12 railguns aimed at the target, and the barrel even began to warm up and turn red. 2 platforms were raised inside the mechanical fortress, and 2 strong electromagnetic laser gun tubes were stretched out from the inside. The electromagnetic beam crackled and the electric light surged, which was also ready to launch at any time. In the outer body of the mechanical fortress, spell energy gathers rapidly. A moment later, a protective barrier appears to wrap the whole mechanical fortress. Many mages from Sky City School of Magic sent them to the outside of the mechanical fortress. They cast spells with their bare hands to stabilize the enchantment. Various mantra and dharma arrays are blessed one after another. The translucent protective enchantment film is getting thicker and more energetic. Under such crisp high pressure, the large aircraft in the sky finally responded. Wasteland Expedition, we are the Vatican System First Order, we are committed to maintaining the stable development of the entire Vatican system. We heard that the Alien Legion invaded Pandora and Victoria and came to support us. But now it seems that you have solved the Victoria crisis. You have worked hard. Next, I will enter Victoria to discuss with you about joining the First Order. Please also invite Link, leader of the Wasteland Expedition, and Victoria local leaders prepare. Everyone frowned in the main control room of the mechanical fortress. First Order, this organization, which they have heard many times in the mouth of the head of state, is indeed a large organization formed by the alliance of multiple civilizations in the Vatican galaxy. It is committed to fighting against the alien demons in the galaxy. The history of war between the two sides has exceeded 1,500 years. Apart from Link's leadership, the reason why waste soil can rise among the 3 low civilization planets is largely due to the medium-sized transport ships and advanced knowledge left in waste soil by the Vatican Escort, the predecessor of the First Order, 1,500 years ago. It's just that their tone annoys everyone. Victoria's crisis was solved by them. Now it sounds like reporting to the First Order, with a sense of condescending, as if the higher civilization subconsciously regarded the lower civilization as a subsidiary. Even let Link and the local leaders of Victoria come to the door to discuss the report, which confirms their dominant position. I really want to blow this big guy down and make it higher. Helen said, gnashing her teeth. The other people trembled. Although Helen was young, she usually had all kinds of good words in front of Link. Now, when Link was away, she dealt with the big scene alone, and there was a faint posture of the Queen, and she was hot-tempered. Dave suddenly thought that Link had said about Helen's fate before. Because of her death, Helen studied machinery and finally became the mother god of machinery and eradicated the god of machinery. How can we develop our temper and character more and more in this aspect? It seems that there is a wild horse running away and can't hold it. The macaw has a violent temper. He immediately threw away the notebook recording information in his hand and scolded angrily, "Banana, you snakeskin, I'm so angry. Even Link doesn't have the courage to ride on my head and shit. What's the First Order? If he doesn't succeed, he will be angry and give him a face. Return Nima, prepare Nima's grave grass 5 feet high." The macaw rolled up the hair on its wings and immediately wanted to rush out and point to the First Order spaceship in the sky like a big trophy and roar, "You have the ability to come down and do it with me." However, Afu, who was quick-sighted, stopped him, patted Lao Jin's belly and said, "It's not necessary, it's really not necessary. The boss is not here at the moment. We should be careful." The macaw's belly heaved violently with anger, and thought it was the same reason. If he acts rashly and ends badly, Link will not give him credit when he comes back, but will give him a big mistake. Isn't that a loss of blood? Fortunately, Ah Fu stopped him, otherwise he would have been unable to get down just now. Now the scene is frozen. Link's loss of contact is not in the mechanical fortress, but he can't tell the First Order clearly. Moreover, they feel that the First Order is superior and do not put them in the same position. They are also very resistant to such organizations and do not want to have too much contact. All of a sudden, everyone stared, but no one could come up with a convincing solution. The same thing happened in Ander. If you have to choose a local leader, it is Julian the Prophet. But the big man has always acted alone. Unless he appears voluntarily, others can't find him at all. Moreover, now the so-called First Order and the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army seem to be at war. The Waste Soil Expeditionary Army looks like defending the enemy. It seems that it has no intention to meet each other. The most important thing is that the people of Ander know that Julian and Link, the Prophet, are not here, and the two biggest speakers who can make a decision are not here. The scene suddenly reached an impasse. Another point is that Victorians are in a weak position against the Alien Legion, supported by the Wasteland Expedition, and know nothing about the external forces of the universe. Now the best way is to follow the Wasteland Expedition instead of making decisions alone. Lord, what shall we do now? Shall we continue to wait or? The garrison officer of Ander City frowned, and the tense atmosphere was very serious. The mechanical fortress had a protective force field and means of counterattack, but Ander City did not have any large air defense facilities. It was as fragile as paper in front of the first-rank order large warship. The Lord of Ander also hesitated and made a decision after a moment. Let's send someone to contact the Wasteland Expedition Army to see how they act. We must ensure that we are in step with the Expedition Army. The mayor of Ander is very sober. He doesn't know the so-called First Order. Although he said he came to help Victoria, according to the slow speed, I'm afraid their bodies will be cold when they come to the rescue. The Wasteland Expeditionary Army actually helped them expel alien invaders, and its momentum of destruction is exciting. The people of Victoria are not fools. Instead of standing on the united front with those who help themselves, they are chasing an unheard-of organization. Wait. Don't arrange people. You take people to the mechanical fortress in person, ask about the attitude of the Expeditionary Army, and say that all Ander City are willing to advance and retreat together with the Expeditionary Army. The Lord of Ander finally shouted to the garrison officer and explained in person. Let the garrison go, which can also represent the sincerity of the city lord. If there are some floating factors, you can decide one or two by yourself as a garrison officer, which is the best candidate. The garrison officer cleaned up in a hurry, then ordered several confidants and quickly went out of the city to the mechanical fortress. Although the mechanical fortress looked close in front of us, it was nearly 10 kilometers away. The mechanical car spewed strong steam and drove away from Ander City. The city lord settled down to command the order in the city, called on the people to calm down, and promised, rest assured, we promise to stand on the front line with the Wasteland Expedition Army. We will never believe in the First Order, nor will we choose to stand in line before the investigation is clear. With the guarantee of the city lord, the residents' mood eased. After all, they have seen the strength of Link and his pet legion. As for the First Order, I'm sorry I haven't heard of it, okay. Moreover, what is it to maintain the security of the galaxy, but the ships they drive are not as big as the mechanical fortress of the Wasteland Expedition Army. Why do you believe that they have the ability to protect the security of the galaxy? Or whether they are true? Don't wait until the Wasteland Expedition Army leaves. This group of people suddenly change their faces and plunder the planet's resources. Soon, the garrison officer came to the mechanical fortress. After reporting his intention to relevant personnel, several archmages teleport down to the interior of the mechanical fortress. If the exterior of the fortress is magnificent, the interior is even more charming. Colorful indicator lights, steel and metal, and orderly stairway corridors, a modern style, which is very different from the local steampunk style of Victoria. The garrison officer was soon taken to the main control room and met the senior cadres of the Waste Soil Expedition Army. Because of Link's absence, the words and things of the major forces on the spacecraft gathered to discuss the countermeasures to face the First Order. The Pale Blood Clan, the strange-looking mutant, the Master of Magic, the nine-striped dragon with energy body composition, wrapped with a layer of bone containing terror energy, the 5 elders of the Moon Shadow Council who are old but exuding natural vitality, the fat parrot with fragrant mouth and grace, the king of Banshee with dark and strange face and cold and wild face, a lovely and captivating little girl, a fat man with black skin and a suit, and a serious girl in the center. These bizarre high-level cadres have left the garrison officers at a loss. However, the garrison officer was relieved. It can be seen that the internal members of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army have complex backgrounds, which also means that they have indeed united many races and forces, which is enough to prove the authenticity of their actions and slogans. The garrison officer conveyed the opinions of the Lord of Ander and said that he would advance and retreat with the Wasteland Expedition Army. Thank the Victorian people for their trust. Although the First Order is nominally an organization to maintain peace in the Vatican system, I don't think there will be a substantive breakthrough after the dialogue because of their condescending attitude and commanding tone. At present, the defense of the mechanical fortress is only enough for itself and can't guarantee the residents of Ander City. You and the Alien Legion have fought for a long time and suffered a lot, the losses are heavy, and now it is estimated that there are not many large-scale urban defense forces. Therefore, I suggest that the Dragon Touch God and Mouse Secret Service team dig tunnels under the mechanical fortress, transfer and resettle the residents of Ander City in advance, so as to ensure your safety to the greatest extent. Just as Helen proposed, a signal was suddenly forcibly connected to the holographic screen in the main control room. The picture in front of me suddenly changed from the First Order warship in the sky to a handsome, capable, and smiling face. Hey, everyone is surprised. I've done something. Now I've just come back. I'll deal with the next situation. They were stunned, and the picture seemed to be Link's smiling face. Helen looked gloomy and clenched her little fist, as if she were saying that when Link came back, she would question the reason why he lost contact. Link also saw Helen's serious expression through the picture accessed from the landing ship. She was cold behind her, coughed awkwardly and changed the topic. Well, Troy, connect me with the voice signal of the mechanical fortress and release it. Chapter 768. Troy quickly gave Link access to the sound equipment of the mechanical fortress through the landing ship. The landing ship received the traction of Troy and had sailed towards the mechanical fortress at a fixed speed. The control picture in front of Link had become the First Order ship in the sky. As for the words just released by the First Order, Troy has been transmitted to Link through the network. Link was happy when he heard it. Mom, there's no such way to pick peaches, right? Undefined he cleared the alien demons in Victoria. You didn't do anything in the First Order. After you came, you took credit for yourself and asked the 2 leaders to discuss on the First Order ship. In fact, it is more like a report on work. To put it bluntly, the First Order does not treat them equally, but just as the subordinates of lower civilizations. This condescending attitude made Link extremely unhappy. Many previous game players make complaints about the bureaucracy and rigid system of the First Order. However, if we first opened the portal to the 3 new novice planets, we could just turn a blind eye and self-consolate there is no perfect system and force in the world. Today, unlike in the past, Link is not empty in front of the alien second-in-command Saffron, and will not deliberately please the First Order. First Order Fleet, listen, Victoria's alien crisis has been resolved. You are a little late. Since you have not helped to resolve Victoria's crisis, we have no obligation and need to report to you. If you want to discuss cooperation, please put away all your ship's defenses and land at the designated place to show your sincerity. If you don't, we are willing to operate according to our methods. Then we will regard you as having no intention of holding talks. At that time, the Wasteland and Victoria will regard the First Order as illegal invaders and expel them. Link's tone was serious and his response was justified. He refuted the arrogant declaration of the First Order in the same way. As soon as this remark was made, all the senior cadres in the mechanical fortress were excited. Worthy of being the boss, this declaration gave them a bad breath. After hearing this, the Lord of Andar and the people left through the tunnel dug by the Dragon Touch God and the Mouse team, but they couldn't help cheering up. That's the truth. In addition, Link came like a god to help the Victorians solve the alien crisis. For a time, Link gained the respect and reputation of Victorians. Link himself was startled and sprayed a few words. How can the system show that his reputation in Victoria has reached 9 o'clock? Is the emotional output so hanging? It's easy to mobilize everyone's emotions with a few words. If Link was shocked, the members of the First Order were even more confused. The man dared to speak to them in this tone and let them go down to negotiate in person, which was unique in the past. Low civilization should have the appearance of low civilization. They are also used to being regarded as the savior of low civilization and regard themselves as the guardian of the Vatican system. When facing low civilization, they naturally have a feeling of condescending. However, it was true that the First Order people could not accept the fact that they were closed in front of the Wasteland and Victoria today. They did not understand why the following lower creatures had such crazy ideas. Commander of the Army, Waste Soil and Victoria are so tough. Shall we deploy transmission equipment in Victoria as planned? The vice captain on the Courage frowned and was dissatisfied with the speech just made on the ground. Then I hope the military commander can fight back hard and give severe punishment, so that the two low civilization planets can know who can speak in the Vatican system. Others share the same idea. They think that Victoria and the Wasteland just drove away an alien legion, and they inflated so much that they don't pay attention to the First Order. The best way to deal with this inflated and proud low civilization is to let them see the power of civilization repression. The control crew in the First Order main control room looked at Ningchenki, the most central legion commander. On the contrary, Ningchenji's face was calm and was not affected by emotion. Did you analyze the data? Ningchenki didn't comment on the declaration below, but asked the staff of the reconnaissance module to return the data as soon as possible. The staff manipulated the intelligence system, a burst of crackling keyboard output, and immediately transmitted the data analyzed by the investigation system to the holographic screen of Ningchenki's captain's command console. Then the staff member himself glanced at the composition of the analyzed data, but his eyes widened at one glance and his chin almost fell to the ground. On the ground of a low civilization, there are so many products beyond their own civilization level? This is unscientific. After seeing the analysis data panel, Ningchenki suddenly burst out a touch of pure light in his eyes and immediately showed a clear expression. He knew that a man who could set foot in the universe from a lower civilization and save other lower civilizations in the Vatican system must rely on it. After the detection and analysis of the spirit, it is found that there are two surging energy cores in the mechanical city on the ground, one of which is the power equipment of the mechanical city, and the other is probably the legendary Mage Tower according to the energy spectrum analysis. Combined with the defense energy field outside the machinery city, it is almost certain that this is the power of the Mage Tower. In addition, the two electromagnetic laser guns raised by the machinery city also represent that the waste soil has mastered certain advanced knowledge, absorbed, mastered, transformed and utilized. These knowledge beyond the level of civilization has brought the wasteland into a new stage. No wonder they dare to stand tall in front of the First Order. They dare to get new knowledge from other ways. Mastering advanced knowledge is indeed the ability to have an equal dialogue with the First Order. After all, at the beginning of the establishment of the First Order, it was composed of these creatures and organizations detached from lower civilization. After mastering some advanced knowledge, he has the ability to serve on the table. At the moment, Ningchenqi is already thinking about introducing the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army into the First Order. As for the other side's so big tone to let them go down to meet, Ningchenqi has seen many people in recent years. It's not rare to think that if he has mastered some advanced knowledge, he will sling everyone. After all, it's a frog at the bottom of a well. I feel superior after stepping on a few steps. I'm still sitting on the well and watching the sky. I haven't seen the outside world yet. Just when Ningchenqi thought about the countermeasures and was ready to let the crew in the main control room start short-distance transmission of energy, which could not only land according to the ground instructions, but also show the force and power of the First Order, so that the other party's madness and arrogance converged, the crew in charge of data analysis banged a table, got up, stared at the screen and shouted, "No way! It's absolutely impossible!" The instant movement attracted everyone's attention in the main control room. Ningchenqi frowned slightly and was very dissatisfied with this shouting performance. How can we say that the crew of the Courage were all the elite selected by him, especially the operators in the control room? In the face of a low civilization that occasionally got advanced knowledge, do you need to have such a big emotional reaction? Richard, what's impossible? Send the data you see. Ningchenqi said and looked at the holographic screen in front of him. When the operator named Richard transmitted the data, Ningchenqi's expression changed the same as that of the operator. Clapping his hands on the console in front of him, he leaned forward greatly, stared at the picture and exclaimed, "It's impossible." All the others looked up with their necks tied, and saw a spectral analysis and report on the holographic screen of the commander of the army. After analyzing the internal structure of the ground machinery city, the final conclusion is that the machinery city is not a ground city, but a super-large aircraft. Super-large aircraft. These 6 words hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer, followed by a blank in the brain. With thousands of years of advanced knowledge accumulated in the First Order, it can now produce the most powerful aircraft, that is, large ships. There are only one. The remaining 7 are all medium-sized warships, which are responsible for fighting against the alien legion and maintaining stability in the Vatican system, so they are divided into 7 corps. Ningchenqi is the warship Courage of the 7th Corps. Super-large aircraft can only be manufactured by real higher civilization, and the knowledge, human, material and financial resources required are unknown. At present, the monitoring and analysis of the Spirit determined that the Steel City on the ground was actually a super-large aircraft. Ningchenqi's first reaction was the same as Richard. He thought that the monitoring and analysis module was faulty and the data was distorted, so he got a wrong conclusion. However, looking at the analysis report next to him, every data was very normal. According to experience, there was no distortion. Combined with the previous energy detection, it was very promising. It may be true. Ningchenqi is the head of the 7th Corps and has been in the Vatican Galaxy for decades. Now he is the Corps High Level of the First Order. He has seen many emergencies and extreme cases, but this is the first time. What do lower civilizations think of driving a super-large aircraft? A popular metaphor is that a 1-year-old child owns and can fly a space shuttle that condenses the wisdom of all mankind. This is not only against common sense, but also counterintuitive. Ningchenqi stumbled after reading the data parameters, and his face turned a little white. The vice-captain around him quickly helped the other party, took the lead in responding and asked, "Commander, what should we do now?" "Yes, what should I do now?" Ningchenqi took a few deep breaths, calmed his mood as much as possible, and used it to command and control the brain of the regiment to fly fast. Follow the order and follow the other party's requirements. In the next contact with the Wasteland Expeditionary Force and Victoria, be sure to treat them with an equal attitude. If anyone with a proud attitude causes the other party's dissatisfaction and hinders the contact and communication between the two sides, they will be dealt with by military law. Ning Chenji's tone is firm and his eyes are even more firm, sweeping the people one by one. In Ning Chenji's opinion, no matter how the other party acquired the super-large aircraft, no matter how beyond their cognitive range, things eventually happened. Fortunately, the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army acquired the super-large aircraft. According to the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army's view of helping the novice planet get rid of the threat of alien planets, their purposes are the same. They regard alien planets as their mortal enemies, and they are committed to helping Vati, a lower civilized planet in the galaxy. With these 2 points of consensus, there will be enough common goals and language in the next talks. Ning Chenji's purpose is to win over Link. The wasteland sits on super-large aircraft. If it can join the First Order, it will definitely be of great benefit to the First Order. In addition, the large aircraft of the First Order and 7 warships can form a complete strategic fleet, not to mention the vertical and horizontal Vatican Galaxy, but also the wider Movil Galaxy cluster. Although the attack equipment of this super-large aircraft is very simple, once it joins the First Order will gather all the strength to greatly upgrade the machinery city. At that time, this super-large aircraft can play a stronger strength. Even as the First Order in the navigation of the Central Command Post. After some analysis, Ning Chenji had only one thought in his mind, trying to win over the Wasteland Expedition Army, so as to enhance the strength of the First Order epic and occupy an unshakable advantage in the next confrontation with alien stars. The outside world did not know the short-term changes in the mentality of the First Order members of the Spirit, but it was not long before the Spirit in the sky gave a ground response. All weapons stopped attacking and recovered, and the ship uploaded the second reply of the First Order. In order to show our sincerity, we will land at your mark and put away all attacks or misunderstandings. The First Order comes for friendship and peace, and regards all civilizations in the Vatican system as sincere friends. We have a common goal, alien demons who destroy the peace and stability of the galaxy. Said the big mushroom in the sky this time, no matter the tone or content, the feeling of I'm here to make friends with you is about to overflow. Just listening to the voice, people can imagine what a smiling face is behind it. The people in the tunnel below Andor City suddenly stopped when they heard the words coming from outside. Their eyes twinkled with joy and said, "So, we don't have to run. Don't worry, wait for the response of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army. Anyway, I don't believe anyone now. Just believe what Link said. Link said it was safe before I dared to go back." In the hearts of Andor civilians, if it had not been for Lin Kei's tough tone and the tense atmosphere of being unwilling to show weakness, the First Order would never have eased his tone. Link is fighting for their dignity and power. The leader of Andor, who commanded the evacuation of the people in the city, felt that it was the wisest decision he had made to follow the Wasteland expedition. At the same time, in the mechanical fortress, the macaw flapped its wings and its face was full of contempt. "Cut, I thought it was hard. It was only hard for a few seconds, and it was too soft." Other faces were more or less despised. Only Helen frowned and kept thinking about one thing. Why did the First Order suddenly turn 180 degrees after the voice of the head of state? This is unreasonable. Chapter 769. Before the First Order, the attitude was extremely arrogant, but after Link made a tough statement, there was a sudden 180-degree change, in which there was an obvious inside story. The Wasteland Expeditionary Force had no contact with the First Order before. From the words of the First Order, they learned that Pandora and Victoria had been invaded by aliens. In Pandora, the First Order did not appear, so according to the process, the First Order arrived in Pandora after they left. Then the First Order probably learned about Link and the Wasteland expedition from Pandora's human mouth. But these are not reasons to make the First Order abnormal. According to the head of state, the First Order had mastered the medium transport ship more than 1,000 years ago. Although it has been fighting and playing in the Vatican system these years, advanced knowledge has always been a sharp weapon for higher civilization to block lower civilization. Even the First Order has not gained much for so many years. Therefore, even if a lower civilization drives away the alien demon family, it will not make the First Order so abnormal. Undefined from arrogance to amiability now, even with a trace of flattery. Helen's smart little head worked quickly and vowed to find out the key point to reverse the First Order. This key point may be one of the cores to solve this incident. Helen closed her eyes and began to look back / be rededuced what happened when the First Order appeared, and finally found some signs in it, but she had no evidence to support her conjecture. Troy, help me extract the signal fluctuation detected by the mechanical fortress. Although they didn't understand Helen's sudden demand for this data, they still came up and waited for Helen to answer questions. Troy transmits the data to the holographic screen. Helen's eyes are clear and wise. Where they sweep, they look like the eyes of true knowledge. Everything is hidden. Here it is. Helen's eyes suddenly burst into a look and found the subtle evidence in the data record. At a certain point before the second statement of the First Order, the mechanical fortress received two extremely weak detection signals. Both signals flashed like Mars, so Troy didn't analyze anything from the data. But these two signals have strong penetration and concealment. Not only Helen, Max, who is extremely sensitive to electrical signals, saw the data on the screen and said firmly, "These are definitely two reconnaissance signals." The first signal mainly scans the outside of the mechanical fortress, and the second signal acts directly on the inside. Because of its strong penetration, it must have left a lot of fluctuation residues in the mechanical fortress. According to the attenuation cycle, this energy still exists in the fortress. Helen made a quick decision and ordered, "Troy, analyze and extract this signal, and then mark the range of the attenuation signal." For a moment, a full picture of the mechanical fortress appeared on the holographic screen in front of me, and then a red energy began to appear and cover. The red energy spread to almost 70% of the mechanical fortress. Then the signal source was disconnected, and the decay residual signal also decreased rapidly. At present, only half of the previously covered detection area is left. Helen stared at the energy suddenly appearing in the simulation diagram and nodded slowly. "I think I know the reason for the rapid change of the First Order attitude." "What's the reason?" the crowd asked around Helen. The First Order detected the interior of the mechanical fortress and determined that it was a super-large aircraft, which is why their attitude changed rapidly. When it comes to super-large aircraft, people suddenly realize this. For the mechanical fortress, they only thought it was a magnificent creation at first. They felt that the power of waste soil was strong, and they had no other ideas. However, after contacting the interstellar predators and mercenaries, they knew that the mechanical fortress they were riding belonged to a super-large aircraft. Even if they looked at the universe, it was one of the symbols of higher civilization, financial and material resources. The First Order originally thought that the mechanical fortress was just a mechanical city on the ground, but unexpectedly it was a super-large aircraft. Before, it was natural to treat the waste soil as a low civilization with a condescending taste. But now it is known that the Waste Soil Expedition Army has equipment beyond the current civilization, so it will naturally look at it with admiration. The head of state said that the battle between the First Order and the alien demons has entered a white-hot stage. "We have destroyed the alien low civilization invasion plan 3 times in a row. Now the alien demons can't absorb resources from the low civilization and fall into a dilemma. It is a good opportunity for the First Order attack. At present, the First Order found that we have super-large aircraft and must want to win over and expand their strength of influence. /B This may be the reason for their great change of attitude. /B Helen said, glancing at Link on the holographic screen and asked, "Führer, I don't know if I'm right." Link nodded with satisfaction, "All right." All the reactions of the First Order were expected by Link, and even after Link spoke, he guessed the result. Everything now is in Link's plan. Link doesn't mind joining the First Order. After all, he can get a lot of convenience after joining the First Order. He even enters Mustafa planet in advance and gets to know the important NPC of version 3.0, so as to pave the way for entering the Star Harbor next. However, it still depends on the sincerity of the First Order. If sincerity is not enough, nothing will be discussed. Link's landing ship was guided slowly into the harbor of the mechanical fortress. After stopping steadily, Link put his fingers against the center of his eyebrows, and an energy waterfall brushed his body. The next second, his body appeared in the control room. Führer, you know the purpose and idea of the First Order. Why don't you tell us? Helen asked as soon as she came up. Link shrugged. If I said it directly, would you still think about the deduction and pay attention to the data of the mechanical fortress? Now you're right. Do you know what to do? Helen nodded firmly. Update the mechanical fortress and develop anti-detection coating materials, so that the opponent can't detect the mechanical fortress. Helen was also afraid. Fortunately, this time it was only the First Order, and the head of state also thought of this layer, which didn't lead to more serious things. If it is scanned and detected by the enemy in battle, the enemy can clearly know the weakness of the mechanical fortress and carry out fixed-point attack, which is undoubtedly fatal to the mechanical fortress. Now through his own deduction, we can better understand the importance. The head of state is really well-intentioned. Well, the confrontation phase is over, and then it's time to negotiate with the First Order. Link clapped his hands. At this time, the people recovered from the dialogue between the head of state and Helen. When they looked at the head of state, they immediately felt that the head of state had a layer of mysterious veil and an unattainable king's breath, just like an emperor. The garrison officer of Andar City saw Link so close that he even had an impulse to kneel down. Even he didn't understand why he suddenly had this impulse and thought. The garrison officer of Andar City has seen the head of state. The garrison officer is full of respect for the wasteland head who talks and laughs to expel alien demons and is not afraid of the power of the First Order. Link looked directly at the garrison and nodded with satisfaction. I am deeply honored that the people of Andar and Victoria can choose to trust the Expeditionary Army unconditionally. The feeling of being respected is really good, especially the former First Order as a negative teaching material. Lin Kei's words like Mu Chunfeng make the garrison officers feel equal, respected and valued. The garrison officer hesitated for a moment and asked his question, Führer, what instructions does he have for the current situation in Victoria after you and the Prophet go back? If the Prophet does not appear in the next 3 party talks, who should Victoria send to attend? The Prophet Julian was Idle and Wild Crane, which appeared frequently after the alien invasion. Now the alien has been driven away. After Julian and Link met, they probably don't know where to go. It's very difficult to find him. But if Julian, the most famous prophet, is absent, who can truly represent Victoria's public opinion and decide Victoria's future? Link shifted half his body slightly to get out of the way of the main control room. Julian also took this into account, so he sent his confidant, Alfred, the housekeeper and servant of Karina Castle, back with me to attend in his place. A fitting black dress, with a delicate black bow tie and grey hair, but full of energy, a pair of eyes seemed to contain light and looked smart and capable. People subconsciously looked at Afu. I don't know why, we all think Alfred, the housekeeper of the Prophet Julian, is directly benchmarking Afu from name to style and work. Now they appear in the same frame. Afu has been stabilized both in temperament and image. Rao is Afu himself. He also feels a strong sense of crisis. An idea rises in his heart, maybe I can do better? The garrison had no doubt about the truth of the matter. After seeing Alfred, he even took a breath and bowed slightly. I don't know if you remember that when I was a child, my father took me to the party at Kalina Castle. Alfred had a single mirror hanging from one eye and a gold chain attached to his suit pocket on his chest. Mr. Russell, I can still remember that you and other children made a mess of the garden. Russell, the garrison officer, smiled shyly and asked tentatively, at that time, it was rumored that Kalina Castle was in ruins and had no life except for the Prophet. Adventurers approached and found that the valley and castle were full of grievances and evil fall. I was resurrected by my master. After many servants died, their souls gathered for a long time and turned into ghosts. They entrenched themselves in the castle and served the castle as before. Now that the crisis in Victoria has been lifted, the master has settled his mind and travelled around. He has dismissed the castle and sent me to join the Wasteland expedition to make a resolution on his behalf. Alfred didn't lie. Julian's wish was to wish Alfred to live well, and Alfred also wanted to complete Julian's unfinished business, so this statement was not a lie, but hid the news that Julian was dead. After hearing this, Garrison Russell suddenly realized that there was such a history, that is to say, the rumor was true. It is said that Kalina Castle has a rich collection of books for hundreds of years and incomparable treasures. He had visited Kalina Castle after it was abandoned, but as soon as he entered the valley, he was forced out by the strong smell of resentment and evil fall. Over the years, many adventurers have tried to enter the castle and explore the secrets of the hundreds of years old family castle. But these people who entered the valley either ran out crazy or disappeared without a word. Over time, the valley became a forbidden area, and few people were willing to risk their lives to explore. Well, you can talk about the past later. You should report the current situation to the Lord of Ander as soon as possible. After the First Order warship lands, I will arrange the three parties to meet at the power junction for the first time, and you can also take some security guards. Under the instruction of Link, Troy quickly sent the landing coordinates to the First Order warship conduct guidelines and negotiation requirements. The negotiation place is on the plain where the three forces meet. The distance between the three families and the negotiation place is exactly the same, without bias. No matter which company, it can accept this setting. The behavior guide specifies some behaviors that may be considered to have aggressive intention. Once there are the above behaviors, they may be recognized as offensive means and bear the consequences. Finally, it stated the requirements. In addition to the main person in charge, each force can only bring 15 guards to participate in the talks, locking the personnel restrictions. Ning Chenji agreed without saying a word after seeing the request. From the perspective of requirements, Link is a cautious person, but within the rules, fairness is guaranteed as far as possible, so that people can't find any problems. Ning Chenji is more curious about what kind of person Link is. When he was in Pandora, Ning Chenji knew about the Wasteland expedition and Link for the first time through the attitude of Antonidas. It can make Antonidas, a great mage, willingly refuse to join the First Order alliance, which shows Link's strength and personal charm. Although they haven't met for the first time, it can be seen from the first round of confrontation just now that this man is by no means ordinary. This makes Ning Chenji wonder what kind of person Link is. After obtaining the coordinates and location, Ning Chenji directly ordered the personnel in the control room to make a small transition with the spirit. The spirit in the sky suddenly disappeared and appeared at the designated place on the ground the next second. This sudden change amazed Helen in Ander City and the mechanical fortress. This is clearly the theory of space utilization in advanced knowledge. It's the part they don't have. However, when Link saw this behind the scenes, he couldn't help laughing. Immature. Well, now let's talk with me and let our guests from afar see the strongest lineup of the expeditionary army. Link was wearing a black cloak on his shoulder, a slim dress and holding a half-meter-long black scepter. Chapter 770. The envoys selected by Link are the core cadres and essence of the expeditionary army, which can almost represent the highest combat strength of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army. First of all, Afu is standing behind Link. As the first person to follow Link and have experienced the escape of the Waste Soil sect and the mechanical deity, Afu is most qualified to stand here. Standing next to Afu is the nine-striped dragon. Originally, this position should be given to the Silver Hand. Unfortunately, he is not here, so the nine-striped dragon stands closer behind him. Then Gamish, the 5 elders of the Moon Shadow Council, Helen, Dave, Penguin Penny, Grace, Xingziu, and Wind Chasing Pro were all important components or backbone of the expeditionary army. I have to say that it's as soft as chasing the wind. This guy bares his teeth and looks left and right. Undefined, surrounded by various forces or leaders of various departments, there is only one player, which looks very abrupt. However, Chasing Feng can join the backbone queue of 15 people, which still has a lot to do with his identity. On the one hand, Pro is the player's representative, on the other hand, he is also the slave liberator of Slevin, the recognized spiritual leader of Slevin, and the third is the guild representative of Seidu Slum. With this triple identity, Chasing Feng added multiple buffs and was directly carried into the team of 15 people. At the end of the team are the Macaw, the Dimensional Code, Shasok, and Max. Max was brought out by Link to see the world. After all, he has talent in electricity and shows great talent in learning from Helen and Dave. Although he didn't have much impression of such a player in his previous life, it is worth cultivating according to his electrical abilities and mechanical talents. He must be a general of the expeditionary army in the future. Are you ready? Link glanced back at the crowd and saw a positive answer in their eyes. Only the macaw looked left and right, broke its wings and whispered, "There seems to be something wrong with the writing. Why is there only 14 people? It's a little bad to take one less person to fight." Without waiting for the macaw to ask, Link tapped the ground with the black scepter in his hand. In an instant, the people were wrapped in a pure white energy, accompanied by a dazzling white light. The next second, the people of the Wasteland Expedition had arrived at the established meeting place. The Wasteland Expeditionary Army was the first to arrive. Gamish performed his magic and set up a beautiful magic tent with a large capacity on the barren plain, with a unique cave inside and complete facilities. Following the wind, Pro started the live broadcast of the forum when she was just selected. As a player, you can be selected into the ranks. After entering the tent, the people took their seats. The macaw couldn't hold his doubts any longer. He was just about to ask why Link took one less person. There was a noise outside the tent, and Victoria's representatives were all present. Headed by the housekeeper Alfred, behind him were the Lord of Ander and the garrison, as well as 13 grey-robed ceremonial men. Alfred was not famous in Victoria, but it was easy to accept that he was the housekeeper of the Prophet Julian. In the aristocratic circle of Victoria, Alfred's name is not weak. When Kalina Castle was brilliant in the past, many nobles were proud to receive the invitation of Kalina Castle, and naturally were deeply impressed by the smart and capable housekeeper. Even the Lord of Ander, like Garrison Russell, was a junior in front of Alfred and an aristocrat who had been invited to Kalina Castle for a banquet when he was a child. With this important identity, no one else has any objection to Alfred becoming the leader of Victoria on behalf of Julian. Alfred entered and nodded slightly to Link. Russell, the garrison officer, had met Link before. Now he sees him again. He still feels that he has a sense of grace and can't help but be impressed. The Lord of Ander observed Link so closely for the first time, and his idea was the same as that of Garrison Russell. How can there be such a strange man in the world? Moreover, the Lord of Ander inexplicably felt that the terrible ruling power that Link had shown on the battlefield before seemed to be stronger after communicating with the Prophet Julian. It seemed that there was a king's breath of non-anger and self-authority all over his body. Met the Führer. At this meeting, my master only gave me an order to advance and retreat with the Wasteland Expedition. Therefore, no matter what decision you make, all the people of Victoria will support your decision. Alfred said and sat down gracefully. He looked at Afu behind Link and sighed in his heart, this professional is different. All the followers of Link took their seats, while only Agent Alfred, the Lord of Ander and Garrison Russell took their seats in Victoria. The other 13 grey-robed ceremony messengers stood behind them, lowering their heads and hoods to cover their faces, looking quite mysterious. Link glanced at the grey-robed ceremony messengers and saw their attributes. These 13 people are mysterious departments, each with their own abilities. Together, they have effects similar to Dharma Array and Bonus. It's basically the strongest fighting power that the Lord of Ander can bring out. Victoria and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army fought side by side with the support of Alfred. It can be said that they are not allies rather than allies. Now the two sides are one, waiting for the First Order to come. For the First Order, I'm afraid everyone present except Link is looking forward to it. The Victorian forces know little about the First Order. They have been in contact for less than an hour. They have a bad first impression of this new cosmic force and are arrogant. In contrast to the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, under Link's frequent indoctrination and narration, important senior cadres have a general understanding of the First Order, so curiosity is curiosity, but they don't have much sense of expectation. After all, in the Mechanical Fortress, this is already a rotten organization. While the Wasteland Expeditionary Force and Victoria were waiting, a powerful energy wave suddenly came from outside, which was clear to everyone, including the neurotic dimensional code. Sorry to keep you waiting. With a hearty confession, Ningchenki marched into the tent with big steps. He was dressed in emerald blue military uniform and stepped on a pair of black and calf-long military boots. He looked very capable and agile. There are special marks of the First Order on both shoulders and military hats. There are several strands of spike ribbons from shoulder to chest, and several medals with unknown meaning are pinned on the chest. From silver to crystal, there are some imperceptible materials. Ningchenji took off his gloves, sat down in his position, and then glanced at both sides. At the same time, Link and Alfred are also looking at Ningchenki and his entourage behind him. When Link saw the big mushroom head ship, he knew who the military commander was going to face next. Ningchenki, the head of the 7 regiments of the First Order, is the youngest of the 7 heads of the army and is known as the rising star of the First Order. It is the mainstay of the core layer of the First Order. It has an extremely brilliant performance in dealing with the Alien Legion in recent decades. If Link is allowed to use a few words to describe Ningchenji, then Link's choice must be young, radical, crisp, and promising. Ningchenki's plot is more than that. After entering the Morwell Galaxy Cluster and the Star Harbor in the future, Ningchenki was attracted by the Gendarmerie Captain Chris of the Star Harbor because of his excellent performance. He was taken to the Star Harbor with a broader vision and became a member of the Gendarmerie. He used this as a springboard to gradually make some deeds in the Star Harbor. Ningchenji's strength is condensed and tightened. If his strength is less than, he can't detect his energy. This is one of the manifestations that the martial arts department has entered a high realm. It can freely control the pores of the whole body, make it only slightly emit heat and breath, and converge almost all its energy in the Danshan air sea. Thanks to this, the lifespan and body cells of martial artists will also change. Martial artists who enter this realm have prolonged their vitality and dramatically improved their resilience. It can be said that they have crossed the first chasm and completed the transformation of the whole body. If you use investigation, you can find that the races of ordinary humans are human, while Ningchenki's race is Class 1 human race in the universe. This is a more efficient Terran than humans. It has greatly improved its physical quality and cell energy. It is usually transformed from the promotion of the martial arts department after reaching a certain level. It is not too much to be 2 races compared with ordinary Terrans. In addition, there is a cosmic Class 2 human race, which is mainly transformed from the promotion of the power system. The body energy has been greatly improved, and the upper limit and quality of perception and control have been greatly improved. Of course, there are other blood promotion routes of the Terran. A small number of power systems and mystery systems can break through the species restrictions and directly enter the realm of elemental creatures. However, this will lose the original effect of the Terran and will be classified as elemental creatures or energy creatures. More choose to fall into multiple dark dimensions and learn how dark forces become demons. Because Terrans are an important branch of carbon-based organisms, their evolution and promotion routes are also rich and diverse, with few restrictions. There are not many people who can feel Ningchenji's realm. Link is one, the 9-striped dragon is one, the King Kong of the Black Scepter avatar is one, and Gamish is one. In the eyes of others, Ningchenji's behavior is open and close, quite heroic, but he is just such an ordinary person. He can't feel more subtle energy fluctuations, so he naturally thinks he is an ordinary person. On the contrary, in their eyes, the guards behind Ningchenji surged with energy one by one, or the muscle chew knot contained explosive energy and looked very threatening. Similarly, Ningchenji was also observing after taking his seat. First of all, on Victoria's side, Ningchenji felt an obvious smell of the dead in the first old man, but there was a strong breath of life vitality on this man, which looked very strange. As for the Lord of Ander and Garrison Russell, he just glanced by. As for the 13 ceremonial envoys in grey robes who were escorting the guards, they were completely out of Ningchenji's range. Then Ningchenji moved his eyes to the Waste Soil Expedition Army and his party. There were many wonderful ripples in the original calm eyes. Many strange creatures even feel threatened in strength. And if you're right, the shell bone of the soul energy body standing on the right behind Link seems to be a keel? Ningchenji turned his head and took a look at the consultant around him. Then he received a positive reply from the other party in his brain, "You didn't admit your mistake, head of the army. That's really the keel. There is nothing but the keel that can emit such surging frequency energy." Ningchenji thought that Link had accidentally obtained a super-large aircraft, which was worth attracting. But now, it's not just good luck that he just obtained a super-large aircraft. Even keel, a precious and rare epic material, is available, and the combat effectiveness within the faction is particularly strong. Ningchenji paid more attention to several members of the escort than to the whole Victorian mission. Just from the escort group, there were 4 or 5 people who could make him feel threatened. Crocodile Man, Eagle Body Banshee with dark smell, White Bearded Mage, Soul Energy Body of Keel Armor, and Afu who looks silly. Ningchenji felt that there was a very familiar energy inside Afu's body, the core of alien imprint. Ningchenji has been entangled with the alien legion for decades. He still has a certain understanding of the energy source and core of the war messenger. He clearly felt the fluctuation of energy frequency in Afu. This made him wonder whether Link had mastered how to use the energy of the imprint core, or directly subdued a war messenger. Or did you use some secret method to isolate the connection between Saffron and the imprinted core? With all kinds of doubts, Ningchenji's last look fell on Link. At the first glance when he met Link's eyes, Ningchenji felt the strong and terrible aura of the other party. Energy revolves around the body in a regular way, forming a force field. This force field is not only a physical force field, but also a spiritual force field, which eliminates the exploration of others. Ningchenji's 5 senses found it difficult to go further after touching the force field, as if a wall stood in front of him. He tried to exert strength, but he found that his cohesion still could not break through this wall. If you want to try again, you need to show real strength, but the intention is too obvious. Once the breath leaks, it looks like a shot, which will definitely cast a shadow on the talks that have not yet started. Ningchenji tasted it and stopped the temptation. Unexpectedly, when his eyes met Link, he saw a slightly meaningful smile on each other's face. "Have you been found?" Ningchenji's heart clattered. Without much thought and hesitation, Ningchenji directly opened the curtain of today's talks. Our First Order is committed to maintaining the steady development of the Vatican Galaxy, helping the healthy development of all civilizations in the galaxy, and has waged a struggle against alien civilization destroyers in the galaxy for thousands of years. It can be said that it has a common purpose with the Wasteland Expeditionary Army in combating alien planets. Moreover, the First Order has been established for a long time, and there is a rich stock of resources and advanced knowledge meet the need for people of insight from all sides to join in progress. My name is Ningchenji, who is the head of the 7th Corps of the First Order. We welcome the Wasteland Expedition Army. If Mr. Lin has any requirements, we will certainly meet them as long as we can meet them. What does Mr. Lin think of this? Link's mouth tilted slightly. My opinion. There is a little. Ning Chenqi's eyes lit up, so there is still a great chance for the Wasteland Expeditionary Army to join. My view is that there can only be one expeditionary force in the Vatican system. If you agree with this, I am willing to join the First Order. Chapter 771. Ning Cheng frowned and chewed Link's request carefully. In the Vatican system, there can only be one expedition. What does this sentence mean? Ning Chenji greeted Link's eyes and saw the determination, encouragement, and a trace of deep meaning in each other's eyes, as if to say, yes, that's what you think. Ning Chenji took a breath. Link's appetite is too big and too risky. Undefined. What exactly does this sentence mean? You know, throughout the Vatican galaxy, the First Order is committed to deep confrontation with alien stars. This time, seizing the opportunity of Sanos's recovery and launching a carpet search and confrontation, the alien had to give up some positions occupied for many years and began to seek resources from lower civilizations. The rise of waste soil is under this background. Not only did he resist the alien invasion and attack, but also helped Pandora and Victoria survive the crisis, which failed the Alien Legion's plan to obtain supplies from lower civilizations. He also paid a painful price for sending troops, lost several war messengers and a large number of armies, and severely damaged the alien, making their situation worse. This situation is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the First Order makes more efforts and finds the base camp of alien stars, there will be a chance to eradicate alien threats forever and let the Vatican system enjoy a rare peace in the past millennium. From the former Vatican escort to the current First Order, they have always regarded dealing with aliens as a vast interstellar expedition. Now Link requires that the entire Vatican system can only have one expeditionary force, which means that the First Order will lose its right to deal with alien stars /B. Only the Wasteland Expeditionary Army has the right to fight against alien stars in the whole Vatican system. I have to say that Ning Chenqi was surprised by Link's statement. This guy's ambition and ideas are too big. It seems necessary to clearly explain the real strength of the alien with him. Mr. Lin, I think you and your allies may not understand the real strength of the Alien Legion, and the high level inside the Alien Legion actually. Before Ning Chenqi finished, Link raised his hand and interrupted his speech. Link leaned back in his seat, and there was no wave on his face. The structure of the Alien Legion was like a story. The structure of the Alien Demon Clan is that the Alien Legion regularly attacks the planet. The leaders of the war situation are usually war messengers, assisted by terrorist tacticians. These war messengers are under the command of the Alien Legion's deputy Abusa. Above Abusa is Yegsh, the official commander of the Alien Legion, who is only loyal to the alien leader Sanos. All the different branches of the Alien Legion, the technology and alchemy ability come from the Shadow Saffron. This person's status is only that of the leader Sanos, which is not within the standard rules. All aliens are called the Shadow Lord. As for the base camp of the alien, it is a planet called Wormer, which is the main planet produced by the violent soldiers of the Alien Legion, and also connects all planets through Wormer's portal to invade all walks of life. Provide convenience. Ning Chenqi was shocked again. Unexpectedly, Link has mastered so much information about alien stars, and has almost mastered all the architecture and high-level information of alien stars. Ning Chenji glanced at the black fat Afu behind Link, as if thinking. Perhaps it is through this war messenger with the imprinted core dark power that Link can master so many alien news. It's not surprising to think so. Everything can be explained. Ning Chenqi cleaned up his mood a little and then said, Mr. Lin's mastery of alien intelligence is amazing. The First Order has fought with aliens for more than 1,500 years, and the information collected is not much more than Mr. Linear among them. He has also fought with alien leaders Sanos and Saffron. These two are extremely powerful. Sanos tempered his body and has amazing and complete ability in the martial arts system. Even in the First Order there is no one in the ministry who can equal his strength. Most of them attack together. B. Saffron is proficient in all kinds of alchemy, and his strength is by no means ordinary. Only white alchemist Joyce can compete with him in pure alchemy, but this guy still has many secret and dark spells, which are strange and difficult. Ningchenki is around the corner to remind Link that the strength of the two high-level leaders of the First Order is very terrible. The First Order has taken thousands of years and has not been completely eradicated, not to mention a small wasteland expedition army. It is a fool's dream to swallow the other stars and complete the grand plan that the First Order has not been completed for thousands of years. But this time Ningchenji was interrupted again by Link before his voice fell. I'm sorry to interrupt you kindly. You should have arrived too late. If you could arrive half a day earlier, you should be able to see the picture of the battle between me and the nether projection of the Shadow Saffron. Not surprisingly, this is the last low civilization resource planet that aliens can find in a short time. The previous two alien conspiracies have been thwarted, so this time, in order to guard against accidents, the Alien Legion is casting a monk summoner was sent to the demon camp to summon the shadow demon Saffron in the form of void projection. I fought with the shadow demon Saffron's void projection. My strength is really good. Burning the sky, reverse life transformation, powerful alchemist, and element explosion are very powerful skills, but they are only limited to this. Lin Ke shrugged, and his comments on the shadow Saffron were relaxed and casual, forming a different style from Ningchenji's seriousness and prudence. Ningchenji's expression on his face no longer lived in Bungbu, and turned to look at the vice-captain around him. The vice-captain slowly closed his eyes and communicated with the First Order spacecraft. In a moment, the vice-captain opened his eyes and nodded cautiously and firmly to confirm. After entering Victoria, the spacecraft had a conflict with the mechanical fortress and focused on the data analysis of the mechanical fortress. However, after listening successfully, I finally had time to scan and analyze the whole Victoria. The unique dark alchemical energy of Saffron was captured in the atmosphere, which also confirmed the demise of the casting magic camp. The vice-captain put his hand on Ningchenji's shoulder. Soon, Ningchenji saw the analysis data and the image of the demise of the casting magic camp. There was no large-scale battle between the two sides, but all 5 casting magic camps in Victoria were destroyed. Moreover, the battle damage styles of each casting magic camp were different, and the analysis results were diverse. Among them, there are traces of being eliminated by large arrays and evidence of being razed to the ground by fire in fierce battle. What's more terrifying is that in a magic casting camp, the data of being attacked by the special split air chopping of war messengers are analyzed, and the energy fluctuation and range created by this split air chopping are far higher than the level of normal war messengers. Only from the perspective of the energy produced, the energy level strength of the performer has reached the C-end level. The vice-captain's hand slowly left Ningchenji's shoulder. Ningchenji's simple and thick national character face took a deep breath visible to the naked eye. If we use 4 words to describe these scenes, it is only, appalling. Link fought with Saffron projected from the void. Judging from the residual energy of the battle and the on-site results, the two sides had a frontal battle. Active fire particles were also analyzed from the atmospheric clouds, which shows that Saffron has used the burning the sky skill through body doubling, and the skill height is kilometers. Finally, after several battles, the energy consumption of the Dharma array increased sharply. When it was almost on the verge of collapse, several monk casters were crisp and broke their necks, the continuous casting was interrupted, the Dharma array disappeared, and Saffron was expelled from Victoria space. Although the virtual projection Saffron has only half the strength of the body, only this half of the strength cannot be underestimated, not to mention the virtual projection body of Saffron is as high as kilometers. According to the analysis of the battle energy fluctuation on the site, there were 3 members of the Waste Soil Expedition Army in the whole casting magic camp at that time. A Link, the main force fighting Saffron. Another unique energy is easily recognizable, which is the Keel Armor Soul standing at the right rear of Link. As for the third, he only cleaned up a lot of miscellaneous fish, but from the perspective of his ability and the wounds of bones on the ground, his strength will not be lower than grade C. 3 people can destroy a caste demon camp and the projected saffron of the void. We can see its strong strength. If Ningchenki led 2 of his men to raid the casting magic camp, he couldn't guarantee the same effect. At the same time, Ningchenki found a serious problem. If only these 3 people fight in the casting demon camp, the black fat is not among them, then who sent the split air chop that can destroy the sky and destroy the earth and destroy nearly 1/3 of the alien demon family with one blow? Ningchenki finally focused on Link. A bold idea came out of his mind. Has Link mastered it? Ningchenji's words were all refuted by Link, and took out facts and examples to show that he was able to deal with the alien legion. Now the pressure is back on the First Order side again. Ningchenki is quite intelligent in strategy. He suddenly realizes that he has been led by Link. He simply doesn't answer the question about the only expeditionary force in the Vatican system and sets out the maximum conditions he can give. Mr. Lin, you might as well listen to the conditions we can give in the First Order, and then it's not too late to make a decision. Ningchenji reversed his sentence and regained the initiative. Link motioned Ningchenki to go on. He also wanted to hear what conditions Ningchenki could give. Ningchenji paused for a moment, grasped the rhythm in his hand again, smiled and said, Mr. Lin and the Wasteland Expeditionary Army have made great achievements and have long been famous when they were on Pandora. Unfortunately, we were half a step slow. You had left when we arrived at Pandora. I was very curious about the charm of the leader of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army because Antonidas could refuse the First Order several times and firmly stand with the Wasteland Expeditionary Army alliance. Now I know. The biggest condition I can offer here is that the First Order can make an exception for you to expand the 8th Corps, and you will be the commander of the 8th Corps. At the same time, you are also the vice-captain of the super-large aircraft, responsible for the daily management and operation of the super-large aircraft. Here, I need to explain the structure of the First Order. The supreme leader of the First Order is Turing. He is a mechanical wise man. He has existed in the world since the predecessor of the First Order thousands of years ago. He is the only elder of the Vatican Guard. The First Order was founded jointly by him and 6 other pioneers. Now he is responsible for maintaining the procedural justice and action program of the First Order under Turing. There are 7 military commanders, each leading a ship and regiment. The military commander has great power. He can read all the advanced knowledge and books of the First Order, and can also apply for many secret places, knowledge centers, and phantom places in the mother planet Mustafa to enhance his strength. At the same time, the military commander also has monthly additional subsidies, such as materials, potions, weapons. We have everything. Ningchenji spoke slowly, with a pure and honest voice. With his words, many people have been imagining the grand occasion of Mustafa, the mother planet of the First Order, a strange planet integrating magic, mystery, machinery, various styles and colors. Ningchenki's eyes met with Link again and found that Link still didn't fall into it even in his own rhythmic script. His eyes were clear and divine. And the vast majority of the Wasteland Expedition Army did not fall into it. On the contrary, on Victoria's side, except for the first old man, who had a clear mind, everyone else had been reduced to the wonderful scene constructed by his words. Ningchenki has said so much. In a word, joining the First Order has many benefits, both for individuals and their own small team. Link always had a smile on his face and couldn't see the waves of his state of mind. From a series of reactions just now, Ningchenki had to raise his evaluation of Link again. I can understand everything else you said, but I don't know one thing. So you say that after I join the First Order, I will become the head of the 8th Army and have my own fleet? Ningchenji nodded. Excuse me, Commander Ningjun, you are the commander of the 7th Corps and the captain of the Courage. This should be the vice-captain around you, right? Link's careless words made Ningchenki suddenly sweat. Ningchenki clearly remembered that he had never introduced the name of his warship, but Link could say it casually. Ning Chenqi looked at the vice-captain, but the other party shook his head, which meant that no energy fluctuations of spiritual perception and brain theft were detected. Yes. Although the situation was suddenly out of Ning Chenqi's control, he still stubbornly answered Link, wondering where the runaway talks would eventually return. That's strange. Why are you the commander of the 7th Corps and the captain of the Courage? But I'm the commander of the 8th Corps, but I can only be the vice-captain? What's the reason? Link said with a silent sneer, and even the air in the meeting hall decreased several degrees. In addition to Link, others also focused on Ning Chenqi and wanted to know the answer. Such an obvious double mark, I don't know how the other party will explain it. Ning Chenqi didn't look embarrassed and said, although the Wasteland Expeditionary Army has super-large aircraft, it is still too short of offensive means to really give full play to the strength of this super-large aircraft. After you join the First Order, we will go to the home planet Mustafa, where Turing will modify and upgrade the ship, make this monster the First Order mother ship, and formulate the Fleet Battle Group procedure. Because the status of super-large aircraft is respected, Turing needs to be the captain himself, but he won't participate in daily navigation and combat, and will give you complete autonomy. Link suddenly realized, I see. I joined the First Order and got some subsidies. I have the right to read the advanced knowledge of the First Order and various equipment. For these, I have to hand over the sovereignty of the mechanical fortress, right? Chapter 772. Although Ning Chenqi is very much like refutation, it is true from the terms he offered. Mr. Lin, it may not be clear that you have just entered the universe. Compared with super-large aircraft, advanced knowledge is the most precious resource in the universe. Personal strength is always above external equipment. This condition will benefit you and your subordinates for a long time. I hope you can seriously consider my suggestions. Ning Chenqi's face didn't show an embarrassing expression from beginning to end. It's kind of what others mean as long as I'm not embarrassed. Link stared at Ning Chenqi, and the two people fought against each other. No one fell. After a while, Link said, Commander Ning, I think you have a future in diplomacy in addition to your military talent. You might as well consider it. Undefined Ning Chenqi couldn't hear whether Link's words were sincere or ironic. Thanks for Mr. Lin's suggestion. I'll pay attention to this in the future. After all, walking in the Vatican Galaxy is not a pressure. There was a sharp edge between their words, and the others were silent, carefully analyzing the subtext in their words. However, there are exceptions. The macaw sits in a position with its eyes closed, its belly rises and falls, its metal beak opens, and there is constant gas puffing, just like falling asleep. Electric Boy Max looked at the macaw around him with a look of worship. He could be so stable in this tit-for-tat scene. He was worthy of being the right-hand general of the head of state. Looking at other faces, he was nervous or indignant, but the macaw was not afraid and had no response. Such determination can be described as stable as Mount Tai. Oh, by the way, P.R.O., who was chasing the wind, told him an illusion. Zhuge Kongming planned strategies and knew the pattern of the world in the middle of the dragon. At present, the calm posture of the macaw is so similar to that of Kongming that it is not too much to be called the Wolong in the Wasteland expedition. Victoria's messengers were ignored all the way, but everyone didn't have any angry ideas. According to Ning Chenqi's description, the First Order organization has existed for more than 1,000 years and has a profound foundation. The advanced knowledge they say is their unattainable existence. In contrast, Link's light response did not lose the wind at all, but made them feel that standing in the Wasteland expedition was a very correct choice. Perhaps the prophet had seen through everything in advance, so he sent the housekeeper Alfred plenipotentiary. Link shrugged helplessly and said, since this is the best condition you can give, my answer is sorry, I'm not blessed with many rewards of the First Order. Hearing Link's formal and decisive refusal, Ning Chenqi was disappointed, but it was indeed the best treatment Ning Chenqi could think of. The vice-captain is just a name. Usually, Link still enjoys the control of the mechanical fortress, but the captain's name is hanging on Turing. There is also the need for Link to follow orders when the First Order collective action builds a strategic fleet. And listening to Link's tone, he seemed dissatisfied with the position of vice-captain. His idea seems to be to have complete control over the mechanical fortress, but this is unacceptable for the First Order. Such a powerful artifact must be in one's own hands in order to eliminate all unstable factors. This is beyond the scope that Ningqinqi can decide, but if he refuses, Ningqinqi feels that the loss of the First Order is greater. If Mr. Lin doesn't mind, I can contact the parent star and report to the leader Turing. Maybe I can win more rights. Link smiled and shook his head. He could only say that there was no change in the First Order in his previous life memory. He was still old-fashioned. He didn't know whether it was related to Turing's mechanical intelligence life. Old man, I can't keep up with the changes of the times. It's better to go to the ground early. In particular, Turing is not the most powerful of the original Vatican escort, but because he is a mechanical unit, he can constantly replace and upgrade body parts and boil other flesh and blood units to death, which makes him the spiritual leader of the First Order. No, don't you know Turing's character? If it's a good idea to change, you won't be able to eradicate an alien for so long, Link said with a smile. Ningqinqi was a little embarrassed on his face, but he was more afraid. He spoke the name of his ship before, and now he knows Turing's character like the back of his hand. The other party seems to know a lot about the First Order, but the relative First Order knows little about Link. After meeting with Link, Ningqinqi's doubts were not reduced, but more. The man in front of him is always in a light state. It seems that any news can't make his mood waves. Even Ningqinqi has a guess whether Link learned this through some special ability. Ningqinqi's face is becoming more and more dignified. If Link can't join the First Order, he is definitely the biggest unstable factor in the Vatican galaxy. The unpredictable strength and the impenetrable background have wrapped Link with a mysterious veil. Although we have no chance to join the First Order, we can still cooperate. Link leaned forward slightly and threw his olive branch. Lin Ke ignored the surprised eyes of Ningqinqi and others and directly explained his thoughts. I know there are many portal materials on the Courage. I can buy these portals at a price 10% higher than the market price. I don't know whether Head Ning has the authority to do this business. In the entire Vatican galaxy, there are only two who can create a portal. One is the Shadow Master Saffron, who has just been beaten back to his hometown by Link, and the other is Joyce, the White Alchemist of the First Order. The portal of the First Order is usually used by the planets joining the First Order. Each planet can be connected to the parent planet Mustafa, which is convenient, but there has never been a precedent to sell the portal. If Ningqinqi wants to do this business, he can only report it to Turing, but according to Turing's procedure, he will veto it. Therefore, Link's sentence is killing people and killing their hearts, and it also explains the biggest problem of the First Order. Ningqinqi has unconsciously fallen into Link's script trap and began to fight between heaven and man. He knew that it was impossible to win over Link under the current conditions, but it must be good to have some contact with the Wasteland Expedition Army, which could also play a great role in promoting exchanges between the two sides. However, Ningqinqi does not have the authority to do so. If he applies with Turing, Ningqinqi knows what Turing will say about risk control procedure prevention and control, and then refuses. Ningqinqi didn't think about forcibly seizing the mechanical fortress, but he immediately gave up his idea after seeing the lineup of the Wasteland Expedition Army. If the 7th Corps fails to resist the impulse and take the initiative to attack, there will be only one consequence: the total annihilation of the army. With his strength, it is still a question whether he can contain Link. The 9-striped dragon, Gamish, and one person who has never appeared in this team are enough to cause a devastating blow to the Corps, not to mention the remaining units. At that time, I'm afraid it's not them seizing the mechanical fortress, but the Wasteland Expeditionary Army directly annihilated the 7th Corps of the First Order and included the Courage in its bag. Ning Chenji immediately extinguished the idea in his heart after his evaluation. Can't fight. If you let go directly, the First Order wants to connect with Link again. The possibility is basically zero. Ning Chenji fell into a battle between heaven and man. I thought of the oath I made in front of Turing and the emblem of the First Order when I was promoted from vice-captain to captain and head of the army in the past, and devoted all my enthusiasm to the development of the First Order. Now Ning Chenji stands at the crossroads of choice. On the one hand, he has a good relationship with Lin Kuei and retains the possibility of Lin Kuei joining the First Order, but on the other hand, choosing this point means that he has violated the standard procedure set by Turing. And this kind of violation is a kind of betrayal from a certain point of view. Ning Chenji is in great pain. When the interests of the First Order are contrary to the rules set by the spiritual leader, what should he take as the standard? What is loyalty? Ning Chenji had completely fallen into the trap of Link's script at this time, and his relaxed expression became more and more dignified. Link didn't say much. At the moment, he was more like an outsider, laughing at Ning Chenji's self-torture. Grace in the crowd frowned and had a specific understanding of Link's strength again. Without using any tricks, only logical traps and scripts have entangled the top level of the First Order. She is a person of spiritual ability. It can be seen that whether the cooperation is successful or not, Ning Chenji's loyalty to the First Order will be shaken or confused. The whole negotiation tent was silent, and the Victorian mission did not express any opinions. Everyone was waiting for Ning Chenji's final decision. After a long time, with a long sigh, Ning Chenji got up and raised his hand and said, "Congratulations, we look forward to the smooth progress of our first cooperation." Ning Chenji finally chose the road of disobedience and chose to cooperate with Link. People without foresight must have near worries. At present, the near worries of the First Order are alien stars. Although we can't cooperate with Link now, the goal of both sides is the Alien Legion. When the Alien Legion is eradicated, the Vatican system will encounter other crises or opportunities in the future. If it can form a good trade cooperation relationship with the Wasteland Expedition Army, it will be able to help if necessary, and can be reluctantly classified as the non-staff personnel of the First Order. Link shook hands with Ning Chenji, and the two powerful big hands held together. The temperature and grip strength from the palms both expressed their optimism about this model. At the same time, it also represented that Ning Chenji finally chose a correct path, understood his heart and strengthened the object and path of his loyalty. "I sincerely pay tribute to Head Ning's choice." Link said something, and Ning Chenji also understood the meaning. "I will support the cooperation intention of both sides within my authority, but I can't guarantee the other corps. So I hope Mr. Lin will recognize the 7th Corps." Link nodded firmly. He knew that Ning Chenji meant that don't show off when you buy something. Don't find other people in the First Order when your front foot just cooperates with him. When people see these things that shouldn't appear, it's equivalent to selling him. It's impossible to do long-term business in the future. Don't worry about this. In the future, Link will recognize your 7th Corps and courage. I won't be infected with other First Order ships. However, if they don't know how to ask for trouble, it's not my malicious destruction of the relationship with your organization, Link said with a smile. Ning Chenji replied with a smile, "Don't worry, Mr. Lin, no one can destroy our firm cooperative relationship. If there is something wrong with my courage in the Vatican system in the future, I hope Mr. Lin will lend a helping hand to support one or two for the sake of my cooperation at risk." Ning Chenji's answer is also very interesting, and his subtext is that if you don't know how to find trouble, it will not affect their cooperative relationship. Please rest assured. At the same time, Link frankly expressed his hope for the support of the mechanical fortress in the future. After the two sides released their hands, Link gently clicked the voice bug in his ear and said, "Troy, add the spirit to the whitelist of the mechanical fortress, and our voyage data will be open to friends at any time." Ning Chenji had a bright moment in front of him. He had to say that Link would compete with each other and fight for every inch of land during the negotiation, which made people feel a strong sense of oppression. But after the cooperation, all kinds of reassuring and considerate actions came. Ning Chenqi naturally returned the favor and nodded to the vice-captain. The vice-captain's fingers fit the center of his eyebrows. After a moment, his mouth did not open, but his spiritual language spread all over the meeting room. Courage will also add the mechanical fortress to the white list. Once the ships join the white list, they can access each other's operation records and know the navigation target location. It can be said that the whole journey will completely appear in each other's eyes. To join the white list, only both sides can do this step with great trust. Ning Chenji is very pleased that the two sides can add white lists to each other. The first step of his plan is a complete success, followed by continuous commercial cooperation to consolidate bilateral relations. For the specific cooperation process, we will send Penny, who is also the Minister of Economy of our wasteland and the head of the Expeditionary Army, to connect with the 7th Corps. Ning Chenqi raised his hand and led to the Deputy Captain, the Adjutant of the 7th Corps, the Deputy Captain of the Courage, AI. We can connect with him for our cooperation. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two sides eased, there was a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere on the meeting table, and the three parties, whether the main personnel or entourage, all breathed a sigh of relief. Although this cooperation is invisible, it is definitely a bold and positive attempt for the stability of the Vatican Galaxy. Here's a personal question to ask. Mr. Lin said that the entourage was limited to 15. I think both we and Victoria brought 15 entourages, but I don't know why the Wasteland expedition only brought 14. Ning Chenqi wanted to ask a question early in the morning, but he didn't say it because of the poor atmosphere at that time. The macaw also breathed a sigh. After holding it for a long time, someone finally said it for it. With this alone, it will give Ning Chenqi a great praise. At this moment, all the people realized that there were only 14 entourages in the Wasteland expedition. They all looked at Link and waited for an explanation. Chapter 773. Link raised his black scepter and said with a smile, "Here is the 15th man." As soon as the voice fell, the black scepter changed, mechanically unfolded, folded and extended, and became an iron monkey in a moment. From the iron monkey, Ning Chenqi felt extremely pure peaceful energy, and he felt the strength similar to the 9-striped dragon from the monkey. What shocked the First Order people most was that although the iron monkey was covered with metal structure, it had strong life force. It was obviously a living creature, not a mechanical intelligent creature. It is incredible that this living creature can hide the breath of life by changing its shape and turn itself into a dead thing, which is beyond people's cognition. Rao is the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and all Victorians are also shocked that Link's scepter has become a living creature. Undefined, the macaw opened its mouth and wanted to say something, but it felt unable to say it. King Kong, who used to call himself literate, has now found his way and left them far behind. Now King Kong is full of Buddha light, and his golden light is soft and full of energy. It is clear that he is evolving again. The 9-grain dragon nodded slightly. King Kong rejected the synthetic transformation of the head of state before, and now he finally found it. Ning Chenji's surprise flashed in his eyes, and his eyes looked at Link again. He thought that after this meeting, he had a certain understanding of Link, but now it seems that he still knows nothing about Link. These abilities cannot be obtained by owning a mechanical fortress and obtaining advanced knowledge. In particular, Ning Chenqi checked the weapon system of the mechanical fortress and the strength and root of all present. Ning Chenqi can be sure that the advanced knowledge mastered by the Wasteland Expedition Army will not exceed the First Order. But Link's ability, which even he had never seen, could only be higher level knowledge. It seems that we need to know more about the Wasteland Expedition Army. Ning Chenqi sighed. Unexpectedly, at the last minute, Link gave him another hand, which made him a higher evaluation of the whole Wasteland expedition. At the same time, Ning Chenqi felt lucky. Fortunately, he resisted the impulse to rob the mechanical fortress, otherwise the whole 7th Corps and courage would be ruined by his stupid decision. Then let's go back and prepare first. Link smiled, marking the end of the meeting. Seeing Link's iconic smile, the macaw reacts after a while. It can't help clenching its fist. It hates Ning Chenji and doesn't make steel. Ning, why are you so unlucky? When you see that 14 people are out of order, you have to ask, isn't this a chance for Link to pretend to be forced in vain? Damn, let him pretend again. The macaw clenched its wings and was angry. Link got up and led the crowd to leave. Alfred on Victoria's side also got up and nodded to Ning Chenji. He didn't say much and left. Alfred, as the steward of Karina family, once the best in Victoria, has dealt with too many nobles and is first class in speech and appearance. At present, it is obvious that Victoria does not have the right to speak in this meeting, and he does not need to spend much time to express the idea that everything is won. From the negotiations between the two sides just now, Link's bottom line is independence. Obviously, the First Order was greedy for the mechanical fortress and could not give Link independence, so the two sides retreated and chose the commercial cooperation relationship. Alfred understood Link's bottom line at this time, and became more and more sure of the instructions left by Julian to let him firmly follow Link, which was absolutely the right choice. Victoria now has a relationship with the Wasteland Expedition, and Link also opened his mouth to attract himself, so it is impossible to ignore Victoria. After the Victorian mission left, only the 7th Regiment of the First Order remained in the tent. When all the others were gone, Ning Chenji smiled and said to Vice Captain Ai, "It seems that our negotiation has been led by the nose." Vice Captain Ai was a little surprised. You should know that Ning Chenji's character is just like his people. He is firm and resolute. Once he identifies the target, he will never stop. But this time, Link didn't get any benefit. Instead, he broke the ring and was a complete failure. Vice Captain Ai comforted, after all, the other party has taken the initiative. We ask for him. With the other party's current background and strength, we can't get any benefit even if we fight. Your choice is wise and correct. When you go back, I will warn all members of the 7th Corps that they will keep quiet about the meeting and content. Ning Chenji stared at Ai for a while, and saw a rock-like firm look in each other's eyes. Both he and Ai know that once Turing knows that he sells the portal privately, according to the standard review process, Ning Chenji's identity as the head of the army will be suspended. After inquiry and review, a final trial will be given. As the mainstay and future hope of the First Order, Ning Chenji will not be severely punished, but it will definitely affect his current status and decision-making power. Therefore, Ai will not only preside over the commercial cooperation with the Wasteland Expedition Army, but also strictly guard against this violation within the 7th Corps. Ning Chenji looked at the crowd leaving outside the tent and asked, Ai, do you guess what Link is going to do to call the portal and establish his own rear base camp? Ai nodded, this is the most important role of the portal. Pandora refused our stationing before and always claimed that she had allied with the Waste Soil Expedition Army. Now Victoria has kept up with the pace. Coupled with the Waste Soil itself, Link has now been supported by 3 low-level literary stars. He also likes the portal. The reserve strength can rank first in the whole Vatican system and alien stars, ranked third. With such a broad mass base, the future power of the Expeditionary Army will only become stronger and stronger. Then Ai put his finger against his eyebrow again. A moment later, the people of the 7th Corps turned into a wisp of white light and disappeared in situ. With the disappearance of the temporary magic tent at the meeting point, a breeze blew, and the grass tips on the ground swayed with the wind. Everything seemed to have never happened. On the way back, Link slowed down, and soon Alfred led the Victorian mission to follow. The meeting was very successful. Congratulations to the head of state. Alfred was modest and polite. He raised his hands properly and was full of aristocratic style, which seemed to give people a kind of enjoyment. This is a win-win, Al. With the success of this transaction, Victoria will be the first to experience the effect of the portal. At that time, Victorian warriors can communicate with the mechanical fortress and the planet at any time through the portal. You don't have to worry about the planet's failure to return in time if it is in danger after stepping into the universe in the future. Alfred understood that this is a portal similar to the portal during the invasion of the Alien Legion, which can directly join the two places to achieve the purpose of crossing the space. Ningchenki has agreed to this cooperation. According to Link, Victoria will become the first pilot. Once the portal is built, the expeditionary army can appear in Victoria at any time. Let me first thank the head of state for the Victorian people. Russell, the Lord of Ander and garrison officer behind Alfred, couldn't help smiling after hearing the good news. With this portal, Victoria's safety can be assured. Link said as he walked, "By the way, Al, Lord Ander, there's something else you need to do. After the First Order leaves, you find a way to inform all the strange people in Victoria. I'll hold a Victorian professional league to select 60 strange people as the pioneers of the Victorian forces of the Expeditionary Army. At the same time, Victoria's big forces. At that time, the qualifying and early knockout competitions will be held. It needs your help to be held in Ander City." The Lord of Ander smiled happily. Victorian forces and strange people had the opportunity to enter the mechanical fortress, which means that the Wasteland Expedition Army officially accepted them as allies. The Lord of Ander nodded like a chicken pecking rice and promised again and again, "The head of state, please rest assured that Ander City will hold this grand event. Remember, wait until the First Order leaves before you start the publicity organization." Although the Lord of Ander didn't understand why he did it, he nodded like suddenly realized to show that he knew it. After explaining things to the Victorian mission, Link carried out a subspace transfer with a force field scepter. In an instant, all 15 representatives of the waste soil participating in the meeting returned to the mechanical fortress. As soon as the front foot landed, the macaw's loud voice came from the back foot, "Yes, King Kong, you have directly entered a new realm. I'm glad I didn't waste my previous guidance to you. The macaw is very shameless. Take care of it 3721, and put some work on yourself first." The macaw leaned up and felt the Buddha light warmer than the sun. The macaw's already small rice eyes are smaller now. "You've mastered the 8 movements of the Tathagata Divine Palm before. Now that your state has improved, you must have mastered the move of the Tathagata Divine Palm pressing the bottom of the box? Otherwise, show it and let us open our eyes." The macaw hugged King Kong and coaxed him. One side of the dimensional code is also the owner who can't help watching the excitement. He rarely echoed, "Yes, the 8 palms in front of the Tathagata God's palm have been thrilling. This last palm must be the existence of changing the color of heaven and earth. I'll die without regret if I can see the complete Tathagata God's palm." They opened their eyes and died without regret. They had a feeling of crosstalk. Facing their compliments and expectations, King Kong did not hesitate to pour cold water on them. "The Tathagata Divine Palm is a super skill, and it must be super to get merit. Do you want to be the merit under my palm?" Asked by King Kong, the macaw and the dimensional code shook their heads like a rattle. "I'm kidding. They can see the 9th form of the Tathagata God's palm after this palm, but people probably don't have it. As for turning into merit? I'm kidding. They are all good citizens of the stars. They have no family background and have no criminal record for 3 generations. What merit do they have?" The friendly talks ended with fruitful results. But the biggest gain this time is. Link found that the First Order did not seem to find players. In other words, I haven't noticed the characteristics of player death and resurrection. At the thought that the First Order has been to Pandora, but has not found the strangeness of the player, Link can only express his surprise. And on the scale of courage, it will certainly attract the attention of players. In this case, players can't contact the First Order. Recalling what Ningchenki said before, there was only one answer: the first time the First Order came, I saw Antonidas. Because of the alliance between Waste Soil and Pandora, Antonidas firmly rejected Ningxinji's invitation and the request to install the portal. Moreover, during the talks, the First Order knew the existence of the Wasteland Expedition Army and the fact that they went to Victoria. Only then did they follow up, so they had no chance to have contact with the players. "It's you, old Anne." Link's eyes narrowed with laughter. He didn't expect that Antonidas would send the last assist so far away. With this assist from Antonidas, after completing Victoria's affairs, Link will arrive at Pandora with the portal for the first time to send relief and warmth to Antonidas. Penny Penguin acted vigorously and contacted Vice Captain AI of the Courage shortly after the meeting. Even in the Morwell cluster, stable portals are rare and valuable. To maintain the portal, two requirements must be met. One is a stable portal, which requires a high degree of stability of media and materials, which can make the disordered spacetime energy orderly and stable. The second is the huge energy, which is enough to tear space and form wormholes. If you want to use a simple word to summarize, it is material and financial resources. Stable media and materials are rare, and the huge energy required to maintain the portal is equivalent to energy material. The trading process between the two sides was very smooth, and Penny shipped 2 sets of portals at the price of 31,000 sets. AI explained that the mission of the Spirit was to solve the problems of Pandora and Victoria, so she only brought 2 sets of portal. As for more portals, Courage needs to be brought out after returning to Mustafa. Now the two sides have added a whitelist to each other for interstellar contact, and can make a second transaction at the next time and place. After the completion of the transaction, the First Order did not stay too much. After sending a series of farewell messages to the mechanical fortress, it directly chose to set sail and return. This mission not only had a great impact on Ningxinqi's 3 outlooks, but also allowed him to find a rising organization in the Vatican system, the Wasteland Expedition. So far, the Alien Legion is still the biggest threat to the First Order. The vigorous development of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army will inevitably become an important factor affecting the end of this protracted battle. In the mechanical fortress, after hearing Ningxinqi's farewell message, Link stared at the 2 sets of portals in front of him and thought about a new plan: talent screening. Chapter 774. Once the portal is officially established, it means that the mechanical fortress can continuously receive combat power from the 3 novice planets. More frankly, more and more players will pour into the fortress from the portal. This is a double-edged sword for the Waste Soil Expedition Army and Mechanical Fortress. On the one hand, the strength of the Wasteland Expedition Army can be enhanced, but on the other hand, because the capacity of the Mechanical Fortress is limited, many players must not be able to join it. Therefore, how to screen players has become a big problem after having a portal. When Link came to the portal and checked the portal information, the system suddenly gave a prompt. Undefined portal information is not entered. Do you want to add portal information and restrictions? Yes/no. The portal used by Link in his previous life was set by various forces. It's just to directly audit and enter. But in his life, he had a new portal that had not been set. The dialog box suddenly popped up in the system made him somewhat unexpected. Link selects yes, and then the picture in front of him changes again, and a series of parameter settings appear. Your portal has not been bound to a location. Do you want to bind it? Yes/no. Your portal has not established any filtering settings. Do you want to establish it? Yes/no. Link enters the first binding location, the system screen rotates again, and some new blank settings appear. There is also intelligent priority above the blank setting. The default is the current location of Victoria. Link adjusted the location slightly and set it as Victoria Under City. Victoria was in a mess after the attack of the Alien Legion. Now Under City has almost become a new home for players and Aborigines. The portal is placed here to save players from running. At the same time, if the mechanical fortress wants to return in the opposite direction, it can also arrive at Andar City at the first time without wasting time. Then Link focused on the screening setting, and the system screen turned again to show a new interface. There are many screening settings provided by the system. Link can see a lot of settings such as level, strength, profession, race, and friendliness after a rough glance. Link's frown slowly stretches. With these controllable variables, he doesn't need to worry about player screening. Because he has dual templates for players and NPC, the system directly lists the portal settings from the previous fuzzy settings into various accurate variables, so that he can adjust many options, so as to combine the players who are most suitable to enter the portal and come to the mechanical fortress. Link looked at the complicated variables, thought for a moment and began to set them. After repeated measurement and adjustment, we finally found a balance point. In this way, we can not only limit the number of players, but also select their strength. Because there are only 2 sets of portals, Link decided to give priority to Victoria and Pandora. As for the players of Wasteland, they need to wait a little longer. The Wasteland has a complete upgrade route left by him. At that time, there must be more players who meet the requirements. Link needs to take advantage of this time to plan, so as to better meet his regular army. Anyway, Victoria's portal has been set in Andar City. The specific installation and maintenance work is the problem between Penny and Garrison Russell. Link doesn't need to worry about it. Link looked away from the portal and motioned Penny to take the portal for the next installation preparation. The First Order took the money, put down the portal and chose to leave. After the spirit returns to Mustafa, it will mention 2 more sets of portals, and then the 2 sides will agree on a place for a second transaction. During this time, Link not only had to complete Victoria's mission, but also made another sum of money in the inaccessible Vatican system to pay for the next 2 portals. Previously, 870,000 cosmic coins were withdrawn from the account of Pirate Captain Roger, and only 270,000 remained after buying 2 sets of portals. Link still needs 330,000 cosmic coins to settle the account, which is definitely a challenge for Link. Link looked again at the macaw playing with his belly, and asked, "Shasok is gone again?" The macaw said weakly, "Yes, he's gone again. If it means to compete with King Kong before, it's really exciting to see King Kong's success in promotion this time. Before, after fighting against alien stars, Shasok, a descendant of Crocodile God, went to look for his own opportunities. However, not long after he left, he sensed the great changes in heaven and earth, and ran all the way back to the mechanical fortress from a distance to guard against any new enemies in the base. Then he didn't know the context until Link came back. At the end of the meeting with the First Order, seeing that King Kong went further, Shasok was determined to find his way in Victoria, said goodbye to Link and left the mechanical fortress. For the benign competition of pets, Link welcomed it with both hands. Maybe Shasok was so excited that he came back when he left and was promoted to legend? Lao Jin, you have done a good job in transmitting information this alien invasion. In the past, macaw stocks would be happy to hear these praises, but now they respond coldly. Oh, it's okay. Generally, it can't compare with the Silver Hand. I can act at will. And I can only complete the task within the specified rules. The macaw's voice is full of resentment. In fact, it accuses Link of double labeling and gives them different tasks. In the view of the macaw, this is not a task problem, it is a trust problem. Why can the Silver Hand carry out the task of freedom? It will be bound by these rules. Silver Hand has no brain and is brave. He is brave and resourceful without it. Even if it's a free mission, it should be a macaw. Lin K smiled. Just now he saw that the macaw was angry and deliberately dried it for a while. Link sighed and said, "Alas, you are my pet. How can I turn my elbow out? It seems that you haven't understood my good intentions." Link's acting skills are full. His face is full of frustration and regret misunderstood by others. In particular, a sigh directly makes the macaw's heart unstable. He thinks to himself, Did he really misunderstand Link? Is there another secret in it? The macaw glanced at Link, immediately took back his small eyes, brewing for a moment and said, "You man, it's good to say something. How can you sigh easily? Besides, how can I not understand your good intentions? I just want you to say it yourself." The macaw must die and refuse to admit it. Otherwise, wouldn't he be blind? Link then said, "You think, the task you undertake this time is the most critical intelligence gathering and transmission work. It can be said that the whole war situation operates with the intelligence you provide. How important this responsibility is, only you can be competent and I can rest assured that you do it." The macaw still had a trace of doubt, but facing Link's firm and incomparable eyes, the 3 words really couldn't be said, and all swallowed into his stomach. "Seeing you perform such an important task, the Silver Hand came to me and actively wanted to participate in the battle. He has such a high mood. You said that if I don't let him out, what's the difference between throwing cold water and hitting people's enthusiasm, so I can only arrange tasks for him. If you were you must make the same choice as me." With a clever rhetorical question, Link kicked the ball back to the macaw. No arrangement is to combat enthusiasm. The macaw who claims to be a Wolong chick doesn't want to wear this hat. Naturally, it can't be refuted. Arrange tasks. You see, other tasks have been assigned by special personnel, which is efficient and reliable. You should arrange some important tasks for him. What if he messes up? You don't know how unreliable the Silver Hand is. The macaw thinks so. If this important task is screwed up, it will affect Victoria's whole progress. Even if it is replaced, it will not arrange any key tasks for the Silver Hand. The mission has been released before, so there is little room to play, so I arranged a free mission for him to do it completely based on his ability and intuition. In this way, no matter what the final result is, he can't blame me, right? And there are no important tasks, he can only kill the single alien legion. For example, I and the 9-striped dragon against Saphir Long's time, the Silver Hand came late. Finally, he only killed a few miscellaneous fish, and there was no room for expression. With Link's patient explanation, the macaw's face was a little pale, hesitated for a long time and said, "I'm not serious, I just want an attitude." "Do you think my macaw is such a careful person?" What I want an attitude? Link found that the macaw was well versed in the essence of boxing. It's not easy for Yinxiao to go out alone to perform the task, so when he comes back this time, you should give priority to encouragement and can't attack his enthusiasm. Otherwise, it's not good for him to make trouble when he really needs him later. The cockatoo nodded like a chicken pecking rice. I know, when did old Jin worry you?" Link was speechless and thought, everything is very worrying. After so much foreshadowing and calming the macaw's little mood, Link said desperately, "Lao Jin, although the alien legion has been defeated, the task of summarizing and transmitting information has just begun. Aliens will successively send information about Victoria's resource distribution, local customs, and even the goddess of the night. I know you are a careful person, and you won't miss it carelessly, don't you?" The macaw holds its head high, which is very useful for this set. Immediately patted his arm and assured Link, Lao Jin is safe in handling affairs. Macaws usually run the train with their mouths full, but once the action of patting their arms comes out, Link is really relieved. It seems time to look forward to a wave of information from the goddess of the night. Link grabbed and poured a wave of chicken soup. The macaw's eyes were bright and bright. He waved his wings and said goodbye to Link. "Well, I won't talk nonsense with you here. I have to record and report information. I'll slip away." After that, he disappeared without waiting for Link's response. After the macaw left, Link got up and went to the collection room in the room. When the gate is opened, there are a wide range of treasures inside, which attract people's eyes and ears. Everyone can't open their eyes. The most notable of these is the negative energy essence with high protection at the high shelf. Among the purple and blue materials, this golden material is like a firefly in the night. So far, Link has made the most of every legendary material he has obtained. The keel on the 9-pattern dragon and the black relic on the King Kong all prove this. Now, Link has a spare energy in his hands. If used properly, he can make a legendary pet. The strength of Link pet army will improve again. The negative energy essence contains strong negative energy. In addition to fitting in, we should also consider the problem of effectiveness. Once we cannot suppress this energy, the possibility of going out is great. If it is other legendary material, Link may not be so careful. But the essence of negative energy is worth taking care of. If there is a problem with the synthesis of this thing, it will lose its wife and lose its soldiers. The most important thing is that there is a problem with the synthetic product, and its strength is extremely powerful. It will really make people scratch their ears. Think about the headache objects inside the mechanical fortress. Miranda's problem bears the brunt. Originally, only the macaw fooled around with the silver hand. After this incident, Link felt that he needed to add a dimensional code. In addition, the remaining rat gangs led by treasure-hunting rats are not a big problem. When Link was worried about how to use legendary materials, the system suddenly jumped out several prompts. The sudden information unexpectedly surprised Link. Ling Long is dead. A-level task Revenge of Mandala has completed 7/7, reaching 100% of the target, gained 200 experience by killing, and the participation rate is 0.1%. Evaluation, secondary, no additional reward. You have completed A-level task Revenge of Mandala. If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight, inherit the will of the Mandala family, and take revenge on the 7 people. You successfully killed 7 traitors, decrypted the cause and effect of the Pharaoh dynasty in the process, and knew all the inside story. You won the title Wasteland Omniscient, 2 million experience, Specialty Desert Shelter, Task Ring Royal China Ring. The seal was released. The potential point was 20. The Mystery Department Skill Improvement Book X1. Link was shocked by a series of news. It took a long time to react. Is Ling Long dead? Link has been out of the wasteland for more than 2 months. He thought it would be possible to kill Ling Long and get the reward for the main task of the wasteland until there was a total of Wormer. Did you ever want to look at the materials and think about things on the mechanical fortress? Ling Long hung up and came directly to a wave of lying win rewards. From the system prompt, Ling Long has gained 200 experience points and his participation is still 0.1%, which is incredible. Is it that Tianxin Zero and Suya made contributions? This was Link's first reaction. Chapter 775. Just when Link was confused, Troy suddenly appeared and came first-hand news for Link. Führer, the latest news came from the defectors we installed on Wormer. Ling Long, who hid in our camp for a long time and finally escaped to Wormer, has been executed on the grounds of being suspected of divulging the movements and confidential information of the Alien Legion. Link was stunned for a moment. This reason is really a big lie in the world. A villain of low civilization can cross countless hundreds of millions of miles, escape the surveillance of Commander Yegsh and Adjutant Abuza, and pass information to Link. It's impossible to think about it. But in a flash, Link reacted. The 3 alien invasions ended in disastrous defeat, which dealt a great blow to the morale of the Alien Legion, and even caused panic inside. Especially the Alien Legion. I'm afraid there are rumors and rumors inside, and people are terrified. Undefined at this time, Ling Long was pushed out and let her be responsible for the matter. Obviously, it also meant to throw the pot. Blame all the failures on the internal transmission of information, so that someone is responsible for these failures. In addition, when Ling Long passed through the portal, Link said similar words, which is more convincing. In this way, the Alien Legion's confidence can be restored again and a strong desire for revenge can be opened in the next confrontation. You know, no matter what forces, there is no lack of fools. Originally, the Alien Legion had negative and war avoidance psychology after 3 failures, and even doubted whether the leader's decision was correct. leading to a systematic crisis of trust. However, bringing out such a scapegoat as Ling Long can not only throw out the pot of failure, but also make the alien legion have an illusion. The failure of the previous invasion is not a command error, nor is the enemy too strong, but a spy leaked the news, resulting in the other party's adequate preparation. It seems that failure has become a matter of course. Only Ling Long will be killed to solve the large-scale and systematic trust crisis of the alien legion. It can also kill Ling Long flag worship and improve a wave of morale. As for Ling Long's loyalty, sorry, a low civilization human who is proficient in face changing and camouflage has no use value to alien stars. Her greatest value now is to be executed in front of all the alien legions, so as to stimulate the fighting spirit of the alien legion again. According to this analysis, the situation of alien stars is very bad, so Ling Long must die. Link seriously doubts that his 0.1% participation may be the credit of the sentence exquisite, the alien side depends on you. Originally, Link just wanted to disgust Ling Long through this sentence. Who could have thought that it played a key role? Although I didn't get a lot of experience in killing Ling Long, I finished the task ahead of time. Link regained his mind and said calmly to Troy, "Okay, I see. By the way, who was the first to send back the news?" "It's PRO like chasing the wind. He was the first to upload it to the action department after he got the news of Tianxin Zero." Link nodded slightly, which really made him guess right. Tianxin Zero was smart when he was in the Miracle Guild. After arriving in Wormer, he and Suya became the leader of defectors. Although they were not reused, they were gradually accepted after review, and began to have some activities in Wormer. It is not known whether this acceptance is another form of review. Troy said that, suddenly stunned, and immediately brought Link an update. "Führer, the latest news came from Suya. Some defectors were taken away by the coming Shadow Saffron. Their whereabouts are unknown." Link glanced over a fine light in his eyes. Were these traitors exposed, or was Saffron ready to experiment and transform these players? Link felt a bad feeling in his heart and immediately got up. "I'll go to the rest area to talk to strange people." Link had a feeling that Saffron had captured some defectors, perhaps realizing something. In order to prevent this line from being completely interrupted, Link must do something, not only to ensure the safety of players, but also not to completely break the line that is not easy to operate. You know, it's only a few fingers of the alien star that have been broken. It's not to the point of completely breaking bones and muscles. Then there is the strategy of Wormer and the parent star of alien stars. It is not time to really need the enemy's internal information. If we break this path at this time, it will become extremely difficult when we really need intelligence in the future. Link plans to have a good talk with the players and ask them to take a message to the renegade players. No matter what news they hear recently, they don't need to return it for the time being, and everything remains silent. If this is Saffron's test, only silence is the best response. Link quickly walked out of the lounge. With the pressure relief of the mechanical door, a burst of hurried footsteps disappeared in the corridor. At the moment of closing the mechanical door, a palm-sized purple-black sludge swished into the mechanical door. The purple-black mud was familiar with Link's lounge, bypassing various obstacles all the way to the open collection room. While the purple-black silt struggled to climb the collection room shelves, the top negative energy essence also resonated and responded. The black ball's negative energy essence is clearly visible at the moment, with turbulence in it, as if it is urgent to get out and merge with purple and black mud. When the purple-black silt climbed to the top of the collection room shelf, it would wrap up the shell of the negative energy essence. This impulse and combination were just like the glow of life erupted in the instant of the contact between Jing and Egg, as if it had found the most suitable each other in the world. The black and black silt tightens the material form, and the internal energy of the negative energy is also chaotic. All kinds of negative energy are transformed into a black fluid, which hits the surface film madly and wants to meet with the purple-black silt. Along with the internal and external exertion of force, a thin layer of crack appeared on the film very quickly. After a short time, the crack expanded rapidly throughout the negative energy essence, and there was a thin negative energy to escape from it, and then quickly fused with the surface purple-black silt. The picture is like dropping ink into the water. A drop of round ink drops quickly and then drags out filaments. It looks like boiling. Along with the increasing fissures, the negative energy essence begins to vent. The whole purple-black sludge surface is completely boiling, and filamentous sludge is continuously sprayed to the distance by air force, relying only on filamentous adhesion. With the same spirit as the undead Xiaoqiang, these collapsed adhesions climbed up from below, and then flew out. This pile of purple-black mud is the demonized symbiont of Link. In the ancient castle of Karina, the magic of the symbiotic body can feel the strong evil breath of the negative energy essence. But when the roof is in the sky, it can restrain its emotions, refrain from it and refuse to be controlled by emotion and subconsciousness. But when the negative energy essence is displayed in the collection room, somehow the temptation is stronger and stronger. Finally, the demons and symbionts cannot restrain their emotions. In the gap between Link and the lounge, a piece of body is returned to the collection room and started its own plan. The magic symbiosis originally intended to absorb negative energy essence, but now the energy from the negative energy essence is too strong. The demonized symbionts realize that they cannot seem to be able to repress and swallow up the energy. Instead, they use all their strength to wrap the negative energy essence directly from the shelves of the collection room to the ground. The goal of demonized symbiosis is only the essence of negative energy. If we continue to stand on the shelf, it will affect other materials and cause chain effect. Click. With the crisp sound of the silver bottle, all the negative energy was released, and the whole collection room was filled with a breath of silence and mania. When the air is windless, it blows automatically, and negative energy is stirred and vented everywhere. The demonized symbiont opens the body like a purple-black net, which is directly covered from a high place, trying to absorb all the negative energy. However, the violent negative energy does not pay any attention to the demonized symbiosis. Once the demonized symbiosis is covered and swallowed, its furious energy will crush and tear it apart. The demonized symbiont has the ability to regenerate, so it falls into the repeated cycle of being crushed and digested, and then jumping up and absorbing again after regeneration. The negative energy essence is turbulent, and there are many black gas condensing into Julian's head, expression, or arrogance, or anger, or pain, or anger, or jealousy, despair, ridicule. The black spirit is overflowing, and the demonifying symbiosis swallows the negative energy essence in the continuous regeneration. But how can a legendary negative condensation energy be allowed to be swallowed and allowed to be sucked by others? These negative energy essence have already produced their own consciousness and condense even more fearful counterattacks. The grey and black negative energy turbulence surged in the collection room. Small souls collided with the demonized symbiosis and were immediately torn into countless small fragments. This time, the essence of negative energy is to destroy these tiny fragments, so that the magic symbionts lose their ability to regenerate. Once all are destroyed, there is no way to regenerate, and naturally there is no way to devour it. When the demonized symbiont saw that its own strength could not suppress each other, the remaining body suddenly popped up, grabbed an object on the top of the shelf, dragged it down, and directly smashed it into the center of the turbulent flow of negative energy. The idea of demonizing symbionts is also very simple. Since you can't fight each other with your own strength, find help. Besides the negative energy essence, the most powerful living thing in the collection room is nothing more than the ancient beast heart. After the collision of the negative energy essence with the ancient animal heart, subconsciously still want to deal with the same trick. However, the fierce heart of an ancient beast is the living heart of an ancient terror monster. It itself has strong authority and deterrence. After the collision, the negative energy beam failed to tear the other party. At that time, the evil spirit of the ancient beast also felt the malice of the negative energy essence, and started the confrontation mechanism. The fierce heart of the ancient beast also contains the energy of the original terrorist monster. It wreaked havoc on the planet and ran rampant. Now even if there is only one heart left, it will break out a strong energy confrontation in the face of each other's provocation. Who is not a rebellious king, why give in? The demonized symbiont sees the right time and pours on it again. Only this time, its goal is not the negative energy essence, but the ancient beast's heart. When the demonization of the symbiotic body and the ancient beast were in contact with each other, the two sides agreed on unanimous external and joint efforts to fight the enemy and decided to join together to assimilate the negative energy essence. In the blink of an eye, the evil heart of the ancient beast and the symbiosis of demonization changed at the same time. The demonized symbiont parasitized on the fierce heart of the ancient beast and completely wrapped the whole heart of the ancient beast. Then the symbiont began to split wildly and sprayed purple sticky spider filaments outward. Some of these filaments hung in the air or leaned against each other to form a skeleton and vein of a body. Then the demonized symbiont and the fierce heart of the ancient beast were combined, and the viscous material sprayed from it turned bright red, and the regeneration force was stronger, and the spraying force was more terrible, as if it had stabbed the main artery and blood flowed. A hideous monster of a fierce face, with its awful tusks, sends out a high-frequency screaming, a quick and negative energy elite battle. Different from the previous single hanging, the demonized symbiosis after being parasitized by the fierce heart of the ancient beast changes its appearance color. As soon as the deep purple-black shakes itself into a dazzling bright red, it looks more bloody and crazy, and its strength and effect are more powerful. The negative energy beam hit the ancient phobia, but it was found that the material could not be broken at all. Red spreads rapidly and devours negative energy greedily. These negative energies are delicious food and nourishment for both demonized symbionts and ancient beasts. However, after the negative energy is absorbed, it does not wait to die. It constantly stirs in the body and wants to get rid of the shackles. The appearance of the ancient beast is constantly changing with the struggle of this energy. After absorbing all the negative energy essence, the demonized symbiosis and the ancient beast's heart do not get the result that they want. Although such delicious energy can be swallowed, it cannot be absorbed and transformed into its own strength. Now in a body torn by madness, there is a clash of three energies. The body of demonize the symbiotic body, the heart energy of the ancient beast's fierce heart, and the essence of the negative energy that wants to break away from heaven. Part company each going his own way of thinking and combining the evil energy essence with the old animal mind. But the current situation can only stare, not to mention absorbing energy, even the original freedom is gone, and the action is restricted. Moreover, under the involvement of the negative energy essence, the surging red vitality has been stuck with the magic symbiosis and is hard to separate. Even it can't withdraw its bright red vitality. Three independent individuals, after such a fuss, have merged into one. Just as the three individuals struggled to separate, the pressure relief sound of the mechanical door broke the current balance. With the sound of footsteps, Link returned from the rest area. As soon as I entered the room, I saw that the collection room was full of mess and a pool of bright red sticky material on the ground. At the same time, the remaining demonized symbiosis on him was also inspired, gradually faded from Link's body and combined with Numenon. The bright red appearance changed again, wrapped in a layer of black. Link was stunned. He never thought that he just left for a moment, and the back garden caught fire. Soon a detective threw it up and saw a new name. Hades. Chapter 776. Link checked the status of Hades, and the investigation data jumped into his eyes. Monster attribute. Name, Hades. Quality, dark purple. Race, mysterious creation. Undefined attribute, darkness. Level, 70+, leader. State 1, scream, red, can emit high-frequency vibration, extremely fast action speed, combined with the host plus 200 agility, plus 100 energy. State 2, suffering, green, suffering aura, which can cause periodic damage to the range, combined with plus 200 endurance, plus 100 strength. State 3, Anger, Yellow, Anger attack bonus, combined plus 200 strength, plus 100 agility. State 4, Despair, Gray, Despair aura, slow down casting spells on surrounding targets, combined with plus 200 energy, plus 100 intelligence. State 5, Jealousy, Purple, curse the target randomly, combined with plus 200 intelligence, plus 100 endurance. State 6, Arrogance, Blue, all gain effects increased by 10%, plus 100 endurance, plus 100 intelligence, plus 100 energy. Evaluation, an accident has created a new creature that has never been seen before, and the river of negative emotions is surging. After reading Hades's information card, Link didn't know what to say for a moment. Once again, I scanned the shelves of my collection room, and Link saw that he had lost the essence of negative energy and the heart of ancient animals. One is the legendary quality material, a purple epic, and the dark purple quality Hades formed after combining with the demonized symbiosis. This combination did not go through the hands of the Zerg nest, but was a spontaneous action between organisms and materials. Link has only seen this change in King Kong. This time he just went out and explained something. When he came back, he saw the scene in front of him. Come back. Link stretched out his hand. Hades was in touch with Link almost at the same time. Countless black viscous substances were shot into Link's arm, and then quickly combined with Link. Immediately, Link took a deep breath and felt that countless negative emotions were stirring his heartstrings. The various negative emotions he had pressed at the bottom of his heart were like observing with a magnifying glass. But at the same time, Link felt that his strength was also improving at a speed visible to the naked eye. While retaining the original ability to demonize symbionts, Hades also added 6 additional states. Each state can provide Link with additional attribute bonus, and each state has its own emphasis. The state of Hades' ontology is the most balanced state, and all attributes except luck increase by 50 points. In addition, Link also felt the surge of chi and blood, which was hard to say. Compared with the detected data card, Hades still has many effects that are not stated, which need Link to experience and excavate by himself. Because the relationship between negative energy and essence is added, the tentacles that are shot out under the form of Hades will disturb the other's mind and increase the effect of mental attack after touching the enemy. Link tried to switch between various states, and the appearance color of Hades in his body also changed. Each state will correspondingly increase one of his negative emotions and provide different attribute bonuses and unique skills. When Link switched to state 6, that is, Arrogance, Hades turned blue. At the same time, Link felt that his heart had expanded to the extreme, and his body's strength increased rapidly, as if he regarded everything as nothing. I am God! Link shouted in a low voice. He felt that he had endless strength. Gu Bo's eyes were full of defiance and arrogance, full of provocation. Even Link himself didn't expect this energy to be so great. Rao is that he has been extremely rational or unconsciously affected. But compared with the power of ascension, this emotional influence seems not so great for him. In particular, only emotional changes will not interfere with the display and response of his skills. Everything is under control. The only effect is to say something in line with the current negative mood. More surprisingly, Link found that in the case of State 6, the quality of Hades jumped to the legend level of light orange. The change surprised him. A pet can have different in different states. However, Link himself may not realize that this so-called negative effect is likely to be the strongest improvement after Hades addition. After all, when it comes to Link's mouth escape, many people estimate that they can jump up and scold their mother when they are half paralyzed in bed. In addition to being attached to the inner lining of the body, Hades can also attach to the body surface of Link and completely cover the body of Link. However, the biological picture formed in this way looks a little too beautiful. Link can only be described as rough and crazy. Anyway, it doesn't look like a good person just looking at his appearance. Link was sure that as long as he attached Hades and went out, 99% of the people would regard him as a villain. Link's mind moved. Heidi's body split from the center. Link walked out calmly from the middle, looked back at Heidi and asked, "Can you control this negative energy now?" Heidi's body is closed like glue, and there is no gap. It is as good as before. Heidi showed his sharp and dense fangs. His head and eyes were two circles of light color. It looked like a pair of eyes. The standard alien Kazilan had big eyes, and the corners of his eyes were raised and tall. Combined with the wanton breath and negative energy, he gave people a sense of suffocation and oppression. "No problem, Master, you unlocked all the forms just now. Now I feel that it has been fully integrated with these negative energies." Hades's voice is extremely hoarse and has a kind of rock smoke voice, especially it sounds slightly charged and echo. Link's first response is that this guy should form a rock band and be the home, which can definitely attract a lot of fans. "No problem. You're used to several forms. Don't lose control of yourself as soon as you switch forms. That's too embarrassing. 9-striped dragon and King Kong are legendary. You're sub-legendary. Don't make a big joke." Hades grinned. In Link's view, the smile was very ferocious and terrible. Purple-black sticky sharp teeth grew in a dazzling form. If such a ferocious face suddenly appeared at night, it would be a big shock. Kind reminder, you'd better laugh less in the future. Hades tilted his neck, and the ferocious smile on his face became stiff and looked more terrible. "Are you serious?" Link nodded with firm eyes. Heidi's shrugged helplessly. "Well, sincere suggestions, I will refer to. By the way, when you were on the roof of Karina Castle, you were not attracted by the negative energy essence. How did you get back to the mechanical fortress?" Lin Ke asked himself the biggest doubt. After the integration of Link and Hades, he forcibly suppressed the other two voices with his own strength. After 6 states, 3 similar competing forces that were already integrated. At this time, there was complete integration, and only one of the 3 strands of consciousness was left, complete integration. "Well, let me think about it." Hades pondered, lowered his head, extracted useful key information from the 3 strands of consciousness, and then patted, "Think of it, the pure negative energy essence does not appeal to me, but with the ancient horror of the ancient beast, it instantly increases the desire in my mind and makes me thirst for the essence of negative energy, which has led to this accident." The thing of Hades is a little interlude. Although he lost 2 kinds of materials, namely, the negative energy essence and the ancient beast's heart, he got a legendary pet. In general, he still earned money. After all, Lin Ke was still struggling to make use of the negative energy essence before he left. After that, his pet was directly swallowed up and jumped from the blue quality to the legendary quality. If you were King Kong, today's accident would have another name, Chance. So Link didn't mean to blame Hades. He patted him on the thick shoulder. "Well, I don't mean to blame you. Do well in the future." Hades has not been a pool of mud since he swallowed and fused completely. The image shows that with the addition of the fierce heart of ancient animals, the symbiotic body has been refined and improved again, and the strength and density of the symbiotic body can be changed at will. Now Heidi's body is directly condensed into human beings, and the curly muscles all over are fully in line with the strength and combat of human body. The thick inverted triangular back muscle looks perfect, and with an extremely ferocious face, it is definitely an enemy human nightmare. Clean up here a little. You can fight with King Kong for advice, adapt to the damage of pure energy in advance, and constantly hone resistance. Although Hades is strong, his weakness is still obvious. Because both the demonic symbiosis, the ancient beast's heart or the negative energy essence belong to the dark attribute. The dark property sees the power of light, and naturally it will be restrained. Unless the strength is stronger, the energy of the opposite nature can be crushed. In the case of strength equivalence or weakness, he will be restrained by King Kong. However, King Kong has a heavy hand. Heidi eats a little shriveled at most and won't hurt his life. However, a legend, a sub-legend, and all are pets who can improve themselves. Link believes that they will have an insight into the strengths and weaknesses of both sides in the process of fighting, and will constantly find out and make up for deficiencies in the battle. In the future, King Kong will have more practical experience when he meets other dark creatures. The same goes for Hades. Link is still satisfied with the additional shell of Hades. The 7 states have their own emphasis, and the 7 skills provide more possibilities and cards for his tactics. The most important thing is that this is a set of additional armor that you can cultivate yourself. The stronger Hades is, the more and stronger the gain attached to Link will be. Send away Hades. Link has time to sit down, make a cup of tea and calculate the reward Ling Long's death brings him. The first is the title of Wasteland Omniscient. Link heard of this title in his previous life. Before, it was won by Long Jushan, president of Longxing World Guild. With this title, Long Jushan gained a lot of benefits in Wasteland, accumulated a large amount of original capital on the novice planet, and established an advantageous position after entering version 2.0. Wasteland Omniscient, Wasteland has no secrets to you. All mysteries, and puzzles will be revealed automatically. This is the first time Link has seen the content of Wasteland Omniscient. Before, players only guessed the specific effect. Although they guessed about it, they still had 2 concepts, seeing it with their own eyes. It's a good time to come. When we install a portal for the waste soil, we'll just go back and harvest a wave. Link was happy at the bottom of his heart. He started too fast. Many copies of the waste soil and secret territory rewards have not been taken. Now with this title, we can collect another wave of waste soil wool when we go back. Needless to say, there are 2 million experience and 20 potential points. The potential points are still useful to Link. Experience is pure drizzle and water. Then Link looks at the next specialty, Shelter of the Desert. This specialty is made of waste soil, which can be said to be customized. Shelter in the desert, within the desert, combat power plus 10%, movement speed plus 20%, and the probability of being found by the enemy, 10%. This specialty has no other messy restrictions except limiting the desert, which is very friendly to Link. Desert environment is still very common on other planets in the universe, and the probability of meeting is no less than 20%. Suddenly, Link's eyes lit up. Why should he wait for a rabbit to find desert resources? He didn't bring his own desert resources. Gerbils and hundreds of them. Ah, no, now they are the children and grandchildren of thousands of gerbils. It's equivalent to a desert to directly turn on the desertification skill. Link can't wait to enter Swarm Commander mode and start the experiment immediately. With Link's call, the gerbil and some of its offspring turned into dust and flew all the way from the Moon Shadow Council in the rest area of the Mechanical Fortress to Link's exclusive rest area. Players along the way even thought it was a small sandstorm blowing inside the fortress. Not long after Link ordered, as the mechanical door opened, a sand flow gathered at Link's feet. If you look at your own specialty bar, the desert shelter is in a semi-active state. The improvement of combat effectiveness and movement speed is effective, and the condition of reducing the probability of being found cannot be activated. However, this is enough for Link, which is equivalent to a 10% total combat power bonus and a 20% movement speed bonus. Link's eyes focused on the next reward, and the seal of the Royal China Ring was lifted. The first reaction to this article, the Royal Chinese Ring and the seal? Link went to the collection room and took out the dead Royal Chinese Ring from the cabinet. Before, the function of this ring was to frighten 7 treacherous family generals. After solving the other 6 people except Ling Long, this ring lost its own meaning and was bound by Lin Ke. I didn't expect that after completing the task of hiding the main line of Waste Saturn, the withered wood is in spring and has the value of reuse. Link picked up the Royal Chinese Ring and looked nothing different. However, after seeing the data attributes of the Royal Hwaja, Link was stunned, and there was only one word left in his mind: artifact. P.S. I haven't seen the fully ordered children's boots to unlock Fanwai before. You can pay attention to Wanjun's Princess Zhuge Wanjun, check the historical news, and you can see Fanwai. Usually, Wanjun will send some data and daily life as a platform for communication with you. Chapter 777. The attribute data of Royal Hwaja is very simple, with only a few lines. Royal Ring, Soul Binding. Quality, Epic, Purple. Attribute bonus, Luck plus 10. Special effect, all skills you use have a 3% chance that you don't need to consume any skills next time. Undefined note, may the wool of Datura be with you. The effect of Royal Hwaja can be described as simple and rough. Although the quality is only purple epic, in Link's eyes, this equipment can be brought to the end of destiny because of its powerful special effects. When using skills, there is a 3% probability that there will be no consumption of skills next time. Maybe there is no gap in the skills of small fighting in the early stage, but the more powerful skills are in the middle and late stage of the game, and the consumption of various big moves and ultimate skills makes everyone have to use them carefully. But once he has this skill, Link can keep using the low consumption skill. After white-horing the no consumption special effect of Royal Hwaja, he can use the big move, so as to achieve the purpose of no consumption amplification move. Link now has a lot of great moves to hurt. Take the iconic Death Finger for example. 4000 HP and 1000 energy will be deducted every time it is released, which consumes a lot of energy. Once he has the support of the Royal Hwaja, he has the hope to release a free Death Finger, which can be earned at any time. The only pity is that this Royal China Ring is a soul-binding item, and Link can't trade it to others. Otherwise, if Afu gets this ring, the Infinite Soul Elegy plus Hamburg incentive routine can see people cry. The probability of 3% is already very high, with an average of 33 skill triggers, which is still within Link's tolerance. Link did not hesitate to wear the Royal China Ring. The left-hand Element Dharma Ring and the right-hand Huangjiawa Ring have a taste of local tycoons. Link looked at his skills. The skills that cost less energy are 3 points of Concealed Weapon, Poison, 15 points of Hurry, and 20 points of Punch. The most convenient to use is Concealed Weapon. It can be used as an attack means with the lowest consumption. Even if it is used 100 times, it only consumes 300 points of energy. For Link, it is a drop in the bucket. Once triggered, it will benefit greatly. Although the Royal Chinese Ring is only purple in quality, its powerful special effects are enough to change Link's fighting mode, and it is a piece of equipment with greater benefits in the later stage. It is not too much to call it Asian legend. Although the hidden main line of Waste Soil is not like Victoria's main line to send legendary materials directly, the role of the Royal China Ring after releasing the seal is much more than a legendary material. Link even has to change his fighting style for this. As for the 10 lucky points given by Royal Hwaja equipment, it can only be regarded as an addition in front of exaggerated special effects. Then Link turned his attention to the last reward, the mysterious Department Skill Improvement Book. There are 3 ways to improve skills in the game. The first is the simplest experience smashing. As long as you have enough experience in the experience pool, you can improve your skills to a high level. The second is understanding. After watching the Master Duel, or through some kind of understanding scene, the system will prompt you gain XX experience with XX skills because you have some understanding. This kind of trigger requires very strict requirements, not only for skill level and enlightenment scene, but also for corresponding attributes, which can be classified into the category of adventure. The third is the skill book. Skill books are also divided into many types. The strongest legendary skill book can specify +1 for any skill. The next level is the book in Link's hand, which can specify enhancements to non-legendary skills of a certain department. The most common is to enhance a single skill, and also limit the number of uses and the highest level. Link looked at his mysterious skills and sighed. Alas, it would be nice to have a skill enhancement book of the martial arts and Taoism department. You can raise the level of all 10 sides destroy again, so as to achieve the effect of cross-version skills. All 10 directions perish because Link has studied the advanced knowledge of crazy soldiers. The upper limit has been increased to LV15. Without the bonus of more advanced knowledge, the maximum limit will stop here. However, if this is a martial arts skill improvement book, Link can forcibly upgrade his skills to LV16, so as to achieve the skill effect of cross-version upper limit, which is also a huge improvement for the whole. It's a pity that we got the mysterious skill promotion book this time. Although Link's Death Finger is a mysterious skill, it is indeed a legendary S level, which is not enhanced in this promotion book, so it can only be raised among the dwarfs. Some basic skills such as coin divination, geomantic omen, shaman witchcraft and tarot arcane are just to make up for the progress. There is no need to waste the skill book. After these are removed, Link's remaining mysterious skills are only Tianzi Wang, A, and Doom Bullet. Among them, the upper limit of Heaven's Sun looking at Chi skill is only level 1. If you can't use the skill book to improve it again, Link's choice is only Doom Bullet. But the Doom Bullet skill. After a long time, Lin Kaduan finally resisted the impulse to upgrade this chicken rib skill. His breath was a little heavy and angry. Nothing. Doom Bullet is not widely used. It is a waste of a skill improvement book. Link finally decided to put the book away and make a breakthrough after he learned more mysterious skills in the future. After receiving all the rewards, Link sighed. With Ling Long's death, the main task of abolishing Saturn's Dark Line Datura's revenge has come to an end. This plot has been completed for Link, and there is no regret. One of the biggest gains is to unlock the Royal China Ring. Now the strength is further, Link's vision is also broad. The crisis of the 3-star novice planet is lifted, and the next big move is to attack the alien barracks, Wormer. Attacking Wormer is the highlight of version 2.0. It can be said that it is more wonderful than killing the 2 big bosses of the alien demon family. After all, there are tens of thousands of alien demons in Wormer, which are all experience. At the same time, it will also involve a hidden task. As long as it has the greatest contribution and the most prominent reputation in the war with the alien demon family, it will be favored by Chris, the gendarmerie captain of the Star Harbor on vacation in Mustafa, so as to get a road guide to enter the Star Harbor. In his previous life, Ning Chenqi was the most outstanding and contributed the most, so he got this place. In this life, Link doesn't mind competing for an opportunity with Ning Chenqi. These game player make complaints about the relationship between Ning Cheng and Yi, and also cause a lot of players to play Tuko. They think that the hidden task of game company is boring. After all, what is the level of players and what is the level of Ning Chenji? Why do you think a player in white can contribute more than the core management of the First Order in a large-scale interstellar war? Link laughed off when he saw the disclosure of this hidden task in his previous life, and had the same idea as other players. But now it's different. He may have taken Ning Chenqi's opportunity. Of course, these are later words. What Link needs to do now is to supplement resources in Victoria, then hold Victoria's professional league, select suitable players, install the portal, and then go to Pandora and Wasteland, so as to gather a group of high-quality expeditionary troops in the shortest time to complete the current part of the main task of version 2.0. Make more friends. The current progress of allies and followers is 2,878, far from the goal of 10,000. Link looked at his other tasks. Class a mission family across the stars, this is about Miranda and Sean, but in the final analysis, it is about the shadow demon Saffron. Class a mission singing in the universe, this is about the observer. Aaliyah and the magic goddess have visited, and now there is only the news of the Victorian night goddess. According to Link's memory, there are only 3 novice planets that provide buffs. Players have fought 6 versions and have never seen the so-called observer from other planets. In other words, as long as the meeting between Link and the Goddess of Night is over, he can get a general understanding of the information of the so-called observer family. Of course, Link also believes that this A-level task will not be so simple. After meeting with the Goddess of Night, there will certainly be new mysteries and tasks. For this hidden task that has not been opened by everyone in his previous life, Link is still very interested in exploring the truth and digging out the secret behind it. The macaw has not yet reported, indicating that the scattered players have not found the trace of the Goddess of the Night. Maybe no news will come until evening, Link thought. The waiting time was long. Link simply didn't think about it and turned to the forum. Link first entered the Waste Saturn section. In this section, there is a small section more than before. Normal players can only browse and view and can't speak. Only players certified as traders have the right to speak, and the name of this section is Ace Undercover. Well, the name looks both middle and low, very hot eyes. Channel is a private channel jointly applied by Tianxin Zero and Suyat. It is officially put into operation after being signed by a group of players. In the past, these renegade players either quit the game and rely on the communication mode of Blue Star, or post in the forum. In the first case, they will encounter the situation that the other party is in the game and cannot be transmitted in time. Posting in the forum will also have the risk of being pushed into the sea. Therefore, as the leader and representative of defectors, Tianxin Zero and Suya established a small section of private channel. The establishment of the channel allows players on Wormer to better transmit intelligence and increase a lot of efficiency. Moreover, the post can also be set with viewing permission, which can only be seen by the players who are reminded. These convenient functions greatly facilitate the renegade players to transmit information. Just now, Lin Ke just went to the players' rest area to convene a meeting with the majority of players, told them to temporarily cut off the contact with the renegade players, and asked the players of the wasteland to tell them. Recently, all the renegade players have turned into a silent state and no longer transmit intelligence. At the same time, he spoke out Saffron's ideas that are likely to be suspicious, so that the renegade players can protect themselves as much as possible. Then Link entered the main section of Waste Saturn. Although Link went to the universe with many forces, the abandoned Saturn was not lonely, and it was wonderful everywhere. Players can feel the positive atmosphere from their titles. The task sent by Old Thief John is really puzzling. There's no clue at all. Recover my mutant brotherhood, start with you and me. And come and have a look when you pass by. It only takes 200000 wasteland coins to train with the professional martial arts department, and you can teach unique combat skills. I knelt down and begged the coordinates of Seidu's short-haired cat. My friendliness after 7 times of feeding has been almost brushed, but now I can't find it. Duke, the only true god in the Waste Saturn machinery department, refused to argue. Looking at these posts, Link's mouth turned slightly. It seems that the inside information of the waste soil is okay. Although he took away a vote of genius, there are 2 legends sitting in the town. With potential people from all sides, the form of the waste soil is very good. After some time, go back to the waste soil to show them what the real ceiling is. Look at Pandora Forum in a glance. 7 of the 10 posts are related to Link, and the lingering warmth is still there. Although it has been over for a month, the war still flashed back in my mind. I often think that the whole person is wet, and who knows what kind of career erudite is and what posture he has. Without the Mage Tower, I feel my casting is half a beat slow. Now all I think about is serving Link. Only in this way can I be closely combined with the Mage Tower. The 28th day of thinking about the Mage Tower, and now that Qianglong's Hixiang has gone, who is the most promising to become the new red man around Antonidas, bet. The style of the whole forum reveals a taste of early Love SE Coastline Forum, but the title seems to make people fantasize. Are people who have learned magic happy? Link can't extricate himself from the forum, just like a young man who brushes a certain tone. When he returns to his senses, he finds it's late at night. After looking at the time, it's close to the early morning, and there's still no news. It seems that it will take some time. After all, players parachute to the ground and don't have any mobile tools. Even if they search and do tasks and make vehicles, it will take a day or two for these players to disperse around Victoria. Link thought about it and decided to wrap up his little quilt and go to sleep. However, when the steady breath appeared, a shadow quietly accompanied by the moonlight, sneak into the mechanical fortress from the side window and fall in Link's restroom. P.S. I haven't seen the fully ordered children's boots to unlock Fanwai before. You can pay attention to Wanjun's Princess Zhuge Wanjun, check the historical news, and you can see Fanwai. Usually Wanjun will send some data and daily life as a platform for communication with you. Chapter 778. The black shadow swam around the bedroom. Soon the shadow invaded and climbed up Link's bed along the foot of the bed. The shadow was like a vine, covering Link's feet, knees, and half of his body. In the middle of the body, the shadow stopped moving and stopped suddenly. The shadow turned into a pair of slender jade hands and climbed up to the chest along Link's waist and abdomen like a water snake. Finally, the shadow's fingers pecked Link's face. Then the black shadow disappeared completely, as if it had never appeared. Undefined, only Link on the bed, under his closed eyes, could see his eyes beating slightly. When everything turned out to be calm, Link's octopus doll hanging at the head of the bed was filled with a purple void light, and then a lot of dark shadows stretched out from the octopus doll's tentacles to wrap Link around. In deep sleep, Link suddenly felt himself pulled out of a dream. In the dream, the surrounding picture turned into a dark forest. Link's chaotic consciousness suddenly woke up and looked at his surroundings carefully. The dark forest has jagged, strange trees. Although there are few leaves on the crown, only a small part of the light from the height is projected into the forest, so Link can only see the scene within a radius of more than 10 meters. There were crows rattling in the woods, each stepping on Link's heartbeat, which sounded quite strange. There was no panic on Link's face. Now his energy attribute is very powerful. In this case, someone can sneak into his brain quietly and drag his consciousness into his dream. This strength cannot be underestimated. The most important thing is that the mechanical fortress is guarded by Troy in real time. It seems that the other party has good strength. You know, Julian is a legend of Victoria. Link killed them all. Now he meets a really weird enemy and naturally has a lot of interest. That's Link's strategy. Since the other party takes the initiative to find himself, he must have a purpose. He just needs to sit and wait, and the other party's intention appears without saying. Link opened the state of the Son of Heaven looks at Chi and observed the energy activities in the dream. However, when his perspective changed, he found that the energy in the dream was extremely uniform, even uneven. It is reasonable to say that the energy density of a dream is different according to the mass and shape of the object. However, everything in front of us is completely balanced, which is completely inconsistent with the common sense of dreams. In other words, Link can completely smash the dream scene in front of him with one punch. Come out, in this world, you can't help me. Link's tone was flat, as if he was stating an ordinary thing. The dark shadows in the forest condensed and soon formed a human shape. Then the fireflies and sporadic lights in the forest gathered together to form the details of the human shadow. Are you sure there's nothing you can do? A female voice with a void echo came out of the dark shadow dotted with stars, unspeakably deep and long. Goddess of Night? Link asked tentatively. After all, this voice and gorgeous way of playing have only been seen in the Soul Singer and Magic Goddess for so long after he was reborn into the game. The shadow suddenly stagnated, and even the starlight on his body dimmed down. The light seemed to change with his mood. The dark shadow is dotted with stars. It looks as if the space in front of us is cut and split. The gap formed reflects the universe outside the world, which is mysterious and bright. Although the shadow did not answer, her behavior had already given the answer instead of words. The next second, the black image is angry, all the sounds of the surrounding woods disappear, the whole dream is swallowed up a little with the dark shadow, and everything returns to darkness, which is full of the style of the goddess of the night. In the darkness, only part of the body of the goddess of the night is a piece of starlight. Other places are as dark as ink. Link can't even see his palm. He can only sense his own existence through the six senses, but can't perceive any situation in the outside world. In short, Link's perception is sealed in his own body, for the outside world. If you were someone else, you must have panicked by this time. But Lynx was unmoved and didn't even take the initiative. The darkness of the night goddess not only spread all over the dream space, but even attempted to occupy Link's body. But soon the body in Link's dream was assimilated by the goddess of night, and the whole person was swallowed up. In the next second, the disappeared Link appeared again, and was still outside the dark rules shaped by the goddess of night. He shrugged and said calmly, "I said, you can't help me in your dream." When Link was in the wasteland, in order to guard against nightmares, he created the pet of sending demons, specifically to prevent some mysterious enemies from attacking through dreams. Because of the protection of the dream-sending devil and the effect of corrupt dream, Link asked the dream-sending devil to create a triple dream for him. When the enemy attacks, if he can't break through his triple dream, he can't be hurt. After the successful invasion, the general enemy has to fight with Link's dream body, so he has no time to consider the problem of dream space. Even stronger than the goddess of night, he still underestimated Link and followed Link's way. If it is in the real world, the goddess of the night can see through this idea through her ability to read her mind. But now in a dream, Link's ideas are all controlled by his own consciousness. The other party can only see what Link wants the other party to see. Naturally, he can't see Link's real ideas. Although he couldn't see the expression of the night goddess, Link could guess that it was definitely a frown after a piece of starlight. The goddess of the night didn't speak, but just lifted her hand, and the falling stars fell like meteors at Link. In an instant, Link's body was burned in the light of the stars. But the next second, the complete Link appeared in the dream again, unaffected. "Can't you sit down and have a good chat?" Link said helplessly. In previous lives, these three goddesses were only responsible for adding status to buffs for players, and there was no communication and too much contact, so everything about their character and temper was blank. In this life, Link came into contact and found that the night goddess in front of him was a grumpy one of the three novice planets. Although the soul singer pretends to be mysterious, she is generous in giving rewards. The magic goddess had a gorgeous opening, and it was difficult to set up the magic turbulence, but after the meeting, she said everything. She basically answered all questions about Link, answered many doubts for Link, and knew the observer family. But the goddess of the night in front of him not only sneaked into his dream at night to make a sneak attack, but now he beat face to face, and his temper can be said to be hot. The body of the stars made a deep and loud voice again, but this voice changed Link's attitude. "Although you have passed my sister's test, if you want to get my recognition, you need to pass the test first. Let me see if you are qualified." Link's nose twitched slightly, then raised his hands and began to roll up his sleeves. "I never beat women, but since you say so, don't blame me for bullying you. Hehe, I really hope you have this ability." The star body not far away began to move again, "Although I don't know what method you used, but the dream is always a dream. I see how many times you can resist." As soon as the voice fell, the goddess of the night opened her arms. In an instant, Link felt that the whole dream space was locked. Click. Of course, the voice didn't really appear, but Link's brain made it up. Everything happened in silence. The dream space is broken like glass, together with the goddess of night and Link, and the whole dream space falls apart. After all the black and space are broken, it shows a flawless white background. The goddess of night disappeared from the debris and appeared in the space with a new white background in a moment, and the body of the empty stars began to invade the new dream space again. Do you rely on multiple dream spaces? It seems that I have found your secret. The goddess of night smiled slightly in her words, and soon the new dream space became dark again. Link reappeared. Unexpectedly, the goddess of night found her multiple insurance so soon, but since she wanted to pass the test, Link decided not to stay. Take the goddess of night in front of him as the touchstone of his achievements. Although the goddess of the night is stronger, Link, as the master of the dream, naturally has more authority. Night fell and dyed the whole dream black. Link rushed to each other like a sharp arrow. There are no gorgeous moves. There are only moves that are fast to the extreme. In the dream, Link's strength has been enhanced in an all-round way, coupled with his unrestrained imagination, coupled with the fact that he is a dreamer. You just Su. What lose. When Link's fingertip was about to reach the body of the goddess of night, the goddess of night did not dodge. A prism appeared in front of her. The mirror folded at the speed visible to the naked eye. There was only one Link in the mirror, but with the folding, more and more Link appeared in the prism. Although Link is getting close to breaking through the resistance, he is gradually moving away in the mirror. The illusion in the mirror image even affects the dream. Although it is exerting force, it is far away. The next second, the prism was broken and replaced by countless. Link jumped out of the prism and rushed to the goddess of night from all directions. The night devoured by the goddess of night, and the collision between Link's unrestrained imagination, the two sides fight in the dream space, each moment is wonderful and dazzling. Although the skills in the dream also need energy, Link has sent the dream devil to play the bottom. During the battle with the goddess of the night, he stealthily grabs the energy of the other party and doesn't give the other party a chance to respond at all. The goddess of the night is also a Victorian observer. Her ability tends to be mysterious and strange. Even in a place where the energy and thinking of dreams are greater than everything, she can always bring a lot of surprise to Link. The two fought equally. Since Link finished speaking, he never gave the goddess of the night a chance to break her dream. As the energy of the goddess of night gradually decreases, the background of darkness and the brightness of stars also decrease. After fighting with each other, they couldn't avoid each other's skills. After choosing to eat hard, they were repulsed by the shock wave. Link's figure flickered like a TV failure. Looking at the goddess of night, his face in the dark became clear, and the lines and faces outlined by his body could be seen. Well, after playing for so long, you haven't even broken your second dream. Now you know what I said is true. The body of the goddess of night trembled slightly. At the moment, you can vaguely see the rapid change of each other's face. Are you absorbing my energy? Suddenly, the goddess of night finally sensed the condition of her body, and the energy has been losing. Lin Ke smiled, you come to my dream without permission at night and don't allow me to collect some rent? Why are you so overbearing? Have you always been so articulate? How do my sisters think you are the chosen one? The goddess of the night is also more lively than the previous two sisters. The goddess of magic said before that all these are the choices of fate, and when she comes to the goddess of night, she becomes the selected person. Link asked along with the words, the selected person? Has my fate been secretly marked with the price? The goddess of the night sneered, when you have enough strength, you will naturally know. As soon as the voice fell, the goddess of the night showed again. This time, the whole dream space became white, the goddess of the night opened her arms, and the starlight in her body soared, the light seemed to devour everything. Lin Ke suddenly stretched out countless black tentacles behind him, which was very much like the style of the goddess of the night just now. The black tentacles rushed to the goddess of the night. The two changed their style in the last duel, which was also the most powerful move in the dream. The confrontation between black and white is like throwing two fuels together. Two mutually exclusive forces interweave and embrace, but they are completely different. Both sides have used the strongest spiritual energy, such as ink and paint, to collide together, while the boundary of the dream is the fragmented space-time, exploding again and again. The spiritual energy released by the two fighting has exceeded the index of the three-tier virtual dream constructed by Link. After a strong match for some time, the black represented by Link finally occupied the advantage and eroded the opponent's energy bit by bit. Like a snowball, gradually accumulate advantages and expand. I admit your strength. The goddess of the night insisted for a long time, but she felt more and more that her strength was lost or sucked by the other party. This is the first time she has encountered such a situation. It is reasonable to say that entering each other's dream is simply the strength of the spiritual power of the two sides. Link's spiritual energy is very strong, and he has strange tricks to absorb each other's spiritual energy. If he continues to fight, he will lose. And the goddess of the night just came to test Link this time, but she didn't really plan to go shopping. You call and stop. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Send the dream devil, suck, continue to suck for me. Chapter 779. Goddess of Night? It never occurred to her that Link didn't play cards according to the routine. It is reasonable to say that after he admits his strength, both sides should stop and enter the topic stage of your question and answer. Why does this man still hurt? Link, you don't talk about martial virtue. Link's eyes lit up and his tone was restrained and said, Yo, do you know Wuyud? Sneaking into my mechanical fortress at night, entering the dream without permission and fighting under the banner of trial, you tell me it's called Wuyud. Undefined, the goddess of the night said by Link was speechless, but now her power is rapidly weakened, and the whole dream space has been isolated by the mysterious shadow behind Link. In the case of mental energy weakness, the goddess of the night can only escape Link's dream space by using a secret method. Everything around is in darkness. This environment, which was originally the best of the goddess of night, has become so strange and dangerous. The goddess of night felt as if her body was bound by something unknown, and her pores were pouring energy out all the time. It was a surprise attack to test Link's strength. Unexpectedly, this guy had such a strange trick. He not only failed to get an advantage in the dream competition, but now he fell into the disadvantage. She came here with a purpose. As long as Link passed her test, she could get the corresponding reward. But now everything has not been carried out according to the idea of the goddess of the night. A sudden feeling of helplessness made her used to observing Victoria in accordance with her established destiny, and suddenly had a sense of fear. The image of the goddess of the night became more and more clear. Through the body of the stars, Link saw a crystal and exquisite face, exquisite and undulating body, and his face was obviously angry. The most important thing is that the delicate body of the night goddess, the star, is now tightly bound by the thick tentacles of the dream devil, and the whole picture is suddenly immoral. The goddess of night struggled for a moment and said with a little shame and anger, "What do you want?" When Link heard this, with the slightly beautiful picture in front of him, suddenly there was a sense of seeing that the villain forced Huanghua's eldest daughter, a little in a trance. "You're a great observer. What can I do to you as an outsider leader?" Link said innocently. But then he turned the conversation and said, "But if you can reveal more information about the observer, I think it can be exposed." The goddess of the night thought for a moment. Anyway, the purpose of this visit was to admit defeat. She said, "Let me go first and I promise you." Link stretched out a finger and shook it left and right. "No, it's another price." The goddess of the night felt the rapid loss of her spiritual energy and finally gave in. If it were a reality, Link could not bind her and she could not fail. Just because I came to the dream and happened to Link's way, this caused the current weak situation. As the goddess of night, which is respected and believed by all Victorians, she is now imprisoned in other people's dreams, which makes the goddess of night feel an unprecedented sense of shame. "You have come to test me this time. Can you see my destiny among your observers?" As soon as Link came up, he threw a sharp question. The goddess of night frowned slightly, thought for a moment and said, "I can't see your destiny." Because the goddess of the night was in a weak state, Link was able to see each other's facial expressions. It was obvious that there were later words, but with hesitation. You still have the second half. Link continued his strong offensive. He knew that once the shackles were untied and the goddess of the night fled the dream space, she would certainly refuse to answer. The color of hesitation on the goddess of night's face is stronger. She doesn't know whether to say something deeper. After all, she can't define whether it will violate the observer's ban or affect Link's future decision. Your whole words, isn't it? I can't see your fate, but someone above gave you orders to guide me. This was what Link's thought before and after. The expression of the goddess of the night and the content of chatting with the former soul singer and magic goddess gave Link a bold guess. If the soul singer was investigated by Link himself, the magic goddess took the initiative to find her, but the other party didn't seem to express any surprise about her arrival, as if everything should run like this. Then to Victoria, the goddess of the night came to the door to make Link more confident in his guess. I must have accidentally triggered a certain plot, and the observer seems to be deliberately guiding or even arranging his progress. Every time he meets an observer, he can get a richer reward than the class emission of the main line of the planet. The abandoned Saturn's Yazhizi and Pandora's Mage Tower have become strong support on the road of Link's Star Sea. Lin Ke felt like a baby in his infancy. He was taken care of all the way on the road of babbling, and gave away walkers, knee pads and other tools in order to make him walk faster. This feeling is strange, but Link feels that there must be some secret behind the observer. In Pandora's time, it was just a guess of some kind of brain hole, but when the goddess of night came to the door tonight, Link tasted it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. There was a little panic in the eyes of the goddess of night, but she soon covered it up. Gu left and right said to him, I don't know what you're talking about. But her words had already betrayed her heart, and Link knew he was right. But the observer is already a mysterious race in the universe. In previous lives, players didn't dig so deep. The thought of being stared at by the existence of an observer makes me feel creepy. Will observers guide me later? Link asked a question again. At the moment, the image of the goddess of the night became thinner and thinner. She stared at Link and said, the last question. The goddess of the night felt that Link's questions were sharp. If he asked them endlessly, he would soon exceed his authority and breach the contract. Link nodded slightly and couldn't die on the goddess of the night. After all, he had to receive a reward later. If he really lowered his favor and didn't have a super luxury reward, he would lose a lot. Then it will be judged according to your behavior, but according to the information I know, I should be the last observer you meet in the short term. That's all I know. After the goddess of the night finished speaking, Link waved his hand, and the dream devil appeared from behind Link. Countless pairs of eyes on his head stared at the goddess of the night, each with black vertical pupils on a yellow background, looking gloomy and terrible, as if his soul fell into it. At the thought of such a terrible creature winding itself with tentacles, Rao was used to seeing the strange goddess of night in Victoria, and his back trembled. She has been observing in Victoria for hundreds of years and has seen all kinds of strange and evil falls on the planet. However, this mysterious species full of empty energy has been seen for the first time. Moreover, this monster actually has the characteristics of creating dreams and extracting each other's spiritual energy from dreams, which is really impossible to prevent. In the past 2 days, I was observing the battle between Link and Alien Stars and the legendary battle between Link and Julian. I thought I knew Link's good strength, but I didn't expect that this guy not only surprised her, but also frightened her. The dream devil took back all his tentacles. Finally, he wiped his tentacles on his mouth. It looked dry and clean, but in fact, his eyes were still staring at the goddess of the night, as if it could attack at any time as long as Link ordered. The goddess of night suffered a loss in her dream and immediately said, "Let's talk about the rest outside." She doesn't want to stay here for even a minute. The goddess of night disappeared from the original place. Link turned his head and touched the software head of the dream demon. The guy narrowed his eyes and enjoyed it. "Are you full? Start working when you're full." This woman is too cruel. She'll break my double dreams when she comes. You're responsible for repairing it. The dreamer blinked to show that he had received the task, and then began to reconstruct the dream with his ability to corrupt the dream. Link's spiritual consciousness withdrew from the dream, and then the body on the bed slowly opened his eyes and saw the goddess of night hanging in the air. It is still dotted with stars, dark all over, and the body and the sky are like one. Compared with her graceful figure, the goddess of night seems to have put on a layer of clothes again. Although the metaphor is not so gentlemanly, it is. Did you know Victoria's fate long ago? Link asked again, but this time the problem did not involve the deeper level of the observer, but Victoria. What do you mean? Julian's death. The goddess of the night pondered for a moment and said, since he chose to use the power of demons and evil gods, everything has been a predetermined outcome. He has personally chosen his own destiny. In previous lives, Julian lived well without Link's intervention, and also used the power of demons and evil gods to hide until version 6.0. So Link sniffed at the words of the goddess of night. He believed that his arrival had changed Julian's ending. Then the question arises. If he is the variable that leads to the change of all destiny, is it inevitable or accidental for the observer family to guide themselves? Are you waiting for yourself, or whether it's Link or Li Ke or Chen Ke, as long as you do similar things, you will be guided. Link's idea is similar to the so-called historical necessity. Whether those great men have created the trend of history, or is the trend set? Without this great man, history will create another great man to perform the same task. If it's the second, he can accept it. If it was the first, Link would have a feeling of deep thought and fear. It's even more creepy when it comes to his rebirth and golden fingers. I'm the variable that affects all this. Link said without reason. He didn't know whether it was talking to himself or asking. The goddess of the night was stunned for a moment, and even some didn't respond. A moment later, she said, the question is beyond the authority to answer. Link didn't intend to ask any more. Anyway, she couldn't ask anything. So, she simply stretched out her hand and said, bring it. The goddess of the night was stunned again, and couldn't keep up with Link's brain circuit and rhythm. They stared at each other. A moment later, the goddess of the night asked, what is it? Reward? Don't you give me some rewards after you meet me? The goddess of the night stared at Link for a while without a word and was thinking about a problem. How on earth did this guy take the reward so for granted? The goddess of the night was stunned for a long time. Then she said slowly, I'm here to test your strength. Since I can't help you, your strength has reached the point where I don't need any reward. The goddess of the night said, it's Link's turn to be silly. I wipe, which means I won wrong and didn't get a reward. Goddess of the night, you can't give me a reward because I beat you. You can't play cards according to the routine. However, the goddess of the night turned and said, but someone entrusted me to bring you something. I hope you can make good use of it. As soon as the voice fell, the Link system was prompted. You have obtained Zhuge design blueprint, disabled, X1, crystal ball, purple, Julian attachment card X1 and double doll, purple, given by the goddess of the night. Victoria's reward really has the strange characteristics of the planet and is quite a local specialty. First of all, the fragments of Zhuge's design blueprint were accepted by Lin Kemazizi. With this fragment, he now has 3 pieces in his hand. Only 7 pieces are needed to piece together a complete blueprint. The process is nearly 1/3 of that with a sharp weapon of higher civilization. Then I really knew the crystal ball, which is a purple prop. It can be said that its function fully reflects the strangeness of Victoria. Gen Z crystal ball quality, purple description, be able to view the target state from the perspective of crystal ball, or predict the sound of future events times. 10 The effect of Gen Z crystal ball is very powerful, and Link has known it in his previous life. After some players got it, they got a lot of benefits by virtue of the ability and special effects of this thing. Later, they also became a little famous player by relying on the accumulation of real knowledge crystal ball. This thing will only work better in Link's hands. However, this thing also has disadvantages. If the strength of the peeping target is too strong, there will be a risk of discovery, or the future you want to meet is too chaotic, the content will be blurred. If you really know that the prop of crystal ball has been unexpected, Julian's body card is completely beyond Link's expectation. In previous lives, this was jokingly called an experience card by players. Using the card, you can temporarily obtain the strength and ability of the corresponding NPC. However, the possession cards that ordinary players can obtain will not have too high object strength, and are generally functional. Mainly because it's embarrassing to get. This thing can only explode if it kills NPC. So there is a paradox. If you can kill an NPC, it means that you are stronger than him. What do you want his body card to do? However, the emergence of possession cards also caused another problem. Some players began to take the initiative and organize to target the NPCs in the game, and even formed an organization, specifically for the purpose of killing NPCs and obtaining possession cards, and then sold the possession cards at a high price for large forces and guild wasteland reclamation copies, or for use in important battles. It led to tension between NPC and players in the middle and late stage, and also induced a lot of chaotic plots. Last but not least, Double Doll. Still Victorian. Function. Chapter 780. It works better than everything before. Double Doll. Quality, purple. Description: after binding, you can resist immortal damage for the character. The description of the Double Doll is very simple, but its role is not comparable to the previous auxiliary or enhanced rewards. Undefined resist immortal injury for the character. This effect is equivalent to one more life. Without a word, Link directly binds the Double Doll to himself, then the Double Doll disappears, and Link has a status icon of Double Doll on him. Looking at this icon, Link felt relieved. His energy level evaluation is now C+, which can be regarded as the mainstay of combat effectiveness in the universe. There must be more situations and dangers in the follow-up. In the face of the profound and unpredictable situation in the universe, he has a Double Doll, which can protect himself in an all-round way. It is really the top grade necessary for killing people and stealing goods at home. After giving out the reward, the goddess of the night found that Link's attention had been completely focused on the reward, and her figure gradually faded, as if she could disappear from her eyes at any time. The future is full of uncertainty and danger. Your decision will affect the fate of many people, and your destiny has been integrated with the Vatican Galaxy. I look forward to the next meeting, and how far you will grow. The next meeting, I will fight with you outside my dream. I hope you won't disappoint me. Link glanced up and asked, "Do you have any reward for winning?" The goddess of night just smiled and disappeared completely. Cut. It's boring to pretend to play tricks. Link put away all the rewards. Although this meeting with the goddess of the night was a little abrupt, the final rewards were still very rich. But this meeting not only failed to understand the observer family, but added more doubts. If what the night goddess said is true, the rewards given by the observers on the 3 novice planets should be given by the people behind the scenes of the observers. What is the purpose of giving Link so many benefits? Link is a little afraid to think now. Whether the players or NPCs who meet the requirements can get these benefits, or is it designed for him from beginning to end? If it was the former, Link felt at ease, but if it was the latter, he thought carefully and was afraid. After all, even crossing this kind of thing can happen. What's impossible? But Link now has too few clues to make a decision for a while. But he knew that if he wanted to know the truth, he had to keep getting stronger. Only when he was close to the level of the observer family, could he get more information. Lin K was stunned and found that the system jumped out several prompts again. You have initially understood the mysterious race observer in the universe, vaguely understood your mission and destiny, and completed the class a task song in the universe. You have obtained A-level skill book Spirit Scream. Then. No. A level A task rewards a level A skill book of Mystery Department. Well, that's reasonable. Link learned the Spirit Scream without saying a word. As a rare A-level range control skill in the Department of Mystery, the Spirit Scream is very powerful in both function and effect. Spirit Scream LV1, cause 600 points of mental shock to all hostile creatures within 100 m in diameter, and cause chaos abnormal state. Damage is immune to all physical defenses, and consume 500 points of energy. The skill highlights a simple and rough, and the damage is also directly full. Without saying a word, Link directly filled the level of Spiritual Scream. Because you haven't got advanced knowledge of the Mystery Department, the level of Spiritual Scream can only be increased to LV10. But even so, the damage and effect of Spiritual Scream have been unmatched by skills of the same level. Spirit Scream LV10, cause 6,000 points of mental shock to all hostile creatures within 800 meters in diameter, and cause chaos abnormal state. Damage is immune to all physical defenses, consuming 800 points of energy. When LV10, the damage will almost catch up with LV15. If you get advanced knowledge of the Mystery Department, LV15 damage can be improved by leaps and bounds. When he came to Victoria, Link completed several A-level tasks in a row. There were only 4 tasks left in the previously packed task bar. Not long after the Goddess of the Night left, Troy appeared in Link's lounge. Führer, we have detected that there is too much heterogeneous energy in your room. Are you okay? Link waved his hand. It's all right. It's Victoria's Goddess of the Night. You can send a message to the alien on mission and cancel the task of looking for the Goddess of the Night. Troy was stunned. Before, whether in the wasteland or Pandora, they had invested a lot of manpower and material resources to find two. It was unexpected how Victoria came to the door by herself. Well, I'll cancel the mission now. Troy returned to God and can only attribute this to the high reputation of the head of state. Now he has stabilized 3 planets in succession and thwarted the conspiracy of different stars. The Goddess of the Night has to visit in person. Link didn't explain this too much. Does he have to say that he tied up the Night Goddess just now in his dream? When people sleep in the bedroom, they can easily finish one of Victoria's most important tasks. After counting, all that is left is to hold the Victoria Alien Professional League and hand-in-hand some of Victoria's specialty resources. After that, they will come to Pandora again and make a second transaction with Ningchenki's courage after installing the portal. The only problem Link has to worry about now is where to earn money from the 2 portals when he sets sail again from Pandora. Vati Galaxy is a relatively remote place in the Morwell Galaxy cluster. In addition, it is ravaged by alien stars. Most civilizations are destroyed by alien stars at the stage of lower civilization. Those who grow up have joined the First Order and have little communication with alien galaxies. The main concern is that after external communication, it will lead to hostile civilizations similar to alien stars, which will make the situation of galaxies more difficult. In the Vatican system, Link certainly can't find a business to earn cosmic money. If he wants to make money, he can only go outside. Lin K rummaged through his memory to find the right opportunity to make money not far from the Vatican galaxy. After a long time, Link missed a joy in his eyes and seemed to find a suitable goal. I don't know if Graves is over there during this time. Link yawned, then put the booty back in the collection room and went back to bed. The sudden visit of the Goddess of Night to send warmth to the door had little impact on Link, but saved a lot of time. It's hard for players. After landing, many of them focused on finding the Goddess of Night, hoping to get the biggest reward. But now I suddenly told them that the Goddess of Night came to the door and went to the mechanical fortress to see Link. The task was over. It's like eating flies for players. As the first ray of dawn appeared the next day, a news came that the Victorian players had been looking forward to for a long time, but the expeditionary players were very calm. The Victoria Star Alien Professional League, jointly organized by the Wasteland Expedition and Andhra City, was officially announced to be held in 3 days. The 3-day buffer time is for Victorian players to come to Andhra City, or prepare for registration and competition, and for the Wasteland Expeditionary Army to collect resources. With the intelligence reported by players outside, the mechanical fortress has mastered the intelligence of several resource points. Next, just send a resource team, and then arrange tasks for players to mine resources. The players who did not have the task returned unhappily. When they came back, they immediately received the news of following Dave to the resource point for mining. At the same time, they also received the news of holding an alien professional league in Andhra City 3 days later. Good guy, the arrangement is clear. First work hard for 3 days, and then come back to the play. Chase Feng, as the first player to follow Link, has completely seen through this skill. When Lang Feng got the news, he waved and took several other Mobei Wolf members to pick up the task. Victoria's Alien Professional League is still worth watching. These guys have strange and tight careers and skills. Master more and be prepared. Unlike Pandora's Mage Mantra, Victoria's main school is the Mystery Department, which, as its name, highlights a strange mystery. As long as you try to approach and interrupt, everything is easy to say. But these guys of Victoria, you don't know when he will attack you. Taking advantage of this professional league, it will be very helpful to see the battle, skills, and style among their experts in the future. The players selected by Wasteland and Pandora are the top ones, both in quality and strength. Although the task was empty, they did not complain unnecessarily, but quickly put their energy into projects that can realize profits. In order to compensate players, the task reward of resource mining this time is more than double that of Pandora last time. Before, when Pandora Star, Pandora's players focused on the Alien Professional League and did not participate in the ranks of resource mining tasks. When they saw such a rewarding task this time, they immediately opened their eyes. I really envy the Wasteland players who can do this task more than us. Pandora's players said with envy. On one side, Qianglong's Hixiang also smiled at the corners of his mouth and felt the superiority of the Wasteland expedition again. Mining tasks are only E-level to D-level tasks, but the reward experience and points are almost C-level. It gives people the pleasure of making white women's tickets, comforts their companions and says, it's all right. Just think that Victoria's players take this welfare task less than us, isn't it much more comfortable? The companion brightened in front of him. Yes, at least we are better than Victoria. They are really miserable. They seem to have forgotten who was the novice at the beginning. The existence of the planet was almost subjugated. The players who returned in batches quickly accepted the resource mining task. Of course, resource mining is not a simple coolie mining. They also undertake some guard or development tasks. Near such large resource points, there will be some entrenched monsters and alien creatures. At this time, players are required to clean up the resource points and establish a safe environment for subsequent mining. Dave, Xingziu, and Gamish each flew the medium-sized transport ship, the Viking and the Mage Tower to the corresponding resource points. As for Helen, the captain of the pirate ship, she is now working hard in the mechanical fortress laboratory. The development of Martyr drone has reached the last moment, most of which have broken through, and now only the AI and communication system of UAV are left. After completing the work at hand, Helen directly led Troy to start the attack, striving to make the prototype for a test flight and manipulation drill before the mechanical fortress left. Otherwise, when you enter space, you can directly cross the first stage of the test and enter the more difficult cosmic environment test. Once the announcement was issued, it was immediately warmly welcomed by Victorian players. Andhra City is one of the few surviving cities in Victoria. Many players gathered here because of the fight against alien stars. After the arrival of the Wasteland expedition, players were naturally attracted here. Now the players in Andhra City have accounted for 60 to 70% of the total number of players on the planet. Even if you can't participate in the professional league, you should come and have a look at the skills and strength of the top players. At the same time, the portal in charge of Penny and Garrison Russell is also being installed in an orderly manner. The portal is installed in the garrison camp in the center of Andhra City. There are a large number of garrison troops stationed here all year round, with open training ground space and combat power to protect the portal. The key is that the portal needs energy to maintain, so it is relatively easy to transform here. When trading the portal, Vice Captain AI of Courage gave Penny a detailed installation manual, which clearly listed the common objects in the universe that can be used as energy resources. Although these materials are easy to obtain in the eyes of the First Order, it takes a lot of time for people of lower civilizations to collect these resources. Garrison Russell was happy and worried. I'm glad that this portal is a security card. Once Victoria encounters any crisis, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army can descend from heaven and arrive through the portal at the first time, which undoubtedly increases their confidence. The sad thing is that the portal consumes a lot of energy resources and the output is not high. It is not easy for people on Victoria's side to want to pass. In this regard, Penny gave Russell a suggestion and instantly solved the problem. Didn't the portal set the conditions? As for the materials for starting the portal, you just let those strange people who want to pass prepare themselves, which itself is also a kind of training and screening. Russell stared. Listen to your words, I'll be enlightened and impressed. The orderly progress of all aspects will soon arrive on the day of the Victoria Alien Professional League Qualify. Chapter 781. Russell's attitude was very useful to Penny. He spoke a few words to Russell without stopping. Since you are so sentimental, I'll say more to you. Russell, a good student for teaching, bent down and stood next to Penny Penguin, like a studious student. You see, in addition to making them prepare their own transmission materials, they have to come to your garrison every time. Is it easy to cause confusion when they communicate? Russell couldn't help nodding. There were a lot of strangers. When the portal was made public, there must be a lot of people coming to the garrison camp. At that time, management was really a trouble. Undefined. What's Mr. Penny's opinion? Russell's eyes were full of longing. You see, they are all coming. Do you still have to arrange people to maintain order and public order? In this way, will the defense force of Andhra City be weakened and the potential risk be increased? Russell thought and nodded, yes. So, in addition to allowing them to provide their own transmission materials, you have to charge extra tickets. This ticket is called management fee. Sir, great talent. Russell was shocked, and Penguin Penny pointed out the key in a few words, which made him suddenly realize. In addition to the management fee, the portal keeps opening and closing, which will also damage the life of the portal, right? So you can also charge an equipment maintenance fee. Once these three fees are charged, it will not only make your wallet bulge, but also reduce the pressure, manage effectively and improve the financial revenue of Andhra City. Why not? Penny has little room to show his ability in the mechanical fortress. Russell's positive feedback makes him deliberately show his skills. It can also find a feeling and restore his strength. In addition, you should consider that from Victoria to the mechanical fortress is the only way for Victoria to get in touch with the outer universe. At that time, we must examine the qualifications of those who use the portal, investigate their background and attitude, and can't let the extremists or opponents in. As for how to identify, I think you can make a whole set of tests and pass them to complete the task process and results. Russell was completely convinced that every income was justified. Others could not find any problems. He could also let strangers solve problems and work for them for free by identifying names. A portal has solved many problems. When seeing Penguin Penny before, he also wondered why a penguin could serve as the manager of the Wasteland Expedition Army, and heard that Wasteland is also the Vice Minister of Economy, the leader of think tank and the director of Monster Security Company. Now I finally see the amazing talent of Penguin Penny. Penny narrowed his eyes and enjoyed Russell's praise. He just showed a little talent at will, so he excited a garrison officer. It seems that he has stayed on the mechanical fortress for too long and hasn't shown his talent for too long. Well, I'll tell you what to tell you. The installation is coming to an end. If there's no problem, I'll go back. Penguin Penny swayed out. Russell hurried to meet him and said humbly, Mr. Penny, please allow me to see you off. When Penny returned to the mechanical fortress, he supervised the installation of another portal. The portal connecting Victoria is installed in the transmission hall and specially marked. For the overall planning of the mechanical fortress, if Link doesn't come forward, it's Penny and Troy. The transmission hall is originally connected to the ground transmission of the mechanical fortress. The hall is broad and has many positions. In Penny's vision, this will become the hub for the connection between the mechanical fortress and the outside world. The outsiders entering the transmission gate will concentrate here for secondary diversion. After the portal is erected, there is a problem of energy supply. However, this is not a big problem for the mechanical fortress. A large number of violet stones have been obtained from the previous Slavenian star. This stone contains high energy, which is enough to solve the energy problem of the portal, at least at the current stage. Time flies, and 3 days soon pass. Early that morning, as soon as Link got up and finished washing, Helen ran excitedly to find Link. Führer, Führer! The prototype of the Martyr's unmanned assault aircraft has been manufactured. The first test flight is about to take place. You must attend this commemorative occasion. Helen put a lot of effort into the Martyr drone. On the one hand, we must abide by Link's 8-hour working system and get off work on time, otherwise we will be forced to rest. On the one hand, we have to overcome the difficulties and solve the problems. From the time when the drawings are obtained from the waste soil to now, after several months of tackling the difficulties, the first prototype is finally available. Link must take part in this first flight. On the way, Link asked, "Do you want to conduct a Phase I test inside the planet in Victoria and then a Phase II test in the universe?" Helen nodded. After the Phase II stress test in the universe, correct all existing problems, and then mass production can be carried out. At present, the resources collected from waste soil, Pandora, and Slevin are enough to build 20 unmanned raiders and form the first formation. When Pandora arrives, collect some minerals and build the second formation. Link affirmed Helen's plan. Once the Martyr drone is established into a formation scale and controlled by Troy and Yazhizi, it will become an important interstellar combat force of the mechanical fortress. Soon Link arrived at the basement laboratory, and the whole building hung upside down. On the top floor of the laboratory building, Link saw the prototype. The prototype built by Helen is 6 or 7 times similar to the Martyr unmanned raider seen in Link's memory in his previous life, but in some places, Helen's own understanding has been added and slightly changed. Link personally arrived to watch, which excited the laboratory staff. This is the result of their hard work for several months. Now the head of state personally watches the opening of the test flight, which is the greatest affirmation to them. Helen stood on the console and soon the first view of the fighter appeared on the main screen. "Troy, start the UAV intelligent program." With Helen's order, the fuselage of the Martyr UAV parked on the laboratory apron lit up, and the staff on the apron withdrew to the safe area. Helen manipulated the holographic panel, and soon the laboratory ground opened, and a sloping underground runway connected to the track appeared. There are 3 jet ports at the tail of the prototype, 2 of which are at the tail to provide propulsion. There is also a movable jet port, which can twist 160 degrees under the fuselage to provide steering force for UAV hovering, reverse propulsion and various difficult actions. As the prototype quickly left the channel and disappeared from the ground, the hatch at the bottom of the mechanical fortress opened in linkage, and a silver metal fighter without coating appeared under the mechanical fortress, and then jumped into the sky at an incredible angle. Führer, the energy core of the Martyr unmanned raider adopts hybrid power. The main power is waste tokamak clean energy, and the auxiliary power is the violet stone of Slevin. In terms of weapon assembly, it is equipped with Helen's explanation, Link saw that the Martyr's unmanned raider made all kinds of complex and difficult actions in the air. All the values on the holographic screen were recorded and handed over to Troy to collect more data for correction and adjustment, so as to optimize the command and control of all forms and achieve a key balance. Lin Ke is quite satisfied. From his point of view, the Martyr drone is generally no problem, and the strongest point of this UAV is its scale. As long as it can form a scale, the interior of the planet's atmosphere is controlled by Troy with a wider signal range, and in space by Yazhizi, it can form a powerful and incomparable combat power. Before fighting with the alien legion, you need to put in troops or send out ships, but after the Martyr unmanned raider formation is formed, it is easy, or even unilateral, to deal with the alien legion whose air defense and air control ability is about zero. Even Link can imagine that with the formation, under the leadership of Yazhizi, the space combat power of the mechanical fortress has initially taken shape, and it can also have its own foothold in the future Morwell Galaxy cluster. The Martyr drone flew to a distance and then conducted an attack drill at a preset target. Everything was quite successful. Victoria's staff looked surprised when they saw the figure of the flying fighter in the sky. According to the mechanical theory of Victorian steampunk, they can't create such elegant and fast fighters. What they can create is nothing more than huge steam-driven airships with slow action and huge targets. The emergence of this thing from the mechanical fortress must be a new scientific and technological product in the mechanical fortress. When the UAV flew farther away, it suddenly detected the aircraft signal. It was the Viking and medium-sized transport ship that went out to shoulder the collection task. Troy sent a berthing application to the medium-sized transport ship through the UAV, which was soon approved by Dave. "Oh, I didn't expect Helen to finish building the prototype in 3 days. I want to have a good look at this iron guy with a speed of 1,800 km per hour. In 3 days, Andor City gathered almost all the strange people of Victoria. After receiving the news, people scrambled to give up their tasks and travelled thousands of miles to Andor City to see the wonderful battle of the Victorian strongmen. After 3 days of resource exploitation, the aliens of the Waste Soil Expedition Army completed the task within a limited time limit. They returned with the Viking and the medium-sized transport ship to prepare for the opening ceremony of the Alien Professional League. Victoria's Alien Professional League officially kicked off with the berthing of the Viking and medium-sized transport ships. Because it is the last venue and has fought with alien stars for a long time, the number of qualified players in Victoria has increased with the naked eye compared with before. The special guest to attend the preliminary match of Victoria Alien Professional League is Afu. Even in Victoria, who has never been here, Afu is a well-known existence. If Link is a legend connecting 3 novice planets in the game, Afu is the first person under the legend and the first servant to follow the legend. Moreover, he is lucky and has all kinds of strange and amazing stories. Of course, these are just what people know about Afu before. During the Victorian battle before, Afu fought in the mechanical fortress against Abaddon attached to Saffron. His martial arts, empty walking, and soul elegy skills completely suppressed Abaddon. After the battle, Link released this video and put it on the forum through the hands of players in the fortress, which immediately triggered a series of heated discussions. Afu's fame once soared. Before, we talked more about Afu's luck. Now many people see his strength. With these foreshadowing, Afu attended the Player Professional League as a special guest. It is logical not to say that the players' enthusiasm is also fat. Victoria's side is the Lord of Andor. As the host, the Mayor of Andor still has to show his face in the face of all strange opportunities. As for the spokesman Alfred, he was happy behind his back. From the beginning of the qualifier, Victoria showed the unique fighting style of the planet. Some people come up and ask God to fight with a great god behind them, some quickly seal, chant, and pray, and drop all kinds of curses. 2 more people stood still, deadlocked for a few minutes and ended up vomiting blood and fainting. All kinds of strange battles make people confused. Originally, it was an eye-opener. As a result, it just gives people a creepy feeling after watching the preliminaries. It's too evil. Some people can't understand it. Who said no? Even if they can understand some situations, they don't know how to prevent them. Anyway, I'd rather fight with the power system than face a mysterious enemy in the future. The wasteland on the VIP stand whispered to Pandora players. In the face of the emerging forces, the two members of the forces who had been competing with each other suddenly twisted into a rope. The threat was full, and they shared a common hatred. I chatted with other players in Andor City and collected a piece of data and intelligence. The research white and the man of fish and geese do have something. The man of fish and geese? Is the one who took a doll and stabbed her opponent to death with a wave of curse? Yes, it's said that this guy has got a good treasure. The effect is that as long as he knows the name and curses with needles, he can make the enemy produce all kinds of negative states and even hurt. Moreover, it's said that this guy has good strength and should be a strong player in this professional league. With the deepening of the battle, the venue has changed from Andor City in the qualifier to a mechanical fortress. The more you see the difference between the two battles of Wasteland and Pandora, the more you fight with experts, the more mysterious the battle between the mysterious departments becomes and people can't understand it at all. However, although you can't understand it, it doesn't prevent the two groups of players from showing respect for the winner. Chasing the wind takes a long breath. I finally understand why they can resist the enemy for so long without the leading role of the planet. These abilities are too strange. Link watched all the professional leagues in the restroom, and there is no gap with the memory of his previous life. It is still the celebrities who stand out. Well, now that the game is over, the expeditionary army is ready to set sail again. Chapter 782. Yu Yanzilang, come on, pick up people with me. Qianglong Jixiang enthusiastically took each other's hand and ran down the corridor to the transmission hall. All the people who saw this scene showed the expression of sudden enlightenment. No wonder the two have been so close recently. It turns out that the two people have that kind of relationship. Just bless, just bless. The man of fish and wild goose looked confused and forced. Who to pick up? You called me this morning. I haven't had time to hand in the task I did last night. It's also from our western province and a friend I knew before. He said he had finished the task of Pandora Portal and was ready to come today. I'll take you to meet him and make an appointment for dinner under the line another day. Let me tell you, this guy is actually a game-loving 3 generations. If you plan to open a guild, maybe he can invest in it. Qianglong's Hixiang said popular science. The man of fish and wild goose said solemnly, am I that kind of person? I recognize villagers and friends. I make friends with my heart and soul. I don't value his identity. Undefined. Qianglong's Hixiang smiled and nodded, yes, you are not such a person. You should make friends. It's been a month since the Victoria Alien Professional League. After the game on that day, a total of 60 people were qualified to join the Wasteland Expedition Army. In addition, Yinshao also brought back a player named Wuxiapot. It is said that when chasing the remaining sins of different stars, in order to save the player, many remaining sins of different stars slipped away. And it is also said that because the player died, they encountered a lot of ups and downs along the way. Anyway, it was so sad that even Miranda covered her mouth and cried. However, due to the existence of Wuxiaquazi, a perfect pot-back man, most of us expressed sympathy and understanding for the Silverhand's experience of going out. Even the macaw did not ridicule, but patted the Silverhand on the shoulder to comfort a lot. As for the reason why Yinshao insists on taking Wuxiapot with him, it is even more admirable. First, the Silverhand wants to cultivate him. Second, he created so many difficulties for the Silverhand before. It means atonement to take it with him. When the Silverhand said the reason, Wuxiapot was moved to tears and sobs, and couldn't say a word excitedly. So Wuxiaquazi joined the ranks of the Waste Soil Expedition as Victoria's 61st person. After the Alien Professional League, Link immediately announced the opening of the portal. As long as Victorian players complete the corresponding tasks and meet the portal requirements, they can use the portal located in Ender City to reach the Mechanical Fortress and join the Wasteland expedition. Once the news was announced, it immediately caused an uproar. The players who had been discouraged and failed to enter the list of 60 People's Congress immediately cheered. They thought they had no chance to join the Wasteland expedition and follow Link to fight. Unexpectedly, Link quietly built a portal in Ender City. Doesn't that mean that there will be no obstacles for them to travel between the planet and the Mechanical Fortress in the future? Players are only grateful for Link's announcement. Seeing such a high mood of strangers, the mayor of Ender and the garrison officer Russell looked at each other with a meaningful smile, which can be summarized in 3 words: win hemp. After leaving Victoria, the Mechanical Fortress rushed to Pandora and set up a portal for Pandora. It was located in the Dawn City under Zhongyan Valley and guarded by Antonidas and the Mage Council. In order to prevent the players of the Wasteland from being dissatisfied, Link also informed the pursuer of the news of the Expeditionary Force and the First Order transaction, and advertised it to the players of the Wasteland through the mouth of the pursuer, so as to appease the emotions of the players of the Wasteland. And after everything, Link waved his big hand. Target: outside the Vatican system. This time, Link decided to go out of the Vatican galaxy and go to another galaxy in the Movil Galaxy cluster to make a big deal, and then merge with Ningchinki. Everyone is at a loss about the Vatican galaxy, except Link. According to the coordinates given by Link, Yazhizi is piloting ahead. The Mechanical Fortress has passed through the transition gate at the edge of the Vati galaxy, arrived at the Tus galaxy, and is heading to the gate of the transition to the Sansura galaxy. This time, Link's target location is the Tus galaxy, Sansura, which is the same as the Vatican galaxy's brother galaxy. After searching all the tasks in his head, Link only thinks that for now, the reward of this task is directly proportional to the risk. Moreover, Tus is not far from Vati. It can be reached after 1 transition, and then it can only make 2 transitions to Sansura. If everything goes well, the round-trip voyage can be compressed within 1.5 months, and then counting the return to the waste soil to install the portal, that's 2 months. It's appropriate. The mission of Saint Sula Graves has been contacted by Link in his previous life, which can be said to be very familiar. This mission not only has a large reward, but also gets the reputation of Saint Sula and the favor of NPC. The most important thing is that previous players also found a bug that is not a bug here and made a lot of money. Since you want to make money now, why not choose here? Link is browsing the forum in the lounge. With the establishment of Victoria and Pandora Portal, players who meet the requirements to complete the task gradually come to the Mechanical Fortress and join the ranks of the Wasteland expedition. Now, the first ring of the A-level serial mission, the direction of the Vatican system, has reached 3,327 people, and 1/3 of the goal of 10,000 people has been completed. According to the situation that people come to the portal every day, it is only a matter of time to complete the goal. Boss, Abaddon has something to tell you. Afu has the initiative authority to enter Link's lounge, trod all the way to Link, and immediately opened his dark temple space. Link watched Abaddon's soul emerge from the dark temple, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help raising. Have you figured it out? Abaddon was dejected. After so many days, he finally passed his heart. He knelt on one knee and put his fist on his chest. I've figured it out. I respect and worship the shadow. I don't regard us as alien warriors at all, but as chess pieces and tools that can be abandoned at any time. Originally, my body disappeared and my soul will disappear. Afu used a secret method to gather my soul so that I can appear in this posture now. Abaddon glanced over a fine light in his eyes. Thinking of what the other party said and his strong attitude when he was robbed by Saffron, he didn't give him any choice at all. He risked his life to defect to Link and offer advice for the alien star. As a result, he was robbed by Saffron and finally abandoned for nothing. These behaviors made him feel a sense of betrayal. In the past, all kinds of swearing allegiance to alien stars surfaced in his mind, but now they are only used as tools and garbage, and they are thrown away when they are used up. Abaddon is very cold. When the body was destroyed and the soul died, Afu gathered his soul again and kept a glimmer of hope for life. After that, Link talked to Abaddon once. The content is very simple. Since the alien abandoned him, it's better to follow Link to show his talent and let the alien taste the betrayer's anger. Abaddon did not immediately agree, but fell into a tangle. Later, in the dark temple space, he met David, a young man who betrayed the entire Batten's mercenary regiment for his father's deep blood revenge, Rondo, a crazy guard, and Augustine Frank, the former head of state of the Knight who devoted himself to studying Buddhism. /B. Abaddon learned more about Link from the three people. He knew that the nine-striped dragon was also Link's opponent in the past, but finally became Link's right-hand man and the strongest combat power. /B. The information obtained from Link's enemy population made Abaddon think for the first time whether joining Link was the right choice. On the way to realize self-worth and firm faith, Abaddon stood at the crossroads of choice. On the one hand, it is the betrayal from the alien leader, who regards him as my shoes, uses him at will and abandons him at will. On the other hand, it is the stories about Link from these people and what Link said before. I have to say, Abaddon wavered. With the precedent of the nine-striped dragon and the information and situation that Abaddon investigated in the mechanical fortress, Abaddon believed that he would be put in high position after obeying Link. Not only the nine-striped dragon, many of Link's men were defeated by him, and then convinced by his personality charm, they chose to work for him. Although Link was the leader, he showed his magnanimity and was not bossed by his opponents. On the contrary, they are extremely respectful. People do their best to use things and talents, which is quite different from that shown by other stars. After much consideration, the nine-striped dragon called Afu and hoped to see Link again, which was the scene at present. I would like to use my talent to let the aliens be hit by thunder, let them understand the price of contempt for me, and let them taste the anger of revenge. Abaddon's soul eyes are burning. Now revenge is his biggest driving force. He wants Sanos and the Shadow to see with their own eyes how they build a Millennium Empire and how it disintegrates and decays in his hands, so that they regret the price they have made before they are destroyed. Link looked at Abaddon's state and said slowly, I accept your loyalty. But remember, your current motivation can be revenge, but revenge is not all you have. Revenge anger is a good thing, but don't sink in anger and can't extricate yourself. The flame of Abaddon's soul shook violently, and his mind was shocked. /B. He knew that Link's words reminded him not to be blinded by revenge and not to become a slave to revenge. Thank you, Abaddon said solemnly. Link nodded slightly and the system popped up a message showing Abaddon's loyalty. The initial loyalty was 76 points. For those who were hostile targets a month and a half ago, it is good that the initial loyalty can reach this number. As for the shaping of your body, you may need to stay in the Dark Temple in the short term because you need suitable materials to carry your soul. Abaddon understood that it happened that he needed to think about ways and plans to retaliate against alien stars, which all took time. I need to know the next plan of the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and the alien plan mastered by the Expeditionary Army. I can provide the specific location coordinates of Wormer. As long as the battalion of alien expeditionary stars is destroyed, Sanos and Shadow will lose all the possibilities of turning over. If you have any needs, just talk to Afu and he will prepare everything for you. With Abaddon's loyalty, Link's next plan for alien stars can be easily solved. Saffron never thought that Abaddon was not dead. Naturally, he would not think that this guy would really turn back and say the coordinates of Wormer. To tell you the truth, I look forward to Saffron's expression when he knows that his behavior led to your betrayal, which led to the collapse of the alien battalion Wormer. Link raised his mouth, which will definitely be a famous scene in version 2.0. The plan of synthesizing Abaddon has been put on the agenda. Link is not worried about the improvement of Abaddon's loyalty. At this stage, they have a common goal. In addition, Abaddon likes strategic strategies. As long as he is allowed to play in this regard and accepts his suggestions, he can raise them soon. On the contrary, it is synthetic materials. How to synthesize the soul of such a terrorist tactician is also a new topic in front of Link. After Afu left, Link sat on the sofa drinking tea and thinking, but soon his thinking was interrupted again. Führer, we are about to arrive at the gate of the Tutu's system to Saint Sura. Troy's voice rang out. Link regained consciousness, got up and went to the porthole of the lounge. Outside the window is the bright star river of Tu's galaxy. Compared with the lonely Vatican galaxy, /B, it is obviously prosperous here. In the distance of the porthole, there is a huge transition gate. The milky energy in the gate is like the colorful bubbles, constantly moving, like a light Roman yarn. Through this transition gate, they will reach the target star system, Sansura. Link took a deep breath, far away from the Vatican galaxy, and contacted other civilizations in the Muval galaxy cluster. This should have been the transition from the end of version 2.0 to version 3.0. Now he has reached it ahead of time. This unreal feeling made him a little trance. With a deep breath, Link said to Troy, "Notice will be made in the whole mechanical fortress that we are about to arrive at the destination of this voyage. Please prepare all forces and departments. We are about to dock at the Grand Navigation Dock in Saint Sura. /B OK, Head of State, I will broadcast all at once." With Troy's broadcast, all forces in the mechanical fortress, coincidentally, he lay on the porthole of his power territory and watched the mechanical fortress enter the transition gate under the guidance of Yazhizi. Outside the gate of the transition is a soft milky energy, but when you enter it, the energy of wormhole rage emerges. The edge of the wormhole is glazed light, accompanied by surging electric light. Players were also ecstatic, one by one on the porthole, which was the first time they left the Vatican galaxy and entered other galaxies. The terms Tu's galaxy, Saint Sura, and the Great Dock are new to them. The experience here will be unknown to them and a new adventure. Chapter 783. Although it's not the first time players have witnessed crossing the wormhole, this wormhole is of great significance. They left the first big map of the Vatican galaxy and came to a new galaxy, which is about to face new NPCs and events. Moreover, from the bright starlight of Tus, this galaxy is obviously much more prosperous than the Vatican galaxy, and there must be more stories and events. The mechanical fortress completely passes through the wormhole, and the surrounding images are transformed from colorful into galaxies. Welcome to Sansura. Everyone suddenly thought of such a sentence. Undefined Link stood by the porthole like the player. In the distance, Saint Sura was just a bright spot the size of a pigeon's egg in the field of vision. It would take a day or two to arrive. Saint Sura is still much more prosperous than the Vatican galaxy. In terms of science and technology, the two sides are similar, and the difference is very small. However, Saint Sura is rich in resources, and it is precisely because of these resources that this stellar system is very lively. There are even berthing ports such as Yuanda Navigation Dock on the periphery of the main star, and there are an endless stream of trade merchants. In the Vatican galaxy, the star system where the novice planet is located is extremely lonely. Only one star system has civilization, and because there are no ships, it is impossible to exploit the resources in the star system. If we conduct long-distance survey, we will get the illusion that it is a barren galaxy. However, in addition to the planet where Saint Sura mainly lives, other planets in the star system can also see many large facilities surrounding stars, many of which are space stations, small berths or transport ships of resource companies. The whole star system shows a busy scene. After entering Saint Sura, the giant mechanical fortress headed for the distant dock of the target planet. However, in half a day, the behemoth in the star system attracted people's attention, and the mechanical fortress received the information signal of Saint Sura. Saint Sura's attitude towards the sudden emergence of super-large aircraft in his own star system is not only surprised, but also unpredictable. After preliminary exploration, there are not many firepower devices outside the super-large aircraft, but it is not easy to see that there are aircraft piloted by Yazhizi. For this kind of aircraft that only higher civilization can have, the senior management of Saint Sula adheres to the attitude of don't offend and don't provoke and tries to send out information communication. After receiving the signal, Yazhizi and Troy informed Link of the message. This kind of temptation and negotiation between big forces can't be decided by subordinates. Seeing Saint Sula's careful tone and careful words, Link only felt funny. Just because he was driving a mechanical fortress, Saint Sula was so careful that he was much more careful than the star predators he had met before. Hello, Saint Sura, this is the Vatican System Waste Soil Expedition. We are only here to stop for supply and trade. We will carry out various matters in accordance with the Interstellar Trade Treaty. Please stop. Link, leader of the Vatican System Waste Soil Expedition. When Link's reply appeared in the Federal Parliament of San Sula, all members of the Federal Assembly expressed their views. There have been advanced civilizations and super-large aircraft in the TUS galaxy, but it is the first time for this level of aircraft and civilization to enter Saint Sura. I think this may be an opportunity for us. Although Saint Sura ranks among the top 3 in TUS, there is still some gap from the top. If we can have a friendly business relationship with this super-large aircraft force, the department is also a kind of publicity card and affirmation. I have different opinions. This super-large aircraft says it comes from the Vatican system. As far as I know, the Vatican system has only the first order and an orderly civilization, which is equivalent to our civilization. I have never heard of the presence of higher civilization in the Vatican system. The Vatican system is barren and does not have the soil for the development of higher civilization, so I doubt each other's words. Even if it is true, yes, I also suggest strict review to ensure the safety of Saint Sula and the orderly conduct of various businesses. Since the other party expresses its willingness to abide by the Interstellar Trade Treaty, we only need to follow the procedures to scan and routinely check the other party's aircraft. If there is no danger, we can follow the normal process. If the other party is hostile, we can lure it to the planetary belt and fight back. Finally, the President of the Federal Parliament held his glasses and looked at the people with different ideas. Since everyone has ideas, let's vote according to the parliamentary system. In the end, Parliament approved the entry of the mechanical fortress into the San Solane planetary belt by a majority vote. At the end of the video conference, Saint Sula fed back the results to the mechanical fortress waiting in the outer planetary belt. Saint Sula welcomes you. Please stop at the planetary belt for inspection according to the instructions. Saint Sula is rich in mineral resources, orderly and civilized on the planet, and has a strong commercial atmosphere. Link shrugged helplessly. It's really hard to drive such a giant as the mechanical fortress. Although the sense of security is full, for other interstellar civilizations, this super-large-scale aircraft is really frightening. Every time it appears, it will make the other party vigilant. This trip to San Sula, the other party agreed to release, but it took several hours. It must have been a federal conference. It seems that the reputation is still too low. If the reputation is high and everyone knows that my Wasteland Expedition Army is a teacher of benevolence and righteousness, it must go in and out of all kinds of galaxies, such as guests, and will not be subject to all kinds of censorship. Link looked at his current influence. Vatican Galaxy, 4, Waste Saturn, 18, Slevin, 15, Pandora, 15, Victoria, 14. The influence of Vatican Galaxy has been 4 points, which is quite common, but there is no influence above it. When I came to Saint Sura this time, I just brushed a wave of sense of existence angrily. Censors came in and welcomed them away. The mechanical fortress docked outside the planetary belt as required. Soon, a small inspection and operation ship of Saint Sula appeared outside the planetary belt and began to carry out hazard identification and scanning inspection for the mechanical fortress. The staff driving the inspection ship can be said to be working with a heart at the moment. If the other party really has a bad heart, they are the first to sacrifice, and they are the most nervous at the moment. The tonnage of this super large aircraft is really terrible. I don't know how long it will take to scan such a large one. Although a staff member pretended to be relaxed, the sweat on his forehead betrayed him. Oh, forget it, admit it, although we are the lowest level administrative personnel. If the other party really makes a move to have the civilization of super large aircraft, we should not feel pain. Lying in the slot, it doesn't seem to be to make trouble. Even the internal defense is not turned on. My detector can directly identify the interior, and the other party is completely open to us. Another staff member was frustrated at first, but when he saw the inside of the mechanical fortress displayed on the equipment, the whole person was dumbfounded. It is reasonable to say that this kind of detection is only after they speak that the other party removes its protection. In the past, there have even been cases where the other party's civilization level is one line higher than them and cannot be detected. They have to drive the detection ship to the other party's aircraft for investigation, and the other party's attitude is arrogant. However, this kind of super large aircraft was open to them in all directions. This situation can be said to be unprecedented. The inspectors were caught off guard for a time. This really removed the internal defense signal. Now I'm 90% sure that the other party came to do business and communicate normally. The rest of the inspectors were relieved that they finally didn't have to worry about being reduced to cannon fodder. The mechanical fortress is huge, surpassing all kinds of aircraft entering Saint Sura in the past. However, the mechanical fortress was fully open. Except that there was frequency interference at the core engine that could not be detected, other parts clearly appeared in front of the public. After 2 hours of uninterrupted operation, the staff of the detection ship finally breathed a sigh of relief, quickly sent the passing information to the rear, and then sent a signal to the mechanical fortress. Distinguished guest, we have kept you waiting for a long time. Our inspection has been completed. Your ship has no problem. Thank you for your patience and support. I wish you a happy experience in Sansura. With this message, Link waved his hand and the mechanical fortress transnational asteroid belt continued to move forward. On the way, Link explained to Helen and Troy, most of the star systems and civilizations in the TOO's galaxy are orderlies. The so-called orderlies are a kind of pancamp in the universe, representing rules, systems, and friendliness. They are open to all civilizations and creatures that abide by order. The corresponding is the Chaos faction. The Chaos faction is self-centered and does not mind war, plunder, and destruction on the road of civilization development bad rules, but if you have an interest orientation, you can also cooperate with the Order faction. Therefore, the Chaos faction is also called the neutral faction. As long as you don't use force and break the rules, the Order faction will also receive the Chaos faction. Link paused for a moment, looked at the people who were paying attention, and continued, but one faction is completely different from the previous ones, that is, the Dark faction, also known as the Advent faction. This faction believes in the evil existence of various dark dimensions. Its purpose is to transform the existing universe into a dark universe. Its purpose is to destroy all opponents, even other evil dark factions. They are like predators in the dark universe, hiding in the dark while you don't. When you pay attention, you suddenly appear, launch a surprise attack, destroy the dead, solve the battle, and destroy civilizations and galaxies. For this dark faction with a strong idea of destroying the world, whether it is the Order faction or the Chaos faction, it adheres to the idea of seeing and solving one by one. After listening to Link's story, Helen asked thoughtfully, is the alien a chaotic faction or a dark faction? In fact, don't you already have an answer in your heart? Helen was discouraged and sighed. If the alien were the dark faction, the First Order would have asked for help from the outside world, and it would not have been deadlocked for so long. The reason for Helen's real sigh is that the aliens have done so much evil that they have been divided into Chaos faction. She can't imagine how terrible the real dark faction is. Link bit by bit told several senior cadres of the expeditionary army about the forces and knowledge in the universe. After all, this knowledge is necessary after entering the universe. Saint Sula's attitude towards the mechanical fortress is panic and fear. The other party is very cooperative with the rules, which also makes them flattered. They rub their hands one after another to show that they want to entertain the distinguished guests from Lin Lin Lin's nearby galaxy. Several inspection ships piloted ahead, followed by the oppressive behemoth of the mechanical fortress. The staff of the inspection ship never felt it now, as if it had become the focus of attention. At the Great Dock in Sansura, I'm busy at the moment. Yuanda Navigation Dock has never received ships of such tonnage. When the data of the mechanical fortress were transmitted to Yuanda Navigation Dock, the person in charge of the navigation dock was sweating and went to the navigation dock to participate in the scheduling in person to make room for the mechanical fortress. When did the businessmen who rested in Yuanda Dock see Santa Sula? The news that the super-large aircraft would arrive in a day spread like wildfire, and immediately attracted everyone's attention. What does super-large aircraft represent? It represents higher civilization and advanced knowledge. This time, higher civilization comes for trade. If they can connect with each other, they will have the opportunity to obtain advanced knowledge and even goods of higher civilization. At the thought of here, all kinds of ships and caravans are also gearing up for a good fight when super-large aircraft come. A day's time, say fast or not, say slow or not. These profit-seeking businessmen have heard about each other's background, but the results make them look at each other at a loss. The wasteland expedition in the Vatican system next door? Everyone frowned and was at a loss. The only impression of the Vatican galaxy was that it was a remote and desolate galaxy with a lack of internal resources. What gave people a little impression was the First Order and alien stars. Because of the lack of resources and remoteness, even caravans are too lazy to do business there. Some people who know a little about the Vatican galaxy wonder, it means that the First Order and the alien stars have decided the outcome. Even if the outcome is decided, it is impossible to produce an advanced civilization. Even if the Vatican galaxy's resources are concentrated together, they can't smash an intermediate civilization. I haven't heard of the Wasteland expedition. It is said that outside the planetary belt, the detection alone took 2 hours, which was due to the cooperation of the other party. However, according to the news, there was no figure of advanced knowledge on the mechanical fortress. Most of them still had the same knowledge as we do now, and did not see anything beyond cognition. Traders and forces exchanged information with each other. In just one day, before the mechanical fortress appeared, it was already well known in the Yuanda Navigation Dock. Some people even began to observe the mechanical fortress in advance and saw an incomparably spectacular scene in the starry sea. A giant was lonely and silent, moving slowly in the universe, and the detection ship leading in front was like Xi. The size of the hemp grain is the same, and the contrast can be described as terror. If you fight, you can crush it directly with your huge body without even using fire, you can crash the detection ship into cosmic garbage. When the mechanical fortress reaches the Yuanda Navigation Dock, almost everyone goes to the deck and observation deck to see the style of the super-large aircraft. Chapter 784. A steel behemoth came slowly, approaching with a depressing breath. Businessmen who have traveled between cosmic galaxies and seen many big scenes opened their mouths and were shocked by the style of super-large aircraft for the first time. Both the material and structure of this aircraft look retro. The technology adopted can be understood at a glance by interstellar businessmen and adventurers who travel around the site. There is nothing strange and bright. However, everyone does not despise it. You should know that the universe is full of wonders, and there are many civilizations and forces that do not show their Mountain Dew. The same is true for those who dress up as pigs and eat tigers. If a civilization is measured only by the level of aircraft, it is difficult to survive in this universe. Many forces like to dress up as pigs and eat tigers for fun. Maybe this higher civilization is the same routine, maybe? If Link knew what these people thought, he would say good guy and clap again. Undefined, I don't need to say a word. It's all understood by these cosmic businessmen. I always understand the king. The mechanical fortress is very huge. Even if the Grand Navigation Dock in Sansura is the largest commercial port in Tussie sector, it seems difficult to carry super large aircraft. The mechanical fortress is anchored in the exclusive area under the command of the staff, and the nearby cargo ships and aircraft have been transferred to other places. But even so, when the mechanical fortress docked in the port, the great navigation dock that Saint Sula was proud of looked a little stretched and full at the moment. Zhou, the person in charge of Yuanda Dock, stood on the deck himself, feeling uneasy. This is the first super-large aircraft to come to Sansula. The federal parliament decided to build this into a standard demonstration template, and then publicize it to attract more commercial fleets to Yuanda Navigation Dock for transaction and exchange. Therefore, there must be no carelessness in this reception. At the same time, many staff of Yuanda Dock were relieved. Yuanda Navigation Dock has never docked such a tonnage aircraft before. Now it is found that the docking is smooth and the bearing capacity is okay. I can't help wiping the sweat on my head and showing a trace of joy in my eyes. I have a bonus for successfully completing the task this time. The port tongs used to dock for more than a dozen medium-sized aircraft are now clearly stuck on the body of the mechanical fortress and the receiver at the bottom, which looks spectacular. When the mechanical fortress is parked, a channel is directly connected to the side hatch of the mechanical fortress. Zhou, the person in charge, stood uneasily on the connecting corridor, constantly brewing the language after the meeting. Sniff. The cabin door made a pressure relief sound, and immediately the mechanical closed door opened. A man in combat clothes came out first, holding a scepter in his hand. Each step was steady and powerful, as if walking on his heartbeat rhythm, making him unconsciously nervous. Zhou saw the superior breath accumulated in each other's body for a long time at a glance, roughly looked at the undisguised energy on each other's body, and his heart couldn't help feeling a lot of doubts. The leader of the mechanical fortress has a C-end level. If you change a small or medium-sized aircraft, the next leader of C-end level can understand. After all, the energy level reaches C+, and the whole universe is the mainstay, which can be described as a master. But a super-large aircraft of higher civilization, the next C-end level leader, this is. Zhou admitted that he lived in Bengbu. But soon Zhou adjusted his mood and greeted him with a warm smile. Just a word from Link made Zhou put away his newly born contempt. Distinguished guest, welcome to Saint Sura, I am. I know you, Zhou, the head of Yuanda Dock. I'm the leader of the Mechanical Fortress Wasteland Expedition, Link. Link stepped forward, facing Zhou's stunned raised hands, took off his gloves and shook them. Yuanda Navigation Dock is the landmark of Saint Sura and an important part of laying the key points of Saint Sura's trade. It is relatively famous in the TUS system. But Zhou knew that this fame was limited to the interior of the Tuesday system. He would not arrogantly think that a trading planet's fame could be big enough to enter the eyes of higher civilization, compared with the Star Harbor. Zhou was flattered that the other party could know his name. Hello, Mr. Lin. I wonder what business your organization is going to do this time in Sansula? I can be responsible for special guidance here to ensure the smooth flow of trade process. Zhou said carefully. Lin Kemyu did not squint. After walking out of the connecting corridor, he officially entered the space of Yuanda Navigation Dock. At this time, many people at the Hangwu Wharf joined in the fun just to witness the style of higher civilization in the mechanical fortress. However, when Link appeared, some people who had expected to show doubts or surprised eyes. They never thought that the other party was led by the C-end level. You know, in Yuanda Navigation Dock, there are many C-end levels. Basically, there is a force and organization of similar scale, and the strength of the leader has C+. Immediately, some people scattered and felt cheated. Some people stared at Link and the mechanical fortress outside, not knowing what they were thinking. And behind Link, followed by Afu, Alfred, Helen, Gamish, Macaw, Penguin Penny and Silver Hand. Don't bother, we'll visit the dock by ourselves and contact you if necessary. Link's tone was not salty, so Joe couldn't figure out the meaning for a moment. Then I'll arrange a commissioner to guide you. You must be unfamiliar with this when you first came here. It's also convenient to have a commissioner to guide you. Link raised his hand and refused. No one knows the task he will trigger later. Now the whole Great Dock and even Saint Sura. If a commissioner followed, wouldn't the whole Saint Sura know at that time? At that time, if Saint Sula makes a move, the benefits that Naring can obtain will be greatly reduced. Trust me, I know this place better than you think. Link's words restrained Joe. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer, but the other party had already said it and he couldn't stop it. For a moment, he looked at the back of Link's departure. Although Joe's strength also has Class C, he did feel the overwhelming pressure on Link just now. That kind of pressure doesn't even look like C and can send out, which makes people tremble. Looking at the orderly pace of the other party and his party, even Link didn't squint. It seemed that he was really familiar with here. Joe looked back at the mechanical fortress occupying more than a dozen large berths, and became more and more curious about the sudden super-large aircraft. Is this man a real leader or just a spokesman? Is this trip to San Sula really just for trade, or is it for another purpose? All this seemed like a mystery to Joe. In Xiaoleng's Kung Fu, a group of people came out of the connecting corridor soon. But this time the atmosphere is much more active than before. A group of people are chirping. Their eyes are full of longing, excitement, and curiosity. They look around briskly. They seem to be curious about everything here. Look at their strength again. The general energy levels are in the D level range. Some of them have outstanding strength and can have the D and level. This kind of strength is placed in Yuanda Navigation Dock, that is, the level of ordinary police force, and in other forces, that is, the minion horse. This is Yuanda Navigation Dock. It's so big. Even the mechanical fortress can stop. I just saw dozens of aircraft of different sizes parked on the other side from the side porthole. It's really prosperous here. I don't know if there are any good tasks here. Link said he would stay here for several days. This is a rare opportunity to earn cosmic money. The players whispered and looked very excited. It felt like a group of people who had never seen the world. Joe was soon surrounded by players and asked questions. His enthusiastic attitude was very different from Link. Soon Joe felt it was difficult to deal with the chatter in his ear, but he left a sentence: "There is independent navigation in Yuanda Navigation Dock, you can go there for self-service." As soon as the voice fell, Joe's whole body collapsed into countless small cubes and disappeared from his place. The players looked at each other and complained. They accused the people in front of them of talking too much nonsense and scared the NPCs away. While some players were arguing, some high-quality players didn't bother to waste time here. According to what Joe said just now, they began to go to the interior of Yuanda Navigation Dock to find the so-called self-help navigation and tasks. Joe appeared in his office the next second and looked at the swarm of players. He couldn't help taking a breath. These players successfully let the person in charge run away on their own territory. I remember the last time I met such a passionate creature, it was a low-level software creature civilization. In order to express his enthusiasm, dozens of software creatures tied Joe with tentacles with suction cups and successfully drove him back. I didn't expect to lose money on the lower Terrans this time. After that, Joe saw other lower Terrans. They were very enthusiastic. This time, they came out in order and seemed to be led by a leader. Although there was excitement and curiosity in his eyes, his expression and behavior were very restrained. It is incomprehensible that such a super-large aircraft of higher civilization comes out with some lower creatures. Whether there are really advanced creatures in the super-large aircraft and whether these are servants serving the super-large aircraft are unknown. Pass on my orders, Closely monitor every move of the Waste Soil Expedition Army, and report any situation to me." Zhou said out of thin air, and soon the pickup device on the desktop sounded, "Everything is under control." In Yuanda Navigation Dock, Link led several people all the way. Originally, many people were curious about Link along the way, and even came forward to talk, but Link raised his hand and declined. Seeing that the other party had no intention of talking, some people who planned to come forward to look for business opportunities could not help but retreat. Others watched for a while, got nothing, and simply shook their hands and left. Link is really as familiar as he said. He can easily reach everywhere without any instructions and navigation. The first store that Link visited was an equipment shop. He ordered 10 sets of anti-gravity belts at one go. Then he waved his hand and bought 1,000 sets of capsule balls. Without blinking, he squandered more than 40,000 cosmic coins. According to the macaw, it is to make the poor family worse. "Führer, why do you want to buy these things? If you need these things, just let me study them and I will certainly be able to make them in time." Helen puffed her cheeks. She looked at the capsule ball. The most technical content is the high-toughness materials and compression technology in the capsule ball. After the palm-sized sphere is unfolded, it can instantly form a large ball with a diameter of more than 2 meters, which can wrap the user and resist various impacts. Another anti-gravity belt, twisting the belt can produce a repulsive force opposite to the existing gravity. Helen is very interested in this exquisite design. All the mysteries are hidden in the circle in the center of the belt. Helen's small eyes look forward to, and she wants to disassemble the belt directly. Give up. These devices have anti-disassembly procedures. Anyone can make them if they are disassembled and decoded. As long as you disassemble them violently, the settings inside will be destroyed by yourself, but you don't have to be discouraged. The most important thing about this anti-gravity belt is that it contains a metal that is extremely sensitive to gravity, which works by the anti-gravity field generated by this metal. Link explained. Helen sighed helplessly. It seemed that her idea of dismantling and decoding was broken. However, another doubt came to mind. Is it any use for the head of state to buy so many anti-gravity belts and capsule balls? In addition, why is the head of state so familiar with Yuanda Dock? Even if the son of prophecy can see the future, he has long expected the internal structure of Yuanda Dock. Is that too divine? But when Helen looked back, Ah Fu's eyes were all focused on Alfred. The housekeeper's style was still so exquisite. On occasions where he didn't need to express his opinions, he shut up and stood aside to make Link more noble. And Ah Fu concentrated on his study, just like an apprentice. Macaw and Silver Hand, these two people gather together everywhere, and their attention is on the anti-gravity belt. At the moment, twist the belt, and their bodies rise and fall from time to time. In Helen's eyes, these two brains are diodes and can't handle such complex situations, so it's useless to ask. Penguin Penny's attention focused on the economic system and transactions of Yuanda Dock. Gamish is old. He followed Link happily this time. His mentality is a bit like a vacation. Helen looked around and couldn't find anyone to communicate with. If Grandpa or Max were here, that would be great. After replenishing a batch of equipment, Link didn't run to other stores. He stuffed all his things into Ah Fu's magic backpack and went straight to the mission site, Artillery Rose Bar. When he came to the Gunfire Rose Bar, Link saw a bearded boss in front of the bar. It's not the hot business hours of the bar, so there are basically no guests in the whole bar. Link went to the bar, photographed some cosmic coins and sat on the wooden chair in front of the bar. "Boss, have some malt beer." The boss narrowed his eyes, looked up and shook his hand. "Go, it's not business time yet." Link remained unmoved, stared at a pair of drunk eyes and said seriously, "Graves, I see you're in trouble." Chapter 785. The owner of the bar raised his head, glanced over a fine on with his drunken eyes, and then continued to say in a lazy tone, "I'm troubled by troubles every day. I don't need you to see it. I can see it by myself. Although the mouth said, but the beard boss did not slow down. He took money in a hurry, and turned to a few people to fight a few cups of malt beer. The top of the beer cup was a thick layer of malt foam, and it smelled inviting fragrance. I won't hold you accountable if you come all the way. Drink this cup and go. If you want to drink again, you'll come back when the door is open later," said the boss with a long beard. Link smiled and said to his subordinates, "Come and taste the best malt beer in Saint Sura. There's no shop after this village." Then Link paused, stared at eager Helen and said, "Helen, you're not an adult, so you're not included." In a word, Helen turned into frost eggplant and wilted. Undefined others, including Alfred, picked up a glass and drank it all at once. Link also picked up malt beer, with a strong malt aroma, followed by a sweet and refreshing taste. "Algamish, what do you think of this beer with your experience?" Link asked involuntarily. Alfred savored his lips for a moment, then he said, "The mouth is fragrant, the best malt is made, the temperature and humidity are just perfect, and it is indeed a rare quality." Gamish is an old mage. He has drunk a lot of both Pandora's wine and magic wine, and said, "I drink the taste of time from this beer. Different from the refined brewing catalyzed by magic, when this beer goes into my stomach, I seem to see the whole process of wheat being scattered into the rice field, growing until brewing and fermentation. This is the taste given by time." Both of them spoke highly. The owner of the bar, Graves, raised his head, turned his nose to the sky and said happily, "Of course, this is my unique skill. I rely on this hand to support the market, otherwise I can open a shop in the Great Dock where businessmen and customers come and go." Graves filled another glass of beer and rode from the bar to Link, "You know the goods very well. This glass of wine is for you. When you finish drinking, you'll leave quickly. If you want to drink, you'll come back later." Graves issued an eviction order, but Link's was unmoved. The malt beer at the bar didn't move. He stared at Graves and said seriously, "Ethan Hod, the missing observation team, the lost gun *** paper. I have a way to bring back the people and things you want. It's all up to you. You can contact me if you think about it." Link picked up a gold business card between his index and middle fingers and carried it to Graves. The drunkenness in Graves' eyes suddenly disappeared, and the expression on his face became ferocious. He pinched Link's wrist and asked fiercely, "How do you know?" However, when Graves started, he found that he had miscalculated. The other party was not the person he took at will. He could compete with him in strength. Graves' veins burst, but Link's face was not comfortable. "Don't ask me how I know. It's all up to you whether you want to get things back." Link kicked the ball back to Graves again. Graves looked complex. On the one hand, he was shocked that Link knew the secret news. On the other hand, he was also deciding whether the other party could really complete the task. "Why should I trust you?" Graves finally asked. Link's mouth tilted slightly, with a flat smile, "Because you have no choice. Either believe I can get something back, or bury it in your heart forever." Graves deadlocked for a while, finally with a long sigh. "Although I don't know where you got the news, I have to tell you that I arranged trusted people to investigate before, but none of them came back without exception. That place is very dangerous and your strength is not outstanding, so I don't think much of you. But just as you said, I want to fight for even a glimmer of hope. If you can successfully bring back something, there must be a thick report. Don't worry, since I have the courage to ask you to take this task, I naturally know the risks." Graves smelled the speech, and the smell of wine dissipated. Then he went to the door of the bar, closed the door and hung the sign of closing the shop. "If possible, I hope you can bring back my people's bodies in addition to the black box. Of course, the premise of all this is that you are safe. The more things you bring back, the more rewards you will get. Although I already know, I still want you to tell the whole story in detail and try not to miss any useful clues and information." Link said, and Graves didn't hide anything. He told Link the story, and the others were listening carefully. These are what happened. I hope you can bring them back smoothly. Graves' eyes lit up and raised hope again. After Graves told, Link received the trigger task prompt of the system. I do know this task, but if it wasn't said from Graves, Link's system wouldn't trigger. As for what to know more clues and details, Link said casually. You triggered a level B task. Graves' request. Task tip: Graves' last group set out from his hometown to take refuge in him. When he passed a planet to rest and settle down on the road, all the members disappeared and their whereabouts were unknown, together with the black box of the group. As the last remnant of the rune star, Graves will be very grateful to you for finding their bodies and black boxes. Task reward: dynamically floating according to the evaluation. Note: if the task cannot be completed, Graves' friendliness will be reduced. After receiving the task, Link did not directly perform the task, but continued to bargain with Graves. You also know that this task is very difficult, so I need some support from you, the talisman. Graves frowned, obviously not very satisfied with Link's progress. You didn't come up with any real evidence now. Just with one mouth, you want me to cash the reward first. Don't you think it's a loss of mission principle? When Link saw the move, he didn't mess up because the system prompted Graves to reduce his friendliness. You must have known our origin. I think this is the biggest time you want, so stack more bases to win, okay? Anyway, you won't have any big losses. Graves was speechless. Although he was drunk in the bar, he couldn't hide any trouble from his eyes. The other side is the Waste Soil Expedition Army of the Vatican system. The man in front of him is called Link, who is the leader of the expedition. He is riding a super-large aircraft that can be made by the legendary higher civilization. This alone is indeed the biggest chance for Graves to win. After a short test just now, this guy's strength and he should be at the C-end level, but it's not guaranteed that this guy is just a spokesman for higher civilization. There is a stronger presence inside the mechanical fortress. Graves hesitated again and again, but finally lost the battle and said, "Okay, but I don't have much materials on hand. I can only add magic charms to 3 items. Discuss it yourself." Link had thought about this for a long time. He immediately took out Kolar's dagger, then turned back and asked the Silver Hand to remove his Gorya technology mechanical power arm and asked Gamishgong to give his long night staff. Graves looked at the 3 different weapons on the bar and took the lead in picking up Link's Kolar's dagger. The calloused finger gently crossed the matte blade and commented, "The dagger made of void meteorite iron has the power to penetrate time and space." Oh? It has been possessed by demons. This weapon will certainly become an artifact on a single planet, but it is really stretched to walk in the universe. There are too few scenes to play. However, after holding the magic charm, I believe it can be reborn. Graves picked up the manipulator of the Silver Hand. Oh, it's quite weighty. The mechanical technology of the lower civilization complements the blessing of flesh and blood nerve. It's valuable for the lower civilization to have this kind of mechanical biotechnology. After blessing the charm, you need time to readjust your strength. On the last long night staff, Graves gently touched the long wood with his fingers. The 3 streams of wood at the top of the staff twisted together and surrounded a gem in the center. Several new and tender leaves suddenly appeared at the top of the bare staff. The magic wand full of mana surges with the power of life and kindness. There is still the power of time on the wand. I believe you will use it more easily after blessing the magic charm. You wait here for a moment. Graves entered the inner room with 3 pieces of equipment. Soon, Link saw the internal surging energy through the door with the Son of Heaven's Chi watching skill. The energy free in the air was quickly absorbed with the clanging sound of iron, and became a part of the enhancement of weapons and equipment. Graves, the royal family of Fushengxing, is known as a hero and prince who can lead Fushengxing to create a brilliant future. However, because he fell in love with a woman who mistakenly entered the rune star, he refused the political marriage arranged by the royal family. When he eloped with his beloved was hit by a stray bullet and disappeared. The royal family was also disappointed with Graves and became the first exiled heir to the throne. After Graves left the Rune, the royal family talents withered, and there were strong enemies outside, which was eventually annexed by other invaders in the universe. As the last royal family, Sarah led the immigrants on a journey of exile. Sarah is the niece of Graves and the last royal blood of the Rune except Graves. As the only royal family who supported Graves in his brave pursuit of love blood, Graves contacted Sarah and asked the remnant of the Rune to take refuge in Saint Sura. But on the way, the spaceship had an accident when it entered a planet to rest and supply. The people were missing and their life and death were uncertain. Graves hasn't been able to make a big fuss about it yet. Firstly, she is afraid to expose her identity and attract the hostile forces of Fushengxing. Secondly, Shayla still carries the black box of Fushengxing in her hand, which is the most precious drawing of Fushengxing. Once it is published, someone will rush to look for it. With the strength of Graves C+, 99.99% probability, she can't get back the black box. Therefore, Graves must be cautious and try to find out the truth without leaking information. As the most skilled Fuwen craftsman of Fusion Star, Graves can be said to be top-notch. In addition to not mastering the ultimate ability of the Rune King in the black box, Graves has mastered other blessing runes. Squeak! As the inner door opened again, Graves appeared again with 3 weapons. In just a few minutes, the 3 weapons have been greatly enhanced with the naked eye. Well, your weapons have been blessed with magic charms, and the effect has been improved to a higher level than before, which is enough for cosmic adventure for daily use. Graves wiped the sweat on his forehead, and he hasn't mobilized his strength for a long time. His skills are a little rusty. The 3 took their own weapons. Link glanced at Kolar's dagger and saw 2 seal-engraved rune marks on the dagger. He intuitively saw the changes from the data. Kolar's dagger, soul binding, quality, epic, purple, parameters, attack power 200 to 240, length 27 cm, weight 1 kg, rune blessing equipment requirements, LV60 or more, strength 210 points, agility 260 points, attribute bonus, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, intelligence plus 100. Special effect, flicker, the owner can flicker to the dagger unconditionally without distance limit, consumption, 20 energy/time, eviscerate, attacking behind the back can cause 200% damage and grant relief, using. Kolar's dagger has a 20%/15%/10% chance to cause 3/4/5 times of damage. Specialization, all dagger skill effects are increased by 20%, attached, attacking the throat will add 120% damage to the critical hit bonus. Originally Kolar's dagger, it's a level 30 item with a total attribute bonus of 100 points. After the blessing of Graves' amulet, the whole weapon is upgraded to level 60 and the attribute bonus is 300 points. All effects have been improved, and the dagger level has been raised by 1 order. The dagger damage was not high before, except for several special effects, which are completely inconsistent with the current combat environment. Now, after the blessing of the amulet, the dagger is from damage, attribute and effect have changed qualitatively. According to Link's vision, it's no problem to use level 80. Silverhand and Gamish don't have systems, but the manipulator and staff are weapons that have been with them for a long time. You can feel the difference at first, which is indeed a big improvement over before. Gamish is surprised. As a great mage, he also knows a little about blessing and enchanting. But he goes in after that. A few runes were engraved on the weapon to greatly improve the effect of the weapon, which even he had never seen before. After the Silverhand installed the manipulator, he couldn't help taking a deep breath. He clearly felt that the power contained in the manipulator, both strength and energy, was better transmitted and increased. Helen and the macaw beside him curiously grabbed the manipulator of the Silverhand and looked at it. Helen was amazed. The macaw turned to Graves, pointed to her big belly and said, "Beard, do you think I can write runes on me?" Chapter 786. Graves glanced at the macaw and immediately put it into the ranks of glib words, ignoring it. The blessing talisman has also been done. Now it's time to start and complete the task. Link raised his mouth, turned to greet the people to leave, and put down a sentence before leaving, "Don't worry, this mission will surprise you unexpectedly." When Graves wanted to say something more, Link had taken the people away, leaving only the wooden door of the bar creaking back and forth. Leaving the Gunfire Rose bar, the macaw couldn't wait to ask, "It looks like you know all about Link. Just say it. Where are we going next?" Undefined Link deliberately sold it and said with a smile, "Next, you can stroll around Yuanda Dock. Later, I'll issue a call order to take you to a good place." The macaw and the silver hand looked at each other and saw a surprise in their eyes. "Just now, I felt itchy when I saw many places in Yuanda Navigation Dock along the way with Link, but they didn't wander around for the sake of big oranges. Now they know that they can move freely, and their spirit came up immediately. Wait a minute, don't worry. When I go back and call the Wuxia pot, he can carry it for us in case of anything." The silver hand winked. The macaw suddenly became inspired. It turned out that the pot had such wonderful functions before summer. He patted the knee of the silver hand and said, "It seems that I went out to perform a task and became inspired a lot. Then I can rest assured as an elder." Helen and Gamish also want to visit Yuanda Dock to increase their experience and knowledge. On the contrary, Afu, Alfred and Penny Penguin, who were not interested in these, followed Link back to the mechanical fortress. When he returned to the mechanical fortress, Link sent a message to all outgoing players through the sound bug. After 5 hours, select a group of 150 elite to perform special tasks, and select the personnel at random when signing up. Just a short sentence, let the players who linger on the outside world have a feeling of returning home. I'm kidding. Although the scenery of Yuanda Navigation Dock is brilliant, you can only get good things with Link. In this way, there are special tasks, and the rewards must be rich. Many players immediately put down their affairs and got up and went back to the mechanical fortress. What's more, this task is not to summon all players, but to select only 150 people and draw lots at random. It's better to draw. If you can't come back, it's okay and it won't delay anything. In the Yuanda Dock office, messages were sent to Joe's desk. Bought an anti-gravity belt and 1,000 sets of capsule balls. Joe looked puzzled. These things were ordinary things, and he couldn't see anything different. Then went to the Firecracker Rose bar? Well, Graves malt beer is really unique, but this point is not business hours. Is it too early to go? Joe thought deeply. After staying at the Gunfire Rose bar for a while, they strolled around the Yuanda Dock. Among them, Leader Link went directly back to the mechanical fortress without going anywhere else. Joe looked at the itinerary reported by his men and didn't know what to say for a moment. Link looked like a passerby. When he came, he bought something, sat down for a drink, and then went back to rest. As for those men who had never seen the world, they wandered in Yuanda Navigation Dock. Keep staring and report any situation as soon as possible. Joe was a little disappointed for some reason. I thought I could do a wave of publicity when I came to the Grand Navigation Dock through advanced civilization. As a result, it seems that people don't come to do business, but more like taking their men to increase their knowledge. As the leader, Link just drank a cup and went back directly. He added some props and devices at will. The consumption amount of 30,000 or 40,000 cosmic coins is not very small, but it is definitely not much. Now, if you want to publicize, you can't even find the publicity materials. Do you want to publicize the advanced civilization and come to Yuanda Navigation Dock just to drink a glass of malt beer? Isn't it a joke to spread out? There is no attraction in such a large navigation dock, except beer. For now, I can only keep staring. Be sure to catch the publicity materials. Zhou's eyes flashed a hint of determination. Whether Saint Sura and Yuanda Navigation Dock can expand their influence depends on this wave. Players flock to Yuanda Navigation Dock and all return to the mechanical fortress in an instant. The task given by Link himself is certainly not an easy task. If you are lucky, this wave may be the best in the players' advance army against the trend. So many players scrambled to sign up. There were more than 180 people in the primary election of the 3 planets. Then Victoria and Pandora came in succession. Now the total number of players in the mechanical fortress is about 260. If you choose 200 people, you can basically be selected as long as you don't have bad luck. But other players have a choice, only Wuxia Qiaozi has no choice. The silver hand slipped out like a chicken. No matter how much the pot begged before summer, the silver hand didn't let go. Silver hand boss, let me go back and do a task. I've been out for so long and haven't done a task seriously. Wuxia Qiaozi cried. The silver hand snorted coldly, oh, what's good to participate in that task? Lao Jin and I will also go at that time. Just take you directly. Wuxia Qiaozi cried slightly and muttered, but it's not rich to follow you to participate in the task. The macaw's small ears shook. What? We don't dislike your food, but you still dislike our poverty. Then the macaw stared at the silver hand. Silver hand, this boy can't see us clearly. Whether you can't bear it or not, I can't bear it anyway. I must let this boy see our strength. Silver hand agrees. It is said that Zi doesn't dislike his mother's ugliness and his son doesn't dislike his family's poverty. Before Xia Qiaozi had this idea, he was distressed and had to correct his distorted 3 outlooks. To this end, he and the macaw must take out the guy at the bottom of the box to open the eyes of the pot in the future. Since you say our reward is not rich. Wuxia Qiaozi's eyes showed an expression of expectation. It seems that this time they are going to be serious and give some good rewards. Then you won't be rewarded for this mission at all. It's up to you to decide whether to go with us or not. After Silverhand said that, the old god couldn't see any waves on his face. Before summer, the pot was immediately frozen in place, and the whole person was directly petrified and messy in the wind. He thought the Silverhand and macaw would take out some powerful rewards to attract him. Unexpectedly, there was no reward. He worked for nothing. This wave is really shrimp and pig heart. And go or not? If you don't go, it seems difficult to stay here. All commodities need cosmic coins, but there is only Victorian currency on Wuxia Qiaozi, which is completely out of use. Because he was directly grabbed by the silver hand, he had no time to exchange his Victorian currency for goods. Moreover, as a hitchhiker, the level and strength of Wuxia Pot are not enough to complete the task of Yuanda Navigation Dock independently. If you don't follow Silverhand and macaw, it's really difficult to do anything. I can't go yet. Before summer, the pot squeezed these words out of his mouth. He wanted to cry without tears and was pinched to death. Seeing that the pot had not yielded in the summer, the silver hand and the macaw showed the villain's unique G laughter, and couldn't stop shrugging and laughing. The silver hand may be a novice for pinch players, but the macaw is a person who can instruct them to do all kinds of tasks since the players appear. It's really not enough to see in front of it. Well, you can continue to stroll with us. Link gave the backbone who went out to the universe money quota. The macaw plus Silverhand was 20,000, Helen 10,000, and Gamish 10,000. If there's anything you like, use the money to buy it. You know, the previous 10 anti-gravity belts and thousands of capsule balls only cost 40,000. Now we give them 40,000. The 4 know that the money has enough purchasing power. Silverhand and macaw strolled in the market, watching Yuanda Hangwu business district from tens of thousands to tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of things. It was an eye-opener. Before Xia Qiaozi is around, he can only turn on the video recording function and consider sending these to his new video program, Legendary Life, under his personal channel. Well, yes, this legendary life refers to the Silver Hand. After all, I can be caught by legends every day. Even chasing the wind is not qualified. The whole mechanical fortress has this special treatment, only the unseasoned pot. Although the player joked that he was just a pot man pendant, exposing the unknown private life of the legend, this book is enough to poke the G-spot of countless players. Legendary preferences and daily life, who doesn't want to see it? Know more about it and give it what you like. Maybe you can improve your friendliness. If you receive some difficult tasks from the other party, or give some special rewards for completing the tasks, don't you send it. With this mentality, Wuxia Qiazi opened his own personal channel, which was warmly pursued by many players and became one of the few popular video numbers of Destiny. In this regard, he looked at the sky 45 times before summer, and his face was helpless and melancholy. He didn't lack popularity and money. He just wanted to catch up with the progress and enjoy the game, rather than carrying the pot and being squeezed all day. Silverhand and Macaw strolled around. Silverhand bought a pistol that looked good. Although it was a pistol, the bullet was specially made. It was as powerful as a mortar. The Macaw bought a pair of technical sunglasses. The black sharp lenses have a bit of thunderbolt trendy style around the corner. The effect is to see each other's energy field. Of course, the Macaw doesn't care about this at all. Handsome and cool is over. These two pieces cost more than 4,000 cosmic coins directly, and they are almost halved. As a pendant, Wuxia Pot also got a gift. After Silverhand bought pistols and ammunition, the store presented a folding path throwing knife. The effect is that after throwing, it will fly back along the same route in a few seconds. Look at you. In order to buy you this broken path throwing knife, Link has almost spent half of the money he gave, which is really distressing. The Macaw sighed with a sigh, as if what he spent was not money, but his own flesh and blood. The Silverhand also bared his mouth. To tell the truth, it really hurts. A pistol plus 300 bullets costs more than 2,000 cosmic coins. It's killing me. Before summer, the pot held a folding path throwing knife and opened its mouth several times, but there was no sound in its throat and was speechless. Well, it's almost time to calculate. The task is estimated to be about to start. It's time for us to go back. I hope we can come back with some valuable things. We go to the market to sell him and exchange some cosmic coins. The Silverhand walked around and saw many favorite items, but the high price directly persuaded him to retreat. If we could get more money, we might be able to chase a dream. By the way, try the manipulator effect after Graves' rune culture. Wuxia Qiazi asked curiously, Silverhand, Lao Jin, what task are you going to perform this time? Because he was carried away and didn't go back, Wuxia Qiazi didn't know what the task was. The person who went back only got the quota and didn't know the specific details of the task. He thought it was an opportunity to know the news in advance. Maybe he could prepare in advance and take the lead. Silverhand didn't hide it, but when he said it, he even coaxed and lied. I tell you, this task is very serious, and you can only be a drag bottle with your strength. This time we're going to a mysterious planet to find a group of missing ethnic group survivors. Their life and death are uncertain. The previous search and rescue teams haven't heard from us since they went. In short, it's a very evil place. Wuxia Qiazi was stunned. The plot sounds very mysterious, and according to his analysis, there must be some great danger. No matter how strong you are, you will have a chance. Anyway, he is a Silverhand pendant. It's safer to follow a legend than the player acting alone. The two returned to the mechanical fortress with a pendant. Just after arriving at the dock, they met Helen and Gamish, who came back together. Macaw and Helen shared their Thunderbolt glasses. Helen went shopping, but didn't buy anything. Gamish bought some rare magic materials from Pandora and spent $2,000. As soon as the front foot of the crowd returned to the mechanical fortress, a notice from Troy came from the back foot fortress. All personnel participating in the mission are requested to prepare materials and equipment and go to the bottom berthing port of the mechanical fortress. We will set out on the pirate ship in half an hour and go to the mission site. The qualified players are ready long ago, and their eyes are full of expectation and tension. When several key members were ready to arrive at the bottom berthing port, Lin Kekin appointed Helen as the driver. Our goal this time is a lost planet. We will give capsule balls to all players on board, and each of you will have an anti-gravity belt. Link said, looking at the macaw who tried hard to tie his anti-gravity belt. The belt is unspeakably wide, and it is like a hula hoop on his stomach. The picture is unspeakably funny, but he said, Lao Jin, just wear a suit with silver hand. When you're ready, let's go. Chapter 787. The harbor of the mechanical fortress opened slowly, and the Vikings sailed out of it. The news of the arrival and docking of high-level civilization has just been quiet. Now a Viking has sailed out of the mechanical fortress, which has attracted people's attention again. People in the dock speculated about the purpose of leaving the pirate ship. The signal tower of Yuanda dock port also found this situation. If other ships entered the port, the signal tower would have issued a warning. However, the transformed pirate ship came out of the mechanical fortress. They didn't dare to shout about the advanced civilization, so they had to report the news to the person in charge, Joe, immediately. When Joe learned about the situation, his face showed a puzzled expression again. Undefined. Why did you stay for a while and leave? Although the mechanical fortress is still here, one of the pirate ships left the port. I don't know if there is any secret. Looking at the information obtained by his subordinates, Link and a cotter of backbone also went back. Even those low combat strength sailors who had never seen the world returned to the mechanical fortress, and only a few came out again. Is the attraction of the great navigation dock built by Saint Sula with the power of the whole star system so low? Not worth a glass of ale? Joe couldn't help doubting. But thinking about it, Joe's lips and teeth can't help salivating. It seems that he hasn't drunk malt beer for a while. It's better to go to the bar owner Graves to catch up with the past. It's such a happy decision. Joe gave orders to his men, don't stop, let the other party go. Joe didn't arrange ships to follow. After all, it's legal to monitor in Yuanda dock, but if the other party still follows after leaving the port, it's called crossing the border. Once you annoy each other, no one knows what the consequences will be. Pirate ships have plenty of firepower, but they are basically the most common firepower weapons in the universe. Although San Sula officials will not send ships to follow, it does not mean that others have no ideas. After seeing the mechanical fortress of super-large aircraft, many people are interested in it. Now the mechanical fortress is docked in the Yuanda navigation dock, but the internal pirate ship sails to the Star Sea, which has aroused a lot of interest for some speculators and curious people to see what the other party wants to do. Shortly after the pirate ship left the far dock, several small and medium-sized ships found reasons to leave the port quietly. Mechanical fortress, laboratory porthole. Max looked at several ships leaving towards the pirate ship, and a trace of worry appeared between his eyebrows. The head of state only drives one pirate ship during his mission. His firepower is seriously insufficient. If there is any interstellar conflict, I'm afraid he won't benefit. Dave put his hands in his chest, smiled and patted Max on the shoulder. This is the wisdom of the Führer. If he directly poses as a mechanical fortress, do you think someone will follow? Max frowned and shook his head. Although the mechanical fortress is huge and has little firepower, it can bring great shock only in terms of scale, and even impact enemy ships with quality and speed. Therefore, if you drive the mechanical fortress out, you will certainly break many people's ideas. But the Viking is different. Viking is essentially a modified version of the pirate ship. The pirate ship of the Star Predator pursues 2 points, speed and firepower. Speed. Shanghai Lun has improved the Viking's engine and added a sub-engine to extract violet stone energy. In terms of firepower, she uses all the advanced knowledge of the mechanical department she has learned. She has all kinds of weapons, far more than the ships of ordinary interstellar predators. So some chaotic forces chose to set sail with the Viking and were ready to follow up to see if it could be profitable. These chaotic forces are like scavenging crows or groups of hyenas on the grassland, following behind the pirate ship. If the Viking shows power beyond their level, they just follow and see what the Viking is going to do. Maybe when they finish, they can eat some leftovers. Or when the Viking can't show the high level of civilization that people think, they don't mind attacking it and dismembering the Viking. Through Dave's words, Max knew that the Führer had done this on purpose, but he still didn't understand. Even if it was to lure these people, it had to be strong enough. In the battle of spaceships, personal ability is reduced to the greatest extent, and personal strength cannot control the outcome of an interstellar battle. The nine-striped dragon can only be transformed into a black throne with the mechanical fortress. This time it's the Viking, and it can't be combined. In the face of its own ships, the Viking's situation is not optimistic. Dave raised his mouth slightly, with Yazhiza leading the way. There is still a strange soldier hidden in the Viking. I'm worried that these chaotic factions are too cautious to do it, so we won't have a chance to get income. Dave and Link have been influenced for a long time, and they have become a little black. When Link came back to mobilize resources, Dave understood the Führer's plan. The head of state never fights unprepared battles. Even if he makes money, he should be prepared. One hand is Graves' request, and you can get rich rewards after completion. The other hand is to attract the Chaos faction in Yuanda Navigation Dock. Once the other party takes the initiative, it will have unlimited right of counterattack and self-defense. At that time, a missed defense is too improper, and the other party's booty is collected by the way. Everything is logical and can't find any fault. After all, he is a teacher of benevolence and righteousness. How can he take the initiative to seize it? But how can we waste what kind-hearted people send to the door? The coordinates of the planet for the Graves mission. Graves has given it to Link. Although Link knew the specific location before, Graves had to say it himself in order for the system to trigger the task. The location of the crashed planet is not remote. It is a lost planet on the edge of another galaxy bordering Saint Sura. Originally, Sarah planned to take her people here to rest and make supplies. After landing, she even sent a message to Graves that she would arrive in 2 days. However, Graves waited for 2 days, did not wait for any news of Sarah, and lost all the whereabouts of his people. Then he secretly arranged acquaintances to rescue, but there was no news. The whole thing was strange. Graves also secretly investigated the lost planet, but got nothing. The information clearly says that the planet has no traces of life, and the surface is covered with a thick layer of rock. Because it is far away from the star and there is not much sunshine on the surface, the whole planet is dead and lifeless. Such a planet, but 3 teams of people have disappeared in succession, which is strange everywhere. This matter has almost become a big stone in Graves' heart. He can't leave. He can only drown his worries by drinking until Link's arrival. On the Viking. Because of the Viking's light setting, Helen went straight ahead at full speed after leaving the Great Dock. But not long after leaving, Helen looked serious. "Führer, there are 6 ships behind us. We have been following us since we came out of the Yuanda Navigation Dock. According to preliminary detection, 4 are small and 2 are medium." Link frowned slightly and seemed very dissatisfied with the matter. "Why are there only 6 ships? Haven't the others followed? There are 4 small ships and 2 medium-sized ships. You don't have to think about it to know that there is no stock. Before the anti-killing of star predators, I made a small 1 million cosmic coin deposit. The 6 ships this time are estimated to be less than half of the last time, which disappointed Link. Reasonably speaking, this wave of fishing should be very successful. Is it the wrong time? Or is the appearance of super-large aircraft too shocking to persuade a wave of people to retreat? In previous lives, in addition to normal trade, many chaotic forces chose to watch here. If you start in the Saint Sura star system, you will be hit by the thunder of Saint Sura. Therefore, generally, as long as you enter the star system, everyone is very restrained. But once they left Saint Sura, the chaotic forces began to pick things up and set off a war on knowledge and resources. Of course, in the eyes of all ethnic groups in the universe, this can only be regarded as competing for resources and the law of the jungle. They usually do not intervene too much in such events. After all, civilization should develop. Whether they are order or chaos, their goal is to make themselves stronger. Follow the laws of nature and eliminate the fittest. At present, the 6 greedy hyenas behind the Viking disappointed Link. The 6 hyenas, even if they shave off the meat on the bones, add up to no more than 22. Continue to sail according to the original plan and wait until the lost planet to greet them. Yes. Helen obeyed Link's orders and continued to keep her course. No way. Since the 6 hyenas are not very good, Link has to make a profit from other aspects. It may be a good choice to take their ships directly. With the capacity of the mechanical fortress, it can also accommodate 1 medium-sized ship and 4 to 5 small ships, and the remaining ships can be sold back at a low price. And this plan, when the Lost Planet alternate, can easily succeed. The Viking itself is a speed ship. After Helen's transformation, it becomes faster and faster. After a day's flight, the Viking has left the St. Surin galaxy. Through the porthole, you can see that the star in the center of Saint Sura is only the size of a pigeon's egg. By this time, some ships following behind could not restrain their excitement. Broken Wind, small ship. Boss, the pirate ship of Dog Day is so fast that our fuel can't last, said a crew member eagerly. The captain of the Broken Wind looked struggling. If they followed, they didn't even have enough energy to go back. If they don't make a move, they will suffer a net loss. This trip is a complete negative return. Captain Cyclops had a decision in his only eye. He couldn't wait for others to do it first. He was the first one who couldn't hold it. He had to start. Catch up with overload and attack directly. With the command of the one-eyed dragon captain, the speed of the Broken Wind accelerated, and the brightness of the energy beam sprayed by the tail engine increased to a higher level. Other forces could not help but move out when they saw a ship. They immediately had confidence and followed. Yashaizi, the former pilot, sensed the signal of the rear breakthrough at the first time and transmitted the information to the Viking main control room. Führer, they have finally acted. Helen's tone was very excited and her eyes lit up. After all, only when they took the initiative to attack, Helen had the opportunity to try the Vikings' firepower and new cards. Link's hand pressed on Helen's shoulder. Don't worry, I can reach the Lost Planet in half a day. If you have to fight back, pick up the non-key parts and keep their navigation ability as much as possible. Helen pursed her pink lips and small face with regret. Well, I'll try. At the edge of the desert galaxy, at the moment, there is a thrilling pursuit battle. The Viking standby power is started, the blue tail flame is overweight, and the length is extended. Purple energy appears from it, which is the color of violet stone energy digestion. The Viking's speed increased again, and the time from the endpoint on the dashboard was also shortened. Yashaiza suggested that the Viking had been locked by 3 ships, and the distance was getting closer. Link looked at Helen and finally let go. Helen, it's time for you to show it now. Helen nodded immediately, and then put a holographic hood on her head. Yashaiza, shuttle attack tactics. Soon the cabin door of the Viking ship opened, and 1 martyr unmanned raiders rushed out, quickly formed an attack queue, went in the opposite direction to the enemy in the rear and fired. Helen's holographic hood can directly connect her consciousness and control the martyr's unmanned raider from the overall situation and micro aspects. The martyr drone built by Helen is basically the top drone in current knowledge. Great efforts have been made in connection and control. Yashaiza transmits signals with sensitivity and delay of milliseconds. The emergence of a flexible UAV formation disrupted the plans of the subsequent Chaos faction. The formation gunfire instantly disrupted the progress of subsequent ships, and the gunfire rained on the broken wind, leaving many bullet marks. With only one round of shooting, many of the armor of the broken wind was broken, and even the central control system issued a warning, and some parts had been seriously damaged. Although the broken wind responded, the UAV formation was responsive and easily avoided all attacks. Boss, can we catch up? If we catch up again, there is not enough fuel, and we still face the risk of damage to the ship. The one-eyed dragon captain's green veins burst on his forehead and made a drum for his airway. Chase. Now everyone is driven. If you kill this UAV formation, you can successfully encircle and suppress. As long as you divide up some interests, you can completely fill the loss. Connect me with the signals of several other ships, and I want to talk to them. After a brief contact, the 6 ships finally agreed to form an alliance and divide up the interests after eating the Viking. If they combine, they will live, and if they divide, they will die. In the face of the enemy's fast and flexible UAV formation, only by uniting can there be a way out. No one wants to attack and get a knife in the back. In this situation, the lost planet in the distance soon appeared in front of everyone. At first glance, it can be seen clearly. Seeing the planet's surface, hard rocks and ice, and desolation also shows that there is no atmosphere on this planet. Chapter 788. Führer, we are about to reach the lost planet. Do you want to block the enemy above and go down after completing the detection and scanning? Helen left the UAV control authority to Yazhizi and began to control the spacecraft to enter the low Earth orbit above the target planet. With a big hand, Link pointed to a large crater on the planet and said, "See this crater? Order all weapons to fire directly and hit it directly." Helen hurriedly took off her holographic helmet and looked surprised. Directly. Hit it. All the fire opened to attack a crater, which Helen couldn't understand. Moreover, the pirate ship has to hit it and accelerate all the way down from perigee. The lost planet has no atmosphere and there is no friction resistance. The acceleration will only be more exaggerated. There is no second possibility of crashing down and disintegrating at such a speed. Undefined, yes, just hit it. There is no doubt that the tone of the head of state is not joking. Alonso's heart is horizontal, the engine power is adjusted to the maximum, and the strong thrust makes the Viking directly break away from the shackles of the planet's gravity and rush towards the lost planet. The Allied ships following behind could not help but look happy when they saw that the Viking wanted to land. It must be their lack of energy. They are ready to land and fight with us. Catch up, then suppress the fire, and don't give them a chance to fight back. Several captains had greedy faces. There is still a glimmer of hope to fight in the universe, but once it lands, it will be faced with the continuous bombardment of 6 warships of different sizes. What's more, the planet has no atmosphere and the ground temperature is low. Even the surface rock elements are the most common type in the universe, and can't even stimulate the desire to collect. Such a planet is most suitable for destroying corpses. Such a lost planet with no collection value suddenly welcomed so many guests. It was very lively for a time. The speed of the Viking was very fast. The muzzle of all guns and energy guns focused on the ground crater. Countless bullets were connected in a string in the air like light spots and crashed in the center of the crater. Ammunition and firepower are like a bull in the mud into the sea. There is no dust and debris, and there is no picture of the shell case splashing, let alone the shock wave of the explosion. All these strange scenes completely violated common sense. Helen clapped her hands on the console and immediately stood up from her seat excitedly. What's the situation? Helen personally participated in the development and installation of these weapons and firepower. No one knows the effect better than Helen. The Viking, with the firepower of the Martyr unmanned raider formation, had no problem directly penetrating the armor of a small ship, but it didn't respond when it hit the crater. Oh, it's not unresponsive. When the holographic screen magnified the ground, Helen clearly saw that all bullets had disappeared into the crater. Helen took a look at the external temperature. According to the analysis of the map, the surface temperature of the lost planet is -60 degrees Celsius. The surface of the crater should be frozen hard. And the center below the crater is the place under the greatest pressure when it was formed. It should be the hardest geology, so it won't penetrate directly with a few rounds of ammunition. Just when Helen didn't understand what was happening, Link put his hands in his chest and gave clear orders. Recover the Martyr unmanned radar, the spacecraft begins to slow down, and start the reverse propulsion immediately after entering the crater center. Helen knew that the Führer had come all the way to carry out his mission. There must be something unusual here. With your own little brain and information, everything you see now is a paste. It's better to act in full accordance with the instructions of the head of state, and you will answer questions later. Like hyenas, the Chaos faction behind them was burning with anxiety when they saw that the spacecraft accelerated and fled to the ground. In this case, the slightest carelessness will cause ship destruction and human death, so they won't get any reward this time. But at this time, I saw that the Viking began to slow down, and the mast with the energy sail turned in the opposite direction, putting on the posture of slowing down, and the hanging heart finally fell. I said that it would never be so strong that it would destroy itself directly without any resistance. It would certainly slow down. The captain had a clear mind and was already thinking about the harvest after the partition of the Viking. All the firepower of the 6 ships has locked the Viking, and the speed has slowed down. It has great power to directly smash the Viking with firepower. Just before they took the lead in firing, the Viking hit the center of the crater. The next second, something incredible happened. The pirate ship was like being involved in a grey quicksand. Half of its body was directly inserted into the center of the meteorite crater, and then the dead sand pile began to sink, as if a bloody mouth swallowed the Viking directly. Almost in the blink of an eye, the whole Viking completely disappeared into the center of the crater. Only the quicksand in the center of the crater forming a vortex proved that what just happened was true. In front of me, I was stunned by the Chaos faction pursued and killed behind me. It was a ghost. A pirate ship of spicy size suddenly disappeared. What now? The captain of the 6 forces established a public communication, and his face was full of caution and regret. They never knew there was such a change in the crater of the lost planet. Now that the Viking has completely sunk and disappeared, they must make the next decision. No one knows what's going on inside the quicksand in the crater. Whether to venture in or not has become a top priority for the captain. They've all come here. If they don't go in, they'll come back in vain. As far as I know, your 4 small ships don't have enough fuel to go back. If you don't make some money, you'll enjoy the cold universe when you return, the boss of the medium-sized ship said on the public voice channel. When the life gate was taken care of, the bosses of the 4 small ships all looked very gloomy. After a while, they said, when it's done, 3 of your 2 medium-sized ships and 1 of our small ships. The only requirement is to provide us with return energy. Otherwise, we can't go back, and we'll find a way to keep you here. Before the pirate was captured, there were cracks in the fragile alliance. The leader of the medium-sized ship raised his mouth. He knew that if he combined, he would live and divide, he would die. He deliberately said this just to carve up more interests. No, if you use your mouth, you will share more profits, so as not to tear your face later. Since everyone has no objection to the distribution of interests, let's go in and see what's going on inside the lost planet. During the conversation, 6 ships detected the meteorite quicksand to varying degrees, but all the detection signals suddenly stopped on the ground and could not detect the situation below the crater. It was as if the appearance of the planet had formed a protective film, and the real situation under the protective film was completely isolated. Qin choose the Chaos faction, which means that the day when the knife licks the blood, there is no risk. Where does the benefit come from? 6 ships drove into the quicksand of the meteorite crater in turn, and the picture immediately fell into darkness, but a ray of light could be seen at the end of the field of vision, and it was getting brighter and brighter. Suddenly, when the ship broke through the quicksand and completely exposed its head, the picture in front of everyone was dull. Inside the cold shell of the planet, there is a paradise. The ground is covered with lush shrubs and forests, as well as tall snow-capped peaks. There are large birds flying in groups in the sky, with a wingspan of 3 or 4 meters. The whole planet looks like a new world. The sky behind them is a kind of crystal with extremely high brightness, which reflects the sky brightly. I never thought that there would be a new world inside the bare planet, said the boss of the Broken Wind. Hello? What's going on inside? What do you see? The subsequent ships are still in the channel and can't see the situation outside. They just listen to the sound in the public channel. The people behind are very curious about the situation in front. The boss of the Broken Wind said slowly, "You'll know right away." The Broken Wind continued to descend, but there was no sign of the Viking in front of us. It seemed that this goal had never appeared. The next second, the monitoring value on the instrument panel of the Broken Wind suddenly rose rapidly. The strong magnetic field on the ground was like an invisible hand, which directly pulled the Broken Wind down. In an instant, the whole ship lost its balance and fell like drinking fake wine. Other ships rushed out of the passage behind him. At first glance, they were attracted by the gorgeous and strange scenes of the underground world. But soon they saw the Broken Wind, which was damaged by a strong magnetic field and fell irregularly. Without waiting for them to reflect, this strong attraction operates again and wants to suck their ships into their arms for a close contact. All the indicators on the console are abnormal. The alarm signal light in the ship is on. When operating again, because there are too many faults, many instruments are disturbed by the strong magnetic field and fail. The spacecraft has completely lost control and is covered with the dust of the Broken Wind. Only one medium-sized ship had more advanced procedures: early warning of strong magnetic signals, full power and full load reverse power of the spacecraft, and launched a tug-of-war with the strong magnetic field on the ground. The jet port of the spacecraft is frantically releasing energy, and the strong thrust generated is wrestling with the strong magnetic field on the ground. But even so, there was no change in the height of the spacecraft and it was stuck in place. Slowly mobilize the direction of the body, twist the head and tail of the ship, and then push at full load. The Force Boss is also a skilled ship. He knows that when the hull is facing down, the thruster pushes backward to form an included angle with the ship, and part of the power generated will be wasted. Now we can maintain balance. As long as we turn the direction and rely on complete thrust, we can get out of danger smoothly. The ship carefully twists its direction, and the engines at the tail and flanks follow the vector change. When the ship completely reversed its direction, all the people on the ship breathed a sigh. Before the captain ordered full-speed jet forward, several people in the cockpit changed their faces wildly through the cockpit at the head of the ship, as if they saw something terrible. Next to the quicksand entrance, the Viking shot countless hooks and claws into the sky crystal, toppling the whole ship at the top, so as to overcome the strong magnetic field on the ground. At the moment, many of the Vikings' guns are aimed at their ships. A chill sprang up from the tailbone to the top of the head. The next second, the Vikings' firepower poured down on the ship like a pouring rain. The ship was fiercely attacked, the fire splashed everywhere, and the armor made a crackling sound. Under the intensive attack of hot melt bullets and armor-piercing bullets, the flat armor was soon like molten chocolate, festering in perforation. "Come on! Get away from the attack!" The captain's eyes were about to crack. He didn't expect that the other party would hide here. Now ships are damaged in many places and have to fight against strong magnetic fields. It can be said that they are attacked from both sides. Once the engine is hit, they will fall and be buried with others. The only way to do this is to avoid the attack of the Viking, and then find a skyhook and claw to lock the ship, and then consider the next plan. Just as the captain just ordered, the cabin door of the Viking opened slowly, and then a man in combat clothes appeared on the deck, holding a scepter, hunting in clothes, moving with the wind, looking at the ship in the distance. Several people recognized at a glance that this man was Link, the owner of the super-large aircraft mechanical fortress. The man who came out of the great dock under the spotlight. A bad feeling came to my mind, and a strong doubt lingered. What is he going to do? Link stood on the deck, with strong turbulence in the air, but his feet seemed to be rooted on the deck, motionless. The scepter in his hand emits a strange light. As Link raises the scepter and points to the ship, the black scepter virtually forms a king's space to wrap the head of the ship. Suddenly, a strong suppression and obstruction effect blocked in front of the ship. The balance between the ship's propulsion and strong magnetic field was broken. The whole ship seemed to be pushed laterally by a heavy weight. The balance gradually shifted to the ground, and the ship was suspended and reversed. What happened? Why did the ship go backwards? For a moment, a sense of panic flowed in the ship. Boss, the head of the ship is squeezed by the force field, so we can't turn our head or turn the direction. But with the pressure of Link's king space, the result of the tug of war has been settled. No matter how hard the ship struggles, runs at full load, and is captured by a strong magnetic field, the result can only continue to decline. Shit, shoot. Shoot me. Shoot this guy. The captain said angrily. But after all the guns were turned, all they were left with was Link waving goodbye and the gradual closure of the deck doors. The two sides shelled each other, but the medium-sized ship had been hit for a wave before. Soon the outer armor fell off and fell rapidly. A series of ammunition fired from the muzzle marked the track of regret in the air and gradually narrowed in the field of vision. The whole underground space of the lost planet is quiet again. Führer, can you tell me what's going on here now? Helen's eyes were filled with small stars. Who could have thought that there was still a space inside the lost planet, and there was such an exaggerated strong magnetic field that even medium-sized ships could not be spared? Had it not been for the Führer's prompt in advance, I'm afraid Helen would have been sucked into the strong magnetic field driving the Viking. Link smiled and said, "Don't panic. It's time for strange people to come out after holding for so long. We'll tell you slowly after we go down." P.S. Chi Paijia's new book, The Apostles of the Star World, came out. After reading 3 chapters, it's still a familiar taste. Let's collect it quickly. Chapter 789. Go down. Helen could not help but open her mouth. Such an exaggerated strong magnetic field underground would not come up once she went down. Is the Führer kidding? But when Helen looked at the Führer, Link's expression and look were not at all joking. That's why I bought the anti-gravity belt and capsule ball. Since I want to go on, I naturally think of how to come back. Now, as I said, let the strange people connect all the ropes on the ship head to tail. If I remember correctly, the rope inventory on the ship can be extended by about 10 kilometers. Undefined. Although she didn't know what the use was, Helen believed that the arrangement of the head of state must have its purpose. She bought anti-gravity belts and capsule balls before. It turned out that they were all for this landing. With the order, the players on the Viking also took action. All the ropes stored on the pirate ship were connected in series. In a few minutes, all the ropes were connected in series and began to be dropped down through a special channel. There is metal in one section of the rope. When it is put in, it is attracted by a strong magnetic field and falls straight and rapidly. The rope inside the Viking was twisting like a snake, and there was a crackling sound breaking through the sound barrier from time to time. A few minutes later, with the creak of sour teeth, the whole Viking shook, and all the ropes were put out, extending straight under the action of a strong magnetic field. All members of the expeditionary force, please use the pulley in your hand to slide down to the bottom of the rope, disassemble the pulley and fall freely. Before landing, open the capsule ball to cushion the landing. You have 2 tasks, one is to find the fusion star and the rescue team, the other is to capture or eliminate the hostile targets of the Chaos faction. Now, let's go. With Link's personal instructions, the players' blood fever began. I knew it was a special task before. After coming out of Yuanda navigation dock, there were 6 ships behind me, even launching attacks on the road. The players in the Viking saw a thrilling pursuit through the porthole, but they didn't respond to the sudden turn of falling into a meteorite crater and reaching the underground world. Until now, Link himself gave the order, they didn't know the purpose of the operation. Look for the survivors and rescue team of Fusion Star and kill the chaotic enemy who has been following behind. They are familiar with this job. The player is arranged according to the sequence number when receiving the task. One hand pulley is buckled on the rope and jumps down from the Viking. The free fall effect at a height of thousands of meters is sour, especially after just falling hundreds of meters. The strong magnetic field generated by the Earth's center is like a pair of invisible big hands, dragging hard. The speed of falling increases sharply. The cold air slapped on the face, and the skin became loose and collected to the head like water. Click! The pulley made a crisp sound, and the black and yellow rope in front of him suddenly disappeared. After the two were separated, Qianglong's Hixiang put his chin away, nodded and looked down. The continuous tree crown on the ground was green and continuous. Through the arc of the scattered canopy in the distance, the mountain is clearly outlined. In the distance, you can clearly see mountains and lakes. Combined with the crystal dome emitting light above your head, a magical feeling arises spontaneously. Fortunately, these players who can choose to participate in the mission are among the best. Except for the parallel goods of individual related households on the mechanical fortress, everyone has real talent and learning. After reaction, immediately press the capsule ball hanging at the waist. After the palm-sized capsule ball is started, it expands and increases rapidly in a second, wrapping the player in it. The contact area was expanded, the friction increased sharply, the falling speed of players in the capsule ball slowed down a lot, and finally plunged into the continuous mountains and forests. The players in the capsule ball only feel the earth spinning. After a shock, they feel that all the internal organs will shift, and the whole person is confused. A moment later, Qianglong's Hixiang pressed the capsule ball again, and the capsule ball that had inflated the drum immediately shrank. Poof! Accompanied by a long discouraged sound, Qianglong's Hixiang climbed out of the capsule ball. Then he took a look at the intact soft plastic shell and folded it back into his backpack. The quality of this capsule ball is a little good. The material is unusual at first sight. It also has heat insulation effect. Although it can no longer be inflated into a ball for buffer protection, this material is very convenient whether it is used as a hammock or as a blanket, or used to hold drinking water. More and more players in the sky jumped down the pulley, and the capsule balls in the air opened one after another, just like colored popcorn expanding by heat. The macaw stood on the deck of the Viking, the fierce high-altitude air current blew on it, and its belly shook from side to side. The macaw stretched out its wings and scratched its waist. The corner of its mouth arced. Seeing these capsule balls open out of thin air always gives people the feeling of making dumplings. In other words, I haven't eaten dumplings for a long time. It's okay not to mention it. A trace of nostalgia also appeared on the silver hand's face, and then quickly returned to God. Come on. When we finish this order and exchange the portal from Ningchinki, we can go back to the wasteland. Then I'll ask Martha to do more and we'll take it to the mechanical fortress. One person and one bird looked at each other and nodded for sure. Well, good idea. The silver hand buckled the anti-gravity belt and clicked. The macaw is in front of the silver hand, and the retractable anti-gravity belt knob is just against the big belly of the macaw. We jumped too. With the silver hand's leap of faith, we jumped down with open arms. Link also put on his anti-gravity belt and went to the deck. Yazhizi, you stay here to send signals and draw maps. Helen, you provide us with logistics support and research work in the Viking. Research work? Yes, we will send up the items on the ground at that time, and you are responsible for collecting and analyzing. How do you send things up at this height and strong magnetic field? Helen wondered. With his mouth slightly tilted, he pointed to the birds flying in the sky in the distance and the thick smoke rising on the ground and said, "This strange scene can occur in the interior of a planet, and the matter must be related to each other. If there is only a strong magnetic field, there will be no birds and such tall and dense forests. You will soon know." As soon as Link's voice fell, it's also a jump. Several ships that had fallen before had disappeared into the jungle, only rising smoke. Link glanced, picked up the largest black pillar and flew away. Those small ships and minions will be handed over to players and silver hands. Link came to the medium-sized ship to solve a leader, and then went to look for the remnant of Fusion Star and the important resource Gravitational Stone. Link accelerated and rushed down. Soon, the strong magnetic field produced attraction and pulled Link again. Link's speed is faster than others, just like a black nova falling from the sky. When approaching the ground, Link twisted the anti-gravity belt around his waist, and immediately generated a repulsive magnetic force in his abdomen to provide deceleration. The calculation was just right and landed steadily. Link chose to land directly outside the medium-sized ship. At the moment, the crashed medium-sized ship was broken in two, smoke billowed and seriously damaged. Many people on the ground fell, sobbed, ate, or were dizzy holding the tree and vomiting. Kazam, Sasha. Link came like a god without any waves in his eyes. What about your enthusiasm just now? Is it gone? Chapter 790. Link looked at the dress style of the group. Coincidentally, it's a group of Star Raiders. It is not unusual for Star Raiders to appear in the Great Dock. Many Star Raiders have two faces. In the universe, they are terrified Star Predators. Near the port, they will disguise as caravans or mercenaries. All races in the universe are allowed for interstellar predators to rely on Hong Kong. After all, according to the rules of cosmic civilization, interstellar predators are only for their own resources and development and have no ambition to destroy the universe for no reason. They are classified as chaos at most. Undefined over time, these interstellar predators formed an unspoken tacit understanding with the planet's port of call or shelter, that is, within the scope of the shelter, the predators would not do anything, but would investigate and select prey at most. Once you leave the shelter, it's time for the Star Predators to start. Link's faint words were like thunder in the sky, which made people's scalp numb and tremble. His lax eyes focused on Link, who was wearing a capable combat suit and holding a scepter, and then hurriedly took out his weapons to fight back. Listless, and depressed, is that your courage to fight me? Link raised his scepter slightly and formed a king's space in front of him to wrap all the enemies in front of him. The king's space is like an exclusive restricted area to Link. In this space, he is the king who dominates everything. All enemies either choose to surrender or become lambs to be slaughtered. The predators were breathing fast, as if they had a pair of invisible big hands around their necks. The body is stiff and numb, like thousands of ants and insects biting and unable to move. In the king's space, Link has absolute rule. Even if his strength is similar to him, he will be subject to many constraints, not to mention these miscellaneous soldiers. At this time, they have all become dead sculptures, and only eyes can rotate all over his body. The scepter was inserted into the ground, and his hands overlapped at the scepter head. The Son of Heaven looked at the chi skill and said, "Don't hide. Hide behind your men. I'm really cold for your men." Whew! With a clear whistle from Link, the red arrow condensed by the magic steel ant in his sleeve suddenly flew out, dragging a red residual shadow trail and quickly shuttling through the air. The red arrow wandered in the king's space cleanly, because the high-frequency vibration sent out the airflow sound of rubbing the air. To these thugs and horses, it was clearly the sound of death. As long as the sound sounded in the ear, the body would be pierced like paper. Whether they wear protective clothing or battle armor, it doesn't help. The red arrow with red and high temperature crossed, a melting hole appeared in the chest armor, and the blood fell on the red arrow, accompanied by a burst of Zilla boiling and green smoke, which was eliminated invisibly. The miscellaneous soldiers and minions quickly transformed into experience. The red arrows seemed to turn into a red sickle and fell down one after another like leeks. On the spot, all the miscellaneous fish minions fell to the ground, and the red arrow quickly turned its direction and disappeared into the broken ship. The next second, a repulsive force gushed out of the ship, and the energy index and gas field soared sharply in Link's eyes. A man in a mechanical exoskeleton suit jumped out with an energy cluster gun in his hand. The color of the electromagnetic coil in front of the gun wheel was red, and the rotating 12-hole muzzle bullets gushed out, puffing blue flames. At the same time, the miscellaneous fish minions in another broken cabin rushed out at the same time and formed a fan-shaped fire net with the boss. The dense bullets and flickering flame trails all pointed to one place, Link. In the face of dense gunfire and bullets, Link did not dodge. A ray of milky white light rose from his scepter and immediately shrouded his whole body. When the fire net came together, he could only cross the air bitterly and fight a lonely battle. The Predator leader frowned, and a brief battle data analysis appeared on the holographic screen of his face. Unknown scepter. Effect: Subspace transmission, control force field. The Predator leader looked around, a mechanical eye twisted and rotated, scanned the surrounding energy fluctuations, and then gave orders: everyone quickly approach, find shelter, 360 degrees alert. At the same time, the leader of the Predator threw several iron balls. The metal iron balls rolled down on the ground for a moment, and then expanded and transformed into one-sided defense iron shield and micro-automatic sentry machine gun, automatic induction shooting. C-end level machinist, that should be very rich. Link's body appeared again. All automatic sentry machine guns immediately twisted the gun body, and the bullets flowed out like a fire waterfall, hitting the trunk and shrubs. In an instant, a big tree was cut off by the waist, and the shrubs broke and rolled, like dishes in the chef's pot, flying up and down and dazzling. But this time the bullet was destined to be lonely. Link's body shape was transmitted in subspace again and disappeared from the original place. Playing tricks, fearless rats. The leader of the Predator threw several metal balls again. This time, after the metal ball was launched, it became a micro-radar with a fan, 360-degree rotation detection, providing more precise and accurate instructions for the mechanical fire group. At the same time, it scanned the space energy fluctuation and locked the enemy's position at the first time. Be careful. The gravity here is high, so the battle time can be shortened as much as possible and physical strength can be recovered. The leader saw many measured values from the holographic interface and ordered his men. The atmosphere in the jungle is killing, and the needle can be heard. In the face of such a mysterious and unpredictable enemy, the minion horse's heart pounded wildly, and his blood almost broke through his head every time. A sense of extreme tension filled the air. At this time, Link was happy. I caught a fat sheep this time. As we all know, machinist is one of the most invested occupations. All kinds of weapons, equipment, and instruments need to be made by ourselves, from raw materials to processing, and then to their own experiments. They fail. Proficiency can only be improved by constantly manufacturing finished products. There is an unwritten rule in the game that whether others have money may not be seen through their appearance, but there is no saying that there is no money for a mechanic with good strength. Without money, it can't support massive experience improvement and raw material production. At present, the mechanic, like Link, is at the C-end level. To put it bluntly, the equipment and instruments pulled out in this battle are worth more than 100,000. Since he caught a big fish, Link naturally. The radar detector senses the energy fluctuation, and all muzzle automatically focus on Link to start a new round of shooting. Link accumulates strength. With a high-frequency spiritual scream, all the time and space within 800 meters are inspired by the vast spiritual energy. The energy spilled around Link is like a shell exploding. The strong spiritual impact causes substantial damage, and the trees and shrubs are bent down and broken in an instant. The minions and horses hiding behind the steel bunker, as well as the chief mechanic of sea and level, are all impacted by the terrible Spirit Scream energy at the moment. Spirit Scream LV10, cause 6,000 points of mental shock to all hostile creatures within 800 meters in diameter, and cause chaos abnormal state. Damage is immune to all physical defense, and consume 800 points of energy. Spirit Scream. All the iron walls in front of the machinist lose their effect because of mental damage. They directly cause impact damage to the body through defense. All the enemies fell into a chaotic state and lost their fighting ability. The mechanic was also lost in a moment, and the spinal nerve connection between the body and the exoskeleton armor was interrupted for a moment. Link threw the flash dagger in his hand, and the flash dagger with divine talisman crossed a rune light on the blade and flew to the mechanic like a rainbow. The mechanic leader restarted the program, and a mechanical current brushed across the body. The original stiff and paralyzed thoughts fell into chaos were suddenly clear, and the nerve connection was restarted. The chief mechanic has determined that Link is a strong man in the mysterious department. Fill in a flashing dagger and spiritual scream on the information in front of him. I already know how to restrain you. As soon as the chief mechanic's voice fell, his head was suddenly covered with a layer of helmet to isolate the spirit, covered with his eyes, and only his mouth below his nose was exposed. This is a helmet made by the chief mechanic specially to restrain the enemies of the mysterious department. It can close the brain, isolate mental shock and resist some mental damage at the same time. Link wanted to laugh when he saw the half-helmet on each other's head. Because of the short loss of nerve connection, all automatic guns and radars stalled. After recovery, Link had rushed in front of him. All the guns turned the muzzle, but now Link had been killed in front of the chief mechanic. The distance between the two had broken through the identification bottom line of the automatic gun, so that the automatic gun could not lock the identification, so he had to constantly swing between Link and his owner, which looked like jumping wild dish shouting wheat. Didn't anyone tell you not to fight a mechanic in melee? The chief mechanic smiled grimly. The exoskeleton armor changed suddenly, the thruster was displayed at the elbow of the manipulator, and a devastating speed-up fist hit, and the sound of breaking the air burst in his ears like thunder. High-level mechanics often strengthen their body and close combat ability in addition to firepower weapons. Some powerful mechanics can even approach martial arts experts in close combat. Their firepower weapons and equipment can be close or far. Now the other party has a mysterious department and wants to ride his face. To tell the truth, the chief mechanic wants to laugh. Then let you try, my iron fist. How hard it is. The ejector at the mechanical elbow produced a strong thrust. With the muscle strength of Chuji's blue tendons, the next uppercut hit Link's face door. This fist is powerful. If it can hit the other party, it can definitely cause tons of damage. If the flesh is a little weak, it won't be a problem to tear it directly. The chief mechanic smiled grimly, as if he had seen the picture of the other party's flesh splitting and turning into blood. Link did not dodge, and a purple shadow energy emerged in his body. The mechanic leader immediately had a bad feeling. He felt the danger contained in the purple shadow energy, but his fist was several times stronger in inertia. As long as he took the lead in hitting the other party, he could interrupt the surging shadow energy. Unfortunately, the dream was beautiful, but the reality hit him hard. The shadow energy that washed the body was suddenly released, and a dark shock wave erupted from Link's body, just like a new star explosion, sweeping the whole battlefield in an instant. Shadow Rage. The mechanic's fist, which was raised to half, suddenly solidified and stopped together with the mechanical exoskeleton. The surrounding minions and horses, who were in chaos, were hit by the anger of the shadow and no longer looked around in panic. They all fell to the ground like extinguished candles. Shadow Rage, a level B skill that Link learned. The mechanic leader is okay. The 6,000 points of mental shock of the hard *** God Scream and 5,000 points of damage of the Shadow Anger have only reduced the HP by 1/3. However, his group of men were not so lucky. They suffered 2 high injuries. Many people turned their eyes and fell to the ground, losing their vitality. The impact punch was forcibly interrupted. Even if the mechanic leader wore an anti-interference helmet, he was still dazed by the shadow anger. Link, holding a flash dagger, made a series of attacks on the chief mechanic. After flashing dagger and enchanting talisman, the upper limit of basic white character damage is increased, and the attribute bonus, probability, and magnification are all increased. In 3 seconds, the chief mechanic's head burst out a series of injuries: 3788, 3751, 4551. The mechanic leader had high resistance. For him, the dizziness in 10 seconds was untied in 3 seconds. At this time, his fist was waved again, but he only hit a remnant of Link and swung empty. The chief mechanic saw the dead men on the ground. At the moment, there was a wisp of red breath in his body. Then all of them gathered around Link. A sense of killing suddenly appeared and faintly covered each other's body, forming a faint blood and gas armor. Immediately, the energy index of Link on the holographic interface of the chief mechanic soared in an incredible way. The mechanic leader has seen a lot of abilities to stimulate the crushing potential, but it is the first time for the mechanic leader to absorb the dead gas and expand his own ability. This is a man-eating magic. The mechanic leader immediately wanted to use the purification ability to relieve Link's growth, but Link had experienced many battles and knew the disadvantages of this move. How could he leave the other party a chance? A cloud of smoke swept past, and Link disappeared into the dimensional space. The chief mechanic immediately ran automatic fire and radar search, but there was no whereabouts. A strong sense of terror rose from the heart of the chief mechanic, and the whole person was tense. The forest was silent. I could only hear the thumping heartbeat. Each beat was strong and powerful, as if it was going to break through bones and flesh and gush out. Under the leader's half-helmet, a few drops of sweat rolled down his tight cheeks and landed on the exoskeleton armor on his shoulder. At the same time, Link escaped from the dimensional space, and his body was as fast as lightning. Radar and automatic gun scan, but the speed of gear tracking rotation can't keep up with his speed, which is a beat slower. The blade of the flashing dagger flashed across his neck, and a string of sparks burst from the exoskeleton armor. The collision of blood and Mars seems to be the most wonderful scenery. 34466. A weakness attack from behind, and a gift of relief 5 times the damage effect. One hit, kill. Chapter 791. The chief mechanic opened his mouth slightly. Although only the lower half of his face was exposed, the surprise on his face was at a glance. He never thought that he had more than half of his life left, but he was killed by the other party. The knife cut his neck from the back, like an exquisite surgeon, cutting off the connection between him and exoskeleton armor. The chief mechanic gasped, and the next second a harsh hiss came from behind his neck. A blood mist spewed out, and then the blood flow was like a column, splashing on the exoskeleton armor. Undefined, the chief mechanic was like a pool of rotten meat. He dragged the exoskeleton and armor and fell to the ground, killing and living. There are still breathing minions around. After lifting the fainting state, looking at the leader who led them across the Star Sea, he was killed by the enemy in just a few exchanges. His eyes were shocked and frightened. Although the movement restrictions have been lifted, none of these minions have moved at present. It's not that they don't want to run, but that they are frightened by Link's terrible momentum and can't walk at all. I didn't expect you to be very loyal. You don't run when you see the boss dead. In that case, I'll fulfill your loyalty. The red arrow flew out of the broken cabin, and then drew a beautiful blood flower in the air like a paintbrush. There was no more enemy in the audience. The next step is to touch the body happily. Link's hands swam around the body of the chief mechanic. He soon touched a translucent card, then pasted it on his arm, and soon a series of numbers were transferred from the transparent card to the display screen of Link's arm. 970,000 yuan received. Because the setting rule of Cosmic Coin account is that once it dies, the funds in the account will become ownerless and can be received by other accounts. The reason why he tortured the pirate leader before was that Link wanted to know the treasure and secret of the pirate leader. After collecting all the bodies, Link entered the broken ship's cabin. Medium-sized ships are still very large. The internal pattern is no different from that of common predators. The style is mainly practical and the structure is messy. Because it's the chief mechanic, most of the items searched inside the ship are made of machinery, which is not useful for Link, but for Helen, these are good research materials that can toss for a while, and maybe inspire some clever ideas. Link walked out of the ruins of the medium-sized ship and then posted a message to the macaw in the Spirit Network. Group Manager Link, Lao Jin, the medium-sized ship has been cleaned up here. Arrange someone to clean up after the war. The coordinate is 2320933723. Group Leader Macaw, Old Man Subway Mobile Phone.jpg. You are a little fast. Administrator Link, shake your finger. JPG, no, you're too slow. Faced with Link's provocation, the macaw flew into a rage. Who does Link look down on? He and the Silver Hand can't compare with Link alone? It means dissatisfaction. The macaw consciously withdrew from the spiritual network, then looked sharply at the Silver Hand and said fiercely, Silver Hand, Link, this guy underestimated us and said that we were too slow. This guy killed a whole medium-sized fleet alone and provoked in the spiritual network. Which can't be tolerated. We must return the color. Silver Hand took a deep breath and clenched his fist. I didn't expect Link to be so mean and shameless. Yes, we can't let him blow. The ships following are 2 medium-sized ships and 4 small ships. Leave him alone. There's only 1 medium-sized ship we can turn over now. We can't let Link succeed again, otherwise we won't have a place to turn over. Their eyes were opposite, and there was only one answer in their eyes, another medium-sized ship. The macaw made a quick decision, no, I'll go and find the position of the medium-sized ship first. You take this pot with you. Before Xiaoqiazi could react, he was picked up by the Silver Hand and clamped one arm in his armpit. Then the scene in front of him passed quickly, just like taking a roller coaster into the time tunnel, leaving only a remnant. Link withdrew from the spirit network and raised a sly smile at the corners of his mouth. The two could not hold their breath. With a little provocation, they succeeded in luring them to solve another group of enemies. As for the landing players, they are either looking for the whereabouts of the survivors of the rune like headless flies, or looking for the front of the enemy on 4 small ships. There's a fight. The leader of the medium-sized ship, who has survived Class C or C+, can handle it 100% with Silver Hands and macaws. With them to solve another leader, Lin Ke was relieved to look for the whereabouts of the Fuxing remnant. After entering the state of the Son of Heaven looks at Qi, the whole planet ground is wrapped by huge energy. In Link's eyes, the magnetic field line is wrapped with energy, which is particularly clear. The magnetic field draws an arc in the air like a rainbow, and it is the sky with the greatest intensity. That's why when a ship enters the underground world from the entrance, it will be sucked to the ground. On the ground, the magnetic field strength is not so large, but the gravity is twice that of the outside world, which also makes it more difficult for people with low strength to move here. Soon, Link found the weakest magnetic field in the whole underground world, and a fine light flashed before his eyes. This is it. After entering the interior of the planet by mistake, the survivors and 2 rescue teams of Fusion Star had to settle here temporarily because they were unable to resist the strong magnetic field. 3 months have passed since Graves commissioned the last rescue team to arrive. In his previous life, when Link came into contact with this task, the content was a year after the rescue team disappeared. So it seems that Link was exposed to the task 9 months earlier than his previous life. After reaching the contact in the previous life, they learned from the rune star Sarah that they had never given up trying to leave. So find the weakest magnetic field in the underground world and try while surviving. Although there is a difference of 9 months from the previous life, according to Sarah's idea, now the survivors of the Rune Star have joined the members of the two rescue teams to build a temporary camp at the weakest part of the magnetic field. There are many entrances to the underground world. Almost all craters of all sizes on the planet will soften into sand after encountering strong pressure, turn into man-eating deep craters and quicksand, and devour all objects on the surface into the belly of the planet. The falling position of Fuwen star remnant is not here, but 100 miles away. There have been many wars and energy waves here. The instruments of Fushengxing people can certainly detect energy fluctuations, but they will not arrive at the first time. Link jumped onto the canopy and immediately accelerated to the weak magnetic field. Your Majesty, we have received the signal of energy overflow hundreds of miles away. According to the feedback of energy wave, it is an unnatural energy fluctuation. Do you want to send someone to check it? The appearance of the remnant of Fushengxing is slightly different from that of Graves. On the yellow skin of his face, there are symmetrical broad bean-size runes on both sides of the nose wing, emitting a secluded and profound blue. A woman with short green hair was dressed in a dark red combat suit. The tight combat suit incisively and vividly outlined the woman's slim figure. The tight and slender thighs, developed gluteal muscles and elegant spine all give people a full sense of classical bodybuilding and sports. This image is quite different from the image of the queen you can think of in ordinary times. The runes on both sides of the nose wing of the green short-haired woman are different from others, showing a red color similar to that of the dress. Sarah pondered for a moment and said, "No, we'd better deal with the beast first. How's your survey of the cave?" The attendant's face changed, as if he thought of something and said, "According to our joint survey, it is unanimously determined that there are traces of artificial excavation in this cave, which may leave some important information about planetary life. Now the top priority is to solve the beast entrenched in the cave. We have arranged a trap not far from the cave, and now wait for the opportunity to trap the beast." Sarah nodded, "Yes, we can only consider other things if we first solve the beast, occupy the fixed place of the cave and solve the problem of survival. As for the collected seismic wave signals, wait until we solve the beast first. The beast cave is near us. It's hard to sleep and eat all day." Behind Sarah was a falling aircraft. Due to the violent landing, the middle of the ship broke, creating an arm-wide gap. They fled all the way from Fushengxing. There were no large maintenance facilities on the ship, so they couldn't repair the damaged ship. They simply took the ship's skeleton as a temporary base. After several months, the surrounding shrubs and vines have climbed up the body and covered it with a layer of light green. Sarah came to the aid camp not far away and saw each other's leader. "Uncle Wang, we are going to attack the beasts in the cave later today. Please help us at that time." Lao Wang's face was sad. He had come to help Sarah at the request of Graves, but he didn't expect to get in with himself. Now the signal inside the Earth's crust can't be sent out, and he doesn't know when such a day will end. In the first month after the crash, Lao Wang also blacked his face every day, blew up a little, and was in a bad mood. However, when he faced the reality and knew that he couldn't leave on his own, his mood calmed down a lot. Coupled with the fact that Sarah, the remnant of the talisman, found them, Lao Wang began to think more about how to survive on this inner planet. "Okay, Sarah, don't worry. I'll certainly support the action at night. The ship is not a long-time residence. We really have to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain first. It's just that the cave looks like there are signs of artificial excavation. We can't take it lightly when attacking at night. After the wild animals are eliminated, we have to explore and arrange the robot first. Lao Wang is worthy of being the head of the mercenary. He has rich experience." In a few words, he clearly arranged the action in the evening. Sarah nodded heavily, "Okay, I'll go back and arrange it now. When it's dark, we'll attack together. The outside of the lost planet is far away from the stars, the sunlight is insufficient, and the surface temperature is very low. The maximum temperature of the sunny side illuminated by the stars during the day is -30 or 40 degrees Celsius, and the temperature of the cloudy side representing the night can be reduced to more than -100 degrees Celsius. However, the inner world, the temperature is very suitable for survival, and the brightness of the dome crystal wall of the inner world will adjust the brightness with the rotation of the lost planet, resulting in changes similar to day and night. In addition to these unexpected intruders, there are many creatures in the world itself. After months of confrontation, hunting, and trying, they have a general understanding of common creatures. What can be eaten, what can't be eaten, what parts are poisonous and what places are delicious. The crystal wall of the sky is as bright as the breath of creatures. The brightness gradually decreases, 2/3 lower than that during the day. When the brightness decreases, some strange things are happening. Some milky white sacs hanging on the huge tree canopy are filled with a layer of soft light, just like the spotlight on the drama stage, dispelling the darkness and illuminating the ground. In the woods, a group of people gathered in the bushes, revealing only half their heads and eyes, staring at the dark cave not far away. Although the situation in the cave could not be seen clearly, a terrible smell kept coming out of the cave, and danger could be smelled in the air. A man stooped and crept through the jungle. In a moment, he was close to the cave. All the people hiding in the distance held their breath and their eyes twinkled. The monsters in the cave are powerful and have never seen before in terms of shape and ability. They are responsible for luring the fastest among them, who are good at hiding and converging their breath. Even so, they could not be sure whether they had deceived the enemy's sensitive sense of smell. Lure the members to the designated place, and then slowly remove the cylindrical tool behind them. When the tarpaulin package was opened, it was an RPG rocket launcher with aiming and locking function. As a missile is loaded, pull the trigger, whiz. A loud air-braking sound was emitted from the rocket launcher. Almost at the same time, a pair of dark green eyes opened in the dark cave, making everyone cold behind. Roar! A loud roar, with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers, shocked the ambush people. If this monster is not eliminated for a day, they can't sleep and eat. The rocket-propelled grenade dragged a trail into the cave. The next second, there was an explosion, and the fire rolled out of the hole, which shocked the whole forest. Everyone subconsciously half rose, stared at the cave, and their hearts were raised to their throats. The damage of this special rocket is unparalleled. It is also equipped with a special effect charm in the shell. It can be said that they can produce the strongest mobile firepower weapons at present. The strong smoke of gunpowder exploded from the cave, and the ambush people couldn't help swallowing. It should work. Just without waiting for an answer, a more ferocious and heartbreaking roar stirred, and a figure with light rushed out across the smoke. You green eyes, translucent crystal body structure, giant tiger. When the tiger goes down the mountain, mortals make changes. The crystal tiger was unharmed and stared at the man with the bazooka on his shoulder. Under the awe of his momentum, the man in charge of luring trembled his legs, his brain was blank, and even forgot to escape. Chapter 792. Run! Sarah, hiding in the jungle, couldn't help getting up and shouting. The total number of Fuchsing survivors is only 100, and each loss is an irreparable loss. Sarah has been in her 20s and 9s this year, and has prematurely assumed the burden and responsibility that did not belong to her. These people call her a queen, and she has the responsibility to protect their safety. Undefined, but where did Sarah know that the essence of the momentum of the crystal tiger was like frost, and the momentum condensed into crystals on the ground. At the moment, the legs of the seducer have formed a thick crystal cover, and they can't pull out their legs no matter how hard they struggle. The crystal tiger's angry eyes and murderous spirit are as real as the essence. The breath in the breath is thin. If you notice it slightly, you will find that it is not only the breath, but some crystal powder. With the breath, it pours on the prey's face, luring the Runcheon-seeing people to have acupuncture pain all over and chapped skin visible to the naked eye. Inhale into the lungs, and soon there is a tingling feeling inside the body, and the 7 orifices are bleeding. For a moment, the Fuxian Star clan was covered with blood and ferocious terror, but he didn't realize it at all, and he didn't even feel pain. The crystal tiger bent down his forelimbs, his huge head approached the prey, a pair of sharp fangs exposed by barbs appeared, and his throat issued a low voice, each knocking on the hearts of the people. Sarah turned to Lao Wang, the head of the mercenary beside her, "Uncle Wang." Lao Wang nodded heavily, then greeted his men and got up together. All kinds of firepower and ammunition formed a dense firepower network. For a time, there was a great fire in the jungle and the sound of gunfire was flying. In addition to bullets, there are also some spears and arrows painted with talismans. Everyone doesn't know how long they will survive here. Each round of ammunition is precious, so it should be matched with the original weapon of spear and arrow with divine talisman to enhance the power. Similarly, it is also for this reason that every member is an important labor force and combat power. If they can save one, they will have a better chance of survival. A series of sparks erupted from the body of the crystal tiger. Bullets and lasers hit the body, either stirring up a string of Mars or rolling up a wisp of ash smoke, but these destructive attacks could not hurt the crystal tiger. Everyone took a breath. The crystal tiger's defense is too strong. Their firepower, even in the face of their own crashed spacecraft, can make a hole, but if they hit the crystal tiger without injury, it highlights an outrageous one. Although the powerful firepower did no harm to Jinghu, it really attracted Jinghu's attention. Jinghu looked up at the crowd, saw the killing intention in his eyes, bent and jumped to the crowd. The tiger roared in the mountain forest. Suddenly, there was a loud gunfire and screams in the mountain forest. The crystal tiger trembled all over, and the crystal powder sprinkled everywhere. More and more people suffered from mouth and nose bleeding and chest tingling after inhaling the crystal powder. The superpower was also temporarily sealed, and the body function became mortal. Originally, people thought that they could solve the beast together, but now it seems that the beast composed of crystals has a very strong body, ordinary firearms and even weapons with magic symbols cannot pose a threat to it. The crystal tiger not only has amazing force, but also the crystal powder emitted from the body can strangle them inside the body through the respiratory tract, and even seal their extraordinary ability. This ability is simply impossible to prevent. Not to mention the crystal tiger's eyes, it can condense the crystal powder in the air, form stones comparable to basalt, and confine and petrify the human body. Many traps arranged before were supposed to kill the crystal tiger, but it was unexpected that the final effect was to delay its speed and make it more manic and angry. Sarah's eyes flashed a look of despair. She wanted to hunt the beast and fight for a place to shelter them from the wind and rain for a long time, but who could have thought that she met an unworthy monster? In this situation, they are very likely to be destroyed under the attack of Jinghu. There are still people in the temporary camp. Never lead Jinghu to the camp. Sarah got up, picked up a spear, quickly wrote several powerful runes on the spear, and then threw it hard. The spear was like an eagle hitting the sky, and a streamer came out and hit the crystal tiger directly. Dang! A heavy sound spread, and the spear was firmly inserted into the back of the crystal tiger. The rune on the metal tip of the spear takes effect, spilling golden silky energy outward, just like silk. Several clear cracks appeared on the back of the crystal tiger. With the tiger's look back, he stared at Sarah and turned his head and ran away. Sarah and Jinghu look at each other and make a sudden noise in their hearts. But Sarah forced down her fear, breathed heavily, held up her rune bow and said firmly, "Don't want to hurt my people." After that, Sarah glanced at Lao Wang, who led the mercenaries in the distance, and shouted, "Uncle Wang, please help me take care of the people of Fu Shenxing. I'll lead the crystal tiger away." "Run!" Lao Wang's expression was tangled, but he finally nodded helplessly. The crystal tiger dashed towards Sarah. It didn't dodge all the way, and all the trees and shrubs collapsed. Sarah ran and shot as one, like an elegant spirit shuttling through the forest, pulling the danger away from the camp and the crowd. Seeing the crystal tiger getting closer and closer, there was no despair in Sarah's eyes. As the last queen of Rune, she must shoulder the fate of her people, no matter what price she pays. Even at the cost of her life, she would not hesitate. When the crystal tiger finally swooped in, the sharp claws and fangs were ferocious, and Sarah was completely covered in the shadow of the crystal tiger. Countless pictures flashed in Sarah's firm eyes. Her hometown, Fuxing, is a beautiful capital. As a royal family of runes, she lived a carefree life. There are elders who can be called Ming Lord under benevolent rule, as well as Graves, who is known as the first genius of Rune in a century. Even though Rune is occasionally attacked by alien forces, they have not been defeated under the leadership of Graves. Even the Fuxin star opened up territory and expanded its territory to other stars in the star system. Even if there were interest disputes with some forces, Fuxing never flinched. They are ruled by wise kings and the most talented heirs. All people believe that runes have a bright future, both now and in the future. However, when there was an irreversible tragedy about Uncle Graves' engagement and left in anger, the light of the kind and wise king elders became weaker and weaker in her eyes, and the situation of Fuxin Star was not optimistic. Until those defeated generals united and launched an attack on Fuxing. The territory of the star system was lost, and in the end, they even attacked the local planet directly, until the resistance failed. When the king died, the royal family resisted the enemy at the last launch site and handed over all the hopes of the people to an 18-year-old princess. From that moment on, Sarah was no longer the beloved princess, but the queen who shouldered the fate of her people. Scenes of the past passed before Sarah's eyes. The crystal powder emitted by the crystal tiger had been inhaled into her lungs, a tingling and burning sensation in her chest, and blood beads oozed from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Even so, Sarah still held the rune bow in her hand, and the last arrow broke away from the bowstring, but was patted off by the crystal tiger. Sarah closed her eyes and was ready to sacrifice. Hee, this big cat is a little interesting. Sarah suddenly heard a voice in her ear, which made her think it was auditory hallucination. But the next second she didn't feel the sharp claw and bite of the crystal tiger. When he opened his eyes, the crystal tiger was frozen in the air, his body was fixed and could not move, and his face was ferocious. Sarah looks back. A man in a black and gold combat suit pointed at the crystal tiger with a scepter. Like an uninhabited crystal tiger in the jungle before, it's like a imprisoned kitten. No matter how hard it struggles, it can't get rid of the invisible bondage. Link looked down at Sarah. Her iconic green short hair and dark red combat suit were the queen of the rune star in memory. I'm entrusted by Graves to save you from the lost planet. Sarah suddenly lost her mind. Is it the man sent by her uncle to rescue them? However, when people can reach the ground, they can no longer leave. What about rescue? It's just that Sarah doesn't need to think about it now. This person just gently raised his hand and blocked the crystal tiger that they can't resist, and she can't see through this person's strength. But looking at the bearing of lifting heavy as light, she immediately thought of her uncle Graves. How can she have the strength of C+? Link's eyes focused on the crystal tiger. This creature has never been seen in the past when the planet was lost. Moreover, the strength of this crystal tiger is very strong among the beasts. It is still covered with crystal structure, which brightens Link's eyes. Name, Jinghu, Special. Race, Natural Creation. Level, LV70+, Elite. HP, 50,000/60,000. Energy value, 0/0. Attributes, Agility 285, Strength 377, Other unknown. Skills, Flutter, Cut, Lift, Crystal Edge Breath, Crystal Sharp Eye, Other unknown. Evaluation, Magical creation in special environment. After reading the data of Jinghu, Link's smile was even worse. Just one, special, word behind Jinghu is enough to surprise. However, this kind of creature with a special word behind it itself represents rarity and uniqueness. Usually this creature has another name, Rare Elite. Elite level monsters are everywhere, but as long as there is a special word, that is, Rare Elite, which is the unique variety bred by heaven and earth. Even in the middle and later stages of the game, players will specifically look for rare elites, and even buy planet coordinates at a high price. Some people hunt and kill rare elites for special items exploded by rare elites. Others are wasteland hunters or similar occupations that can take pets. They want to obtain a rare elite as a powerful pet and partner. Moreover, Jinghu is still a level 70 elite with 60,000 blood. In addition to the tiger's conventional 3-board axe, it also has the skill of body crystallization, which cannot be underestimated. You go to one side first, and we'll talk when I solve the little cute. Link's tone was flat, as if he was talking about an ordinary thing. But Sarah sounds a little outrageous and shocked. The man called the beast that ravaged them little cute? Sarah looked up at the crystal tiger. Although she was controlled by the other party, she still had a killing intention in her eyes and still regarded Sarah as prey. This kind of rebellion cannot be eliminated by being controlled. Although she didn't know what the other party came from, her sudden face-to-face hand had stunned Sarah, obeyed Link's natural words, quickly got up from the ground and hid away. The black scepter in Link's hand moved slightly, and the 4 or 5 meter long crystal tiger flew out directly. Sarah even heard the cry of Awu in the air. She didn't know whether it was an illusion. The crystal tiger hit the ground heavily, and the trees were broken on the way, which was difficult to measure. After landing, the dust was flying and the jungle was in a mess. Suddenly, the crystal tiger jumped out of the dust. The dark green in his eyes was even more terrible. A tiger roared and the mountain forest shook. Jinghu also realized that his opponent was strong and had no reservation this time. He constantly changed his position during the attack and wanted to avoid Link's previous ability. But the crystal tiger is only a crystal tiger after all. Although it is a special creature, the degree of wisdom in front of Link with rich practical experience is equivalent to that of primary school students in front of Link. Link raised his mouth to deal with the unruly beast crystal tiger. The most direct way to tame it is to defeat it with strength. Link adjusts the Hades state to enter the angry state with the most power bonus. Anger, yellow, anger attack bonus, combined plus 200 strength, plus 100 agility. With the additional attribute bonus, Link's power now jumps directly to 690 points and 506 points of agility. Link's appearance has not changed, but his eyes have been plated with a layer of bright red. Link enters the state of the Son of Heaven looking at Chi and directly absorbs the anger of the crystal tiger for his own use. For a moment, Link's eyes were angry, and the substantive anger overflowed from his eyes, like 2 red whiskers. Anger gives Link a powerful attack bonus. In the face of crystal tiger's flying attack, Link stood in place without dodging. The power attribute of crystal tiger is only 377 points, while Link now has 690 points of power. Coupled with the attack bonus of anger, the gap between the two is more than 1 level. Link tilted slightly and made a light blow. This punch has no earth-shaking power. It's like passing it gently. It looks soft and doesn't have any power. Sarah couldn't help worrying. She wanted to remind Link, but she was afraid that her opening would disturb his mind. For a moment, she was very tangled. In the distance, Lao Wang came with mercenaries and Fushengxing's people, and immediately saw the picture of Jinghu jumping on a young man in black and yellow combat clothes. "Be careful!" Lao Wang couldn't help shouting. The mercenaries and Fusion stars behind him seemed to see the picture of the man being torn apart by the crystal tiger. But the next second, the crystal tiger jumped in front of Link. The picture of the imaginary man being torn into 2 halves and flying with blood and flesh did not appear. Instead, the crystal tiger seemed to solidify into a sculpture and stagnate in front of the man. Only Sarah standing behind Link could see what was happening. Her red lips couldn't help opening and her eyes widened, showing an incredible expression. Click! Link's fist hit crystal tiger's claw without shaking. In contrast, Crystal Tiger's claws are full of cracks. Crystal Tiger, O_O. It's not what it thinks. Chapter 793. If Jinghu could talk, now the first sentence is definitely, Mom, I'm split. Crystal Tiger's brain rotates rapidly. I don't understand why the invincible claw can't break through the man's defense line in front of me. However, the Crystal Tiger is only a beast after all. Because of its strange variation ability, it has lost its mother since its birth. It is naturally raised. Its skills all depend on its own exploration in hunting. It had never met such a powerful and strange opponent. At the moment, the pain of Crystal Trunk didn't enter the body. Crystal Tiger roared with pain. Just before it had any action, a huge force was uploaded from the tiger's claws and spread all over the body in an instant. The next moment, Jinghu felt as if a mountain collapsed in front of him, with the power of breaking the sky. Undefined, the Crystal Tiger flew out backwards again. This time, the strength of bombing out was greater and the distance was farther than the last time. Shake trees and plow along the way, transforming the original dense primitive jungle into a 100-meter good field for reclamation. All the huge trees were uprooted and the shrubs were swept away. Lao Wang, the head of the rear mercenary, led the team. Shocked by the unexpected change, he quickly reacted and took the people to dodge to one side. Even so, many people were affected by the aftershock of the impact and fell to the ground by the air wave. After they got up, they stared at the picture in the woods. Jinghu fell in the dust ruins. Just now, I vaguely heard the cry of Awu of Jinghu. Lao Wang and the others were staring blankly. Jinghu had just wreaked havoc among them. Rao, a mercenary leader of level C, couldn't cope with them. In front of him, this seemingly thin young man blew Jinghu out with one blow, causing such a terrible aftershock. C+. The strength of this young man is definitely C+. Although I don't know the identity of this sudden young man, it can help them solve the Crystal Tiger and help Sarah in a critical moment. It doesn't look like hostility. Lao Wang's face flushed and looked very excited. In such a strange and unknown environment, with the help of such a strong person, their subsequent living environment will be much better. The Crystal Tiger roared in the dust, and the diffuse yellowish dust suddenly dispersed. Crystal Tiger's eyes were sharp and rushed to Link again. The road ahead is crisscrossed at a speed visible to the naked eye, with transparent crystal columns rising from the ground and growing wantonly. The forest that was originally reclaimed by a new plow in the battle has become a crystal column forest, emitting strange colors. Behind the Crystal Tiger, a pair of wings formed by crystals are suddenly stretched out, and the crystal light spreads all over the air, just like bright stars, which is the real flutter. Link's eyes flickered, and the brightness of the black scepter in his hand doubled, as if responding to it. Link was slightly surprised and smiled. He bowed his head and asked, "Do you mean this thing is destined for you?" Before, I often saw that King Kong had fate with others. I didn't expect that this guy had fate on his head one day. It was really beating geese all day and being pecked by geese. However, even if King Kong doesn't speak, for such a rare elite, Link will certainly fight to subdue each other. Don't worry, I won't hurt him. Link comforted King Kong, and the black scepter hummed softly in response. The Crystal Tiger took the flying potential, flew to the front and back of Link's face, opened the crystal mouth, and immediately a burst of blazing green flames gushed out. The flame wrapped the crystal powder and spewed out. The air in front of Link was suddenly cold and piercing. Sarah, standing not far behind Link, shivered with cold, and was uncertain in her heart. It turned out that Jinghu didn't use her best when she was against them. If such abilities were shown early, I'm afraid she and the Fushengxing people would never escape. Although Lao Wang and others stood far away, they could clearly feel the extremely cold smell in the air at the moment. Even their breathing turned into white fog and their eyebrows were covered with white frost. The shrubs and weeds sprayed by the flame were immediately covered with ice crystals and then turned into powder. It is conceivable how terrible the effect would be if this thing were sprayed on people. This is the real strength of Jinghu. This young man is going to be badly hurt. In the face of the crystal tiger's close flame jet, Link stood still. If you want to subdue the crystal tiger, you can't win simply. You must fight until it is convinced. Crystal tiger is an unruly beast. Only when it is completely awed by someone's power can it sincerely produce a heart of submission. What Link has to do is to subdue the crystal tiger with the most direct and strongest strength. Link didn't have any extra protection. He carried the green flame that was cold through his heart and kept walking to the crystal tiger. A trace of panic flits through the crystal tiger's vertical pupil. It rarely uses this move, but once it uses the previous enemies or prey, it will freeze into ice crystals under this move and then turn into powder. But the man in front of him was not moved at all, and even his attack did not cause any effect. Jinghu is flustered, but it can't go back. Once it retreats, its strength is gone. The flame from the crystal tiger's mouth became stronger and stronger, but Lynx was unmoved and walked slowly to the crystal tiger and punched him. The huge head of the crystal tiger was raised high. The crushed crystal on the head shook a prototype of the tiger head in the air, and the green flame sprayed into the air. The surrounding trees suddenly solidified into ice crystals, flashing a strange brilliance. Link's punch was not light. After all, he carried and absorbed double damage with his specialty steel barrier and equipment nano combat suit, and then came to Jinghu to blow out this heavy punch. Jinghu hit the ground heavily and was stunned by Link's punch. After a while, it was knocked down by Link 3 times. Rao was covered in crystal structure. At the moment, there were many cracks and fell 7 meat and 8 vegetables. Link stood beside the crystal tiger, and the flames gradually dissipated. Just now, Jinghu breathed, he was unharmed, and even there were some shields left on his body. Steel barrier provides 1221 shield points and nano combat suit provides 2250 shield points totaling 3471 shield points. Now crystal tiger is lying on the ground, and Link still has more than 500 shield points. I have to say that the breath of Jinghu suddenly changed to someone else. At the moment, after all, it turned into powder. Rare elites at this level can have this unique skill, which is really very strong. If cultivated and synthesized, the future is unlimited. Instead of pursuing the victory, Link stood in place and waited for Jinghu to stand up again. At this time, Sarah, the Fushengxing people and Lao Wang's mercenary regiment all had a layer of white frost on their heads, and white frost on their eyebrows and beards, just like Santa Claus. They looked at the current situation with a shocked face, and their brains were blank. They had completely shut down and couldn't digest the scenes seen by their eyes. Crystal Tiger was confused. After a few heavy breaths, he twisted and turned over. When he looked at Link, his eyes were less rebellious, more cautious and wary. Link stretched out his hand and waved defiantly with an expressionless face. The Crystal Tiger's face showed a ferocious color, and his throat gave a low giggle and roar, revealing crystal fangs. Although the expression looks unconvinced, the body is very honest. It only dares to pace around, but dare not move forward or attack. It seems that the effect of a blow to the head just now is still very obvious. Why, do you want to fight and dare not? Link's tone was flat, and even put away his alert state. After his hands were negative, he faced it easily. Sarah frowned slightly. At present, the picture looks like an adult teaching a naughty child. It's ridiculous, but it gives her that feeling. Jinghu snorted again, then turned his head and didn't dare to look at Link. It was obviously right by Link. If you don't accept it, you can't fight it. These people are my friends. You hurt my friends and don't want to fight again now. Then they can't get hurt in vain. Link coaxed. Although the Crystal Tiger is a special creature and a natural creation, it is also a tiger in essence. Link can still communicate with Jinghu in tiger lingua franca. Crystal Tiger opened his eyes wide. Although he could understand what Link said with his brain capacity, it couldn't work at all. Link squatted down and faced Jinghu. So, in order to make up for your fault, you have to work for me. What do you think of when you will redeem your sin and when you will let you go? Jinghu thought for a moment and was a little confused. In addition, it has stayed on the lost planet for so long and has never met a creature that can communicate with it. On the one hand, it felt that Link could communicate with it and should not deceive it. On the other hand, Link shot so hard just now, which made Jinghu a little unconvinced. Crystal Tiger looked at Link's squatting action. Suddenly, a large cat attack instinct came out from the bottom of his heart and rushed at Link with a roar. In the middle of the rush, the Crystal Tiger saw that Link didn't dodge, and even turned up a smile at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he had a bad hunch, but at the moment, the tiger had risen, and even the Crystal Tiger had no time to take it back. When Sarah and Lao Wang saw this scene, they all turned pale with fear. They didn't even have time to say the word "be careful." The Crystal Tiger pounced, and the two tiger claws flashed two cold lights, which immediately pressed Link under his body. Jinghu was stunned, but there was a burst of ecstasy. The man who bullied it like a dog finally fell under its claws. There was a dead silence around. Sarah, Lao Wang, Mercenary Regiment and Rune Star people were pale at the moment. There was just a man who brought hope, but now he died at the claw of a Crystal Tiger because of his recklessness. None of them can talk to yet ****Lu. Although they can't understand the conversation between one person and one tiger just now, they can also see that Jinghu is sneaking in the process of conversation. Everyone was shrouded in an atmosphere of despair. Just a person who could save them from water and fire appeared, but because of his careless death, they were shrouded in the terror of Jinghu again. At the moment, Jinghu had thought of the bloody picture of the man under his claws. He couldn't help getting up slowly and opening his claws. But Jinghu was stunned when he opened his claws. There was no figure of the Link in his two claws, and Jinghu was stunned. But the next second, Jinghu felt a strange smell on his head. The Crystal Tiger was just about to look up. Suddenly, he felt matchless pressure on his head. Then Link's iron fist fell from a high place and hit his skull hard. Together with the Crystal Tiger's head, he sank directly into the ground. Sneak attack, isn't it? Play your mind, isn't it? Link said and punched the Crystal Tiger on the skull. The smashed Crystal Tiger was in pain, fell to the ground, stretched out his hand to hold his skull, and sobbed in his mouth. Crystal Tiger is now called a regret. At the moment, his fist is like the rain of "Don't Fight Again That Day," crackling down. Sarah, Lao Wang and others were shocked. They couldn't see how Link escaped the sneak attack of Jinghu. Or, what secret method did Link use to create a fake body? They are not strong enough to see through. At the moment, they can only see the young man riding on the head of the Crystal Tiger and waving his fist like rain. The Crystal Tiger, who was ferocious before, now looks a little pitiful. Disobeyed? Link hit for a while and asked. Jinghu just wanted to raise his head and show his teeth, but he hit his skull with another punch. The original crystalline body, under Link's fist, has been cracked and looks like cracking and destroying at any time. Disobedience. Jinghu was silent and ushered in another hammer. Link stopped again and said, "I'm reasonable. If you don't agree with you, I won't do anything to you." The MMP in Jinghu's heart, although it hasn't contacted anyone before, it certainly won't be like Link. This man is a real dog. Jinghu was helpless. Forced by Link's convincing people with reason, he finally screamed and announced his surrender. Link clapped his hands and looked satisfied. "That's good." At the same time, a line of information also appeared on Link's system. Jinghu, special, succumbs to you, initial loyalty 60. Link is stunned after reading it. Good guy, this initial loyalty is really jumping across the edge repeatedly. But at least now it's surrender. As for the back, it depends on King Kong. In the brief contact with Jinghu, Link saw through. Crystal Tiger is like a bare child, highlighting a skin character. Since he is destined for King Kong follows him. He has always convinced people with reason. He will certainly obey the service made of Crystal Tiger. Link jumped off the Crystal Tiger and touched its head. Jinghu's body shook violently and looked very afraid. After fitting Link's palm, he moved his head slightly and let Link's palm rub his head to express his favor. Sarah and Lao Wang in the distance were stunned. What Lin Ke just said was animal language. Now Jinghu shows this appearance again and makes it clear that it is acceptance. Although they are not hunters, they have seen a lot of pets. They usually contact and communicate with each other gradually. It's unheard of for Link to take such an iron fist. Sarah regained her mind and walked forward. She was in a mixed mood. After brewing for a moment, she asked, "Sir, thank you for saving my life." "Thank you very much." Chapter 794. Link looked back at Sarah and nodded slightly. "Don't thank me. If you have to thank me, thank your uncle. He paid a lot." Link inadvertently revealed the flashing dagger of Graves' blessing talisman. Several runes on the dagger body emit a slight glow, but they are clearly visible. Sarah's eyes lit up. There were few people in charge of the whole rune star, and her uncle Graves was one of them. Now that the rune star has been destroyed and all the rune masters have fallen, I'm afraid my uncle has become the only one to master this unique arrangement and power rune. With the dagger with the talisman displayed by Link, Sarah completely determines the identity of the visitor. She is indeed the savior sent by her uncle. The next second, Sarah's eyes darkened again. Undefined. Now that the young man has entered the world of the lost planet, doesn't it mean that they are also absorbed by a strong magnetic field and can't go out again? How did you provoke this crystal tiger? Link doesn't remember seeing this crystal tiger when he came here in his previous life. Similarly, I haven't heard relevant content from players. In other words, the crystal tiger did not exist in the story 7 months later. Sarah looked at the clansmen and mercenaries approaching here, and a look of guilt flashed in her eyes. We've been trapped here for several months. The world environment is changeable, and the crashed cabin can't guarantee normal life. We want to find a place to shelter from the wind and rain to rebuild the base. We happen to find a cave with artificial traces nearby. When we know that there is a beast in it, we want to drive the beast away and occupy the cave. Are you sure about manual cutting marks? Link frowned. He didn't touch so many in his previous life. When players receive the mission and come here, they only see people living in the cave. The cave has also been transformed by the Fushengxing people and is more suitable for living. Originally, Link thought that the cave was rebuilt after the Fusion Star clan entered, but now he learned from Sarah that the cave itself has traces of artificial excavation, which is interesting. There is no trace of civilization in the world of the lost planet. Everything is full of nature and barbarism. Now Sarah's words have broken Link's inherent impression of the lost planet. It seems that this place is not as simple as previously thought. Lao Wang in the distance led mercenaries and Rune Star people to rush over, and he was very awed of Link in his eyes and words. Thank you for saving your life. What do you call it? When Lao Wang said this, Sarah realized that she had talked with the other party for a few words, but she didn't even ask the other party's name. It's really impolite. Just call me Link. I heard Sarah say you attacked this beast to find a place to live. Why don't you go and have a look first? Link said calmly. Sarah and Lao Wang both passed one side of their minds. They didn't seem to have heard of Link's name. They just took the task as experts who came to Yuanda navigation dock. Lao Wang and the Rune Star family looked at the crystal tiger scratching his head behind Link, and wanted to talk and stop. They are really afraid that the crystal tiger will suddenly explode and hurt people. They don't have the strength like Link. Once the crystal tiger commits violence, they can't dodge at all and can only become the dead under their claws. Don't worry, it won't hurt people with me. Link's tone with a strong self-confidence, coupled with his charm and kingly temperament, it is easy for others to agree with his words. Link's unique temperament and strong strength. Sarah and Lao Wang accompany him from left to right. Jinghu follows behind Link. The people and mercenaries of Fushengxing are more than 10 meters away. They walk carefully, staring at Jinghu with their eyes, and dare not release their weapons. They are particularly cautious for fear that Jinghu will suddenly burst out. In this atmosphere, Sarah made eye contact with Lao Wang. She was anxious but didn't dare to ask. They are very curious about how Link came and whether there is no way to go back after reaching the ground. It's about their freedom, but now because Link didn't want to reveal it, they can't speak. Especially Sarah, when you think of the afternoon. Just now, the battle between Link and Crystal Tiger spread too widely. A crystal forest was formed out of thin air in the forest. It was particularly bright under the irradiation of white fluorescence on the treetops and looked particularly magnificent. Tracing all the way along the battle path, I soon came to the cave entrance of Jinghu. At a glance, Link saw that the entrance of the cave was a mark of manual excavation. There are structures above the cave to strengthen and prevent collapse, and both sides of the cave have also been strengthened. Link turned back and asked Jinghu, "Do you know who dug this cave?" Jinghu shook his head and said in tiger language, "I came across this cave by chance before hunting. I found it very comfortable, so I just lived here. I haven't seen any other creatures here." That was earlier. Link became more and more interested in the cave and got up and walked into the cave. Sarah and Lao Wang are ready to keep up, but the crystal tiger behind them shows its fangs and his eyes are full of threats. Everyone stopped together, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Link looked back at Jinghu, then at Sarah and Lao Wang. He simply said, "Jinghu doesn't want you to enter its private territory. In this way, you wait here first, bandage and treat the injured, and I'll go in and have a look. Crystal Tiger, come forward and lead the way." Link gave an order, and Jinghu turned his head to lead the way. Link followed the Crystal Tiger into the cave. Although the cave was dark, it did not hinder Link's observation. This degree of darkness, whether for Link or Crystal Tiger, is pediatrics and looks like day. The traces of manual excavation in the cave are obvious, and even neat bricks and stones are paved above the cave. There is a cluster of crystals on the ground or at the corner from time to time. Needless to think, those are the excrement of Crystal Tiger. It seems that you have a good life here. There is no peculiar smell in the cave. Although the Crystal Tiger feeds on capturing other flesh and blood creatures in the world, it is not picky to eat. It has no habit of eating meat and leaving fur and bones, but swallowing it all raw, so it does not leave any rotten meat bones. In addition, the body of the Crystal Tiger is composed of crystal stones. Even if it is excreted, it also generates crystal clusters. Therefore, the cave looks extremely clean from human eyes. The Crystal Tiger gave a low, light roar, which was an admission. But at the thought of such a beautiful little day, it was ended by the group of people outside with an RPG rocket launcher, which immediately depressed again. Link seemed to hear the depression in Jinghu's heart and comforted, "What's the meaning here? It's better to go out with me to see the style of the vast universe and all kinds of magical and gorgeous things. Maybe you can find creatures with the same disposition as you, or similar species, than living alone here all your life." Crystal Tiger squatted down slowly, and the fierce and ferocious in his eyes gradually disappeared, replaced by a confusion. It has no parents since its birth and has never seen any siblings. Over the years, I have met many beasts and suffered a lot. I hunt and survive by myself. Thanks to the crystallization of the body, he saved himself from danger many times, otherwise he would have died in an unknown corner. Living here, the only thing to do every day is hunting and sleeping. Speaking of mechanized days, tigers are a little monotonous. Jinghu was silent for a moment, raised his head and gave a awu sound, as if asking. Link nodded, "Don't worry, I'm so powerful. How can you be wronged if you follow me?" Jinghu touched a dozen big bags swollen on his skull and felt that what Link said was very reasonable. With such a shameless person, how can you suffer losses? Your pet Jinghu, special, loyalty increased by 10 points, and the current loyalty is 71 points. Oh, very proud. I had a heart-to-heart talk, but it only rose 10 points. Link smiled. Anyway, it was a good start. Go on inside, and soon Link came to the end of the cave. There are no fancy corridors and secret passages. There is only a half-cut wall, and the digging marks on it are still clearly visible. Link reached out and touched the axe to chisel the mark. The hurried mark made Link seem to see what happened at that time. Originally, the intelligent creatures here planned to continue digging, but they didn't know what happened. They suddenly gave up digging. All the workers retreated and fled together, as if they had encountered something urgent. Link walked along the wall, and suddenly there was a sense of ups and downs under his feet. Although it was only a slight, it was an extremely clear experience for people with Link's strength. Link leaned down and saw a piece of the ground. Although it is covered with a layer of soil, it is horizontal and vertical, angular, and has a certain thickness. It looks like some kind of slate. Lift the object, and the soil covered on the surface falls into pieces, gradually revealing the front face of the slate. Come on, take a spray and remove the dirt from it, but don't hurt the content on the slate. The crystal tiger took a deep breath, and then ejected it. Countless crystal powder fell on the stone slab and fell to the ground with the aged soil on the stone slab. The true face of the stone slab slowly appeared in front of Link. When the contents of the slate appeared in front of Link, Link frowned. He couldn't understand any of the words on the slate, but he was very familiar with them. This ancient hieroglyphic can be seen everywhere in the ruins of pharaohs in the strong wind desert, in the tombs of ancient pharaohs, and even in the pyramids. The slate is about 70 centimeters high, 50 centimeters wide and 10 centimeters thick. Link felt the slate material, which is a common rock texture in the universe, and the polishing skills of the surface can't see anything special. However, Link could feel that the surface of the stone slab seemed to have been specially treated and plated with a certain substance, so that the stone slab could withstand the tests of various environments. Pharaohs and hieroglyphs are not unique to wasteland, and many civilizations born in the desert will appear in this form in the universe. Although Link did not understand the meaning of hieroglyphics, there was a hieroglyphic expert in the mechanical fortress, Pharaoh Tumen. After that, Link checked the cave many times and found no other abnormalities. Crystal Tiger, this slate is on you. Watch it for me. Don't let others move. Link has a feeling that the lost planet is not as simple as he knew in previous lives, and this slate will become an important prop for him to answer his doubts. Link put the slate on the back of Jinghu. Many crystal spines grow around the slate and fix it firmly. No matter how Jinghu moves, it won't hinder him. The people outside the cave waited for a long time and couldn't help being a little anxious. There was no sound in the cave, and their hearts hung to their throat again. Although Link showed the strength of rolling level, he entered its nest alone with Jinghu. Now he can't hear anything, so people can't help thinking. Do we really have a chance to leave here? Sarah's eyes were full of worry, but she didn't know whether to worry more about Link's safety or their future. Lao Wang understood what Sarah meant. He couldn't help sighing. His sigh was very complicated. I can't see through. I can't see through Link, whether it's strength or emotion. So Sarah, I may not be able to give you the answer to the problem you're worried about. Recalling his previous rescue failure and falling into the world, Lao Wang collapsed for a month. And Link appeared on the ground, probably indicating that the ship also fell. And in the afternoon, the ground did detect excessive vibration. Combined with the current situation, it is most likely Link's ship. However, the other party did not show any impatience or pessimism, which made Lao Wang wonder whether the other party had the chance to win and mastered the way to leave. But also because Lin Kei's heart is as deep as the abyss, he can't see half the waves from his words and behaviors. Lao Wang and Sarah feel like a cat scratching their hearts. Before long, when Sarah and Lao Wang sighed endlessly, Link's figure gradually came out of the cave and took the initiative to comfort the people. There's nothing, only half the trace of excavation can only show that there was intelligent life in the world. Come on, take me to your temporary camp, and I'll send a signal to let my people come. Sarah and Lao Wang looked at each other, and the disappointment in their eyes couldn't be concealed. Link said to let his people come. The probability was that the ship crashed and didn't want to leave. They sighed imperceptibly, so they had to comfort themselves. With such an expert as Link, at least their safety here can be guaranteed in the future. Moreover, Link said that caves were dug by intelligent creatures before. Does it also mean that there are other civilizations in the world? If so, can they find each other? Perhaps this civilization in the inner world has mastered the way to leave here? Link glanced at them and said with a smile, "My ship is hanging upside down in the sky of the world. Since I have accepted the entrustment of graves, I naturally want to take you out. But before I go out, I still need to mine some materials here, and you can make some efforts." Chapter 795. Hearing that Link really had the means to leave, Sarah, Lao Wang and the others were all happy with their eyes shining. "What materials do you need us to help collect? We have been here for 2 or 3 months. We still know the surrounding environment. Maybe we know the distribution of resources you need." "Yes, we have sufficient manpower. If we start all of them, we can collect the resources you need as soon as possible and get out of this damn place as soon as possible." Both Sarah and Lao Wang are disgusted with the world of the lost planet. If you take the initiative to come here, there will certainly not be too much resistance. Undefined. To be fair, the world has a pleasant environment and double gravity. It can't be better to carry out some adaptive training. It's also a good place for vacation. But they were forced to stay here. The crater sucked them in directly. The strong magnetic field destroyed their ships and made them have to survive here. "I can't see the hope of escape for months, and I'm even ready to live here for a long time." Now Link suddenly said that he could take them away. People were ecstatic and asked for it. Link is not shy. "The material I'm looking for is gravitation stone, which is obviously characterized by radioactive energy and extremely magnetic ore. That's the culprit of your spacecraft falling in the world. Don't worry. After returning to the camp, I'll arrange tasks for my men, let them look around, and try to collect the materials you need in the fastest time." Some Fushengxing people and mercenary members are impatient and even want to go out to look for it now. Link came to the temporary camp of Rune and Mercenary Regiment. In addition to sending coordinate signals to the Viking, he also lit a signal bomb. The signal flare sent out a sharp beep, and then rose into the sky, lit a touch of red light in the dim, kept burning in the air, reflecting half of the sky into red. Players also have half a day to reach the ground of the world. At first, their task is to destroy the chaotic enemies on the ground. In the face of hungry players, 6 Chaos faction enemies have the ability to fight back. Link killed the enemy of a medium-sized ship alone. Silverhand and Macaw kill another medium-sized ship enemy. The number of enemies of the 4 small ships is roughly the same as that of the players, but the players are combined in small teams. Some are good at martial arts melee, some sneak, some are good at magic, and some are more mysterious. These powerful players are combined, and they are extremely balanced in terms of strength and tactical configuration. Except that the leader of each ship can cause some trouble to them, other minions basically send experience. After quickly solving the enemy and dividing up the spoils, the players began the second task, scattered to find the traces of Fushengxing survivors and mercenaries. As a result, scattered players saw the red flare rising in the distance at night and quickly organized the population to arrive. Link is in the camp. Most of the Fushengxing people and mercenaries are driven to look for the gravitational stone outside. Only a few people stay in the camp to sort out the equipment and materials they need to take away. After seeing Link, some fast-moving players happily took the task to find the gravitational stone. In this gap, Lao Wang had the courage to talk to his colleague. "Brother, I'm also on the task of graves. You're so powerful. Which mercenary regiment leader are you?" "Vatican Wasteland Expedition, Link." Lao Wang thought, but he couldn't find any information in his mind. For the Vatican Galaxy, the only thing he knows is that there is a first-order organization and its deadly rival alien stars. In addition, Lao Wang's impression of the Vatican Galaxy still stays on the words barren, backward and barren. "What's the relationship between you, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army and the First Order?" The other party would be very embarrassed if he said nothing. Lao Wang racked his brains to come up with such a problem. "It doesn't matter. If you have to say something, it's half like-minded. We have a common goal in eliminating alien stars. It's not a mercenary regiment. How did you get to Yuanda Navigation Dock and take the task of Graves?" Lao Wang and Graves have known each other for more than 10 years. Every time they arrive at Yuanda Dock, they have to go to the Artillery Rose Bar to have a drink and chat with their old friends. Everyone in his mercenary regiment has a good relationship with Graves. After listening to what Graves said about the Fuwen star, Lao Wang immediately patted his arm and promised to bring Sarah back, so he took people to the lost planet. Unexpectedly, he fell into it like all the Fuwen stars. Graves once said when he was spitting bitter water for Lao Wang that because everything is related to the divine star, he will not disclose information to strangers, but can only entrust acquaintances who know the route to help. But Link lives in the Vatican system. He has never heard of Graves and Link before, so he wonders how Link learned the news from Graves. Link showed a rather mysterious smile. "I knew Graves was in big trouble at the first sight." Lao Wang's expression changed again and again, and he was so scared that he hid away. He thought that Link was a psychic expert who was good at mind reading. Among the several ships that fell, a medium-sized ship broke in two. The one dealt with by Silverhand and Macaw kept the main body intact, but the engine failed and the outer body was obviously damaged. The remaining small ships, because of their low quality, were dragged to the ground by the magnetic field, and there happened to be a dense forest to slow down, so they didn't hurt the interior of the ship and remained basically intact. In 3 days, the Rune Star clan, mercenary regiment, and players collected a large number of gravitational stones. The mechanical players on the ground also successfully repaired the engine problem of the medium-sized ship through Helen's remote guidance. Link ordered the people to carry all the gravitation stones to the medium-sized ship. The medium-sized ship of the Chaos faction is a frigate. The model is still the most common Cloud Sea class, and it also takes the equipment inside the broken medium-sized ship, so the carrying capacity is not very large. If it is a medium-sized transport ship in the mechanical fortress, the carrying capacity can pack all the wreckage and gravitational stones away. In fact, the way to leave the inner world is very simple. The main reason why the inner world produces a strong magnetic field is that there are a large number of gravitation stones in its core. After being heated by high temperature and high pressure, this stone will release a very strong magnetic field and energy. We only need to heat the captured gravitation stones to release a strong magnetic field. A simpler and rough way is to lead them use the power stone as fuel, adjust the orientation of the gravity stone, make the repulsion between the magnetic fields take effect, and rely on this force to send us up. After hearing this statement, an idea suddenly came into their mind. That's it. So you can get out of this damn place? Lao Wang immediately picked up a palm-sized gravity stone and threw it to his mercenaries who are good at controlling fire. The mercenaries' palm lit up a flame. A moment later, the gravitational stone produced a suction to the ground. The mercenaries' palm gradually decreased and seemed to have an uncertain posture. Turn over. Fire mercenaries twist the gravitation stone. In an instant, the whole gravitation stone seems to start ejection, whiz away and fly straight to the sky. The gravitation stone glows slightly due to heating, and it can be seen clearly even at night in the inner world. Everyone was stunned. Although there is Link's explanation, when the gravitational stone is really thrown into the air, the power of this invisible magnetic field can be truly reflected, and people understand that relying on this repulsion, they can really leave this ghost place. The final height is about 300 meters. A member of the mechanical department of the mercenary regiment, wearing a pair of zoom mechanical glasses, clearly captured the trajectory of the gravitational stone. After reaching the highest point, the gravity stone turns the individual, and the strong suction accelerates the gravity stone to fall, and then submerges into the woods not far away. "Oh, I'll go. Who throws things? Do you have any moral quality?" a macaw screamed in the woods. The fire mercenary immediately shrank his neck and hid, and the others around him looked around and pretended not to see him. No one would want to offend this macaw, which has a variety of abilities, spews more smoothly than words, and has a loud voice. "It must be because you are by my side. This is your pot," shouted the macaw with its wings holding its head. All the players here are laughing loudly with their mouths covered in a low voice. The pot carrying Xiaoquazi. But he laughed and cried. "It's really good to be desperate. I was caught by the silver hand when I was at level 20 or 30. It's only a matter of time before I forcibly carried the pot to level 60. I'm afraid I won't catch up with the first group of players directly if I carry a few more pots. We also want this kind of back pot, woo-woo." After seeing the effect of gravitational stone, players didn't react much. The mercenaries and Fushengxing people trapped here for months were crazy with joy. Seeing the hope that they can leave with their own eyes does not need Linkdu to say. These people immediately started to look for the repulsive surface of the gravitational stone and robbed all the players of their work. In one night, tens of thousands of tons of gravitation stones completed the work of fixing, revising the repulsion anchor, integrating the repulsion and adjusting the engine jet. "Before leaving, I also need you to sign a confidentiality agreement." Link smiled and handed Lao Wang and Sarah a paper agreement. After returning to Yuan-da-Dock, this agreement will be uploaded to the Agreement Convention of Star Alliance and recorded. If you violate the agreement, you will be subject to credit punishment and lose a series of rights and interests within the sphere of influence of Star Alliance. Sarah and Lao Wang look bad at once. They upload the agreement to the Star Alliance. It's not a joke. Once they violate the agreement and have low credit, they will take the initiative to expel them or refuse them to enter the port, not to mention other places, namely Sansura and Yuan-da-Dock, so as not to cause trouble. The scope of the entire Star Alliance includes an alliance composed of hundreds of thousands of orderly, chaotic, and civilized galaxies such as the Maol Galaxy Cluster. The consequences of being excluded by such a major league can be described as unimaginable. Sarah is the queen of the rune. If she breaks the contract, the rune can be said to be attacked by a crowd. Lao Wang himself took a team of mercenaries. Once he broke the contract, I'm afraid he won't receive any entrustment. Sarah and Lao Wang looked at each other with dignified expressions. They didn't know what Link's confidentiality agreement was and whether there would be any adverse terms for them. When Sarah and Lao Wang opened the agreement, they immediately breathed out. There is only one thing in the agreement, that is, they can't tell about the world in the Lost Planet and the gravitational stone. If that's all, Sarah and Lao Wang can accept it. They can also see the wonderful use of gravitation stone. This kind of stone full of strong energy can have many wonderful uses as long as it is properly used, and even be directly ignited as energy. Sarah has been wandering in the universe for 2 or 3 years with the Rune family. She has been to many planets to settle down and supply. She has also seen all kinds of ancient books on Rune, but she has never seen gravitation stone. Even Lao Wang thought that when he returned to Yuanda Navigation Dock and made some supplies, he would come back with his men to make some gravitational stones. Now when I see the agreement on paper, I have to sigh and give it up. I have no problem. In Sarah's mind, the gravitation stone is just a resource to increase income. As the queen of the Rune Star, she should pay more attention to seeking well-being for the survivors of the Rune Star and recovering the glory of the Rune Star. Lao Wang is a mercenary commander. Although he pursues interests, he also knows how many kilograms he has. There is no room for negotiation in this agreement. If you want to live, you have to sign. Me too. No problem. In the face of the lives of himself and his brothers and the huge commercial value of gravitation stone, Lao Wang still made a wise choice. Sarah and Lao Wang sign their names and give the agreement to Link. I believe in both of you. As for the two men, I hope to strictly control them when they go back. If they leak the news and violate the agreement, it's really wrong. Link put away the documents and handed them to Penny Penguin. Now that everyone is ready, let's go and say goodbye to this nightmare place. As all gravitation stones are ignited, it seems that there are a pair of invisible hands under the ship to lift the ship gradually. Coupled with the engine of the ship itself, under the action of repulsion and thrust, everyone can see through the porthole that the lush canopy is gradually away, and the landforms of the inner world appear one by one. The remnant of Fusion Star and the mercenary were relieved and could finally leave this ghost place. When I brought people, there was only one Viking. Unexpectedly, when I left, I took a lot of gravitation stones and 5 ships. This wave was crazy. Penny the Penguin couldn't help sighing. That's it, not counting Link's cosmic coin and Graves' reward. Exceed the target. He Ningchenki has enough money to trade the portal again. What should we do with the 4 ships? Penny estimated the capacity of the 4 ships. One of the medium-sized Cloud Sea frigates must occupy a position. How to deal with the remaining 3 small ships depends on Link's opinion. P.S. Recommend the new book Alliance, Please Don't Torture People, written by Loyal Lans Hang, a good friend and an old author of Alliance literature. There are several excellent works of Alliance literature under his name, and the quality reputation is guaranteed. Some people say that the game of Hero League has changed since Xian Shen began to play. Can you stop torturing people? Chapter 796. Returning home is like an arrow. Seems like 3 years. In the past, the 2-day trip is definitely a super short trip in the eyes of Sarah or Lao Wang. But now I feel that time is so long. When the Great Dock appeared in the field of vision, these returning wanderers could no longer restrain their excitement. They leaned on the porthole one by one and looked eagerly at the bright crown of Saint Sura in the expanded field of vision. Undefined Yuan Da Dock also received the information of the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army. At the moment, the staff on the signal tower looked shocked. If he remembers correctly, when the Viking left the port that day, there were 2 medium-sized ships and 4 small ships behind. Looking at the departure records, we can know that it was the chaotic guys. At that time, many people in Yuan Da Navigation Dock discussed that in the face of such a number of enemies, such a Viking was at a disadvantage in both quantity and firepower, and it was likely to be looted. After a few days, I didn't see the Viking coming back, and everyone guessed. Along with some chaotic factions in Yuan Da Navigation Dock, they even thought of Mechanical Fortress. All Viking ships are like this, and the Mechanical Fortress does not seem to be invincible. If you can really win the Mechanical Fortress, it's not open for 3 years. It's possible to eat for 30 years. But on the 4th day of the Vikings' departure, the Vikings' figure appeared again in the radar of the signal tower. At the same time, it submitted the entry application of 5 warships of its peers. Just looking at the application of the 5 warships in front of us, the staff were a little confused. If he remembers correctly, these warships that applied to enter Hong Kong were all out to block the Viking. But now he returned with the Viking and formed a formation mainly composed of 2 frigates. The relationship is close, which highlights an outrageous problem. Looking at the application sent by the Viking as the Wasteland Expedition Army of the Vatican system, the staff fell into chaos. What's the matter? Why did the Chaos faction get along with the Expeditionary Army after going out? What did they go through? At this time, another staff member warned, "Look, in addition to the Viking, several other ships have varying degrees of damage." In the enlarged detail picture, the traces of engine maintenance of another Cloud Sea frigate are clearly visible. The outer bodies of several other small ships were also damaged to varying degrees, in sharp contrast to the previous departure. Whatever the reason, this is the key goal appointed by the boss. Don't neglect it. Let it pass first and arrange an idle port of call. The two staff members operated quickly and informed their immediate boss, Zhou, the person in charge of Yuanda dock. When Zhou heard about it, he immediately put down his work and came to the signal tower. At this time, several warships were approaching, and the ship body was visible to the naked eye. Zhou looked at it, frowning, and had the same doubts as the staff. Many people in Yuanda navigation dock heard the news and all came to the deck to stop and watch. A few days ago, people also had a heated discussion, but the results were roughly the same. It is considered impossible for the Viking to survive the encirclement and suppression of 6 ships. Interstellar combat is not like ground combat. It can control the situation by personal strength. Rao is a strong man with energy level B. He can't play much strength in fighting in the universe. His killing power is far less useful than a few guns or energy bundles. Only the strong who have reached A level, with strength comparable to battlecruisers, can call the wind and rain in the universe and are strategic resources. But now the Viking is not only back, but also intact. On the contrary, several other ships were more or less damaged. Among them, a Cloud Sea frigate disappeared. People talked about it and didn't know what had happened. The Viking and Yunhai frigates did not stop at the public berth of Yuanda navigation dock, but directly entered the mechanical fortress. This move has confirmed people's speculation. I'm afraid all the chaotic forces that went out to ambush this time have been eliminated, and even the ships have become booty. 4 small ships docked in public berths in turn, the indicator light changed from red to green and stopped steadily. In this case, I'm afraid the 4 small forces turned against each other at the last minute and all took refuge in the wasteland expedition. It shouldn't be. A Cloud Sea frigate is divided up by so many forces. I'm afraid everyone can't get much meat. The crowd whispered. At this time, their attention was focused on several warships and mechanical fortresses in the berthing port. No one noticed that there was a man wearing a cloak in the crowd, who wandered among the crowd with anxious eyes and expectations. This is Graves, the owner of the Gunfire Rose Bar. After being forcibly entrusted by Link for a wave, Graves was restless. In particular, after learning that the Viking left Hong Kong, he was followed by 6 hyenas, which frightened Graves. As we all know, these chaotic groups must gain something every time they set sail, just like fishing boats set sail in a storm, either full or broken. This time, there were 6 in a row, as well as 2 Cloud Sea class medium-sized frigates, which can be called strong in terms of endurance and firepower. Although the Viking is a higher-level Jinghai frigate, the advantage of quantity is not that it can be stabilized by a slightly higher level of quality. Today, when he learned of the Viking's return, Graves immediately put down the bar business, disguised a little, and then went to the deck wharf and looked at it with his neck stretched out. The people of the 4 Harrier ships took the lead in getting out of the cabin. After coming out through the connecting warehouse, all the people in the dock square were stunned. Not those forces of the chaos. But Graves' eyes widened and his face was full of shock. Even a cloak covered his face did not hinder his exaggerated expression. After a while, Graves finally regained consciousness, pressed his cloak down a little, and then quickly disappeared into the crowd. But when I came over, I stepped heavily, but when I left, I was a lot lighter. Lao Wang led his mercenaries out, and Sarah also took the Fushengxing people, but they were all on the dock square and didn't leave. It seemed that they were waiting for something. Lao Wang took a puff of cigar, then filled with smoke and sighed, "I've never been so excited standing at the Grand Dock as I am today." Then Lao Wang said to Sarah, "This is where you want to live in the future. Your safety can be guaranteed here. When Link comes out later, he will take us to the Gunfire Rose Bar opened by your uncle. At that time, the people of Fushengxing will be properly placed." Sarah breathed the air of the great dock and never felt so stable and reassured. The 2-year escape career made her tired. Now that she's here, she just wants to have a good sleep. Yo, Lao Wang. When did you change ships? Why don't I know? Someone who knew Lao Wang dared to shout in the distance. Lao Wang knew what was wrong with these people, and he just wanted to dig out the truth of the incident from his mouth. However, Lao Wang and Sarah have signed a confidentiality agreement. Although they can bypass the important parts and pick up some leftover materials to talk about, they will always be watched by interested people. It's not necessary for your future. Lao Wang smiled. I was eaten by black people when I was on a mission. This time, I was saved by Mr. Lin and came back. This is the confession made by Lao Wang and Sarah. Both the Fushengxing people and the mercenary regiment have unified their caliber. Not long after, Link came out of the mechanical fortress with only Macaw, Silver Hand, Penguin Penny, and Helen. After joining Lao Wang and Sarah, he went straight to the Gunfire Rose Bar. Zhou, the person in charge of Yuan Da Dock, frowned slightly. When Link came back this time, he went straight to the bar, which made him wonder. Combined with the information that Lao Wang's mercenary brought back this time has a deep relationship with Graves, Zhou has a guess, maybe Link didn't just go drinking last time he went to the bar. Does Graves have any identity he doesn't know? Zhou couldn't help thinking and began to think about a series of behaviors before the beard. By the way, help me check these strange human identities. When Zhou doubts about Graves and Link's behavior, Link has led the people to the door of the Gunfire Rose Bar. Lao Wang and his mercenaries had thought of the classic malt beer in their minds and were salivating. If you can come back alive this time, you must indulge and enjoy life. The Fushengxing people looked at the bar plaque, with more enthusiasm and joy in their eyes, almost with the psychology of pilgrimage. After all, the person they are about to meet is the man with the most top rune skills of rune and is also known as Prince Graves of Zte Hope. The vast majority of the survivors have seen His Majesty the Prince. Some old people think of the prosperity and pride of Graves at that time. Now they have become homeless dogs and wandered in the universe. There are only a few hundred Fushengxing people left. How easy is it to revive? But as long as there was Graves, they still had hope, and tears filled their eyes. Link glanced at these Rune Star people and poured cold water on them. I advise you not to hold too much hope. Link took the lead in entering the bar. At this time, the bar was the same as when he first came. There were no guests. Graves wiped the dust with a rag in the bar, and the whole solid wood table was polished by him. The wooden door creaked with sour teeth, and Link entered the bar with a smile on his face. Graves raised his head, first saw Link, then saw Lao Wang and his mercenaries entering the bar, his niece Sarah, and the familiar faces of many runes. Even though Graves had seen it in advance when he was in the crowd in the square, now goodbye, the blood would still feel a warm current passing by, and the arm holding the rag trembled slightly. Sarah! Uncle! Then there was a tearful recognition play. However, in recognition of each other, the people also understand what Lin Ke Gang's ambiguous words mean. In their memory, the prince was brave and heroic, but now Graves, with a big beard, wearing a thin dress and no light in his eyes, looks like a bad old man. When Graves asked how they were rescued, Sarah and Lao Wang just said that they were ambushed on the Lost Planet, captured by the Chaos faction, and finally rescued by Link. Well, it's very moving for relatives to meet, and for old friends to reunite. I won't bother here anymore. As for the task reward you promised, you can send it to the mechanical fortress later. Link didn't serve as a light bulb here. After talking, he didn't give Graves a chance and took people away. On the way back, Helen was puzzled. Führer, why don't you let Graves settle on the spot, so that we can leave Saint Sula for the first time and rush back to make a deal with Ningchenki? Link tilted his mouth slightly and didn't directly answer Helen's question. What do you think of Graves? Helen thought for a moment. This Uncle brews wine well, and his master rune is also very powerful, but he is a little lazy. Such talents just lack some goals. Once they have goals, they will become diligent old cattle. The rune language technology of Fushengxing is only mastered by a few hundred people, and Graves is the top among them. With the help of Graves, our overall strength will go to a higher level. The silver hand on one side repeatedly said, "That's right. The equipment with the talisman is really easy to use. My robot arm is a little backward in the face of the cosmic environment. After the talisman is added, the effect is obviously improved, especially for my habits. If he can add the talisman to all my equipment, the effect will be absolutely powerful." The macaw echoed, "Such a person is a great talent. Link, you must get it." Immediately, the macaw chicken thief smiled and stabbed Link in the calf. "You didn't want the reward just now. You made an excuse for the other party to send the reward to the door. Did you want to deceive him directly, and then tie him away directly by tough means, and then use it for us? Although you hide well, you can't hide it from my eyes. Silverhand and I are good at it. It's right to give it to us." The macaw patted his arm and promised. If there is an accident, it must be that Wuxia Kuazi is dragging his feet. The Wuxia Kuazi on one side is oppressed. Have these two people been so brazen? Can the void pot be thrown over first? Kidnapping? Then you despise me too much. Naturally, I want to infect him with my personality charm, make him resonate and voluntarily join the wasteland expedition. Link said with a smile. Everyone here can't deny this. If you can seal Link's mouth, this guy's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Helen can even foresee that someone will be lame by Link. Silverhand, Lao Jin, I'll arrange another task for you two to escort Penny to the office of the Star Alliance and upload the payment certification of this agreement contract. Then I'll follow Penny and sell the 4 small broken ships. The two took orders and happily carried Penny. The Harrier-class ship is really a small broken ship. Link didn't even have the mind to spend money on maintenance. Chapter 797. According to the market price, a Harrier-class ship with good appearance can be sold for about 150,000 to 200,000. These 4 ships are more or less damaged and will certainly be killed. However, Penny is good at negotiation. The final transaction price should be within a reasonable range, estimated at 120,000–130,000. 4 ships are packaged for sale, totaling about 500,000 cosmic coins. After arranging the task, Link didn't stop and went straight back to the mechanical fortress. Undefined after all, he has to deal with gravitation stones and ship supplies pulled back from the lost planet. From the perspective of Zhou, the person in charge of Yuan Da Dock, he has vaguely grasped some key points. He had a hunch that when the mechanical fortress came to Saint Sura this time, it was likely to come straight to Graves, and the key point of everything was on the human beings with runes on their faces. "Boss, I found out that the unknown humans who arrived in Harrier-class ships are Fushengxing people." "Rune man?" Zhou took over the information and checked the information of Fushengxing man in detail. His face became more and more heavy. "Got it. Who would have thought that the owner of the Gun Rose bar he frequented was an exiled prince of the Fushengxing family?" After Graves left Fushengxing, Fushengxing declined rapidly from a prosperous dynasty, and even was destroyed by the family. Only a few hundred survivors came to take refuge in Graves. It's really sad. The unique system of runic language of Fushengxing. Zhou was interested in this part of the data and found that it was a kind of ability with strong auxiliary ability. All the power of the rune star comes from the language of runes. By combining and matching mysterious runes, we can obtain the ability to mobilize power. It is an exquisite mysterious ability. The upper limit of this runic language is very high. Rao is a person with C and level strength like Xiao. They all feel that their strength will be greatly improved with the blessing of magic symbols. With these materials at hand, Zhou can be sure that Link came to the Rune family this time. If Sarah and her party really come to take refuge in Graves, we still have some advantages. Report the matter to the federal parliament quickly. I think the federal parliament is willing to spend great efforts to win over the remnant of the Rune Star. Zhou made a quick decision, and Sansula can only rank in the top 5 in the TUS system. Once we cooperate with the remnant of the Rune Star, the strength of the armed forces supported by the Rune language will go to a higher level, together with the strength in the TUS system. According to the report, Link's men went to the Star Alliance office and uploaded a confidentiality agreement. Zhou sighed, "Don't inquire about it. Offending the Star Alliance will put us in an extremely embarrassing situation. Star Alliance, that's not what Saint Sura can offend. Rao is the Tutu's galaxy, which is an insignificant role in the Star Alliance." With the information at hand, Zhou can already confirm Link's motivation and goal. The purpose of coming to each other is also the survivors of Fushengxing. At the same time, while Zhou and the federal parliament of Saint Sura were discussing how to solve the problem of Fuxingzhu, the gun rose bar. Graves, who had been away for more than 10 years, hugged his niece Sarah and cried bitterly. Sarah is the last queen of Rune in front of outsiders, but in front of Graves, she takes off all her strength, as if she went back to the time of being spoiled when she was a child. "Uncle, now that we have arrived at Saint Sura, please take charge of the Rune Box again and lead the Rune Star people to rebuild the glory of the past." Sarah offered the black Rune Box in both hands. This Rune Box contains all the Rune languages of the Rune Star, and all the changes are hidden. It is a great achievement of the Rune Star's wisdom and inside information. If this opportunity were put in front of him when he was on the Rune Star, Graves would hold the Rune Box, see the subtle changes of the Rune language, and study the wisdom crystallization of countless sages of all ages. But now, he had no idea about the Rune Box. On the contrary, it would awaken many memories he didn't want to echo on the Rune Star. Graves turned his head and felt a dull pain in his heart. "Since the former king granted you the Rune Box, you are the queen of the Rune Star. The tenacity you showed along the way and the perseverance you never abandoned your people are the qualities of a king. Compared with you leading your people to find a way to survive, I am just a coward who is afraid to fight and escape, and I am not qualified to take this Rune Box." Graves' eyes are dim, sad memories flooded into my heart. "My rune skill is so poor that I can't lead the people to revive. The first king gave me the Rune Box just because I was the only royal family left at that time. Now I have found my uncle and naturally I want to return it to its owner. Only your rune skill can understand the profound runes in the Rune Box and have the opportunity to lead us to recover our hometown and return home." Sarah's eyes are firm, the tone is beyond doubt. Seeing that Graves was depressed, the people of Fushengxing were dejected, one by one, as if they had been exhausted, their hopes were dashed. Originally, they expected that Graves would take over the Rune Box without hesitation, then study the profound rune mystery, then lead them to continue to operate, expand their strength, gather a group of hardcore followers, unite all forces, and finally lead them to recapture their hometown, drive away the enemy and restore the glory of the Rune Star. Sarah's eyes are intertwined with love and hate. She knows what her uncle has experienced and sees with her own eyes how he lost my love forever and how he was exiled by the royal family. It is really a difficult problem to let him completely put down his obsession. "Uncle, you've suffered all these years." Sarah looked at her once heroic, handsome, and tough uncle, who now has a sloppy beard. Her eyes were full of philistines and stories, and there was no light anymore. What has he experienced outside in the past 10 years and how much suffering he has suffered before he becomes what he is today? Graves was stared at by the expectant eyes of so many people, giving birth to a feeling of wanting to escape. He is no longer the high-spirited prince and the future ZTE Lord of Fushengxing. 10 years, time has left too many marks on him. You settle down first. In the future, the Gun Rose Bar will be everyone's home, and I will arrange work for you. But Link will save you. Now I must fulfill my promise. We can talk about comfort and nostalgia later. Graves quickly found an excuse for himself to escape from the current depressed atmosphere and unnecessary burden. It's time to thank The other party risked his life to save us on the lost planet. My uncle's task must have a lot of rewards. As the Queen of the Rune Star, I should go to thank him together. Although the Rune Star has fallen and only our survivors are left, we can't lose the style and etiquette of the big family. So I'll go with my uncle this time. Graves said slightly, I can't find any arguments. Graves was in a trance. Sarah in front of him was no longer the innocent little girl who begged for food behind her ass. After so many things and 2 years of wandering in the universe, she has to shoulder the burden of survival and rejuvenation of her family. P.S. After many months, Wanjun finally began to pay off her debt. It's moving. Chapter 798. Finally, Graves couldn't beat Sarah and went to the mechanical fortress together. After arriving at Yuanda Dock, Sarah saw a row of mechanical fortresses docked at Yuanda Dock. This super-large aircraft, with her shallow experience of 2 years in exile, has never been seen before. But in the 2 years of exile, Sarah learned the most information about various forces or levels in the universe. Although we have never seen the super-large aircraft of higher civilization, we have heard of it for a long time. Undefined compared with the mechanical fortress in front of her today, Sarah's first impression in her mind is super-large aircraft and high civilization. Some puzzles that linger in my mind are also answered. Link has never been to the Tusk Galaxy, to Saint Sura, or to the Lost Planet. However, when driving a Jinghai-class frigate transformed by ordinary predators to the Lost Planet, you know the situation and the wonderful use of gravitation stone. This shows that only higher civilizations can understand these. Otherwise, like Lao Wang, Link should be sucked into the world together, and the ship will fall to the ground and become a difficult brother. You see, those chaotic factions who came to pursue were ambushed and lost their lives one by one. Now that she has the opportunity to enter the mechanical fortress with her uncle Graves, Sarah will not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you can have a chance to have something to do with the mechanical fortress, it will only be good for reviving the Rune Star in the future, not bad. Graves drove a maglev truck to the dock mechanical fortress. Before applying to the interior, the door has been slowly opened. Both Graves and Sarah entered the super-large aircraft for the first time and walked through the straight and silent corridor with complex and uneasy feelings. Without any language guidance, there are only cold machines. A ruthless image of higher civilization came. As the mechanical door at the end of the corridor opened, a suspended mechanical squid stood waiting at the door. Welcome to the mechanical fortress. Next, I will take you to meet the head of state. Please follow. Graves and Sarah looked at Eula. The mechanical squid was simple in structure, and many circuit and transistor designs were the products of ancient times. At first glance, it looked full of a strong sense of backwardness. The corridor of the mechanical fortress looks ordinary. No matter the structure or details, it can't see the color of higher civilization. All this disappointed Sarah. I thought I could see the spectacular scene I had never seen before. Unexpectedly, there was no difference between the interior and the Cloud Sea frigate. Graves saw Sarah's idea and couldn't help but say, Sarah, you're still looking. Just the mechanical squid in front of you, do you know when it was produced? Sarah shook her head with a helpless look on her face. She could only see that the mechanical squid was an old product with ancient and simple structure, but she had always lived in Fusion Star before. The only thing she had seen in the past 2 years was that her vision was not comparable to that of her uncle Graves. This mechanical squid housekeeper, according to its body structure and module, is at least a product of 1000 years ago. A mechanical housekeeper responsible for guidance is of this age. Do you still think this mechanical fortress is ordinary? Sarah couldn't help taking a breath. 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, their rune civilization had not developed into a large scale. Runes were scattered, and even just had a preliminary understanding of the language of runes. In other words, this ugly mechanical squid is old enough to be her ancestor's ancestor. That's a little crazy. And what happened 1,000 years ago can still work normally, that is to say, this higher civilization has existed for at least 1,000 years. She can't imagine and dare not imagine how much information there is in such a long-term higher civilization. So don't look at these things. Maybe it's because higher civilization has developed to a certain height. These foreign objects are no longer needed to show the sense of existence. Graves' face became more and more dignified, and he wondered whether he could get into each other's eyes for the reward of these tasks he brought. When they walked through the rest area, their expressions were wonderful. Here, all kinds of buildings are dazzling. Each unique facade and decoration represents a civilization and power. The dome garden of the Druid Path can even see active ancient trees across the translucent energy field. The manor was shrouded in a fog, and the flowing fog gave people a terrible and strange smell. A modern 5-story building with bright lights. The door is covered with purple energy crystals and the power of flags. The most magnificent is a holy white mage tower suspended in the rest area. The arcane eye at the top emits charming arcane brilliance, and the air is full of lively magic energy. On the other side of the martial arts field in the rest area, strange people fought and practiced on the stage. Although the strength is very ordinary compared with Graves', the release timing and skills of some skills are just right. It can be predicted that they will have great achievements in the future. Next to the rest area is the test area. Some people here are buried in the console to build their own weapons and equipment, as well as the blueprint for tackling difficulties, and more ingenious transformation. Graves lost his mind for a long time, turned to Sarah and said, "See, this is the essence of higher civilization. We would never think that there would be a mage tower inside this mechanical fortress." Sarah has changed her mind now. All kinds of ancient, trendy, various forces and civilizations meet here, full of vitality, with hope for the future in their eyes. This is where the Führer rests, and the Führer is waiting for you. Eula, the mechanical housekeeper, raised the mechanical tentacles and asked them to compete. The mechanical door hissed open, and Graves and Sarah cautiously entered the room with caution on their faces. Although the lounge was ordinary, both of them were like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden for fear of knocking against something. Their bodies seemed to be covered with a layer of shackles, their behavior was restrained and their faces were tense. "At least you are the royal family of Fusion stars. Don't you get stage fright when you see these?" Link's voice came from inside the room, followed by footsteps, and finally came out of the collection room. Graves smiled awkwardly. They were really too cautious. Link was also curious. In his memory, Graves was a real man with iron blood. He had seen great storms and waves, so he wouldn't be nervous about coming to a mechanical fortress. But if Link knew all the things Graves and Sarah had seen and heard along the way, he might be able to understand their feelings now. Graves pulled the big box forward behind him, thanked Mr. Lin for helping Sarah and all the people who helped from the Lost Planet. "I also know that you have encountered many situations along the way. These are the rewards promised to you in advance. Please don't dislike them," Graves said and opened the iron box. At the same time, the Link system interface also gives a prompt. "You have completed the Level B task Graves request," and the system evaluates the task completion status as perfect. "You have gained 600,000 experience, 500,000 cosmic coins, Zodiac Runes X12, Extinction Magic Ball, Purple, X1, Rune Sword Base X1, Perfect Reward Package X1. Link motioned to Graves to put the reward aside and said with a smile, "It's a matter of course for me to take the task and you don't have to feel constrained. If your reward isn't attractive enough, I won't come here." Graves was shocked. Link's words directly pointed out that the Waste Soil Expeditionary Army arrived at the Saint Sura Grand Navigation Dock this time and came for Graves. But Graves only told Lao Wang about it and didn't disclose it to others. How did the other party know? This made him shudder. If the other party could really steal his thinking from space, it would be no secret to higher civilization. Link looked at them and invited them to sit down. "Now Sarah is back. What are your plans in the future? If I remember correctly, Does Sarah want to recover the glory of the rune star? Sarah nodded quickly. That's why she came this time. If we can get in touch with the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, it will only be good for the recovery of the talisman in the future. Yes, my idea is to let my uncle lead the people and accumulate strength to win back home. But... Sarah glanced at the depressed Graves and said, but my uncle refused. Link put his hand on his chin. I know what Graves thinks. After all, his heart has died after so many things. Moreover, during the 2 years of exile, you encouraged the people all the way, navigated like a captain, guided them out of the way, and brought them safely to Saint Sula. You are indeed a qualified leader. Sarah was a little flustered and hurriedly explained, I have little experience. I still know how many kilograms I have. After 2 years of wandering, the ethnic people can bite their teeth and stick to it. In fact, it doesn't matter to me. What everyone wants is to find my uncle and let him lead us to recover the Fufa God Star. Link looked at Sarah and Graves and said with a smile, now it seems that you have differences in this regard. Link didn't make a sound, then reached out and twisted the element method ring in his hand to enable the psychic magnetic field increase effect. The idea and Sarah channel, don't panic, I have a way to make Graves work for the rune star again. Sarah was stunned and flattered. She immediately started a conversation with Link in her mind. Why did you help me? Just think it's interesting, or you're lucky. At the same time, I also want to see the decadent Graves, who was full of energy and fierce in his prime. Well, thank you. Sarah was overjoyed. She and the rune people can't persuade Graves. Now that Link is out, his uncle may agree because of each other's face? In that case, you can avoid it first. I'll talk to Graves alone. Sarah had no doubt. After the two sides withdrew from the spiritual exchange, she waited for Link's next instructions. Link glanced at Graves, and then slowly said, Queen, Graves and I still have some things to talk about compensation. Sarah followed suit and immediately got up, then I'll walk around the mechanical fortress and wait for you to finish. Graves was a little curious. He went through his brain carefully and the compensation should be all, there are no mistakes. Now Link wants to talk to himself, but he doesn't know what to talk about. Sarah leaves and the mechanical door closes. Graves took the lead in asking, I don't know what Mr. Lin wants to ask. I want to separate Sarah. Link smiled, I want to easily solve your differences with Sarah. Graves' face remained unchanged. He had been in the universe for more than 10 years and subconsciously felt that Link had a different plan. Mr. Lauren doesn't bother about this. It's just Sarah's wishful thinking. I'll explain it to them later. They just wandered in the universe for 2 years and produced a little instability and stress response. Graves' subconscious response to the mysterious Link and the Wasteland expedition is to stay away. Link frowned, oh? Really? But as far as I know, Sarah and her people have strong wishes. You get along with them in Yuan-da-dok every day, and such a sense of oppression will haunt your head every day. Moreover, even if you don't admit it, they seek your advice, follow your command and put you up in a disguised form. You won't be there then. Graves didn't answer because Link was telling the truth. He is not afraid of tough rejection, but he can't stop the ethnic people from boiling frogs in warm water. So I have a way to not only keep you from being kidnapped by the morality of your people, but also make Sarah think you are working hard for the revival of the rune star. As for whether you want to listen, I give you the choice. Link looked at Graves with great interest and looked forward to his choice. Graves' eyes twinkled. To tell you the truth, he was moved. Link seemed to have magic, and all his thoughts were seen through. Although they have been constantly alert to the danger, people can't help falling into it. Graves fought between heaven and man, and finally thought, listen, just listen to Link's method. He doesn't have to follow what he said. I don't know what Mr. Lin's plan is. I'm all ears. Graves leaned forward slightly. It's very simple. If you want to solve this problem, you just need to leave Yuan Da Doc. Link spread out his hands and looked relaxed. Graves just wanted to refute. Link continued, of course, the Queen's permission to leave the Divine Star is required. Under what circumstances will the Queen allow you to leave the Great Dock and support with both hands? Graves fell into a logical blind spot, and Sarah allowed herself to leave. Is there such a good thing? I think Sarah has a strong attachment to the Fuxing rune. I'm afraid she has the idea of having something to do with me today. Link said frankly. Graves' old face flushed and his eyes dodged. Everything is as Link expected, so it's easy to do. So, as long as you join the Wasteland expedition, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in Sarah's view, whether in the name of yourself or the Rune Star. In this way, you can not only keep your ears clean and no one around you urges, but also win a little relationship with the Rune Star to another extent. The Wasteland expedition has a craftsman who knows the rune language, and there's nothing whether it's for you, me, or Fuxing, it's a win-win business. Graves thought seriously, as if it was true. Chapter 799. So what do you think of this proposal? You're a smart man, so I won't bother much. Link said, raised his hand and handed over the choice to Graves. Graves fell into silence. Link's offer is tempting. Once he joins the Wasteland expedition, whether in his own name or in the name of Rune, he can finally win a strong ally for Rune. At the same time, it is really killing two birds with one stone to stay away from the Great Dock and not be attacked by the feelings of Sarah and her people all day. Graves hesitated for a moment, raised his head and said, what will happen if I don't agree? Will you really give up? Undefined Link smiled, that's not going to happen. If you don't agree, I'll ask Sarah to order you as the Fuxing Queen and arrange you to be the Fuxing liaison in the Mechanical Fortress, specially responsible for the cultural and technical exchange between Fuxing and the Mechanical Fortress. What do you think of this identity? Graves greets Link's smile and can't make complaints about it. Is you a devil? If you don't even recognize the identity of Fuxing, it's better. I directly invite Sarah and Fuxing people to settle in the Mechanical Fortress. You should have seen the rest area when you came just now. There are many civilizations similar to Fuxing settled there. I believe Sarah and people will be happy to join the Wasteland expedition. Lincoln paused, however, the Wasteland Expeditionary Army must face many battles. If there is a battle, there will inevitably be friction damage. They don't understand the exquisite rune language theory in the rune box, and their personal strength is not strong enough. How much do you think can be left after many battles with these 100 or so Rune Star survivors? Graves' fist was hard. He immediately got up and said, enough. I took the initiative to join the Wasteland expedition to provide you with technical support. Link, this is a conspiracy. Even if Graves can control himself, he can't control Sarah and the people. What's more, on the one hand, he doesn't want to take on the heavy responsibility of Rune Star, on the other hand, he interferes with the decisions of Sarah and her people. I don't know what's inside and outside. With Sarah's stubborn character, I don't necessarily listen to him. I'm not sure I'll choke him back. You're not a man of Fuxing. Why should you care about me and my people? Let Sarah and the clan stay in Yuanda Navigation Dock, inherit their guns and Rose's Bar, and take risks with the Wasteland Expedition Army. With their own strength and the blessing of runic language, they have a great coefficient of escape in case of danger. Link got up with a smile, stretched out his hand and said, welcome to join the Wasteland Expedition. I have received your request. I assure you that after solving the problem at hand, the Wasteland Expedition will help you recapture your home and drive away the Sartras. Graves' pupils shook violently. Link knew even the Sartras. It seemed that he really knew a lot of secrets. Graves squeezed out a smile and shook hands with Link. After Link took the task to rescue Sarah, Graves also secretly inquired about the Waste Soil Expedition, the Mechanical Fortress and Link. But the news was quite different from what he thought. Vatican Galaxy. A poor planet adjacent to the Tuesday system. Waste Soil is a small planet that I have never heard of. It is really surprising that such a place has a higher civilization. However, the huge and realistic docking of the mechanical fortress at the Grand Navigation Dock put quotes on all Graves' doubts. Well, now you can call Ms. Sarah back, Link said. Soon the mechanical squidula responded to Link. Führer, Ms. Sarah has left the mechanical fortress ahead of time and said she would come back later. Graves glanced at Link and always felt that Link and Sarah were hiding something from themselves. Link shrugged hurriedly. He really didn't know about it. He just asked Sarah to wait outside. He didn't know what the guy suddenly went back to do. Since Sarah didn't come back, I'll take you for a walk and learn about the mechanical fortress in advance. Link took Graves to walk in the mechanical fortress. When he came to the rest area, he pointed to the free area not far away. Just now you have time, you can choose a place according to your own preferences and habits as the stronghold of Rune Star in the mechanical fortress. Graves smiled and looked at all the big forces and tall buildings. It seems incongruous to set up a small area alone. It's better to forget it. It's enough to give me a single room with a studio. Link patted Graves on the shoulder. Believe me, you will need a larger area. This is not only related to all forces cooperating with the Wasteland Expeditionary Army, but also a window for the cooperation and exchange of mechanical fortresses. You can't revive the Fuwen Star by relying on 3 melons and 2 dates now. In the future, you will meet many talented young people and people who are interested in the Fuwen language. How do you teach and develop in a single-room revival? Graves, who choked on Link's words, was speechless. He found that he didn't have an advantage except the last time he sent a task at home. This wave of dialogue with Link, he fell behind everywhere. Graves thought for a moment, pointed to the open space next to the Mage Tower in the distance, just there. Good choice. You saw Gamage, the great mage in the Mage Tower last time. The Sky City School of Magic is from Pandora in the Vatican system, and has some research on magic runes. You can communicate more often. When Link led Graves around, Sarah returns to the mechanical fortress again. Sarah greets Link's eyes, then sees Link nodding, and her heart is fixed. Why did you just leave without saying goodbye? Graves asked. Nothing, just suddenly thought that something had not been handled and went back to explain. Graves pondered for a moment, gave Link a look and motioned Link to announce his decision. Just now, when you were away, Graves said something about himself. He had been in Yuanda Dock for too long and wanted to go out for a walk to change his mood. In the chat, we hated to meet each other late and even had surprisingly similar views on things. So I invited him to join the Wasteland Expedition and work together to liberate the oppressed people. Salam's eyes moved. I didn't expect that at this time, Link persuaded Graves, and I didn't expect my uncle to take Link's line. I also know the situation of Rune. Now that Graves has joined the Wasteland Expedition, the Rune is our own business. I promise to help Rune regain its home and expel the Sartres after dealing with the current affairs. Graves also stood up and added, Sarah, you and your people just stay in Yuanda Hangwu and live a good life. You take over the Gun Rose Bar industry. When Mr. Lin and I finish our external affairs, we'll come back to solve our affairs. Uncle, the Rune Star. Just didn't wait for Sarah to finish, Graves interrupted her. You led the Fushengxing people all the way to exile and fulfill their real obligations as a king. But I'm just an exile. You have the right to think that this is an uncle and a little affection for your niece. P.S. Ask for a wave of monthly tickets. Wanjun is gradually recovering.